A naturally timid engineering student found himself transported to France before the Grand Revolution, only to become the older brother of the future Emperor Napoleon for some inexplicable reason. Now, he faced a crucial decision. Would he seize this opportunity to create his own remarkable destiny, or merely cling to this lifeline and drift along? In recent days, the city of Ajaccio has been shrouded in relentless rain, and it seems like even the sea has been drenched by this endless downpour. The rain, thick and sticky, pours down from the perpetually overcast skies, descending upon the bay. The sea resembles a gray, soft sponge, rising in the bewildering bay. Despite the continuous rain, the water's surface seems unnaturally calm. There is a subtle, broad undulation in the sea, creating a misty haze that merges with the damp city walls and blends with the mist from the bay. In every direction, it feels like one is breathing water, and the air has become something you can almost taste. In this misty ambience, Joseph Bonaparte, the eldest of the Bonaparte family, tall and slender like a bamboo shoot, is walking along the sandy beach with an umbrella. He's heading towards the cliffs that extend into the sea. These cliffs, now colored the same gray-blue as the sea due to the unending rain, reach into the bay. During the dry Mediterranean summers, Joseph and his younger brothers and sisters often come here to fish among the rocks under the cliffs or search for various seashells and oysters. At these times, their short-statured second youngest, Napoleon, would take a book and run to a natural cave in the middle of the cliffs to read. But now, with all this rain, that troublesome fellow, has he gone to that cave again? Joseph mumbles to himself as he heads towards the cliffs. That troublesome fellow is none other than his younger brother, Napoleon Bonaparte, who is destined to leave a significant mark on the pages of history. But at this moment, the future emperor who will dominate Europe is just a headache-inducing child. Among Joseph's 7 brothers and sisters, Napoleon is the one who gives him the most trouble. Perhaps it's because he's always been short and subject to ridicule. His personality is somewhat peculiar. Even among his siblings, very few can get along with him. Despite his small stature, Napoleon has a penchant for violence. Whenever he's teased or gets into a conflict for any reason, he prefers to resolve it directly through physical force. To be honest, Napoleon's physique is not suited for this kind of behavior. In theory, fighting relies on strength, and strength is closely tied to one's physique. Otherwise, why would boxing matches be categorized by weight class? Since Napoleon's size and strength don't match up, he's developed 2 tactics to compensate for his physical limitations. The first tactic is using unconventional means to target vulnerabilities. For example, he might bite when someone's not expecting it or strike someone's vulnerable spots with his knee. The second tactic is playing the victim first. This tactic is usually used against his own brothers. In families with many siblings, there are bound to be fights during childhood. Every time there's a fight, when their mother Letizia rushes in to stop it, the first to come forward and put on a convincing "I've been terribly wronged" act is Napoleon. And since Napoleon rehearses in his mind how to play the victim and deceive his mother many times before initiating a fight, he's usually the one to strike first and get scolded by his mother. As a result, Napoleon's siblings don't particularly like him, but they are somewhat afraid of him and hesitant to oppose his will. There is one exception, however, someone who not only isn't afraid of Napoleon's tactics but can often control him, Napoleon's older brother Joseph. This is because one day Napoleon and Joseph had a conflict, and following their usual pattern, Napoleon initiated the physical confrontation. He kicked Joseph hard in the stomach when he least expected it, causing Joseph to fall over, hitting his head on a sharp stone. He lay unconscious, blood flowing, and Napoleon panicked, quickly calling for their mother. Joseph remained unconscious for 2 whole days. When he finally woke up, he didn't recognize the family and he couldn't even speak. Well, to be precise, he suddenly couldn't speak Corsican, a dialect of Italian, and when he tried, he spoke in a strange language that no one could understand. It sounded somewhat like English, but was quite different. Family thought he was possessed, and if not for Joseph's father Carlo being of noble lineage, albeit a minor one, his fate might have been much bleaker. Carlo called upon Bishop Mineo to perform an exorcism. The exorcism had a noticeable effect. After the ritual, Joseph wasn't completely restored, but at least he stopped speaking that terrifying language which seemed to come from hell. The devil has been cast out of him, Bishop Mineo said, but it's like a house that has been set on fire. Even though we've extinguished the fire, what's left might be just ruins. When the devil occupies a person's body, it can cause as much damage as a fire or even worse. Although the devil has been expelled now, rebuilding the house is a challenging task, and whether this damage can be fully repaired depends on God's will. Amen, Carlo, Letizia, and Joseph's siblings all said, crossing themselves. After ensuring Joseph's complete recovery, Bishop Mineo asked Charles to bring Joseph back home. They discovered that the familiar, gentle Joseph had returned, but now he was quieter, more introverted, and had developed a passion for reading. He even started teaching himself French. Joseph's mother, Letizia, was overjoyed by her son's transformation. She believed that her son's recovery and newfound goodness were solely the result of God's grace. She donated for a mass to express her gratitude. Because of this, she wouldn't entertain any negative comments about Joseph. In her eyes, her son had received God's grace, so how could he possibly do anything wrong? So Napoleon's accuse your brother first tactic no longer worked on Joseph. If Napoleon attempted to shift blame or make accusations against Joseph, Letizia would grab his ear and make him confess his false accusations before the statue of the Virgin Mary. Wise young Napoleon quickly realized this and had to show respect to his older brother Joseph. However, Joseph had changed in many ways that he didn't like. While Joseph was once easygoing, he had now become remarkably perceptive, often seeing through Napoleon's schemes. Yet Joseph never exposed them and always refrained from falling into Napoleon's traps. Besides, Joseph had become well-read and knowledgeable, able to provide convincing answers to Napoleon's clever and quirky questions. Of course, Joseph had acquired some unpleasant habits as well, the most irritating being his tendency to stroke Napoleon's hair while saying, "My foolish little brother." Well, the thing is, today Napoleon has once again gotten himself into trouble. He beat up the neighbor's child, Paul, too severely, causing the boy to faint. One of Napoleon's fighting strategies was to never hold back once you started, you had to commit. Paul's father, Mr. Giovanni, is a friend of Carlo, and Paul is his only son. When he saw Paul unconscious, Napoleon immediately realized that his father might severely punish him for this, so he swiftly fled before anyone could react. Just as Joseph had expected, he indeed found Napoleon in that cave. When he discovered Napoleon, the troublemaker was sitting on a rock, gazing out at the mist-covered sea. "Hey, my foolish brother, what are you doing here?" Joseph called out. "Nothing," Napoleon lazily stood up. "I was thinking I should leave a book in this cave for the future, so I'll have something to do when I come here. Anyway, Joseph, I think there shouldn't be any big trouble now, right? I can go home." Napoleon's last statement was not a question but a statement. Basically, Joseph replied, "But how can you be so sure? If things weren't settled, I wouldn't be able to return and you should have brought some food instead of coming empty-handed," Napoleon answered. Then he asked Joseph, "How did it end?" "You barely ran for a few minutes and Paul woke up," Joseph said. Of course, Carlo was still angry, and he told Giovanni that when they catch you, they'll whip you hard. But after Giovanni left, Polina told him that you only hit Paul because he was pulling her hair. After Polina said that, it seemed like our father was not so angry with you anymore. He even said to me, "Joseph, you're my eldest son. Why weren't you in the front lines when things happened? If only you could balance things like Napoleon." As Joseph spoke, he imitated his father's tone, making Napoleon burst into laughter. He said, "So I shouldn't have much trouble, right? Basically, you're in the clear," Joseph said. "You might get scolded a bit, but this time, if it weren't for Polina, you'd be in serious trouble. My foolish brother, your methods have their merits, but there's always one issue: you struggle to control the situation, and it's easy to go overboard." "I'd rather go overboard than be meek and get beaten up," Napoleon said nonchalantly. "All right, come with me now. Everyone's hungry, but Mom and Polina insist on waiting for you to have dinner," Joseph said. "When we get back, Dad will scold you a bit, you apologize, and then we can all eat. Hurry, I'm starving." The two of them returned home, and as Joseph had predicted, Carlo only scolded Napoleon briefly without using a whip. Carlo, who had made peace with Joseph earlier, made Napoleon reflect on his mistake and promise that he'd control his emotions better in the future. "As men of the family, we must protect the women, but we must also exercise restraint," Carlo said, quite satisfied. "Joseph, you seem to have been influenced by Bishop Minio in many ways. Bishop Minio is a good man, a holy man, but your mother and I don't want to see you become a priest." "All right, Carlo," Letizia frowned slightly. "Your speech should end now, and the children are hungry." "Very well," Carlo smiled, bringing his hands together. Everyone followed suit, joining their hands together for the pre-meal prayer. "Lord, bless us in the food we are about to enjoy. Bless all your gifts through Christ our Lord. Amen." After the meal, Carlo led everyone in a post-dinner prayer, a common practice in most households during that time. Joseph couldn't help but think, if I were God, I'd probably be driven crazy by all these people bothering me every day. Entertainment was scarce in those times, and since it was winter, nights fell early. Typically after dinner, Carlo would read a passage from the Bible or something else to pass the time before darkness enveloped the land, and everyone would wish each other good night. However, this time, Carlo had something different in mind. He asked everyone to sit and said, "Let's sit here for a moment. I have something to discuss with you all." Everyone continued to sit in their chairs, waiting to hear what Carlo had to say. "Joseph, Napoleon, you're not getting any younger, and it's time for you to learn something. I have a friend, Monsieur Armand de Fouvas, who visited our home not too long ago. He's returning to France, and he can take you with him to study in France, learn French, and based on your performance in school, decide what you'll do next." As soon as Joseph heard the name Armand de Fouvas, an image formed in his mind: a tall, freckled, red-faced man with a beer belly, probably about his height but twice as wide. Joseph suspected that if he lowered his head, he wouldn't be able to see his own toes. Armand was a relative of the governor of Corsica and worked in the Corsican Ministry of Justice. Just like many with doing their names, his job seemed to involve doing nothing and getting paid for it. He was always seen fishing around with a fishing rod. Carlo, who had been deputy to the leader of the Corsican resistance, Paul, should have had a hard time gaining the trust of the French authorities. However, due to his close relationship with Armand, his Italian noble status was recognized, although Carlo knew that it meant nothing in France, especially in Paris. Now Armand was leaving Corsica, and Carlo had asked him to introduce a prestigious French school for Joseph and Napoleon. Carlo knew that Corsica didn't offer many opportunities, and France was the place where real prospects lay. Why learn French, French people? Napoleon began but caught himself when he saw Carlo's gaze. Remember, the future of our family depends on you, Carlo said. Napoleon, when you get to France, don't stir up trouble. Napoleon remained silent, but his reluctant expression was obvious. Joseph talked to Napoleon later. When you get to France, make sure he doesn't cause any trouble, Carlo added. No one knew what Joseph said to Napoleon that night, but by morning, Napoleon displayed a different level of interest in going to France to learn the language. I want to go into the heart of the enemy, observe them up close, and understand them. This will help Corsica gain freedom, Napoleon confided in his sister Pauline. Since Armand de Fouvas was leaving for France in a month, Carlo used this time to hire a private tutor named Valentin to teach his two sons French. He wanted them to have some grasp of the language before their departure. Valentin was a young man under 20 who had supposedly studied at the University of Paris but hadn't graduated. To make a living, he came to Corsica. He had fair skin, black hair, and blue eyes, and he always smiled when he spoke, making him quite likable. Valentin had his own work, so he could only teach the Bonaparte brothers French after work hours. For Joseph and Napoleon, who already had a good grasp of Corsican dialect, Italian, and some French similarities, mastering basic French in just over a month wasn't particularly challenging. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was time to leave Corsica. Early in the morning after breakfast, Carlo led his family to Armand de Fouvas' residence to meet him. People in that era woke up early, and Armand's house was bustling with servants loading things onto a carriage. Armand, on the other hand, stood alone to the side, showing no sign of attachment to the place he had called home for several years or any excitement about returning to his homeland. It was as if the situation had no relevance to him at all. Only when he saw Carlo's family did he smile and approach them, saying, "Hello, Carlo and Joseph and Napoleon. You're up early." "Good morning, Monsieur Fouvas," Joseph quickly responded in French. Napoleon remained silent. "Ah, Joseph, your French pronunciation still has a bit of an Italian accent, but it's not too important. There are people with that accent in Toulon." "Ah, Napoleon, you seem quite reserved. You should be more open, ha ha ha." Evidently, Armand mistook Napoleon's hostility toward the French for shyness. Little did he know that Napoleon's willingness to study in France was motivated by a desire to understand the enemy and eventually lead Corsica to independence. At least for now, Napoleon was a staunch Corsican nationalist. Joseph and his younger brother, Napoleon, sailed for a day on a two-masted ship called the Autumn Narcissus in the calm waters of the Mediterranean. Early the next morning, they arrived at the port of Toulon in the south of France. Toulon was France's largest naval port, home to its most crucial shipyards, and more than half of the Navy's warships were stationed there. The commercial docks where ships docked were close to the naval port. Standing on the deck of the Fleur de Lune, they could see the towering battleships lined up in the naval port, resembling castles floating on the sea. One after another, these formidable warships were anchored in the harbor. Napoleon stood on the deck, his gaze fixed on these massive warships. "They are truly impressive, aren't they?" Joseph placed his hand on his brother's shoulder and spoke in the Corsican dialect. "The pristine sails are like clouds in the sky, the towering hulls resemble floating castles, and the synchronized gunfire is like Zeus's thunder. Do you feel the pressure when you see these warships, my brother?" "Indeed, compared to France, we are quite insignificant," Napoleon nodded. "That's why we need a hero, someone who can overcome odds, conquer the powerful with the weak." "Heh," Joseph chuckled. "What does heh mean?" Napoleon asked, dissatisfied. "It means heh, my foolish brother, just heh," Joseph replied. By this time, the ship had safely docked. Passengers began disembarking. Mr. Fauve had not initially planned to stay in Toulon. According to his itinerary, he was supposed to immediately board a carriage and travel to Marseille, about 60 kilometers away. However, he had suffered from severe seasickness on the way to Toulon, so he needed to rest in Toulon for a day until he felt better before continuing to Marseille. For Joseph and Napoleon, this meant they had a day to explore Toulon. After temporarily settling into their inn, Napoleon encouraged Joseph to go out and explore. Joseph knew that Napoleon intended to use this opportunity to carefully observe the largest naval port in France and learn about their potential future enemies. So Joseph went to Mr. Fauve and expressed his desire to take his brother Napoleon out for a walk and practice their beginner's French. Mr. Fauve was pleased with the eager young boy's request. However, he was concerned about the safety in the Toulon area. In recent years, France had been at a disadvantage in the struggle with England for overseas interests. This had put a strain on their economy, and in order to raise more funds for the conflict, King Louis XVI had increased taxes several times. The additional taxes were not exorbitant, but as is the nature of bureaucracies, officials often took advantage of every opportunity to enrich themselves, and the tax burden often fell heavily on the lower classes. This led to the bankruptcy of many farmers and artisans. In general, when a society has more bankrupt and destitute people, social unrest tends to increase. With France's economic troubles, the social order had also deteriorated. Mr. Fauve thought for a moment and remembered that one of his servants was a local in Toulon. He called for a servant named Svan, who he asked to accompany the two brothers and ensure their safety. Svan agreed and led the two brothers out of the inn. "Where would you like to go?" Svan asked. "We'd like to see the warships," Joseph said without hesitation. Napoleon glanced at Joseph but remained silent. "Ah, every boy who comes to Toulon for the first time loves to see the warships," Svan said with a smile. "So is there a way we can get a good look at the warships?" Napoleon asked. "There is," Svan replied. "For a few sous we can rent a small fishing boat and get close to the naval port. From there you can see many warships, but we can't get too close." As a local, Svan quickly arranged for a fishing boat. They boarded the boat, and the boatman rowed them toward the naval port. At this time, it was around 10 o'clock in the morning. The rare winter sunshine glistened on the fine waves of the bay. The boatman stopped the boat, cast the fishing bait into the sea, and pointed to the naval port not far away, introducing each ship anchored there one by one. "You see that? That's the Boussole, the largest one inside. It's a 3-deck battleship with 100 cannons. The one to the left is the cruiser Dreadnought. It's much smaller with only one gun deck. This is the flagship Boussole of the French and Spanish combined fleet in the later Battle of Trafalgar," Joseph thought as he listened to the boatman's explanations. "What's that over there?" Napoleon pointed to a small hill that protruded into the bay on the right. Joseph looked in that direction and saw a fleur-de-lis flag flying on top of the hill, with some fortifications visible beneath it. "That's Fort Marlagrive. It has defensive artillery for guarding the harbor. Would you like to go there?" "Sometimes you can catch good cod in the sea over there," the boatman replied. "We'll go take a look," Napoleon said. The boatman heard this and prepared to pull up the fishing line to head to Fort Marlagrive. However, at that moment, a bell attached to the fishing line suddenly rang loudly. The boatman quickly grabbed the fishing line. The line wasn't shaking much, and disappointment crossed his face. He pulled up the line, and there was only a small mackerel on the hook. The boatman nonchalantly placed the mackerel in the basket, reeled in the fishing line, and rowed the boat towards Fort Marlagrive. It took the boat a full hour to reach the area beneath Fort Marlagrive. However, the fortifications there were quite limited at this time, and there wasn't much to see. Plus, it was already past noon, and everyone was hungry, so they didn't stay long and soon returned to their inn. Once they disembarked and found a place to eat, Joseph took the opportunity to engage in conversations with passers-by, using his rudimentary French. They discussed mundane, everyday topics, commiserating about the hardships of life. On the way back to the inn, Napoleon remained silent. It wasn't until they entered their room that Joseph turned to him with a smile. "How about it? Did the French warships frighten you?" Joseph asked. "No," Napoleon replied succinctly. "Why did you insist on visiting Fort Marlagrive? There wasn't much to see there," Joseph inquired. "If an army occupied that fort, they could use cannons to sink all the ships in the harbor. But they still have hope. Their only hope is heaven. They're different from Spartacus. They're people of faith," Napoleon said. "People of faith?" Napoleon's words caught Joseph off guard. Though he was now seen as a divine instrument by Bishop Mignon, he was well aware that the exorcism rituals had no real effect. Their supposed effects were just the result of Joseph adapting to his surroundings as a time traveler. Even now, Joseph had a tendency to overlook the influence of religion when considering matters. "Religion is the opium of the masses," Joseph thought silently. Then he said, "My foolish brother, remember this. Future bread cannot replace the present bread. Future bread won't fill your stomach now. Why do you think we Corsicans opposed Genoese rule in the past? Besides, rebellion and going to heaven are two different things, aren't they? Even though it's said that the king's authority is granted by God, those who rebel must be acting according to God's will too. God is all-knowing and all-powerful. If he didn't want people to oppose kings, why would there be rebels? My brother, do you know what I saw in Toulon? I saw poverty and anger, just like the poverty and anger we witnessed in Corsica. Didn't you notice the dust-covered, struggling people on Toulon's dusty streets, almost like living mounds of dust? What are they doing? Napoleon asked. Even the lowliest slaves need hope. Did you see hope in the eyes of those impoverished people on Toulon's streets? Did you hear any hopeful dreams about the future in their words? Do you know what happens when the lowliest slaves lose all hope? Joseph continued. I know, Napoleon replied. There's a Spartacus-like rebellion, but they're not entirely without hope. They still have one hope, the only hope, heaven. They're different from Spartacus, they're people of faith. People of faith, Napoleon's words took Joseph by surprise. Although he was now treated as the embodiment of divine grace by Bishop Mignon, Joseph was well aware that the exorcism rituals were futile. Their supposed effects were just a result of Joseph adapting to his environment as a time traveler. Even now, when he considered matters, Joseph had a habit of neglecting the influence of religion. Religion is the opium of the people, Joseph thought to himself. Then he said, my foolish brother, remember that future bread cannot replace present bread. Future bread won't fill your stomach now. Otherwise, why did we Corsicans oppose Genoese rule? Moreover, rebellion and going to heaven are two different matters, aren't they? Although it's said that the king's power is granted by God, those who rebel must be acting according to God's will. God is all-knowing and all-powerful. If he didn't want people to oppose kings, why would there be rebels? My brother, do you know what I saw? I saw what seemed to be a powerful France, like a warehouse filled with firewood and sulfur, while its guardians were still lighting fires and roasting meat inside. Mr. Fauve recovered quickly from his seasickness, as one would expect after a good night's sleep. Such maladies fade after a restful night. So early the next morning, they continued their journey after a full day of jolting in a four-wheeled carriage. The group finally arrived at the important town of Marseille in the south of France. The two Joseph brothers were enrolled in a noble school in Marseille, Haute Middle School, to study the French language. This was a school for nobles, where students were naturally of aristocratic background, even if they were just provincial nobles. Nevertheless, even provincial nobles were considered much more aristocratic than the Corsican nobles. In terms of their way of life, they were far superior to these two poor boys from Corsica. At first, when the students learned that two poor noble students from Corsica would join their school, they were generally interested and welcomed them. Not out of hospitality, but because having two peasants in a noble school was something intriguing to these aristocratic students. It was akin to the young gentlemen and ladies in the Grand View Garden. While none of them respected the poor old Liu, everyone was looking forward to her visits. These provincial nobles at school also needed something to mock, like their own Liu, to enrich their otherwise dull extracurricular lives. Even though if they were among the big nobles in Paris, they would be considered country bumpkins. When the two first arrived at Haute Middle School, they indeed lived up to the expectations of their noble schoolmates. Both had grown up by the seaside, and their appearances were rugged, with sun-tanned faces and rough skin. They clearly had the characteristics of lower-class people. Besides, there was a significant height difference between the two. Joseph was tall and thin, while Napoleon was short and stocky. If they were in China, their height difference might remind people of Wudai and Erwu from the water margin. But here, their classmates immediately gave them nicknames. One was called Don Quixote and the other Sancho. Many years later, when Joseph was writing letters to Napoleon, he would sometimes jokingly address Napoleon as my dear Sancho and sign it as Don Quixote de la Mancha. Napoleon, in his replies, would do the reverse, calling himself Don Quixote and addressing Joseph as Sancho. He felt that in terms of character, he was more akin to the night-fighting windmills, while the rational Joseph was closer to Sancho. The two of them did indeed have many qualities that brought joy to the students of this school. First, their accents when they spoke. Although the noble students at school were also provincials, they could all speak French with a Parisian touch. However, Joseph and Napoleon had different stories. Joseph's French had a significant accent issue, but it was still recognizable as French. However, Napoleon's French, aside from a heavy Corsican accent, was filled with Corsican words and was hardly considered French. So in class, their bored classmates enjoyed imitating their accents and what they saw as their rustic behaviors. In general, the shallower and less skilled a person is, the more they enjoy mocking others' shortcomings, especially when the person they are mocking excels in something they can't. Though Napoleon's spoken French was not the best, both Joseph and Napoleon excelled in their studies. Joseph, as a time traveler from the 21st century, possessed knowledge far beyond his time and found it easy to outperform everyone at the school in most subjects. Besides art-related subjects, he could easily outshine every student. As for Napoleon, although he didn't have Joseph's futuristic knowledge, he was naturally intelligent. After learning about the importance of knowledge, especially in subjects like mathematics, geography, history, and physics for warfare, his attitude towards learning became remarkably serious. His innate intelligence, combined with a dedicated approach to studying, made him excel in these subjects, which were closely related to warfare. In these subjects, the provincial noble students were far behind Napoleon, and in almost all subjects other than spoken language, they couldn't compare to Joseph either. As they were being intellectually outshone, the noble students at the school found it less amusing to provoke Joseph. In fact, whenever they tried to provoke Joseph with their accents or imitations, they got unexpected reactions. They expected to see Joseph flustered or angry, and either reaction would have given them satisfaction. However, Joseph's response was entirely unexpected. When they taunted him, he watched their performance with a smile, as if he was observing monkeys in a circus. This kind of response naturally didn't bring them joy, so they shifted their focus more towards Napoleon. In comparison to Joseph, Napoleon had more vulnerabilities. He was shorter, had a heavier accent, and more blemishes on his face. Moreover, Napoleon's reactions were more entertaining. Whenever they taunted Napoleon, they could easily witness his anger. However, they soon realized that provoking Napoleon wasn't as enjoyable as they thought. Unlike Joseph, who might not provide the expected reaction, provoking Napoleon would lead to swift retaliation, and he used the most barbaric methods, including violence, punching, kicking, and even biting with his teeth. Though the noble students were taller than Napoleon, they lacked training in hand-to-hand combat. They did learn combat skills with swords, as dueling was common at the time. However, given the students' age at Otten Middle School, they weren't yet skilled enough to handle rapiers and mainly focused on small sword techniques. They had no knowledge of the primitive fighting techniques that involved using fists, nails, and teeth, so whenever fights broke out, they were always at a disadvantage. Napoleon's attacks were painful, but they often left no visible marks. Moreover, when a teacher intervened, Napoleon could act more miserable and victimized than the one who had been beaten. As a result, they discovered that Joseph and Napoleon weren't as entertaining as they had thought. In fact, they made them uncomfortable in various ways. On one hand, fewer students actively provoked the two brothers, but on the other hand, the brothers found themselves isolated. However, both Joseph and Napoleon couldn't care less about this isolation. These are a bunch of people destined to be forgotten by history. They are not worth investing even a tiny bit of energy. Think about it, these guys will become the upper class of France one day. I'm visiting Toulon. Seeing the anxiety created by those warships makes all these worries disappear. Besides, I won't stay at this school for too long, Napoleon wrote in a letter to his father, as found in his public correspondence many years later. As the letter suggested, Napoleon's time at Otten Middle School wouldn't last long. Perhaps by the end of spring, he would be transferring to the Brienne Military Academy. As for his brother Joseph, he indeed had his eyes set on the Louis le Grand School in Paris. Louis the Great School not only offered prestigious scholarships, but also had a well-earned reputation for high-quality education. Its origins could be traced back to 1563, when it was known as the Claimant School, a church school under the Jesuits. The school's practice of offering completely free education to day students drew the ire of the University of Paris right from its inception. For over 2 centuries, Louis the Great School engaged in a relentless struggle with the University of Paris. In 1762, the University of Paris emerged victorious when the Paris Parliament passed a resolution to expel the Jesuit administrators, handing over the school's management to the university. To please the reigning King Louis XV, the school was renamed Louis the Great School. It seemed that the University of Paris had won the 2-century-long marathon. However, they could not foresee that their real competition would emerge from within the school they now controlled. In 1766, Louis the Great School began conducting teacher qualification exams and later established a corresponding teacher training institute to aid the candidates. This teacher training institute would later become one of France's most renowned universities, the precursor to the Paris Normal School. Joseph was now hoping to enroll in a school like this. Typically, for students from other provinces, passing Louis the Great School's qualification exam was no easy feat. First, the student needed a recommendation from a local bishop, and then they had to pass the school's selection process. However, for Joseph, these weren't significant hurdles. As the Archbishop of Minny's pupil, securing a recommendation was not difficult, and passing the selection process was also achievable for a time traveler who had obtained a master's degree in a future era. Obstacle standing in Joseph's way was the cost of attending this school. Joseph wrote a letter to Archbishop Minny, seeking his help. He knew that Archbishop Minny was sympathetic to the Jesuits at this time. The Jesuits had been suppressed by Pope Clement XIV, but their influence lingered, and many of Archbishop Minny's practices were clearly influenced by the Jesuits. In his letter, he specifically referred to Louis the Great School as the Claimant School and subtly hinted at his interest in theology. Soon, Archbishop Minny replied to Joseph's letter. He praised Joseph's devoutness, but also advised against joining the church at such a young age. Child, God has many paths for people to follow. Becoming a priest is not the only way to fulfill God's will. I believe you're still too young to make such a decision. Perhaps you should experience other things like love, wealth, and power. Afterward, you might truly understand the path God has prepared for you. Considering you're just an 11-year-old child, I sometimes tend to overlook this, and Paris is quite far away. Leaving you alone in such a distant place worries me. Alfonso, the missionary, has some business in Paris, and I calculated that his departure date is not far from yours. So I've asked him to bring you the 150 francs and accompany you to Paris. Living in Paris is very expensive, and 150 francs alone won't last long. unless you reside in those areas filled with the lower classes. In fact, living there is not a bad idea. In my youth, I also lived in such places, where you could see even darker darkness than darkness itself and find even whiter whiteness in that darkness. Those places can broaden your horizons and even temper your soul. If you were a bit older, say 16, I would think you could live in such a place for a while. But for now, the security is chaotic, and leaving you in such a state is like throwing a lamb into a wolf's den. So I've found a place for you. Between the Latin Quarter and the St. Marceau district, there's a small chapel belonging to the Franciscans. The head priest there, Jean-Jacques, is my friend. I believe he can provide you with a simple but relatively safe place to stay. On the day Joseph received this letter, his younger brother Napoleon also received an admission notice to the Brienne Military Academy. The 10-year-old Napoleon bid farewell to his older brother, eager to embark on his long-awaited journey to the school. My foolish brother, Joseph, couldn't resist poking fun at Napoleon's joy. Do you really think the crows at the Brienne Military Academy are white? I guarantee you it's the same as here, full of self-proclaimed aristocratic fools. You're just jumping from one fire pit to another. Joseph, do you even know anything? I'm going to Brienne to learn, and whether there are fools there or not doesn't matter. Do you think just because there are fools, the sum of the angles in a triangle in their textbooks won't be 180 degrees? As long as I can gain useful knowledge, what does it matter? Of course it matters, Joseph remarked. My foolish brother, even Damascus steel needs a hammer and an anvil to take shape. When you're surrounded by a quagmire, where do you forge your sword? So when you're there, remember to write me often so I can guide you properly. I don't want to see you rusting away in a quagmire. You're the biggest quagmire in the world, Napoleon retorted. Ha ha ha, Joseph laughed heartily. After bidding farewell to Napoleon, 2 weeks later, it was almost time for Joseph's entrance exam at Louis the Great School. It was at this time that the Alfonso missionary mentioned in Archbishop Minnie's letter also arrived at Aix-en-Provence. After securing leave from school, Joseph joined Alphonse on the carriage heading to Avignon. It was May, the most beautiful season of the year. The carriage departed from Marseille, speeding along the road to Paris. The warm spring breeze wafted in through the window, carrying the mixed scents of wildflowers that bloomed profusely along the roadside. Looking out of the window, they passed fields of emerald green wheat, interspersed with various colorful flowers: pink wild thyme, lavender, red and yellow roses. Occasionally, they spotted a few small lilacs swaying in the spring breeze. Inside the carriage were 6 people, including Joseph, a priest, a child, 2 middle-aged men dressed as merchants, and a young couple. Everyone except the lady was wearing long trousers. In France, nobles often wore tight-fitting breeches with knee-high stockings, while commoners wore long trousers. With not much to do during the journey, the passengers engaged in casual conversation. "Father, are you also going to Paris?" asked one of the skinny merchants. "I have some business at Notre Dame," replied Father Alfonso. "This is our bishop's student. He's going to Paris to take the entrance exam at Louis the Great School. I'm accompanying him." "Ah, it must be quite challenging for such a young boy to leave his hometown for Paris," remarked the thin merchant. "Attending school in Paris can be quite costly," the other merchant added. "It probably costs several hundred francs per year. In fact, studying at Louis the Great School itself doesn't require a lot of money," the husband from the young couple chimed in. "The school offers generous scholarships, but the requirements for students are high. First, you need a recommendation from the church, and then you have to pass the entrance selection." Turning to Joseph, he asked, "Child, which subjects are you good at?" Joseph responded, "I can read and write Latin, and I also enjoy mathematics and natural philosophy." "Mathematics is the language God used to create the world. Natural philosophy is another path to draw closer to God," the young man said. "It's great that you have an affinity for these subjects. Drawing closer to God is only through the church, my boy." Father Alfonso said solemnly. "You're absolutely right," the skinny merchant hurriedly agreed, making the sign of the cross on his chest. "The church and the Bible are indeed the only ways to draw closer to God." The young man also quickly retracted his previous statement, but he couldn't resist adding, "But isn't this world God's creation? Admiring the world ultimately amounts to admiring God." "I like that perspective," Joseph interjected. Father Alfonso was about to say something more, but fell silent after hearing Joseph's words. In the late afternoon, at nearly 7 o'clock, the stagecoach arrived in Avignon. The distance from Marseille to Paris was almost 200 to 300 lieues, a traditional French unit of length, approximately 4 kilometers per lieu. Clearly not a journey the stagecoach could complete in a short time. In fact, there was no direct stagecoach from Marseille to Paris. Passengers heading to Paris typically had to change coaches at various stops. In the twilight, the stagecoach passed through the towering city walls of Avignon, entering the ancient city. Once off the carriage, Joseph raised his head and saw the papal palace, perched on the hill, shrouded in the fading light. Avignon had been the residence of the Catholic Pope for a long time, and even though the Pope had long since returned to the Vatican, the city remained a direct territory of the Church. This special status would change only after the outbreak of the French Revolution. That's the papal palace, Alfonso, the priest, explained as he saw Joseph gazing in that direction. Even though the Pope's throne is no longer here, this place remains sacred. Can I go inside and have a look? Joseph asked. Oh, my child, I'm afraid that's not possible. That place is not open to just anyone, Alfonso replied. I, as a messenger of the church, have traveled between Marseille and Paris many times and always pass by here, but I can only admire this sacred palace from a distance. Bishop Minio has been inside if you're interested in what it's like. You can ask the bishop in the future. Joseph shook his head and said, I don't need to ask the bishop. I think I should be able to go inside myself in the future. Alfonso interpreted Joseph's words as his ambition to become a bishop and smiled, saying, the bishop has high hopes for you. But Joseph's true intentions were different. He knew that the French Revolution would break out in a few years, especially during the Reign of Terror when the Catholic Church would be overthrown and trampled upon. Almost all churches would be seized and converted into temples of reason. The religious icons in churches would be replaced with images of revolutionary leaders and historical heroes. The papal palace, as a symbol of reactionary power, would not be spared. By then it would be easy to get inside. Avignon remained a direct territory of the church, and compared to other cities of similar size, it had a much less commercial atmosphere. The streets were not filled with noisy merchants, and most of the people were devout pilgrims. Of course, Joseph understood that this was only a superficial facade. When it came to greed for money and business dealings, very few institutions in the world could match the Roman Catholic Church, which had even invented indulgences and could sell a chicken's feather as an angel's feather. But on the surface, they still had to maintain an appearance of sanctity. After disembarking from the carriage, Joseph followed Alfonso along the streets for about 100 toises, an old French unit of length, approximately 1.624 meters, and arrived at a dark monastery door. However, Alfonso didn't go straight to the main entrance but turned to the right, approaching another dark, smaller door. He gently knocked on the door. The small door didn't open. It had a small window with iron bars. The window was slid open, and an eye appeared. I am the messenger sent by Bishop Minio of the Corsican Diocese to Paris. We'll be staying here for the night. This is the bishop's pupil, and he'll be going to Paris with me, Alfonso said, handing over a document. The eye glanced at Alfonso and then at Joseph. A hand reached through the window to take the document, and then the small window was closed. After a while, with a creaking sound, the rusty small door was opened. A man wearing a black robe with a hood covering most of his face stood in the dark hallway. He remained silent, but Joseph noticed that he had a slight limp. Alfonso led Joseph inside, and the gatekeeper closed the door, locking it. He then reached for a lantern on the wall, holding it up as he walked ahead to guide them. Inside the monastery, there were no windows facing the street, and even in daylight, the corridor was very dark, adding to the eerie silence. The only sources of light were the lantern and the gatekeeper's shadow as he walked ahead. The setting reminded Joseph of the dark underground passages in a video game, and the limping gatekeeper strangely reminded him of the Diablo Wanderer. So Joseph couldn't help but look around with caution, fearing that red demonic imps holding torches might suddenly appear. However, Joseph had to remember that he had crossed into a normal world, and there were no monsters suddenly springing up in the dark, whether impish or demonic. The gatekeeper was just a silent guardian, and wherever he walked, there were no sudden fires. After walking a while, the gatekeeper stopped, took out a set of keys from his waist, opened a small door along the corridor, and then turned back, speaking in a low and disjointed voice. You, tonight, here. He then raised the lantern, bowed, and left. Alfonso and Joseph followed him inside. At this point, the gatekeeper had already lit the candles on a candelabrum in the middle of the room. The room was filled with a dim, yellowish light. Having lit the candles, the gatekeeper left the room, and as he departed, he again bowed his head as he passed through the low doorway. Joseph noticed a long scar on his face. Seemingly aware of Joseph's gaze, after the gatekeeper had left, Alfonso sat down at the table and sighed. He used to be a captain in the king's army. He was wounded during those 7 years of war, and after retiring, couldn't find anything to do. He eventually became a gatekeeper here. He continued with another sigh. These days are getting tougher and tougher. Healthy people struggle to survive, and what about someone like him? Fortunately, the church won't forget those who fought for the Catholic cause. May God bless him. Amen. Amen, Joseph echoed. The next day, just as the day was breaking, Joseph and Alfonso left the monastery, purchased 2 tickets for the stagecoach to Les Tuileries, and boarded. As soon as they stepped inside, they heard a surprised voice saying, Father Alfonso, young Joseph. They turned to see the same couple they had met on the carriage the previous day. Oh, it's you. Are you also headed to Les Tuileries? Alfonso asked. Oh, we're going to Lyon, the husband said with a happy smile. I found a job at a school there. That sounds like a good job, Alfonso said. They all started chatting as if they had forgotten the argument that had taken place in the carriage the previous day. However, when they reached Lyon and parted ways, Alfonso sighed and said to Joseph, "I never expected the influence of that heretic to be so great." "What heretic?" Joseph asked. "That's the one who was dragged down to hell by the devil just last year," Alfonso replied with an uncommonly harsh tone. "That damned heretic, Voltaire. It said that he spoke blasphemous words even on his deathbed, saying that he wanted to be buried half inside a church and half outside. That way, if he somehow made it to heaven, he could enter from the church's half, and if actually it's not, if but when's condemned to hell he can escape from the outside half. Where can he escape to when facing the eternal hands of the Lord? I'm sure he's quite cozy in that fiery pit now. Ha ha ha." "But Mr. Garricault didn't mention Voltaire just now," Joseph said, "and what he said didn't seem particularly unreasonable." "You're right," Alfonso said. "He didn't directly mention that heretic, but many of his viewpoints, well, they might seem reasonable, even very logical to you, but they actually originate from that heretic. Joseph, you have to understand, that's the terrifying part of the devil. The devil will never reveal its true face to people. Instead, they masquerade as prophets, saints, using their seemingly radiant truths to lure you onto the wrong path. That's what makes heretics, devils, false prophets, and antichrist the most frightening and dangerous. Child, you should know that Lucifer, originally the most glorious archangel beside God, also possessed the deceptive brilliance. So if we don't put our faith in the church, we can easily be deceived by them. May God punish them, amen." In the days that followed, their routine remained the same. They would buy 2 coach tickets, travel for a day to a town closer to Paris, rest in a monastery or a hotel if necessary, and then buy another coach ticket. It was on the evening of the 10th day when Alfonso and Joseph finally reached the capital of France, Paris. The coach traversed dusty streets and came to a halt on a street called Rue des Neiges, which lay on the outskirts of Paris. On one side of the street was the solemn convent of the Sisters of Perpetual Adoration, resembling a tomb. On the other side there were shabby houses inhabited by the lower classes. Their journey ended here. To reach their final destination, passengers would either need to pay for public carriages or rely on their own legs, as it was quite far and not particularly safe in this area. Alfonso led Joseph onto a public carriage, and after about half an hour, they arrived at the Grand Saint Genevieve Cathedral. In the future, this cathedral would be seized by the revolutionary government after the outbreak of the French Revolution, transformed into a burial ground for great men, known as the Pantheon. However, at this time, the Saint Genevieve Cathedral remained an important church under the control of the Catholic Church. Although this wasn't Joseph's destination, it was where Alfonso, the monk, intended to go. He escorted Joseph into the church and left him in a waiting room while he went to deliver a message to the bishop. After a short wait in the waiting room, Joseph saw Alfonso return. "All right, I've delivered the message. Now I'll take you to meet Father Jean-Jacques," Alfonso said. Father Jean-Jacques' small chapel was a bit of a trek from here. As there were no public carriages available at this time, they had to walk along the lamplighted streets. It took them nearly an hour, and by the time they arrived, the moon had risen high, casting its silvery light on the steps in front of the small chapel. Alfonso led Joseph up the steps and knocked on the door gently. After a while, they saw light spilling through a narrow gap in the door, followed by heavy footsteps from inside the building as if a bear were approaching. "Just a moment, I'll open the door." "Blast it, door latch is stuck." "Ah, please wait a bit, I'll fix it." A coarse and breathless voice came from inside the door. However, the door didn't open as quickly as expected. It rattled and was sometimes pulled hard from the inside, but it didn't open. More complaints came from within. "What's going on? Why can't I open it?" "Ah, please wait a bit more." After about 10 minutes, there was a loud click, and the door finally swung open, a rush of air spilling out. Joseph peered inside and saw a man who was about his height, but at least twice as wide at the waist. He had a stocky build, and if he were transported to the future, he wouldn't need any makeup to play the role of the King of the Hill. Beside him was a nanny-like figure holding a candlestick, one hand cupped near the flame to protect it from the wind. "Alfonso, haha, you finally arrived. Is the old man doing well?" The King of the Hill boomed, causing birds resting in the nearby trees to take flight. "Father Jean-Jacques, the bishop, is in good health," Alfonso replied. "Aside from bringing Joseph here as instructed by the bishop, I also have a message for you." "What does the old man say?" the King of the Hill inquired. "The bishop instructed me to tell you that gluttony is a sin," Alfonso answered calmly. The King of the Hill's voice lowered and he grumbled something inaudible. "All right, enough of the complaints. Joseph, let me introduce you. This is Joseph, the bishop's protege. He's the one preparing to study at the school of King Louis." "Ah, I know. Well, come in, both of you. This darned door. Nell, go get that cabinet from over there. We'll use it to block the door for the night." "Father, I know, but it would be better if you helped me with it." "Oh, really? I've told you to eat more. How can you have the strength if you don't eat, even for a cabinet?" This place would be Joseph's home for the next few years. Joseph easily passed the entrance exam for the school of King Louis. He intended to study there for a few years, make some connections, and then leave Paris before the outbreak of the French Revolution, which was bound to bring chaos. He planned to go to the provinces and take advantage of the Girondins' time in power to speculate and amass wealth, ensuring his family's prosperity. He also had to prevent his foolish brother from making disastrous decisions in Spain, especially in Russia. To do that, he needed to have a strong position and not be the useless brother who relied entirely on his brother's success, as history portrayed him. My foolish brother is prideful and arrogant, thinking he's above everyone else. It won't be easy to put a stop to his reckless actions. Joseph's days passed as he had planned. He excelled in school, earned a full scholarship, and built a good reputation among literary and scientific circles. He also took up some translation and other odd jobs to earn extra money. Everything was going smoothly until he received a letter with unfortunate news. His father was gravely ill, and the family's financial situation had become dire. Joseph's scholarship and living in the church had kept him self-sufficient until now. However, with the added financial burden of supporting his siblings, he needed to find a way to earn more money. How could I forget the hereditary stomach cancer in the Bonaparte family? Joseph pondered. The Bonaparte family had always been threatened by hereditary stomach cancer, especially among the males. Out of all his siblings, Joseph was the only one who hadn't been afflicted by it. He knew that just because he had avoided it in the original timeline didn't mean he was safe in this one. Now, he needed to consider how to shoulder the family's responsibilities while maintaining his studies. But what could he do to increase his income effectively? Working a regular job was out of the question. He couldn't afford to quit his studies, as it would derail his entire plan. So he had to find opportunities to make more money at the various salons he frequented. Joseph, what are you looking at? You don't seem well. A voice broke his thoughts. Joseph turned to see a freckled young man named Armand René de Lavas, his fellow student and friend. Armand had a certain artistic flair and even had an uncle who was well known in history. Unlike his famous uncle, Armand had no talent in the natural sciences but excelled in the arts, particularly as one of the pillars of the Louis School's student theater. Oh, it's Armand. I received a letter that my father is seriously ill. This might affect my financial situation, Joseph said, placing the letter away. Joseph, I believe your father's illness must be quite severe, Armand said, sitting down beside Joseph on the bench, their conversation illuminated by the noon breeze rustling the leaves of the plane trees above. I know you have a full scholarship and you live in the church, so you probably don't spend much. Your family's financial situation shouldn't be a concern, Armand continued, so I suspect it's not about money. Joseph blinked, surprised by Armand's perceptiveness. Armand then took out a small bottle, unscrewed the cap, and poured some liquid into the cap. He looked at Joseph and asked, "Would you like some?" "What is this?" Joseph furrowed his brow and asked. When it came to unknown substances, Joseph didn't have much of an appetite for trying them. It was clear that he wasn't one to indulge in extravagant feasts, even before his time-traveling adventures. Let me tell you, this crystalline liquid is the ambrosia that the goddess of youth, Hebe, served to Zeus, the thunder god, during their time. It's the divine nectar bestowed upon his followers by the muse. Try it, it can bring you various dreams and inspirations, making you forget all your worries, Armand replied in an exaggerated tone, reminiscent of a Shakespearean performance. Come on, Armand, you're not on stage and you're not reciting the Aeneid. Just tell me plainly, what is this stuff? Joseph's tone grew impatient. You ordinary mortal, endless treasures lie before you, but you lack the eyes to see them. Armand continued with a melodious voice. Do you love gold? With this you could open the treasures of Ali Baba and Alexander the Great before your very eyes. Do you cherish fantasies? Drinking this elixir, the boundless cosmos and deep oceans will open their arms to you. Do you covet power? Sip it, and you'll become Caesar, Augustus, or Alexander. Isn't that enticing enough? What is it really? Joseph furrowed his brow. He was aware that this era was marked by the widespread abuse of various psychoactive substances. Have you heard of hashish? Armand asked. Of course I have, and I know about the Assassin's Creed too, Joseph thought, then said, certainly I'm familiar. Then you should know the old man from the mountains who wanted to assassinate Philip Augustus. Legend has it that he ruled over a prosperous valley between towering mountains. That's where his legendary name comes from. It's said that in that mysterious valley, he had a garden where he cultivated a sacred herb. His followers, the assassins, believed that consuming it could transport them to heaven prematurely. After experiencing the joys of paradise, they all believed that serving that old man would secure their place in heaven forever. So whoever he commanded them to kill, they did, no matter how far they had to travel or how much suffering they had to endure. They feared nothing because they saw it as a means to rejoin the heaven they had briefly experienced. My friend, the key to this heaven is right in front of you. Indian hemp, Joseph exclaimed. Yes, that's it, Armand replied with an exaggerated smile. So do you want to give it a try? No, Joseph hastily responded. Armand, you know, I've always been resistant to these unusual things when it comes to consumption. Well, Joseph, how much joy you miss in your life because of that. But maybe you don't need it, considering you're never short of sparks of inspiration. Besides, your attitude toward food is somewhat similar to my uncle's. Well, what's wrong with my father? Joseph said sadly. But the doctors suspect he has a tumor in his stomach, causing constant ulcer bleeding. It's very dangerous, and the doctors have almost no way to treat it. They think he might not have long left. I might have to leave school soon and go back to Corsica. Will you come back? Armand asked. I hope to come back, Joseph replied. Who would want to leave Paris? But you know I have several siblings. My sisters are fine, but my brothers are all in school, and that's a considerable expense. If something really happens to my father, as the eldest in the family, I'll have to step up and take on the family's responsibilities. Joseph shook his head and said, My friend, our family's financial situation is much worse than you imagine. The impoverished nobility you're talking about is the French impoverished nobility, but the impoverished nobility in Corsica is even poorer. You know, Corsica has just gone through a war, and war wreaked havoc on our wealth. Additionally, at the beginning, France didn't recognize Corsican nobility as noble, even though they later conditionally recognized it. Obtaining that recognition required a lot of money that nearly drained our family. So now, we're much poorer than you imagine. All right, Armand said, but I still think, by the way, how's your English? It's pretty good, maybe even a bit better than my French, Joseph replied. What do you ask? Shortly after this conversation, Armand handed over 2 scripts, Shakespeare's Timon of Athens and Milton's Samson Agonists, along with various poems and other materials to Joseph. These have been piling up in my place for the past 2 years, almost half a year. You know, I don't have that much time to work on these. Anyway, it's been delayed, so take your time. They're in no rush on that end, Armand told Joseph after giving him the materials. Joseph had just taken leave and was preparing to return to Corsica. Joseph, I hope your father is fine, and you can come back as soon as possible, another classmate named Raphael said. In our discussions, you always provide us with a lot of inspiration. Without you, our club meetings have become rather dull. Raphael is right, our club can't do without you, another student named Orenor, who relied on scholarships just like Joseph, chimed in. Emotionally, he was closer to Joseph due to their shared financial struggles. The club that Raphael mentioned was called Youth Companions. It was a small group of young people who had different lifestyles and attitudes, but shared a common discontent with the present and a variety of idealistic aspirations for the future. In fact, such idealistic youth were quite numerous in various schools in contemporary France. Joseph knew that many of these seemingly naive and idealistic youth would later become prominent figures in the French Revolution. Their seemingly childish gatherings in the eyes of contemporary people would evolve into political parties. For example, the famous Jacobins had started as a club. Youth Companions was, in fact, the precursor of such a political party. Its members were a diverse group, including those who lived comfortably like Armand, those with meager means like Joseph, prosperous merchant sons like Raphael, and impoverished families like Orenor. Although their personalities varied, Armand was outgoing and flamboyant, Raphael was mature and easygoing, and Orenor was reserved but resolute when it came to action. They all shared a common view, that the current French system was unjust and needed reform. However, they had not yet fully agreed on how that reform should take place. Armand's influence from Voltaire was evident. Like Voltaire, he enjoyed using sharp language to satirize the church, but he admired the British-style constitutional system and often brought up the Glorious Revolution and the Bill of Rights when discussing political matters. Orenor, on the other hand, opposed any monarchy. One of his uncles had fought alongside General Lafayette in North America and had told him numerous stories about the United States. This made Orenor a staunch supporter of a republic. He believed that France should become a republic and opposed any form of monarchy. Raphael believed that, in theory, a republic was the best, as it aligned with the principles of equality for all. This, in fact, was consistent with the teachings of Christ. Even the prophet Moses was against monarchy, Lucian said. However, Raphael also recognized that monarchy was a part of France's tradition, and the common people were accustomed to being ruled by kings. Thus, he thought a constitutional monarchy was an acceptable compromise. Joseph, on the other hand, appeared less concerned with the form of government and more focused on individual rights. I don't care who is ruling the country, whether it's a king or a president, he said. What matters to me is that their power must be constrained, and they shouldn't arbitrarily interfere with my freedom and rights. In the Declaration of Independence of North America, there is a point I strongly agree with. The people have the right to overthrow tyranny. Only power recognized by the entire people is legitimate power. In this regard, I respect whatever choice the French people make. This statement was quite smooth, especially the last part. However, the youth of this era, who hadn't been exposed to the diplomatic jargon of a certain future foreign ministry, found Joseph's words quite reasonable. They overlooked the crucial point: who represented the people. Joseph, after all, had traveled through time and had experience in discussing various forms of government on internet forums. He could present the strengths and weaknesses of different political systems logically and make others think he had a point. In fact, compared to people in the future who were more experienced and knowledgeable, the young members of the Youth Companions Club were much more naive and easier to influence. Therefore, Joseph successfully turned his viewpoint into the club's common ideology. He became the spiritual leader of the club. Now, he had to leave Paris temporarily, and several classmates had taken leave to see him off. "Joseph, don't worry too much about financial issues," Raphael reassured him. "Finding an opportunity to make money in Paris is easier than in the provinces. Come back as soon as family matters are settled. We will find a way together. If you're really short of money, I can ask my father for some funds. It won't be much, but a few hundred francs should be no problem, and it's interest-free." "Raphael, didn't you say your father is quite stingy?" Orinor asked. "That's true, but when it comes to spending money where it's really needed, he's generous." Raphael shook his head. "You see, he strictly controls every penny of mine, and I can't even have an extra glass of beer after a full meal. According to that old man, drinking beer is less efficient than eating dark bread. But on the other hand, that old man said to me when he sent me to school, 'Raphael, you know Louis the Great School is one of the best schools. People who can study here fall into two categories: those who are wealthy and have high social status, and those who are very talented.' Raphael, you know I'm frugal, and I believe frugality is a virtue. But do you really think I've become rich because I'm more frugal than others? No, it's because I know where to spend money most effectively. I invest money and time to send you to Louis the Great School for two reasons. First, you can learn many skills here that I can't teach you. Second, you can meet many capable people there, make friends with them, and it will be more convenient for you in the future no matter what you do. So I've never been stingy when it comes to such matters." Raphael, Armand exclaimed, "Your father is truly an extraordinary man. Perhaps I should introduce my uncle to your father. They'll definitely become friends. Oh, Armand, if you can arrange for my father to meet Mr. Lavassie, he'll probably be willing to spend money to treat us all to champagne. But you should consider that my father will likely use this opportunity to make more money," Lucien replied. "Also, my father will definitely not become friends with your uncle. His only friends are wealthy people." "Raphael, are you sure your father would consider me a worthwhile investment?" Joseph inquired. "Of course, because I believe so, and my father thinks that first. My loyalty to him is unquestionable. Second, among the people he knows, there are very few who are both loyal and capable of identifying talent and potential. I'm certain to be one of them. Besides, my father has said, in business, you won't always make a profit and you will certainly incur losses. Taking risks is a part of doing business. I think that although it's not certain, Joseph, you may become a figure of historical significance in the future. Ah, Raphael, I'll be remembered in history too. How about giving me some investment?" Armand joked. Lucien looked at Armand and burst into laughter. "Armand, I believe you might also be remembered in history one day." "But my father has said, a poet, even one remembered in history, is not a good investment, at least not while he's alive." "Damn, that sounds just like what my uncle said." Armand feigned annoyance. "Joseph, make sure to come back," Orinor said as he held Joseph's hand. "If possible, I will return as soon as I can," Joseph replied. With these words, he lifted his hat to the group and boarded the carriage. Carlo's illness progressed rapidly. By the time Joseph returned to Corsica, Carlo was already in a terminal state. For most of the day, he remained in a coma, with no more than 2 hours of wakefulness. At this point, the doctors were completely powerless. In this era, European doctors had only one method for dealing with severe illnesses: bloodletting. Even in the future, stomach cancer would be fatal if not detected early. In this era, there was no technology for early detection, let alone treatment once the disease was found. So at this point, the doctor simply told everyone, "Mr. Carlo now needs a priest, not a doctor." Napoleon had also returned, arriving a day before Joseph. When Joseph came back, the whole family was reunited. On this evening, when Carlo temporarily regained consciousness, the priest began the final prayers for him. Carlo's wife held his hand and the children gathered around him. His gaze shifted from his wife to his children and finally settled on Joseph. "Joseph," Carlo spoke in a weak voice. "Father, I'm here," Joseph replied. "Take care of the family." These were Carlo's last words to Joseph. The Bonaparte family was a very traditional Corsican family. This meant that in their household, women didn't meddle in affairs much. Letizia was a good wife and a good mother, always enduring even the toughest times silently. But she was also a very traditional Corsican woman, and when it came to making decisions, she remained silent. So after Carlo's death, almost all decisions in the family were left to Joseph. Whenever his younger siblings had questions for their mother, she would always say, "Go ask your brother and see what he says," just like she used to say, "Go ask your father," when Carlo was still alive. Thus, Joseph suddenly became very busy. First, he arranged his father's funeral, and then he dealt with the inheritance and debts. Fortunately, his uncle helped with these matters, and the presence of Bishop Minio also made many people think twice before trying to take advantage of the family in the absence of adult males. So these matters went quite smoothly. On the third day after the funeral, most of the lingering issues were resolved. That evening, Joseph gathered his mother, uncle, and several younger siblings together. Mother, uncle, and my brothers and sisters, the funeral and related matters regarding father are basically wrapped up, Joseph began. After losing father, our family's situation has changed significantly. Our previous way of life is certainly going to change as well. We must adapt to these changes and prepare in advance. Now, I'll explain the possible changes our family might undergo. Everyone listened attentively to Joseph's words. After father's passing, his salary naturally ceased. You all know that our family owns very little land, and the yield is limited. Without father's income from the governor's office, our family's income will be reduced to 1/3 of what it was before, relying solely on the meager produce from our remaining land. This means we'll barely make ends meet. Your allowances and even your education funds will be in jeopardy. Napoleon, you're studying at the military school, and after graduation, you'll naturally join the army. Military school doesn't require much money. However, your allowance may have to be cut. That's not a problem, Napoleon replied. I've looked into your performance these past years, Joseph continued. Your math, geography, and history are impressive, but I'm disappointed with your language skills. Math, geography, and history are all useful in warfare. Language, Napoleon hesitated. My dear brother, language is also a weapon in battle. Joseph glanced at Napoleon and said, Do you not know how Wellington defeated Soult? The ability to use language has always been indispensable for a great general. Hearing Joseph use Emperor Wellington as an example, Napoleon stopped arguing. You see, I'm graduating in a year, but we're currently in a tight spot. If I drop out of school now, I can find work, although the income will be much lower than what father earned. If we can hold out for a year until I graduate and find a job, our income will roughly double, though it still won't match father's. But this figure can barely sustain our family's living expenses. Clearly, in the long run, dropping out of school is not the best choice for me or our family. However, we can't ignore the present situation either, so I have come up with an alternative plan. I have a classmate named Armand, who is Mr. Lavasseur's nephew, as I mentioned in my letter to you, Napoleon. He has several translation scripts and poems he can pass on to me. This way I can continue my studies while earning some income. Besides, my classmate Lucien can lend me some money. If we tighten our belts at home, we should manage to get by for a year. Of course, Napoleon, if you improved your language skills a bit, perhaps you could join in and help out in some way, lightening my load. However, with your current performance, I can't entrust such tasks to you. I understand. I'll work on it, Napoleon replied, lowering his head. Joseph then turned to his other younger siblings. Lucien, although you're still young, you need to know that you're also part of this family and you need to study hard. Our family may carry a noble title, but we're not like those idle nobles in France who don't lift a finger. Men in our family must have skills. Lucien, do you know where the abilities of outstanding individuals come from? They come from learning, from overcoming difficulties. You're at an age where you should receive an education. I'll do my best to ensure your education isn't affected by our financial difficulties, but you also have to work hard. Louis, the same goes for you. When I graduate next year and find a good job, if possible, I'll take both you and Lucien to Paris for better education. In terms of the educational environment, Paris is much better than Corsica. Joseph, I'm graduating at the end of this year. Right now, I have an opportunity to be selected for the Paris Military Academy. After graduating from there, I can secure a higher position and better prospects. I don't know, Napoleon began. My dear brother, what's there to hesitate about? Do you doubt your brother's ability to provide for the family with your meager intelligence? Joseph interrupted. Napoleon, do your best to get into the Paris Military Academy and leave the current matters to me, Joseph responded. Joseph, where am I foolish? I'm just… Napoleon, rarely protesting against Joseph's label of foolish, began to argue. Oh, Joseph immediately retorted, Napoleon, your mathematics is outstanding among all subjects. Do you want me to give you a problem to prove it to yourself? Napoleon was taken aback and after a moment reluctantly said, Joseph, you're not a kind person. After spending a few days arranging family matters, Joseph set off for Paris once again. During these days and even on the journey, he would seize any spare moment, even if it was just 10 minutes, to translate the materials he had on hand. The day after he returned to Paris, Joseph first reported back to school and then found Armand, handing over a manuscript to him. This is the translation of Themistocles in Athens. Please take a look and let me know if any revisions are needed, and I'll make the changes, Joseph told Armand. Joseph, you completed this so quickly. Armand was surprised. For me, this would take more than half a year at least. You're slow because you're thorough. I'm fast but rough, Joseph explained. Joseph, I appreciate your kind words. However, I know the reason I'm slow isn't due to thoroughness, but because I'm lazy. I'm like the idle kings of history who neglect their duties. As for you, you're a hardworking person. In fact, for literary translations, it's best to complete them in one go. This way you can maintain the emotional and stylistic consistency. Well, I'll take a look when I have the time. As for your fee, I'll give it to you in a few days. Armand had a habit of procrastination, and when he said he'd pay in a few days, Joseph prepared for a delay of at least 2 weeks. But to his surprise, after just 3 days, Armand handed over the commission for the translation, 50 francs in total. Joseph, the quality of the manuscript is excellent. If you can maintain this quality and speed, you could earn 600 francs annually. With your scholarship, and by the way, how many younger brothers do you have? 4, of which 3 are of an age to be educated. However, the eldest is in the military academy, so like me, he doesn't require funding, Joseph replied. Joseph replied, in Corsica, there's a saying, only when you have to deal with foxes do you realize there aren't enough hunting dogs. Only when you have to deal with enemies do you realize there aren't enough brothers. So we Corsicans never complain about having too many brothers or friends. That saying is quite interesting, Armand said. However, it's a bit long. It could be condensed further. Maybe when you translated it from Corsican dialect to French, the flavor changed. I find that your translations, while precise, tend to be a bit verbose. If it were me, I would translate the saying like this. In Corsica, there's a saying, dogs are never enough when you need them. Joseph's life had indeed become as challenging as Armand had predicted. He survived on nothing but black bread and cold water, enduring this harsh existence for approximately 2 months. During this time, Joseph managed to transform his physique into something resembling a twig. Joseph, there's a theater troupe preparing a comedy called The Island Governor. It's adapted from Don Quixote. I think your current physique is perfect for playing the role of Don Quixote, Armand said with a mischievous smile. Good Lord, Joseph exclaimed. In this play, Don Quixote isn't the main character, right? The protagonist should be Sancho. He observed Armand and added, I must say, you'd have to put in a lot of effort if you want to play the main role. Who said I want to play the main role? How is that even possible? Armand retorted. Sancho is a short, chubby character, and I, although slightly shorter than you, have nothing in common with short or chubby. Joseph, are you losing your mind, or is it your eyesight that's failing you? Or maybe you're so immersed in the role that you're already seeing windmills as giants. Joseph burst into laughter. Ah, Armand, your brain is incredibly rigid. Comedy is absurd precisely because of its absurdity. You should understand that the world is absurd, life is painful, my friend. That's the reality of the world. He continued, in the past, King Midas searched for the companion of the god of wine, clever Silenus, for a long time in the forest. When he finally caught Silenus, the king asked, what is the best thing for a human? Silenus, bewildered, remained silent. After the king pressured him, Silenus finally spoke with a booming laughter. Miserable creatures of brief and troubled existence, why do you force me to tell you the best thing you should avoid hearing? The best thing in the world is to never be born, to not exist, to become nothing. But for the second best, you can still seek it, hurry up and die. What a dreadful story. When we lift the veil of the fog shrouding the towering Mount Olympus, we can see the terrifying forces of nature that govern all knowledge. These forces torment Prometheus, the great lover of humanity, and bring misery to the house of Atreus, which compels Orestes to kill his mother. Behind the divine and majestic Greek gods, we discover the dreadful Titans. To survive, the sensitive Greeks had to create a dream to shield themselves from the terrifying reality. Just as Apollo raised the severed head of Medusa, scaring away all other monsters, comedy and all forms of art serve as this dream. Dreams can be absurd, even must be absurd. Only the horrifying Medusa can fend off other horrifying monsters. So why fixate on whether Sancho is short and chubby? Joseph, you rascal, Armand said. You're just using your knowledge to confound people. My head is spinning from talking to you. While what you say seems to make some sense, the audience needs a beautiful dream, not a nightmare that startles them. I doubt they'd accept a Sancho as tall and handsome as me. Indeed, the contrast between Sancho's appearance and his wisdom creates an interesting dynamic that amuses the audience. If you take the main role, that contrast disappears. However, my friend, have you forgotten that there's a way to make Helen look like a Gorgon, even if it can't turn Gorgons into Helens? Joseph smiled. You mean makeup, right, but how can makeup turn a tall person into a short one? Armand asked in confusion. Why not? In this world, there's always a solution to problems, we just lack clever minds to think of them, Joseph said while picking up a pencil and a sheet of paper covered with math problems from the nearby table. He continued, you see, we can use a technique like making a whalebone skirt to create a... Joseph explained as he drew on the paper. This is... Armand's eyes widened. Well, it seems like it could work, but it might be quite challenging for the actors. Yes, it's a bit challenging, but finding a dwarf actor who can act is not easy. But an actor who can act and endure hardship is easier to find, Joseph remarked. Moreover, there's an advantage to this approach. When the play ends and the actors come on stage to bow, the actor who played the dwarf suddenly stands up straight. That would be quite comical. He, Armand laughed as he pocketed the drawing Joseph had made. Joseph, you should patent this design in England. Although it may not be recognized in France, England is known for its patents, and they do have patent laws. So England excels in technological inventions compared to France, Joseph replied. 2 days after this conversation, Armand came to find Joseph again. Joseph, your idea from last time is excellent, especially the final act with the audience erupting in laughter. The effect is fantastic. I believe, Joseph, you could become a playwright. You know, the scripts of ancient Greek and Roman plays, even the Renaissance works, often feel too antiquated for modern audiences. Even modern literature often imitates the ancients too much, making it challenging to perform without modifications. So many theater troupes need a playwright. Armand explained further. These playwrights are often former actors who understand the stage well, but may lack a deep appreciation of art. So many theater companies look for playwrights who have both theatrical knowledge and artistic sensibilities to collaborate. Just like the Dragon and Rose theater troupe that performed The Island Governor last time, they are also looking for a playwright with your skills. Additionally, many artists start their careers in this role. They did ask me to be their playwright, but you know I'm busy, and now you need money. Joseph, my friend, do you have the energy and time to take on this job? Armand asked. Armand commented, you know, Joseph, one fascinating thing about talking to you is that I always hear profound and philosophical statements. You're quite an interesting person. If you didn't deliberately put on a priestly facade, you'd surely be popular with the ladies. Although, compared to me, maybe you still have some catching up to do. Definitely better than Lucian. You see, Lucian already has a mistress. Of course, Armand replied with excitement in his voice. I saw Lucian near the St. Genevieve Church earlier, wearing a new coat, a new hat, polished shoes, and holding a bouquet of flowers. He had a wooden, clueless expression, and he didn't even notice me when I greeted him. I looked at the anxious yet eager expression on his face, which resembled someone preparing for a dissertation defense and a general ready for battle. Ah, that expression is familiar to me because I've seen it so many times. I've given it a name in biology, in heat. Lucian has fallen into this state. I'm sure he has a mistress now. There's no doubt about it. Joseph inquired, so you're not certain? Armand explained, I did follow him, thinking he'd meet his lover in the small garden behind the church. I even thought, this guy knows where to find a quiet spot. But to my surprise, he got on a public carriage and... Joseph finished his sentence, and then you lost him, right? Exactly. But I'll find out for sure who this enchantress is who managed to bewitch our Lucian into such a state, Armand declared with a chuckle. Oh, by the way, Mr. Denard, the director of the Dragon and Rose troupe, would like to meet you for coffee. Can you make time for that? Armand asked. Joseph responded, how about next Sunday afternoon? I don't have any commitments that afternoon. Great. I'll arrange a meeting with Mr. Denard then. Any specific location you prefer? Armand inquired. Any place will do, Joseph replied. On a Sunday afternoon, just after lunch, Armand took Joseph to a cafe near the Archbishop's Palace. The Archbishop's Palace was the private domain of the Duke of Orleans, a high-ranking noble, and the eldest son of the Duke, who also happened to be named Joseph, had transformed the palace's corridors into various shops and cafes. Since these places were the private domains of the nobility, the royal police had no jurisdiction here, making it a haven for ordinary citizens, a place where the law did not apply. As a result, this area became a hub for all kinds of illegal activities in Paris, and there was nothing quite like it. Smuggling, trading in contraband, and gatherings of organizations conspiring against the church and the king often took place here. It later became a significant meeting place for the famous Jacobin Club. The man responsible for all this, Charles, Duke of Orleans, later inheriting his father's title and becoming the new Duke of Orleans, was a relative of the king and one of France's most prominent feudal lords. Yet he was a staunch liberal, a devoted follower of Jean-Jacques Rousseau, and a firm believer in the Enlightenment. He advocated for the establishment of a democratic, constitutional monarchy in France, with a clear separation of church and state. He also believed in abolishing the feudal system and slavery, and he counted many conspirators among his friends. Armand and Joseph took a seat by the window in the cafe. The afternoon sun streamed through the window, illuminating a bright red rose placed in the center of their table. It seems we've arrived earlier than Mr. Denade, Armand said with a smile. A waitress approached them and asked, "What can I get for you, gentlemen?" "2 cups of coffee, please," Armand replied. The waitress retreated and soon returned with a tray, placing 2 cups of coffee in front of them. 6 sous, she said. Charles the Duke rented the shops at a low cost, but he had a condition. The prices of goods in these shops had to be relatively affordable. Sometimes the Duke himself would disguise as a commoner, wearing trousers, and wander through these cafes, bars, and other shops. Armand placed 8 sous on the waitress's tray. She thanked him and left. "Joseph, you can't stay cooped up in your room all the time. You should come here often, mingle, and meet various people. You'll learn a lot," Armand remarked, taking a sip of his coffee. Joseph was about to respond when the cafe's door swung open once more. A man in his 40s, wearing a gray woolen short coat, entered. He craned his neck, scanning the surroundings. Armand waved his arm, trying to get his attention. Then he said to Joseph, "That's Captain Denade. His eyes are as blind as a bear's in the Ardennes forest, and he can't see very well from a distance." Danaid had obviously spotted them and made his way over, pulling a chair to sit beside them. Armand, it's true my eyes are as blind as a bear's, but my ears and nose are as sharp as a bear's too. I heard everything you said, Danaid laughed. Well, is this Mr. Bonaparte, I presume? I am Henry Danaid, the director of the Dragon and Rose Theatre. You can call me Henry. As he spoke, Danaid extended his hand to Joseph. Joseph shook it and said, Joseph Bonaparte, I'm Armand's classmate. Close friend, Armand added. You can call me Joseph, Joseph said. Well, Joseph, my purpose for being here, Armand should have told you, Danaid said. For a long time now, our theater company has been in need of a well-educated playwright. I've been trying to convince Armand, but he's a lazy fellow and always takes his time. The last idea you provided us was splendid, especially the applause during the final curtain. The audience nearly tore the roof off with their clapping. After reviewing some of the scripts you translated, along with Armand's recommendation, I believe you can easily replace Armand as the playwright. I just wonder if you're interested in working part-time for my theater company. As they discussed their collaboration and compensation, the cafe's door opened once again. It was a common occurrence in a place like this, people coming and going, and nobody paid much attention to it. A man in his 30s wearing a black hat, green eyes, and a light red beard walked in. He glanced around and spotted Armand and his companions. He walked over. Armand, I never expected to run into you here, he said. Ah, Mr. Philippe. Armand's words noticeably faltered when he saw this Mr. Philippe. He hurriedly stood up and introduced the other two. This is my classmate Joseph, Joseph Bonaparte. And this is Mr. Danaid, the director of the Dragon and Rose Theatre. Joseph and Danaid stood as well, offering their greetings to Mr. Philippe. No need to be so formal. Please have a seat, Mr. Philippe said. I'd like to introduce myself. I'm a friend of Armand's uncle, Mr. Lavox, so I know Armand. I had some free time today, saw Armand here, and decided to say hello. So what were you all discussing? Mr. Danaid is the director of the Dragon and Rose Theatre, and he's looking for a playwright with a good sense of art. My classmate Joseph here fits the bill, so I introduced them, Armand quickly explained. The Dragon and Rose Theatre, Mr. Philippe smiled. Ah, the one that staged, the governor of the island, right? I watched it. The performance was impressive, especially during the final curtain when your Samson suddenly stood up and turned out to be the tallest actor on stage. It was quite amusing, but what I liked most was your message, the noble are not always wise and upright, and the humble can be noble. The script was excellent. Who wrote it? Although Mr. Danaid didn't know Mr. Philippe's background, he could tell from Armand's attitude and Mr. Philippe's claim of being Mr. Lavox's friend that Mr. Philippe was far from ordinary. He was likely a person of high status, or perhaps a theory suddenly emerged in Mr. Danaid's mind. So he respectfully replied, Mr. Philippe, I originally drafted the script myself, and then Armand helped me refine it. As for the idea to have the tallest actor play Samson, that was Mr. Bonaparte's creative touch. Ah, Armand, it's good to hear that you've been doing something meaningful, Mr. Philippe said with a smile. Mr. Danaid, well, Joseph, I'm sure you both will create more remarkable works in the future. With that, he stood, tipped his hat slightly, and said, I see a friend of mine has arrived. I must take my leave. After saying this, he walked away from their table and moved to another part of the cafe. Seeing Mr. Philippe depart, Armand lowered his voice and said, Joseph, this Mr. Philippe. Armand lowered his voice as well and said, he's the owner of this place, Louis-Philippe Joseph, Duke of Orleans, Charles Duke. I never expected to run into him here. This is the Duke of Orleans. Joseph was taken aback. He doesn't look like a high-ranking noble at all. The Duke is an unusual noble. He's the complete opposite of the Queen, Armand whispered. Joseph was not well versed in history, but he knew some basic facts about the upcoming French Revolution. He understood the dangers of getting too involved with influential figures, especially during the turbulent times ahead. He even considered finding an excuse to return to Corsica before the revolution started. The three of them continued to discuss their collaboration and compensation before bidding each other farewell. Upon returning to their lodging, they found Father Jean-Jacques with a letter in his hand. Ah, Joseph, you're back. Your brother sent you a letter. Joseph eagerly took the letter, thanked Father Jean-Jacques, and retreated to his room. He sat at the small table by his window, used a small knife to open the envelope, and read the contents. The letter contained information Joseph was already aware of. Napoleon had secured the recommendation he needed, and in about a month, around November 20th, he would be ready to set out for Paris. Joseph walked along the leaf-strewn streets with a small figure trailing behind him. Napoleon, your idea is intriguing. However, I don't think your actions will have much effect, and in fact, they might lead to resentment from others, Joseph said as he shook his head gently. Napoleon, do you know what I admire most about you? I admire your courage. You see something and you boldly act on it. You believe you can overcome any challenge and nothing can stand in your way. You never let I can't follow I want. This is a fantastic quality, and many heroes throughout history possessed it, enabling them to conquer obstacles and achieve great deeds, becoming immortal legends. But you must remember, confidence and arrogance are just a thin line apart. Often, when you're doing something, you should think more. First, understand where your goals lie and what's genuinely in your best interest. Then consider where your limits are, what you cannot achieve with your current abilities, and avoid pushing yourself too hard. I'm not worried that you'll lose your courage by overthinking, but I'm concerned that you might suffer due to overestimating yourself and underestimating others, like in this case. Tell me, what's the purpose of your actions? Joseph asked. Napoleon listened and gave a proud smile. My dear brother, do you really think I'm worried that the French military academy will turn those French nobles into lazy swine? No, no, no. It would be a disaster if these French noble officers were as smart and courageous as I am. Our cause would have no future. Then why are you doing this? Joseph asked, and he even forgot to reproach Napoleon for daring to encroach on his patent rights. My foolish brother, is your intellect truly so lacking that you cannot fathom such a simple matter? Napoleon quickly seized this rare opportunity to return the favor of all the things he had received from Joseph before. Joseph stopped and turned to stare at Napoleon. Napoleon proudly met his gaze. Ha ha ha. Joseph suddenly burst into laughter. My foolish brother, do you really want to graduate early using this method? What? Napoleon's proud smile suddenly froze. How could you think that? In his previous life, Joseph had watched a film about Napoleon, which briefly mentioned that the independent-minded Napoleon had only studied at the Paris Military Academy for a year due to outstanding performance. At the time, Joseph didn't think much about it. But now, thinking about it in detail, given Napoleon's current temperament and his obvious hostility towards French nobility, early graduation might not be a reward, but rather. Your accusations, as harsh as they sound, are logically sound. It's like telling a Catholic priest to remain chaste. So while your accusations may offend them, they cannot use them as a reason to punish you. Then your academic performance shouldn't give them any reason to criticize you. Well, from what I know, most of the students at the Paris Military Academy are noble-born. Not most, but nearly all, Napoleon corrected. Many of them indeed lead lavish lives, indulging in pleasures, spending their precious time on drinking, bragging, gourmet food, showing off their carriages, servants, and mistresses. Although your intelligence isn't exceptional, it should be a piece of cake to outperform them academically, because alcohol and pleasure have already damaged their already limited intelligence. Their intelligence might not even surpass that of a red-haired orangutan now. Defeating these red-haired orangutans is a given. But nobles aren't all red-haired orangutans. The Paris Military Academy is quite large, and there might be one or two outstanding individuals, so don't be too complacent. I'm well aware of that. My studies are to improve myself as much as possible, not to crush others, so I won't let my guard down wherever I go, Napoleon replied. On this point, Joseph had complete faith in Napoleon. In terms of loving learning, Napoleon was indeed a role model. Throughout his life, whether leading armies across the snow-capped Alps or being imprisoned on St. Helena, he never stopped learning whenever he had the chance. So I believe you have a good chance of early graduation. But your prospects after graduation might not be too bright, Joseph said. Someone like us from Corsica, even if I were to serve them every day as a lackey, what good prospects could we have? Besides, our future is in Corsica, not in France, Napoleon replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this response, Joseph nearly burst into laughter. He knew that in his later life, during the French Revolution, Napoleon would turn against Corsican independence, leading to falling out with his current idol, Paoli, which would even escalate into armed conflict. However, Corsica is just too small, Joseph sighed. Like Mr. Paoli in England, Joseph asked. Yes, but I don't entirely trust the English, Napoleon said. The English have betrayed others more than once. Helping them trouble the French is possible, but making Corsica bleed for them. They'd probably prefer to see Corsica bleed for their sake. They might provide some money at most. In the 7 Years' War, the English helped Prussia in the same way. But Corsica is so small, how much blood does it have to shed? Nevertheless, it's precisely because of these difficulties that I'm filled with determination. My brother, when you say such things, you sound like a character out of Virgil or Homer, Joseph remarked. Ah, my dear brother, this is the most pleasing thing I've ever heard from you, Napoleon exclaimed. You're right, I'm not one of those weak and mediocre men of this era. I'm a hero from the time of Virgil. My foolish brother, remember that a person's abilities are like the numerator of a fraction, while their self-esteem is the denominator. The larger the denominator, the smaller the fraction's value. Joseph couldn't help but chuckle. HMPH. Napoleon didn't mind Joseph's habitual sarcasm. He had long grown accustomed to it. Well, Joseph, you'll be graduating soon. What are your plans for the future? Napoleon inquired. Me? I might return to Corsica and become a priest, Joseph replied. You're lying, Napoleon retorted. Your eyes tell me that your thoughts have already strayed, that Corsica has become too small for you. Besides, I don't think you have much faith in the church's future. All right, Joseph sighed. I plan to leave Paris for a while and go to Corsica to bide my time while keeping a close watch on Paris, waiting for changes to happen. Changes? Napoleon asked. What do you mean? Of course, a replay of England's story in France, Joseph said. England's story, Napoleon questioned. What story are you talking about? Of course, it's the story of Lord Protector Cromwell, Joseph replied. Have you seen the recent disclosures about the royal finances? No, Napoleon said. I don't socialize much with my classmates and I don't go out much. If the information is accurate, the royal finances are in shambles, and they are on the brink of bankruptcy, Joseph explained. The royal family is drowning in debt, and even the nobles and wealthy individuals are reluctant to lend more money to the royals. I believe the royals will have to increase taxation, and with the current sentiment throughout France, a revolution is imminent. Well, my dear brother, since you've made such a judgment, you must have further plans, right? The French Revolution is a significant event, and I can't believe you intend to sit idly by. You must have more plans in mind, Napoleon inquired. This is a French affair, Joseph replied. I don't want to get deeply involved. I plan to seize some advantages opportunistically. Do you understand what a revolution signifies? Massive internal strife, much like what happened in England, Napoleon responded. No, it's not just that. France's issues are much more significant than England's, and its people are much angrier. Moreover, France is a continental power. In a way, it's the heart of the entire European continent. Any change in France will set off a chain reaction in Europe. If the French crown were to fall, it might take many other crowns with it on the European continent. War will persist for a long time, and the flames of battle may spread throughout Europe. Countless people, regardless of their nobility or commonness, will be crushed. Like insects in front of a rolling carriage wheel, whether it's a tiny beetle or a mantis that preys on it, they will all be equally pulverized. Death is the great equalizer, don't you think, Napoleon? As for me, I want to stay away from that wheel, wait until it has passed, and then come to feast on the corpses of those crushed, like vultures or hyenas. Ah, my dear brother, that's truly you, Napoleon said with a disdainful expression. You have the eyelashes that can brush away the dust of time and eyes that see through the fog of society, but you lack the courageous heart to control the currents of your era. I'm different. I want to jump onto that chariot, steer it, and make it move according to my will. You're like the foolish son of Helios, my naive brother, Joseph retorted. You aspire to ride your father's blazing sun chariot into the sky, but have you ever considered if you possess such power? You're a wretched creature subject to life's uncertainties and woes. Have you forgotten the Delphic maxim, know yourself? Oh, how unfortunate I am to have a brother as foolish as you. I must always be ready to catch you when you fall after overturning the sun chariot from the heavens, just like a vulture or a hyena. Napoleon found amusement in Joseph's words because he had compared him to the ancient Greek hero Phaethon, the son of Helios. This hero, without proper authorization, tried to drive his father's sun chariot and caused a severe crash, ultimately costing him his life. Nevertheless, he was an extraordinary and daring hero. Arrogant brother of mine, you also need to know yourself. When the sun chariot plummets, you actually think you can catch it. Who do you think you are, Zeus? Napoleon chuckled. But my dear hyena, let's get back to the specifics of your plan. Whatever we do in the future, it will require some material preparations. So I intend to amass some wealth when the revolution arrives, Joseph explained. Well, if you can accurately judge the timing of the revolution and war, you can indeed make a substantial profit. Many things become scarce after the outbreak of war, Napoleon remarked. However, it's like Archimedes trying to move the earth. You need a long lever and a fulcrum. Until that opportunity arises, the more money you have in hand, the more you'll reap. How do you plan to obtain your lever and fulcrum? That's indeed a big question. Joseph furrowed his brow. In pre-revolutionary France, it was extremely difficult for a poor person to amass wealth, even if they were a time traveler. Besides, if a poor person could earn money based on their skills, why would they want to engage in a revolution? Revolution occurred because the current French system had blocked the path to a good life for many. True, if getting rich were easy, there would be no need for a revolution, Napoleon concurred, so you won't have a very long lever or a sturdy fulcrum. You'll continue to eat black bread without butter, maybe a lamb chop once a month. Just relying on that won't be enough. Joseph shook his head. The Academy of Sciences is offering prizes for research papers recently, Napoleon suddenly suggested. The rewards are quite handsome. I plan to write one. Joseph, you should consider it too. The Paris Royal Academy of Sciences, founded by Cardinal Richelieu during the reign of Louis XVI, was the highest academic institution in France. The prizes they offered for research papers were generous, up to 600 francs. Moreover, winning such a prize would bring great honor. To someone like Napoleon, the latter might be even more appealing. In his eyes, it might be a symbol of heroism, much like an Olympic crown in ancient Greece. Joseph also found this to be a good idea. As a time traveler, he possessed a wealth of scientific knowledge far surpassing this era, which he could use to secure funding and enhance his reputation, benefiting him in the future. However, considering the scientific foundation of this era, it's challenging to create something both groundbreaking and without extensive preliminary work. Joseph couldn't help but ponder. What if I prematurely present the famous double-slit diffraction experiment in the history of physics to baffle them? In the debate over the nature of light, there had long been two opposing theories represented by British scientist Robert Hooke's wave theory and Sir Isaac Newton's particle theory. Due to Sir Isaac Newton's immense influence, his theory held sway for a long time until the double-slit diffraction experiment, a monstrous challenge to the entire field of physics, was conducted more than several decades later. The first person to release this monstrous experiment and challenge the prevailing particle theory was British scientist Thomas Young in 1801. However, he faced resistance due to his nationality. Despite Sir Isaac Newton having passed away more than 70 years prior, his reputation had only grown. Challenging Newton's theories was considered absurd and illogical. Additionally, Young failed to provide a comprehensive mathematical explanation, as he mistakenly treated light as a longitudinal wave, resulting in a series of inexplicable problems. Consequently, this monstrous challenge in physics was ignored by the British scientific community. It wasn't until more than a decade later that French scientist Augustin-Jean Fresnel, building on Huygens' principle and the principle of interference, treated light as a transverse wave and established a new quantitative formulation. He used this method to tackle the double-slit experiment, challenging the prevailing particle theory. Nevertheless, Fresnel, who was French, faced resistance as well, primarily because of Newton's enduring reputation in Britain. Executing this experiment isn't difficult from a technical perspective, Joseph reasoned. In fact, in the future, it's a common experiment in high school laboratories. As for Fresnel's proofs, the necessary preparatory work is relatively minimal. Of course, there's still some preparation, mainly in mathematics, but it's not insurmountable. I could even throw in the Poisson spot experiment to further confound them. Thinking about it, Joseph chuckled. My foolish brother, you actually came up with a good idea. It seems that even a fool can generate a brilliant idea after 1,000 times of contemplation. My arrogant brother, I've been preparing for this for some time. I believe my chances of winning are much greater, Napoleon responded. All right, then let's each prepare a research paper and see whose paper demonstrates higher proficiency, Joseph suggested. Agreed, Napoleon said, but he quickly realized and remarked, wait a minute, Joseph, your words are suspicious. You said we'd see whose paper shows higher proficiency, not who wins. My dear brother, your words leave room for debate regarding the quality of the paper. So even if I win, you could easily claim that your paper was far superior, and it was only because those old fogies at the academy had no vision. Then you wouldn't have to admit defeat. Are you planning something like that, Joseph? Joseph took a step back, looking at Napoleon, and shook his head with a tone of deep sadness, saying, Oh, Napoleon, how could you suspect me like that? You disappoint me so. And he adopted a melancholic tone as if he were Medea abandoned by Jason. However, he suddenly changed his tone, saying, in the Academy of Sciences and any other place, there are plenty of fools. The likelihood of them misunderstanding your foolish paper while completely failing to grasp my paper is high. Their judgment cannot be the standard for evaluation. But my brother, how about this? You can be the judge of whether my paper is more proficient than yours. Even though you're a foolish fellow, you wouldn't stoop to speaking untruths in such matters, Joseph said with a sorrowful tone. Napoleon paused for a moment, then retorted, I'm the judge, but I sense a trap in your words, Joseph. You want to trap me into admitting that your paper is better in terms of proficiency, right? Well, let's go on this scientific journey, my dear brother. Joseph didn't worry too much about winning or losing the bet with Napoleon. In his past life, he had seen movies about Napoleon submitting an article to the French Academy of Sciences. It seemed that Napoleon had written an article analyzing social issues, but it had disappeared without a trace. So Joseph felt reasonably confident that he wouldn't lose this bet. However, preparing this paper required careful attention. In a normal research endeavor, experiments would come first. But for Joseph, who had time traveled, experiments could wait. He needed to prepare mathematical tools for the subsequent arguments and calculations. This was where things got complicated. The late 18th and early 19th centuries were a period of great mathematical advancement in France. During this time, there were mathematicians who sent shivers down Joseph's spine, even as a time traveler. Just thinking about Fourier, Laplace, and Lagrange filled him with dread, as if he were haunted by their mathematical prowess. And Fresnel's perfect explanation of double-slit diffraction was closely tied to these great yet terrifying individuals. If he attempted to replicate Fresnel's work directly, he would need several groundbreaking mathematical breakthroughs. Isn't this like the proverb, to solve the problem of Korea, we need to solve Manchuria to solve the problem of Manchuria, we need to solve China to solve the problem of China, we need to solve the United States. When did my approach start resembling the mindless methods of a Showa-era staff officer, creating bigger problems to solve smaller ones? Joseph couldn't help but mock himself. Yet, considering the historical impact of this experiment and driven by his vanity, Joseph decided to write this paper. He would attempt to use the existing mathematical tools as much as possible. In principle, it was feasible, but the entire process would be cumbersome and convoluted, like trying to solve a multiplication problem with addition. After several days of trying, Joseph realized that avoiding the yet-to-be-developed mathematical tools would likely require a much larger paper. Some necessary mathematical tools must be developed, or we can't really use addition to multiply, can we? Joseph thought. After nearly a month of painstaking work, bypassing some advanced tools and inventing some simpler ones, Joseph finally completed his paper. He looked at the thick document, satisfied, and said to himself, "At least I've managed to condense it by half. A single paper with both a breakthrough in physics and mathematics, what a worthwhile experience." The only regret is not receiving real-world feedback. Joseph transcribed another copy of the paper and sent one to be reviewed. The other he took to show Armand. As soon as Armand saw the plethora of mathematical symbols in the paper, he furrowed his brows. "Joseph, what have you been up to all this time? So it turns out you've been working on this. Well, I can make some sense of the beginning. You argue that light should be a wave, not particles, which is quite different from Sir Isaac Newton's view. Your experiment is intriguing, but all these symbols put together, to be honest, I don't understand a thing. Of course, this isn't meant for me, right? It's for my uncle." Joseph replied, "Yes, I'd like to hear Mr. Laplace's evaluation." "Well, that's fine. Tomorrow is Sunday, and I'll take this paper to him." "Good morning, Mr. Laplace. Is there anything you need?" A waiter held the door open and asked the famous chemist and member of the French Academy of Sciences, Laplace. Marbeuf, is Mr. Laplace here today?" Laplace handed his cane to the waiter and inquired. "Yes, Mr. Marbeuf, Mr. Laplace is in his office," the waiter replied. "Very well, please bring a teapot of red tea to his office in a moment," Marbeuf requested before walking down the corridor toward Laplace's office. "Of course, sir, I'll bring it to you soon." Marbeuf reached Laplace's office door and knocked gently, but there was no response. He smiled slightly, knocked again, but still no response. He gently pushed the door and it swung open. Inside, Laplace was sitting at his desk, bent over, shaking a quill pen and deep in thought, surrounded by scattered, used pieces of paper. Marbeuf didn't say anything. He walked over, pulled up a chair, and sat across from Laplace, waiting in silence. After a while, Laplace dipped his quill into the inkwell once again, but failed to write any numbers on the paper because the inkwell had run dry. "Damn it, I should have gotten a larger inkwell," Laplace muttered, lifting his head, only to realize that Marbeuf was sitting across from him. "Marbeuf, how did you get in here? How long have you been here?" Laplace asked. For quite some time, Marbeuf had been Laplace's assistant, working together on determining the specific heat of various substances. In 1780, they had proven that the heat needed to decompose a compound into its constituent elements was equal to the heat released when those elements combined to form the compound. This marked the beginning of thermochemistry and another milestone toward the law of conservation of energy after Black's work on latent heat, so their relationship was quite amicable. "Oh, I've been here for a while. I see you've been calculating the Poinsot spot, right?" "Yes, Mr. Marbeuf." Laplace stood up. "Have you seen that paper? It's quite against our intuition. But darn it, those experiments are impressive, especially the Poinsot spot." "Well, it seems this young fellow, a classmate of Joseph Poinsot, submitted this paper to the Academy. I think he's looking for the prize money. The conclusion, despite being counterintuitive, is supported by the experiments. I'd say, based on the experiments alone, it's worth at least 600 francs, if not more. Just the new mathematical tools he introduced in the paper are worth something," Marbeuf commented, "but the notion of light as waves might be hard for many to accept." Hard to accept. Just because Sir Isaac Newton said light is made of particles. Laplace shrugged. Aristotle had plenty of misconceptions too. Do we expect Newton to be infallible like a pope forever? I've got a lot on my plate. The mathematics in this paper is extensive, and though he employed some shortcuts, the calculations are still daunting. I also have my own research, so I only verified his experiments and took a general look at his arguments. I haven't had a chance to delve into the mathematical details. In mathematics, I'm not as proficient as you, and when it comes to calculating speed, I doubt there's anyone in the world faster than you. So I plan to ask you to verify it thoroughly. I didn't expect you were already on it. At least for now, I haven't found any mathematical issues. His mathematical tools are quite impressive, Laplace said. It's just that explaining light with waves still has some unexplained phenomena, like what properties the ether must possess to transmit waves as fast as light. And if he interprets light as a transverse wave, why aren't there longitudinal waves in the ether? My friend, you have too many questions, and I don't think we'll see answers to any of them in our lifetime, or even hope for it, Lavoisier said. It's indeed a significant problem in the wave theory. Ether is such a unique thing, almost as mysterious as God. It can transmit light at incredible speeds. If light is indeed a wave, this means it's incredibly rigid, harder than diamond by many orders of magnitude. It fills the entire universe, yet it's so rigid, but it doesn't obstruct anything in the universe. It doesn't impede even the tiniest speck of dust's movement indeed. We can't find any resistance coming from the ether. It's a real puzzle. Ah, my friend, I suggest we don't think about that cursed ether problem for now. Our knowledge and means are too far from it. Studying it now is like a kitten that just weaned trying to catch a whale. Mr. Lavoisier, a whale is not a fish, Laplace chuckled. I know that, of course, Lavoisier also chuckled, but the kitten doesn't know. Yes, the kitten doesn't know, Laplace said. In fact, aren't we all kittens? We don't know either. So I've always believed that experiments come first. All theories ultimately need to be tested with experiments. At least his calculations work quite well with the babinet's shadow. As for the ether, or whether there are other interpretations from a particle perspective, that's up to others to decide, Lavoisier said. But even in this matter, even if he is ultimately wrong, the error itself has value. I agree with that, Laplace said. He then lowered his head to look at the paper and added, I'll come up with a new explanation. But for now, please allow me to finish my calculations on this paper. Then we can take this paper to show it to Mr. Monge, Coulomb, and Mr. Condorcet. However, things took a different turn when they reached Monge and Coulomb. To be honest, those mathematical tools in this paper are interesting, and there are even more interesting things later on. It would have been a great paper if it stuck to discussing mathematics. Monge frowned, but he uses it to prove such absurd views it's just. If he's willing to revise this paper, it would be better, Coulomb also said. We should invite him for a discussion and have him modify the paper, then we can give him the prize, Laplace suggested, glancing at Lavoisier, and added, after all, just those few mathematical tools are worth 600 francs. It's not about 600 francs, Monge said. It's about his incredibly strange claim saying that light is a wave. The ether that transmits it should have crushed us to dust a long time ago. If something as absurd as this can win an award, we'd become a laughingstock. Unless he revises the paper, I'm against awarding him the prize. I think awarding the prize right now is not prudent. After all, this is not a definitive piece of evidence. There should be other, better explanations for those two experiments. I believe we should be more cautious in this matter. Coulomb said, Enough, Coulomb. Do you have a better explanation? Have you found flaws in his argument? Condorcet asked, wide-eyed. The wave theory certainly has many unresolved issues, like the ether problem you mentioned. But does the particle theory have no problems? Let's not forget how particle theory explains the double-slit interference and Babinet's shadow. One of the meanings of science is discovering the unknown, posing questions. Posing questions, especially valuable ones, is sometimes more important than reaching conclusions. Since the birth of science, we've seen how many times old ideas and beliefs were overturned. Can we say that those now overturned ideas and beliefs were worthless? Even if the views in this paper are proven completely false in the end, even if tomorrow morning, Coulomb, you provide a new explanation that completely overturns his views, the error itself can still inspire thought, reveal the truth. So even if it's an error, it's still valuable. Moreover, it's not necessarily an error. Is Sir Isaac Newton beyond doubt? Is this the spirit of science? If such a paper can't even win an award, it would be a disgrace to the Academy. When it came to eloquence, there were few in the Academy who could match Condorcet, and Coulomb was certainly not an exception. Knowing that he couldn't win against Condorcet in an argument, Coulomb simply stayed silent. Seeing Coulomb's silence, Condorcet turned to Monge. Monge, what do you think? Monge had less influence in the Academy than Condorcet and was not as articulate. However, he was quite stubborn. Hearing Condorcet's question, he replied, I can't agree to award him the prize until I've talked to him in person. He then fell silent, and Condorcet knew Monge's personality. This was the most significant concession he could make. Condorcet looked around and then said, Very well, let's invite Mr. Bonaparte here. We'll talk to him, and then we can award him the prize. Although the Academy was in the heart of Paris, the postal service's efficiency was quite low at this time. It wasn't until 3 days later that Joseph received the invitation. In fact, he had received the news from Armand 2 days ago. Now that he had the invitation, Joseph made preparations and dressed in formal attire that he hadn't worn in a year, taking a public carriage mainly to avoid getting dust on his shoes. He headed toward the Louvre. The Louvre was located on the north bank of the Seine River, dating back to the 12th century, making it one of France's oldest royal palaces. During the reign of Louis XIII, Richelieu established the Royal Academy of Sciences and placed it within the Louvre. Later, during the latter part of Louis XIV's rule, the palace was expanded and the king moved to Versailles. From that point on, the French kings no longer resided in the Louvre, but the Academy of Sciences remained. Arriving at the Louvre's entrance, Joseph got out of the carriage, straightened his clothes, and approached the grand entrance. In this era, the modern glass pyramid at the Louvre did not exist. Instead, the entrance was a conventional door. Joseph reached the entrance and presented his invitation to the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper, peering through his reading glasses, inspected the invitation, didn't raise his head, but glanced at Joseph through the gap in the glass's frame. He then said, Mr. Bonaparte, please wait here briefly. I need to verify the situation. Joseph nodded and waited outside for a moment until a liveried servant, wearing a red coat and a wig, approached. He opened the door and gestured for Joseph to enter. Joseph followed the servant inside the Louvre. The servant led him through one hall after another until they finally reached a small reception room. Mr. Bonaparte, the servant turned around and with a slight bow said, "Mr. Condorcet, Mr. Laplace, and Mr. Monge are waiting for you inside." With that, he opened the door, which was covered in calf leather, indicating that Joseph could enter on his own. Joseph walked in and found 3 people already sitting in the room. As he entered, they stood up. One of them, a lean middle-aged man with a high forehead, spoke. "Is this Mr. Joseph Bonaparte? I am Laplace. This is my friend, Mr. Condorcet, a member of the Academy, and this is my friend Laplace." Joseph exchanged greetings with each of the men. Condorcet was stockier than Laplace and had a broader face, appearing to have a gentler temperament. Laplace, the younger of the 3, had a slightly hawkish nose and was the mathematician who had terrified Joseph in his previous life. Joseph couldn't contain his excitement as he greeted them one by one, but when he faced Laplace, he couldn't help but clench his fist discreetly and mentally berate himself, just like modern-day science students facing difficult questions on an exam paper. They'd gaze out the window in frustration and make a wish upon a passing shooting star. Years ago, Joseph never had the chance to berate Laplace, but now that this troublesome fellow stood before him, Joseph couldn't resist extending a warm welcome. "Mr. Laplace," he said, "I've read some of your works and they have provided me with a lot of inspiration. It's such a stroke of luck to meet you." While saying this, Joseph extended both his hands for a handshake, just like a president greeting another world leader, giving a firm grip before pulling Laplace's hand towards him abruptly. Laplace stumbled and nearly tripped. "Laplace, it's an honor to meet you. I have so many questions I'd like to ask you, such as..." Joseph continued speaking with a broad smile, all the while biting his lower lip and using all his strength to squeeze Laplace's hand. "Ah, Mr. Bonaparte, you really are. Why don't we sit down first and talk slowly?" Laplace managed to say as he struggled to pull his hand back. "Oh, Mr. Bonaparte, let's sit down and have a chat." "You're too enthusiastic, you might have hurt poor Pierre's hand," Lavas quipped, observing Joseph's exuberance. However, he stopped Joseph from further squeezing Laplace's hand. Joseph feigned surprise and quickly released Laplace's hand. He began apologizing profusely. "Mr. Laplace, I'm so sorry I got too carried away. I'm just so excited to meet you. Are you all right? Did I hurt you?" Laplace shook his right hand to ease the discomfort and said, "Mr. Bonaparte, how do you have such strength?" "Pain and hatred grant me strength," Joseph thought, but he said, "I often help Father Jacques with carpentry work, so my hands might be a bit strong." "Well, it's more than just a bit strong," Laplace commented, "but let's not discuss this now. You see, we've read your paper, and both Mr. Fourier and Mr. Condorcet appreciate it a lot. However, your paper attempts to challenge a widely supported theory with many experimental observations. This is a significant matter, and everyone feels it's better to be cautious. Mr. Fourier, Mr. Condorcet, and some other gentlemen hope to discuss some aspects of your paper with you." To be honest, Condorcet interjected with a gentle smile, "Joseph, your paper is of high quality, unlike many we've seen in recent years. Your mathematical tools alone might win you the competition, but your conclusions are disputed by some. At least Coulomb and Monge aren't very fond of your conclusion. They are on their way here and may have a lot of questions for you. Be prepared. Mr. Condorcet, you can just call me Joseph," he replied. "I've considered this issue before writing the paper. Frankly, I was worried that I might be wrong when I reached that conclusion. I wrote this paper to discuss the matter with others." "Ha, young people these days are really something," Laplace commented. "Joseph, are you prepared? Well, don't be nervous, actually." Before Laplace could finish his sentence, the door to the small living room swung open. Joseph saw several more people entering and he quickly stood up. Everyone else followed suit. Leading the group was Louis-Philippe, Duke of Orleans, whom Joseph had met once in a cafe. He was followed by 2 men in military attire. One was older, in his 50s, while the other was slightly shorter, with a tan complexion and a pair of intense eyes. "Duke, you're here too," Condorcet said. "Oh, Mr. Condorcet, I was passing by and intended to visit Monge. He mentioned something about this place, and it turned out that this Bonaparte, causing a stir, is someone I know, a young fellow named Joseph, just like me," Louis-Philippe said as he walked over, shook Joseph's hand, and added, "Joseph, it's really you." Laplace stared at their hands, but before he could react. "Ah, Joseph, the last time I met you, I thought France would have gained another playwright, not a mathematician. But it seems that not everyone agrees with your ideas, especially Mr. Coulomb and Mr. Monge. They are on their way here, and they probably have many questions for you. You should be prepared," Louis-Philippe commented, taking a seat. Monge was straightforward and immediately asked, "Mr. Bonaparte, in your paper, you posit that light is a transverse wave. Your mathematical derivations are impressive, but have you considered the characteristics that such a medium, or the ether, would need to have if light were indeed a wave?" Joseph had prepared for this question, as the controversy over the existence of the luminiferous ether was one of the main arguments used by supporters of the particle theory against the wave theory in future history. When it comes to the ether's properties and the speed of light, I've thought about it, Joseph began. I proposed an experiment to measure the speed of light more precisely. Considering the Earth's constant motion, the ether should be in motion relative to it. Therefore, the speed of light might be different when measured from different directions. More precise measurement of the speed of light. Condorcet became interested. We could use a rotating octagonal mirror, Joseph explained. He was referring to the Michelson-Morley experiment, a relatively simple method with good accuracy. While Joseph outlined his experimental idea, he picked up a piece of paper and a pen, sketching the design of the necessary equipment. Joseph was accustomed to creating three-view drawings, a common practice in the future which made his diagrams more intuitive and easier to understand. But as soon as Monge saw his drawings, his eyes widened. "Mr. Bonaparte, where did you learn this drawing technique?" Monge asked. "What?" Joseph was surprised, thinking this technique was common. But upon seeing Monge's stern expression, he realized that perhaps this drawing method didn't exist in this era. "I just drew it by myself, thinking it's more intuitive and easier to understand. Is there a problem with this?" Joseph asked. Monge thought for a moment and replied, "Mr. Bonaparte, you probably, no, you definitely don't know that I've been using a similar drawing technique for almost 20 years. But because it has significant military implications, and I believe that, given your intelligence, you can understand this, it has been kept strictly confidential. It's only taught at military academies, and every officer who learns it must swear not to disclose the technique. I once expressed that perhaps it wouldn't take long before others independently discover similar techniques, much like how Newton and Leibniz separately developed calculus. However, Joseph knew that Cullen was quite skeptical about what he called geometric drawing, and perhaps the true pioneer of geometric drawing was Montgrí, who, being a child prodigy himself, was less doubtful about others of his age creating similar techniques. In his previous life, Joseph had indeed studied geometric drawing. He believed that over hundreds of years of development, the geometric drawing of the future would certainly have seen more progress compared to what was known at this time. However, he had no idea how advanced Montgrí's original geometric drawing had become. Joseph thought for a moment and realized that some of the techniques involving projection transformation were probably developed in the future. He carefully recalled them and began to explain. The Duke of Orleans listened with great interest, and when Joseph temporarily paused, he turned to Montgrí and asked, "Mr. Montgrí, how does Joseph's method compare to yours?" "It's quite similar," Montgrí replied. After he finished, he glanced around and suddenly realized that his words might imply that Joseph didn't create the geometric drawing. He quickly added, "But there are some differences. For example, his approach to handling maps using projection transformations is very interesting, something I hadn't thought of before. Maps created this way are more practical. Mr. Bonaparte, though his principles are fundamentally similar to mine, his method is even more practical than mine." "Mr. Bonaparte, you are truly a mathematical genius." Montgrí's geometric drawing had always been a well-kept secret, so even the few others in the room who hadn't had much contact with it before were now less suspicious after hearing Montgrí's words. "Joseph, I never thought you were a mathematical genius. I think I heard you were still in secondary school the last time." The Duke of Charles suddenly struggled to remember which school Joseph attended. "It's the school of Emperor Louis, Your Grace." "Joseph and my nephew Armand are classmates," Lavas added with a smile. "Yes, that's right. I saw him with Armand the last time," the Duke of Charles said appreciatively, looking at Joseph. "To have young people like you emerging continuously is France's fortune. But to achieve such results and not receive the recognition you deserve, even living in poverty, that's unfair. I think we should compensate Joseph for this." Condorcet nodded. "I believe Joseph's thesis is highly debatable, and he should at least win this competition and receive the 600 francs prize." Because the Duke of Orleans mentioned compensation, not even Cullen and Montgrí opposed it. "That's too little." The Duke of Charles was not satisfied. "Your Grace, you need not worry. Talent like this won't be buried," Condorcet said. "Once this thesis is published, and the experiment on the speed of light is completed, I think Joseph can secure a teaching position at the University of Paris or even here. Joseph, I heard you're about to graduate. Interested? I can provide you with a letter of recommendation." Before Joseph could reply, Montgrí interjected. "Joseph has great talent in geometric drawing, but it's a closely guarded technique. If he goes to the University of Paris, he won't be able to conveniently research it. That would be a pity. The Paris Military Academy is looking for a teacher to instruct geometric drawing, and they've asked me for a recommendation. Why don't I and Mr. Laplace recommend him to the Paris Military Academy to teach mathematics? I think that's even better. I can also secure more funding for him, and he'll have a higher income compared to the University of Paris. Joseph, what do you think?" In terms of reputation alone, the University of Paris was undoubtedly more prestigious. However, when it came to income, it was true, as Montgrí said, that teaching at the Paris Military Academy would be more lucrative. Additionally, Joseph knew that a revolution was about to break out, and in a revolution, various factions jockeyed for power, with today's royalists hanging banners on lampposts and tomorrow's revolutionaries using the guillotine. Paris University was the center where all political currents converged, and going there might mean getting involved in uncontrollable political struggles for some reason. In comparison, the Paris Military Academy was much safer. Furthermore, entering the military system would prepare him for the future. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. The Duke of Charles even said, "It seems like all older brothers always think their younger brothers are troublemakers." I can imagine that for the younger brother, entering the classroom and finding that the teacher is his own older brother would be quite an experience. Let's get back to the experiment on the speed of light, Laplace interrupted. Of course, let's continue. 2 days after this visit, Joseph received a letter from the French Academy of Sciences, informing him that his thesis had won the competition and awarded him 600 francs. This prize money made Joseph's life considerably more comfortable. 2 more days passed, and he received a letter from Montgrí. In this thick letter, Montgrí informed Joseph that the Academy of Sciences had completed the preparations for the speed of light experiment. They planned to conduct the experiment 10 days later, on a moonless night, at a castle owned by the Duke of Orleans. At the end of the letter, Montgrí told Joseph that he and Laplace had recommended him. They believed that in a few days he would receive a letter from the Paris Military Academy. Once he graduated, he could report to the academy. Joseph was elated upon receiving the letter, but unfortunately, Napoleon was not with him to share in his joy. However, the thought of appearing in uniform in Napoleon's classroom and challenging him with complex problems on the chalkboard made Joseph even happier. Just the thought brought joy. In addition to this, with money in hand, Joseph immediately recalled the classic line from Water Margin by Luda, "The taste of meat is still in my mouth." Joseph calculated that he could afford a good meal in a restaurant for just 2 francs. However, considering Napoleon was not around, he couldn't leave his younger brother behind to dine alone, so he had to endure a bit longer since the weekend was just a few days away. By the weekend, he and Napoleon could enjoy a great meal together. The only unfortunate part was that Joseph passed by several restaurants on his way to school, and by the standards of the time, they weren't too expensive. The delicious aroma of meat soup wafting from those restaurants was increasingly irresistible. Joseph tried to walk faster, but the scent seemed to transform into elastic ropes, pulling him back. He struggled to break free and finally arrived at school, nearly late for class for the first time in his life. Fortunately, the teacher, with his extremely poor eyesight, didn't notice him and allowed him to sneak into the classroom, so he managed to endure until the weekend. Typically, Napoleon would walk to Joseph's place after school to save money. Considering the distance, he should arrive around 5 p.m., which would be the perfect time for a good meal. Joseph had already informed Father Jacques that he and Napoleon would go out for a meal together tonight, so nobody, including Father Jacques, would need to eat dry black bread today. However, Napoleon arrived quite late, nearly around 7 p.m., and by this time all the restaurants on the street had already closed. This was not an era known for its vibrant nightlife. Father Jacques, who had been too hungry to wait, had already eaten half a piece of leftover dry bread with water. "Why are you so late?" Joseph asked, trying to suppress his annoyance. "Some guy invited me to dinner," Napoleon said. "Damn, you actually had dinner." Joseph, who was starving, was almost unable to contain his anger. "Wait a moment. Someone actually invited you to dinner. I heard your popularity at school is quite low." "I helped him with his math homework," Napoleon proudly said. "But I'm starving," Joseph said, his hunger preventing him from even being interested in showing off his prize money to Napoleon. "You're waiting for me to eat together." Napoleon was surprised. "Isn't it just 2 pieces of black bread? Do you really need to wait?" "Fine, you'll eat black bread tomorrow," Joseph said through gritted teeth. The next day, even before the sun had risen, Joseph had already developed the habit of waking up early. In this age, there was no internet, no video games, not even electric lights. Most ordinary households couldn't afford candles or oil lamps, so the evenings were pitch dark. In his previous life, Joseph was used to staying up past 11, but now he had adopted the habit of going to bed and rising early. In fact, most people in this era followed a similar routine. Joseph dressed and walked out of his room, stepping into the courtyard of the church. The sun had yet to rise, and even the eastern horizon hadn't revealed a hint of pale light. A crescent moon and a few stars still hung in the velvety black sky. It was mid-December by the Gregorian calendar, and though Paris hadn't seen snow yet and the weather wasn't particularly cold, the rooftops and courtyard were covered in a thin layer of frost in the early morning. A sturdy figure was in the courtyard, swinging an axe to split firewood. Joseph knew him as Father Jacques, who exercised this way every morning. "Good morning, Father," Joseph greeted as he approached. "Ah, Joseph, good morning." Father Jacques set the axe aside and smiled at Joseph. Heading out for a run? Yes, I'm going to jog around the church, Joseph replied. 20 laps and then it'll be time for breakfast. And what about your brother? Father Jacques asked. He's up too, just washing his face. He'll join me for a run later. By the way, Father, we'd like to invite you for a nice meal at noon. I promise there won't be any mishaps this time, Joseph said somewhat sheepishly. Sounds good, I'll be there, Father Jacques agreed. At this point, Napoleon emerged from behind them. His personality was not as easygoing as Joseph's. He nodded to Father Jacques and then followed Joseph out the door. The two of them began running along the path next to the church. Since entering military school, Napoleon had improved his physical fitness despite still being short. He decided to increase his pace in an attempt to outpace Joseph and win, but Joseph wasn't willing to let him succeed so easily. With those short legs of yours, do you really think you can outrun me? Joseph picked up his speed as well. After crossing over to this era, Joseph knew that the medical knowledge was far less advanced. Even a minor illness could be life-threatening. Therefore, strengthening his body through exercise and boosting his immunity became Joseph's way of ensuring his survival. Although the Louis Le Grand School didn't place as much emphasis on physical fitness as military academies, Joseph never neglected his physical training. Moreover, with his longer limbs, he had a natural advantage when it came to running. He wasn't about to let Napoleon, who had always been in his shadow, outrun him. So Joseph sped up, and in a few steps he was ahead of Napoleon. In response, Napoleon decided to accelerate as well. Damn, if your legs were just a bit shorter. This time, Napoleon panted and spoke in short bursts, his breath turning white in the chilly morning air. You can't outrun me, can you? No excuses this time, Joseph replied between breaths. Joseph believed he needed to excel in as many aspects as possible to keep Napoleon in check, not out of a sense of competitiveness, but to have enough influence to keep Napoleon in check in the future. All right, caught your breath, Joseph asked. I have something to tell you. I'm fine now, Napoleon said as they continued running. I just won a major award for my research paper, Joseph announced casually. The prize money is 600 francs, so we can celebrate with a nice meal at noon. Your research paper won an award. Napoleon was surprised and stopped in his tracks. Of course, when your big brother is involved, is there any problem he can't solve? Joseph said with pride. What did you write about, and why didn't I win the award? Napoleon inquired. Because I might have refuted one of Sir Isaac Newton's principles. What? How is that possible? Napoleon stared at Joseph, attempting to find any signs of joking on his face. However, Joseph's expression was nothing but smugness. I discovered a phenomenon that suggests light's true nature is closer to Hooke's idea that it's a wave, not a particle, Joseph explained. Is that all? Napoleon sounded unimpressed. I thought you had refuted the 3 laws of motion. The 3 laws of motion won't budge for a while, Joseph shook his head. Not for a while, Napoleon was surprised again. So you mean you found a flaw in them, but you don't have evidence to disprove them yet? No, Joseph shook his head. There aren't any obvious flaws in Sir Isaac Newton's 3 laws. I simply refuse to believe them. Refuse to believe them. Does that mean you couldn't accept the concept of determinism within those laws? You're a pseudo-believer, Napoleon teased. No, it's not that, Joseph shook his head. I just can't accept total determinism. It makes life seem utterly meaningless. What does that have to do with determinism? Napoleon clearly couldn't grasp Joseph's point. Well, my dear brother, you really don't have the aptitude to be a scholar. Based on Newton's 3 laws, we could consider the universe's current state as the result of its past and the cause of its future. If a wise person had complete knowledge of the positions and forces of all the natural bodies at a certain moment, and if they could analyze these data, they could express the motion of everything from the largest celestial body to the tiniest particle in a single, simple equation. Nothing would be uncertain to this person, and the future would unfold before them just as the past does. Everything is predetermined, just like Oedipus facing that dreadful prophecy. There's no room for free will because even resistance is a part of the plan. If I truly believed in Newton's 3 laws, what purpose would life have? Napoleon was taken aback by this explanation. He frowned and thought for a while before shaking his head. I don't see the issue with your argument yet. But there must be something wrong with it. Otherwise, this conclusion is too hard to. Wait, Joseph, aren't you a devout believer? Isn't God the all-knowing, all-powerful one? And yet you can't accept even his omniscience. You're a hypocritical believer. As Napoleon continued, he burst into laughter, apparently pleased with himself for catching his brother off guard. It's not the same thing, Joseph replied. Besides, from what you're saying, I detect a scent of Calvinism, you heretic. Calvin was a prominent leader in the Protestant Reformation and a staunch supporter of predestination in philosophy and theology. France, on the other hand, was predominantly Catholic, and in the eyes of Catholics, Calvinism was heresy. So now, when Napoleon spoke about God's omniscience and predestination, Joseph countered by accusing him of being a Calvinist heretic. The two bantered for a while before heading back to the church. After breakfast, Joseph casually checked Napoleon's studies and then showed him the award-winning research paper, along with 2 related experiments. I'm starting to believe your point of view, Napoleon said. Are there any more issues with this conclusion? Of course, Joseph replied. Any wave requires a medium for propagation, but there are many questions surrounding what the medium for light's propagation is. For instance, light is incredibly fast. Although the exact speed is yet to be measured, it's undeniably very fast. A wave propagating at such a speed would require an incredibly rigid medium, yet we've never felt any resistance from the luminiferous ether. In short, there are numerous issues to tackle, but I believe that with further research, we'll eventually find solutions, even if they're not what we initially imagined. Unfortunately, Napoleon sighed. Although I'm quite interested in this, I have to admit that I don't have a clue about it, at least not yet. My dear brother, you should know that everyone has different talents. Some people might excel in one area while falling short in another. For example, in mathematics and the natural sciences, I think you'll likely be inferior to me, but in other areas you might surpass me. If there's a small hole, you can crawl through it, something I probably can't do. Listening to Joseph's sincere words, Napoleon was actually quite touched. Though he considered himself exceptional and believed he had strong aptitude for mathematics and the natural sciences, he wasn't one to delude himself. He knew deep down that he couldn't match his brother in these areas, and that often left him feeling frustrated. Joseph's words were indeed heartwarming, but then came the comment about crawling through small holes, which made Napoleon want to punch him. Joseph, you're not a good person, Napoleon said. Haha, Joseph laughed triumphantly. Also, considering our difference in height, I bet you won't be able to eat as much as I will when we have meat for lunch. During dinner, Joseph told Napoleon that in 9 days, he would be participating in an experiment to measure the speed of light at the French Academy of Sciences. He invited Napoleon to join him and see the world if he was interested. Napoleon's face showed indifference, but Joseph could sense some excitement in his eyes. His words were just a facade. While Napoleon contemplated the invitation, Joseph quickly helped himself to more meat. After bidding farewell to his brother, Joseph continued his final classes at the school of Emperor Louis. On this particular morning, he had just finished a rhetoric class when he ran into Armand. Ah, isn't this our great scientist? Armand laughed as he approached. Hey, I never thought you could write such a paper. My days have been quite miserable lately because of you. You see, my uncle keeps praising your talent every day, and my father lectures me about you 24/7. All because of you, my inner peace has been greatly disturbed. Ah, Armand, Joseph said, I sympathize with you, but as I've said before, parents always like to praise other people's children in front of their own. However, when it comes to writing wills and dealing with their inheritance, they always remember their own not-so-bright kids. So this isn't really a big deal, and you don't need to fret over it. I'm not just talking about compensation for that. Armand shook his head. I've seen this kind of situation before, but darn it, yesterday my beloved Fanny actually inquired about you and said she would love to meet you. Even the old man didn't object. My goodness, it breaks my heart. No, you must make it up to me. Fanny was Armand's sister, and Armand doted on her. He loved to flaunt her in front of others, but if any of his friends expressed a desire to meet her, he would immediately turn against them. Armand knew that his friends were just as unreliable as he was, and they should have the self-awareness to know which kind of girl they shouldn't approach. So when Armand's friends, knowing that Fanny was Armand's sister, dared to express a desire to meet her, it wasn't just a matter of ill intentions towards his sister, it also meant they didn't consider Armand a true friend. Thus, Armand would unhesitatingly sever ties with such individuals. My friend Joseph said, since this involves your sister, it's a reasonable request. All right, tell me what kind of compensation you need. Is it that easy? Armand widened his eyes, grabbed Joseph's shoulder, and suddenly asked, You want to meet my Fanny? No, not at all, Joseph immediately replied. Armand let go of his shoulder, but then he suddenly realized and said, You're not honored. You don't want to meet the lovely Fanny. You're insane, Joseph retorted. You're right, my friend. Armand didn't argue but sighed instead. He continued, I know I have issues with my attitude in such matters, but I can't help myself. It's not a big deal, Armand, Joseph consoled him. You can change, don't give up on yourself. Actually, I wanted to say that your sister is lucky to have a brother who cares so much for her. But in this age, there are too many irresponsible playboys. But I have to admit, among my friends, you are a rare one. Not too much of a scoundrel or a danger, more like an upright person. So if you get a bit closer to Fanny, I might tolerate it a little. That's not like you, Armand, Joseph said. Aren't you the one who hates upright people? Haha. All right, I'm inconsistent. Armand didn't argue but sighed again. I know, it's just hard to control myself. It's not a big deal, Joseph comforted him. You can change, don't give up on yourself. Well, what do I need to bring as a gift? No need, Armand said. Your presence is enough. Regarding the invitation from Armand's father and the subtle hint from Armand, Joseph carefully considered it, and it made sense. The Lavas family was a noble family in Paris, although their title was not high, just a viscountcy. However, Parisian nobles were known to be proud. Even provincial nobles were considered ignorant country folk in their eyes. If this had been a few decades ago, someone of Joseph's status would never have been qualified to be a guest in their home. Armand's younger sister Fanny had grown up in noble families of this era. To secure the family's property and status, sons other than the eldest often received no inheritance and had to make their living as lawyers, businessmen, or artists. As for daughters, their future was even more uncertain. Noble families had to provide substantial dowries for their daughters to marry men of equal status, and this was a heavy burden for many noble families. To save on dowry expenses, some noble families married their daughters off to commoners in the provinces or sent them to convents. From previous conversations, Joseph knew that Fanny was beloved in the family. In noble families of this period, to find a suitable husband for their daughter was a major concern. If Armand's family wanted to marry her into a family of equal status, they wouldn't be able to afford a large dowry. However, Joseph was a noble and his future prospects were promising. If Armand's family married Fanny to him, they wouldn't have to provide a substantial dowry. Moreover, Joseph was a trustworthy person known to Armand, and he had the endorsement of the great chemist. All this considered, Joseph thought that Armand's invitation was quite reasonable. 2 days later, Joseph, dressed in his only suit, took a public carriage and arrived at Armand's house on Lepardieau Street. Not far from Armand's house, he spotted the ruins of the famous Royal Opera House. This opera house was the same one featured in the famous musical The Phantom of the Opera. It was built in 1671 but burned down in 1763. It was only rebuilt during the Second Empire. Now, it stood as a charred ruin. Armand's house was right next to these ruins. Being a noble, their residence was rather spacious, with a 2-story building and front and back gardens. Joseph followed the address and arrived at the entrance. By this time, music was faintly heard from inside. A servant was waiting at the door to greet guests. Joseph approached him and announced his identity. The servant immediately went inside to announce, and soon Armand appeared, wearing a smile on his face. Joseph followed Armand into his family's courtyard and up the steps. He noticed that Armand's house was a typical Rococo-style building. The walls were adorned with various ornate carvings, decorated with gold and various other colors of paint. Such a building must have once been filled with extravagant grandeur, but now, the golden and colorful paint had weathered and peeled, leaving the entire facade mottled and faded. Armand noticed Joseph observing the wall and said, "This house has some history to it. It's long overdue for some restoration, but my father and I are both hopeless dandies, too preoccupied with other matters. So the house, how should I put it?" Armand furrowed his brow. "I think it's not so bad," Joseph replied earnestly in a contemplative tone. "It has a unique beauty. It's like an unfurled scroll of time, filled with the weight of history. When you look at it, you see the capriciousness of fate, the unpredictability of life. Joseph, your words." "I'll take that as a genuine compliment," Armand said. "You know, one of my greatest qualities is appreciating such things. Also," Armand paused, looking up and examining the mottled wall in detail. "Joseph, one thing you said is right. This is capriciousness, this is fate. Underneath the splendor, there's solitude and despair, and that's the essence of Rococo. O fortuna velut luna statu variabilis, semper crescis aut decrescis vita detestabilis nunc objuret et tunc curet ludo mentis sim, egestatum, potestatum dissolvit ut glacium," Joseph softly recited in Latin. This is a passage from the Latin work, Carmina Burana, known as O Fortuna, meaning O fortune, like the moon, ever-changing, you wax and wane, detestable life now oppresses, and then soothes his game of sharp mind, poverty and power melts away like ice. Goodness. "You immediately composed a poem in Latin," Armand playfully scolded. "You're already outperforming me in the natural sciences, and now, you, my friend, are making it impossible for anyone to live." "This isn't mine," Joseph shook his head. "I don't know who wrote it, maybe some nameless poet from the 8th century or even earlier. Well, I've told you my godfather is a bishop, and I found this in one of his church's scrolls. The terrifying Middle Ages must have buried many talented poets," Armand said. "Anyway, let's not stand here chatting on the steps. Let's go inside." They entered the house, and Joseph looked around the living room. A crystal chandelier with over a dozen candles illuminated the hall, even as night had fallen. On either side of the hall were several chairs, with a dance floor in the center. The marble floor was dimmed with age, losing its former luster. The sofas in the hall were empty, and Armand said to Joseph, "We haven't invited too many people this time, just a few close friends." They are all in the small living room. Following Armand, they turned to the right and entered the small living room. As Armand had said, everyone was in the small living room. Armand introduced Joseph to the people in the room, starting with his father, Charles de la Vaughan. "Come on, Armand, why are you making it so formal?" Charles de la Vaughan shook his head. "This is just a casual family gathering." Then he turned and pointed to a high-backed chair, saying, "Mr. Bonaparte, please have a seat here." Armand continued to introduce Joseph to other family members. "This is my mother, Madame de la Vaughan. I'm pleased to meet you, madam." Joseph nodded in greeting. "I'm happy to see you young people," Madame de la Vaughan responded. "It reminds me of the good old days when I was young." "Mom, you're young too," Armand said. This is my cousin, Samuel de Fermat. He's excellent at fencing and shooting, and he served with Marquis de Lafayette in North America. He's a great guy. Armand introduced another short man sitting there. Joseph noticed a long scar beneath his right ear, extending down to his lip. Perhaps to conceal the scar, he intentionally wore a big mustache similar to a character from later comics. It made it hard to determine his age. Hello, Samuel stood up and nodded. Pleased to meet you, Joseph replied. Armand then introduced several other people, most of whom were relatives. Finally, Armand led Joseph to a girl in a pale yellow dress. This is our most precious pearl, my sister Fanny, Armand said. Pleased to meet you, Joseph said quickly. Nice to meet you too. The girl lowered her head slightly, curtsied with her hands holding her skirt, and then raised her head, opening her big green eyes to quickly glance at Joseph. She then lowered her eyelids and said, I've heard a lot about you from my brother. I heard your paper received a major award from the Academy of Sciences. Not only that, my uncle said you've made significant contributions in mathematics, and you've been recommended for a teaching position at the Paris Military School. You're not even 20 yet, and you've received such a recommendation. That's quite remarkable. Miss, it's not as difficult as you imagine, Joseph replied with a smile. I've just been lucky. My brother said luck is only for those who are prepared. Fanny smiled softly and whispered, well, everyone, please take a seat. Let's not stand and chat, Charles de la Vogue said. Joseph sat in a chair next to Armand. A servant brought a cup of tea and placed it on the small table beside Joseph. They continued their conversation. What were you all discussing before I arrived? Joseph asked. We were discussing the recent performance of The Marriage of Figaro, Armand replied. The Marriage of Figaro was a work by Beaumarchais. However, for those in the future, they might be more familiar with the opera version adapted by Mozart. But the opera version of The Marriage of Figaro wasn't completed until 1786. The recent performance was not the opera most people today know. It was a play adaptation of The Marriage of Figaro. Mr. Beaumarchais' satire in this play is sharp and highly ironic. It's quite audacious that he had the courage to do it, Armand said. Beaumarchais is one thing, but the playwrights of the comedy troupe have even more guts. They altered the plot and even made fun of Her Majesty, the Queen. That's real audacity, Charles de la Vogue said. Isn't it? Fanny smiled, her voice low. They even made Count Almaviva say such things. That's bold. But aren't you worried about the Queen? She might not take it as a mockery. Maybe she'll think Count Almaviva's words are praise. Armand chuckled with a disdainful look. Marie Antoinette, the Queen, is from the Habsburg family and has received a good education. She can definitely grasp simple metaphors, so the changes made by the comedy troupe do require courage. But truth be told, the risks they're taking aren't as great as they might imagine, because even if they see these satires, the King and Queen probably don't care. Someone publicly accuses them, how could they not care? Samuel interjected. Ah, well, let me give you an analogy, Joseph began. You fought in North America. I heard that some Native Americans and the British fought against you. It's said that those Native Americans used their sorcery to curse you. So, Mr. Fermat, do you care about their curses? Of course not, because I know their superstitions are useless. You see, there's no sorcery that a bullet can't dispel, Samuel replied. If one bullet can't, then we'll use another, Joseph smiled. You're right, Mr. Bonaparte, Samuel agreed, laughing. But in general, dealing with Native Americans, one bullet is usually enough. In the eyes of the King and Queen, such accusations are no different from the curses of the Native Americans, Joseph concluded. Arrogance, such accursed arrogance, Joseph exclaimed. It was evident that Armand understood Joseph's words. Perhaps it's not just arrogance, Joseph pondered, but rather a disconnect, a divide between the upper and lower classes. The French people are filled with anger towards the upper class, but the upper class may not even be aware of it, or they simply don't feel it. The King and Queen are surrounded by sycophantic courtiers, living in a world far removed from the lower classes, and any other voices cannot reach their ears. So they continue as they wish. This is dangerous because it could lead to explosive consequences. If the accumulated anger is not channeled properly, once it erupts, it will inevitably have destructive consequences, just like a flood breaking a dam. Art should play two roles during this time, to warn the upper class, making them aware of the danger, as art is one of the few ways to get their attention. The other role is to pacify the lower class. For example, Monsieur Beaumarchais, The Marriage of Figaro, attempted to fulfill these tasks. His satire of Count Almaviva serves as a warning to the upper class, while letting Figaro find happiness in the play can be seen as a form of consolation to the lower class. However, it seems that his warning was insufficient, and its pacifying effect is still uncertain. So the members of the comedy troupe have increased the satirical content further, but so far, after several months of performances, nothing significant has happened. It seems to have had little effect. Everyone nodded in agreement. Only Fanny seemed not to understand and asked, so, Monsieur Bonaparte, if something does happen with the comedy troupe, does it mean it has been effective? No matter what happens, even if they were all arrested en masse and thrown into the Bastille or executed one by one, it would at least show that the upper class cares about these matters. However, after this long with no sign of any action, it can only mean that those above simply don't care, Joseph replied. In that case, the marriage of Figaro may not have been sharp enough, Samuel remarked. Joseph, maybe we should write a more provocative script. Let me think about what we should write, Armand contemplated. Perhaps we should write the story of Charles I, the English king who was beheaded, Joseph suggested. He knew that if history didn't change significantly, the French king, Louis XVI, might meet a similar fate and be executed for treason. That would be too explicit. Samuel shook his head. If we write that, you and Armand might end up in the Bastille, or worse. Not many theater troupes would dare to perform such a sharp piece. I think it's better to write about the American Revolution. That's a rebellion against tyranny. That sounds like a good idea, Armand agreed. Samuel, you have personal experience which can help us, but North America is so far away. And considering France's role in the American Revolution, if we write about it, the king might think we're just praising him, Joseph said. How is that possible? The king is not a fool, Samuel insisted. It's not impossible. The king is not, but some of those around him can mislead and confuse him. Even what the king sees as the script and the performance might not be accurate, Joseph explained. Such means to manipulate those in power were too simple in his view. God, how did you come up with this idea, Joseph? You have a chance to be a courtier, Armand teased him. You can't insult me like that. You should know someone like me could never be just a courtier. At the very least, I'd be a grand courtier, Joseph retorted, and everyone burst into laughter, even Fanny, who had been initially concerned due to Joseph's stern tone. Armand, still chuckling, said, all right, enough laughter. Seriously, do you have any other suggestions for my new play? What if we write about Spartacus? Fanny suddenly spoke up. Spartacus represents the lower-class rebellion, and that can't be changed. Moreover, there are limited historical records about him, allowing for creative freedom. And we can show how Spartacus, despite earning his freedom through victory in the arena, refuses to be satisfied and dedicates himself to the struggle for the liberation of all slaves, believing that every person should be born free, and that it's every good person's duty to overthrow the system that oppresses and exploits others, Joseph added with a playful smile, just enjoying the lively discussion. Yes, and through Spartacus' voice, we can convey the words, all men are born equal, have the right to liberty, happiness, and the sacred, unalienable right to resist oppression, Samuel chimed in. Are you planning to have Spartacus recite the American Declaration of Independence from a few thousand years in the past? That seems a bit much, Fanny interjected. Then what's the alternative? Have him recite the gospel, Samuel retorted. Although Spartacus lived thousands of years ago, our purpose in writing about him is to make him speak the words we need in the modern context. Felix is right, Joseph agreed. Perhaps we can be even more daring. After the Battle of Apia, Crassus crucified over 6,000 captured slaves. We could stage that scene, with slaves crucified like Christ on the cross. We could even prepare a choir to sing an anthem of resistance during this moment. Joseph, I remember your godfather is a bishop, Armand exclaimed in amazement. The bishop also believes that the church has deviated from the spirit of Christ in many places today, Joseph replied calmly. I think Monsieur Bonaparte's idea is creative. If Voltaire were alive, he would surely love this concept. Well, Monsieur Bonaparte, are you skilled in music? Fanny asked with a gleam in her eyes. Joseph smiled and replied, I'm nearly illiterate in music. I see, Fanny said with a hint of disappointment. We're all a bunch of music illiterates here, so who will compose this anthem of the resistance? Fanny, that's not difficult. We just need to write the lyrics and then find a musician to compose the music. Of course, good lyrics and good music aren't easy to come by. Right now, I'm filled with the desire to create, Armand explained. Brother, your creative desire usually doesn't last even a week, Fanny teased with a smile. You're right, Fanny. If it weren't for this flaw of mine, I would have become the new Sophocles, but I'll do my best to control myself. Joseph, you'll help, won't you? Armand said. If I have the time, I'll do my best, Joseph replied. But at least for now, I'm afraid I won't be of much help. You know, I'm quite busy recently. Monsieur Bonaparte, what have you been busy with lately? Samuel inquired. Joseph has an important experiment to conduct lately. It's related to measuring the speed of light. My uncle praised the ingenious design of this experiment. Additionally, he's preparing to become a mathematics teacher at the Paris Military Academy. Joseph, your younger brother is studying at the same academy, right? Does he know you're going to be his teacher? How did he react? Armand asked. I haven't told him yet, Joseph replied. I want to see his reaction when he suddenly discovers that his math teacher is me. I can imagine that it will be quite interesting, Fanny commented with a smile. And so the conversation turned to how to play tricks on Joseph's brother. Fanny offered some suggestions, many of which she claimed were tricks Joseph had used on her. Everyone got into the spirit of things and began providing their ideas on how to tease Joseph's brother. If it hadn't been for the butler's reminder that dinner was ready, they might have continued brainstorming devious plans. All right, let's head to the dining room, Viscount Lavoisier stood up. I managed to get a few bottles of excellent wine. Armand's household had different dining customs compared to Joseph's. There were no strict formalities, and even during the meal, everyone continued to chat and laugh. The conversation meandered from Lavoisier's red wine to various topics, such as Ceylon tea and Mediterranean tuna, and somehow ended up discussing Nile crocodiles and hippos. French people, it seemed, had a lot in common with Chinese when it came to their love for discussing food. Can we eat it? Is it tasty? How should it be prepared? In this aspect, they were quite alike. A few days later, on a sunny morning, Joseph once again donned his formal attire, while Napoleon wore his military uniform. They boarded a light two-wheeled carriage bound for the Breton Castle on the outskirts of Paris, where they were set to participate in an experiment to measure the speed of light. The Breton Castle was an estate belonging to the House of Orleans, perched atop a small hill. It was originally a military fortress built in the 12th century, but had lost its military significance over time. Its defensive modifications had made it ill-suited for habitation, and it now lay in a semi-abandoned state. However, for conducting experiments, the location was ideal. It was far from the city, with few nearby residents and virtually no light pollution. From the high castle tower, they could clearly observe the reflected light from mirrors set about 4 or 5 miles away. Given the remoteness of the location and the absence of public transport, Joseph had rented a light two-wheeled carriage to reach the castle. The journey in the light carriage took most of the morning, and it was around 3 in the afternoon when they arrived near Breton Castle. There was an estate of the House of Orleans below the castle, where the participants of the experiment gathered. The carriage came to a halt at the estate's gate, and a servant approached to inquire about their identities. Joseph identified himself, and shortly after, the ornate iron gates of the estate swung open. They entered the estate, and the carriage came to a stop in front of a grand, Baroque-style mansion. A wig-wearing steward guided them inside. The steward led them through a grand hall and into a small garden at the rear of the mansion. In the garden, there was a modest glass greenhouse. While such structures might not be extraordinary in the future, during this era, it was a luxury beyond the reach of most. Several people were inside the greenhouse, sipping tea and admiring the blooming roses. Joseph noticed Ampere, Laplace, Biot, and Monge among them. However, the host, Duke Charles, was conspicuously absent. "Ah, Joseph, come over here," Biot waved when he spotted Joseph. He approached and greeted each of them one by one. He expressed his gratitude to Monge and Laplace for their recommendation. Napoleon, whom Joseph introduced as his brother, was also acknowledged. Joseph inquired about the absence of the Duke, and Biot explained that he had been summoned by the king. The Duke's butler, Mr. Will, was left to assist them with the preparations, and everything was in order, awaiting the night's experiment. In the past few days, the Academy of Sciences had worked in collaboration with the House of Orleans to precisely measure the straight-line distance from the Breton Castle's watchtower to the mountaintops of 2 nearby, unnamed hills. To ensure a clear line of sight, they had even cleared the trees from those mountaintops. They were, after all, part of the Orleans estate. Now everything was ready, and they only awaited nightfall. They engaged in scientific discussions as they had nothing else to do. Laplace and Monge delved into the gravitational potential function for any mass point outside a celestial body. Napoleon, though interested, listened more than he participated, in contrast to Joseph's active engagement. Soon, the Orleans family staff invited everyone for a meal. It was a working dinner, modest by Orleans standards, but Joseph and Napoleon experienced several culinary novelties, including truffle slices sandwiched in goose liver paste and various other delicacies. After dinner, they returned to their carriages and made their way to the nearby castle. The carriages navigated winding roads until they arrived below the castle. Exiting the carriages, they found the sun setting in the western sky, casting a warm red glow. Servants lit torches, and with the Academy members, they entered the ancient castle. These fortresses, built for defense, often had thick stone walls and few, typically small interior windows. This resulted in poor ventilation and lighting, even in broad daylight, necessitating artificial lighting. Many nobles had abandoned these castles, and they were in a state of disrepair, often serving as settings for ghost stories. The Breton Castle had its own share of such legends. Joseph, with Napoleon, followed a servant carrying a torch up a spiraling stone staircase. The servant warned them about the slippery moss-covered steps, but they reached the castle's topmost watchtower without incident. It was a small platform, about 20 meters in length. One end had a brazier with a fire fueled by whale oil-soaked wood. The fire, when lit, emitted a remarkably bright flame, visible from a considerable distance even in the dark. At the other end of the platform, there was a set of revolving 8-sided mirrors. A telescope was positioned on the platform, allowing them to view the mirrored setup on the distant hill. Joseph asked if the mirrors were properly adjusted, and they confirmed that the reflections were precisely aligned. Their experiment depended on a beam of light sent from the rotating mirrors on one hill and then reflected back. As the darkness deepened, Laplace declared, "It's time to start." One of the servants ignited the brazier, and a rocket was launched from the distant hill. The rocket served as a signal to inform them that they could clearly see the firelight from their position. With their attention now focused on the other side of the revolving mirrors, they awaited the return of the reflected light. However, at first there was nothing but darkness. The mirrors rotated faster, but still there was no sign of the firelight. Faster, even faster, Joseph urged, watching the spinning mirrors. The speed increased, and finally the flickering firelight began to appear on the side they were watching. Hold it steady. Hold the rotation speed. Excellent. Quickly record the speed, Monge shouted. An assistant quickly recorded the rotation speed. Once the data was available, Joseph, Laplace, and Monge gathered around to perform calculations. Laplace was the first to arrive at an answer, followed by Monge. Joseph took a bit longer, and when he finished, he found himself subjected to good-natured ribbing. Napoleon also couldn't resist a teasing smile, and Joseph knew what he was thinking. My dear, slow brother, you've become the subject of some gentle mockery. Joseph defended himself. These calculations are far more complex than my previous life, where we could solve them with a single keystroke. My speed is already quite impressive, and if anyone else were to attempt this, they might not even complete half as much as I did. The room burst into laughter, and Joseph continued, my calculations might not be fast, but they're thorough, and I'm meticulous. I can't help it. In the midst of the laughter, Joseph completed his calculations. The three of them cross-checked their results and found them to be nearly identical. Joseph quietly converted the figure into kilometers, and they realized that their measured speed of light was remarkably close to the modern-day value. How astonishingly fast, Laplace murmured. If light is indeed a wave, one wonders about the unique properties of this ether. It's truly beyond imagination. However, if light is composed of particles, how would one explain phenomena like the double-slit interference in Poisson's bright spot? Napoleon, leaning forward with a glint of curiosity in his eyes, chimed in, what if we consider a more radical idea? What if the medium through which light propagates isn't some conventional substance but the fabric of space itself? Space itself. Light is a wave in the fabric of space, Ampere responded. Ah, Napoleon, you possess a philosophical imagination. But as a scientific hypothesis, it lacks substantial evidence. Science demands evidence. Just like your brother's hypothesis, it's supported by a mathematical model. However, this notion, intriguing as it is, has no practical method for study since we lack any tools to probe the fabric of space. Joseph, quite startled by Napoleon's statement, knew that light wasn't a wave in the fabric of space. While space itself could exhibit wave-like properties, these waves weren't light but gravitational waves. He's quite imaginative. With proper nurturing, can we cultivate him into a physics emperor? Joseph mused, while Napoleon's eyes sparkled with curiosity and a touch of mischief. After the recent experiment, Joseph's days returned to being both fulfilling and boring. His daily routine now revolved around studying the mathematics of this era. This was twofold, to avoid accidentally introducing futuristic concepts into the curriculum due to insufficient knowledge of the era's math and to prepare for future teaching. Amid this busy schedule, winter gradually passed. The past winter had been cold and dry, with not a single snowfall, which was not good news for France. It hinted at potential agricultural problems in the coming year. Across the English Channel, Britain faced a similar issue, but the loss of North America and India during the 7 Years' War left France unable to rely on colonial resources, making the risk of crop failure much more significant for them than for the British. However, Joseph didn't pay much attention to this. Even if there were soaring food prices in the future, the teachers at the Paris Military Academy wouldn't go hungry. Their family still owned some land in Corsica, where droughts were rare. They could probably produce something there, and if they managed to transport it to Paris, even make a profit, despite the substantial taxes involved. Paying these taxes honestly would be profitable enough. Unless we find a way to smuggle food with warships in the future, making money won't be that easy. But for now, I can stockpile a bit early. I remember that old Jelan Dumartrat in Balzac's novels made a fortune by hoarding. Joseph thought, however, this was just a thought because Joseph had very little money on hand. Some of it had to be sent back home, and what remained barely covered his expenses. Even if he wanted to speculate, he didn't have the money to play, and speculation is risky. Even if you have a rough understanding of history, the specific operations are still risky. My risk tolerance is a bit low, so for now I can't do much except wait for my salary. This was the sorrow of the poor. For the wealthy, a failed speculation was just a learning experience. But for the poor, the consequences of a failed speculation might lead to drastic measures, such as trying to escape to America or India. Or worse, they could be caught by creditors and forced into various old and illegal businesses to repay debts. In economic activities, the risks for the poor were always greater than those for the rich because they had no capital, just their lives. Joseph overall was not someone who wanted to take unnecessary risks. Anyway, there are still a few years until the French Revolution. I can accumulate slowly, Joseph thought. Once winter had passed, Joseph had only one more semester of high school. In fact, in this last semester, there were hardly any classes left. Those planning to continue their education were already in the university preparatory program at the school of Emperor Louis. Those not planning to continue their education had already started looking for jobs in Paris. Joseph, on the other hand, neither intended to attend university nor seek employment, so he continued to go to school every day, spending his time in the library reading. But he wouldn't be staying much longer. He had already passed his graduation exams during the winter. So shortly after, Joseph received his graduation certificate from the school of Emperor Louis, and he could now report to the Paris Military Academy. Mr. Bonaparte, even though I've heard from Mr. Montgolfier and Mr. Laplace that you are quite young, I never expected you to be this young. But with their joint recommendation, your abilities should be beyond doubt, especially Mr. Montgolfier, who believes your future achievements will surpass his. You may not be aware, but we are in great need of a teacher capable of instructing geometric art here, said Count Dupont, the school principal, when Joseph reported for duty. Young man, strictly speaking, I am not trusting you. I just have a lot of trust in Mr. Montgolfier. Although he can be stubborn at times, he is undoubtedly a very reliable person. Initially, I wanted to transfer him from the Royal School of Military Engineering to our academy, but he's quite stubborn. And he's not very fond of some of the students here. Perhaps I should remind you our school is quite different from the Royal School of Military Engineering. Many of our students come from noble backgrounds, and many of them attend merely due to family tradition. Mr. Bonaparte, do you understand what I mean? Joseph clearly understood the meaning behind Count Dupont's words. It was well known that the Paris Military Academy had the best faculty but the worst students. Many of these noble students attended just for the prestige, intending to enter the army as officers and rapidly rise through the ranks, either becoming generals or leaving the military for other positions. The military knowledge taught at the academy was of little importance to them. For these students, success was achieving their life goals, not mastering military science. It was clear to Joseph that this was one of the reasons Mr. Montgolfier had not transferred from the Royal School of Military Engineering to the Paris Military Academy. I understand, Joseph replied. Well, that's good, Count Dupont nodded, but then added, Mr. Bonaparte, even for those noble students, we must not be too indulgent. We need to make an effort to ensure they learn something, or else it won't reflect well on the school's reputation. Joseph also understood the implication behind Count Dupont's statement. It meant that in any case they had to make sure the noble students learned something. They couldn't graduate as complete ignoramuses. It would tarnish the school's reputation. I will focus on teaching the conceptual aspects, Joseph replied. Focusing on conceptual teaching meant reducing quantitative analysis in mathematics to a minimum, so students only needed to grasp the concept. This approach would suffice for most of these students since they likely wouldn't go to the battlefield. Even if they did, the quantitative analysis would be handled by non-noble staff officers. Furthermore, the French Revolution is not far off, and most of these nobles won't escape the guillotine. The final imperial wars won't rely on them either. Right now, I just need to earn money steadily. If I can make use of these people destined to hang from lampposts, I can earn some extra money, Joseph thought. Very well pleased with Joseph's understanding, Count Dupont continued, we have prepared a dormitory and an office for you. You can also receive an advance payment for a month's salary, and you'll receive 2 sets of uniforms annually. You can arrange these with Marcel in our logistics department. After leaving the principal's office, Joseph visited Mr. Marcel, the logistics officer, spending an afternoon settling in. Then he spent an evening preparing the course materials, ready to start teaching his students in a few days. Napoleon sat at the front, his short stature preventing him from being visible from the back. The new semester's timetable included a new subject, military geometry. Napoleon knew that this course contained classified information. All students taking this course had to take an oath to maintain secrecy, and the school made it clear that leaking this knowledge would lead to charges of treason in a military court. Many of his noble classmates didn't take this requirement seriously, but it piqued Napoleon's interest. He had always been very interested in geometry, excelling in it. Moreover, geometry was crucial for artillery, a branch he held in high regard. Thus, he had arrived early at the classroom. It wasn't until class was about to begin that his fellow students started to trickle in, gradually taking their seats. The classroom came alive with chatter, resembling a bustling market. As the class bell rang, everyone hushed. This was a new subject, and they weren't sure what to expect from their new teacher. The moment the bell ended, a young man in a brand new military uniform strode onto the platform. He placed his lecture notes on the lectern and surveyed the students. Then he began, I am your teacher for military geometry, Joseph. Hey Napoleon, aren't you supposed to be good at math? How come you couldn't solve a single problem today? On the way to the library, a classmate caught up with Napoleon from behind, playfully shouting at him. Napoleon furrowed his brow but remained silent. His companion beside him, however, responded with irritation. Bonav, those problems were really tough. I dare say, even if Mr. Joseph explained them at the end, you still wouldn't have been able to do them. Because you can't even understand the questions. Well, what's your point? I've never bragged about being good at math, Bonav chuckled. We have military geometry class in a couple of days. Let's see if our math genius can solve a single problem then. As Bonav laughed, he took a different path, as students like him, aspiring nobles, wouldn't usually spend their time in the library studying after classes. Napoleon, you don't have to pay them any mind. They are just incompetent in need. Napoleon's companion gazed at Bonav walking away in the distance and continued. Anderson, I don't really care about them. It's you got too worked up, Napoleon replied. If a dog is barking at you, what do? You either ignore it or pick up a big stick and beat it soundly. Right, but what did you do just now? You were actually trying to outshout a dog, which is... You make a valid point, Anderson scratched his head. If I had a big stick in my hand, I would have given it a whack without a second thought. But the problem is I don't have a big enough stick. You see, even though he's a vicious dog, he's a titled dog, and the stick in his hand is bigger than mine. If I charge at him, I'd probably lose to that vicious dog, and that would be humiliating. So I chose to exchange harsh words. My brother once said, Napoleon mused and furrowed his brow slightly, don't argue with a fool because they will drag you down to their level and beat you with their experience in foolishness. Even though that guy is a jerk, he had a point. Napoleon couldn't help grinding his teeth. Indeed, Joseph was a real jerk. During class, he used the pretext of assessing everyone's current math level to present a series of questions. Then, he randomly called on students to answer them. The initial questions were quite straightforward, and even the dullest students didn't make mistakes. But at the end, Joseph introduced a tricky problem. It wasn't that hard, but it contained a subtle trap within its conditions and some misleading language. When Napoleon was called up, he overthought the problem under the pressure and failed to solve it within the given time. Joseph then politely sent him back to his seat and promptly demonstrated the correct solution in a straightforward manner, making even the dull students feel as if they could have solved it themselves. I understand it as soon as I hear it. I can do it as soon as I see it. But I get it wrong as soon as I try it is a common feeling for mediocre students when faced with many math problems. Just before the end of the class, Joseph presented another problem, claiming it was a test of their grasp of the day's lesson. He used the excuse that Napoleon was the only one who couldn't solve the previous problem to call him to the front again. This time, the problem was genuinely challenging, and Napoleon failed to solve it by the time the class ended, and with just 2 or 3 minutes remaining, how could he possibly have solved it? This guy is a real jerk. I have to study hard so that he can't be so smug anymore, Napoleon whispered to himself. As the two continued their conversation, they entered the library. While it was still daylight, they borrowed 2 books from the library and headed to the reading room. To ensure the safety of the books, the library strictly prohibited candles. So once darkness fell, the library became inaccessible in an era before electric lighting. Most libraries around the world operated this way. However, the reading room at the Paris Military Academy provided free lighting. Students with ID cards could request a white wax candle mounted on an iron candlestick, making it usable at night. Napoleon and Anderson took candles and proceeded to the reading room, intending to find a well-lit spot near a window to read. After all, a single candle's duration was quite limited. At that moment, a person sitting at a table near a large French window suddenly raised their head and called out to them, Napoleon, come over here. Napoleon looked in the direction and saw Joseph smiling at him. Joseph, hello, Anderson greeted politely with a bow. Anderson, did you understand everything I taught today? Joseph asked with a smile. At first I thought I did, but when I saw the last problem, I felt completely lost. Even now, I have no clue about that one, Anderson replied. Mastering the basic knowledge and being able to apply it practically are 2 different things, Joseph nodded. He then turned to Napoleon and asked, Napoleon, have you figured out how to solve that problem now? I know how to solve it now, Napoleon replied, somewhat defiantly. In fact, with a bit more time back then, I could have solved it. The speed at which you solve problems is also an indicator of your grasp of the subject, Joseph remarked. So for the same problem, your speed is only 2/3 of Mr. Monge's. Napoleon couldn't help but comment. This response caught Joseph off guard. He frowned and said, in terms of calculations, Mr. Monge is indeed far superior to me. However, in my opinion, my calculation speed is sufficient for my research. But Napoleon, if you want to graduate early, your problem-solving skills are not up to par yet. Napoleon, do you want to graduate early? Anderson asked in surprise. Yes, my family is going through financial difficulties, and they need me to start earning money as soon as possible, Napoleon explained. I also want to enter the military sooner rather than spend my days with the Parisian nobility. I agree with your perspective, but I won't go easy on you in my subject. If you truly want to graduate early, you should meet the standards of a real graduate, Joseph emphasized. Napoleon understood that Joseph's notion of a real graduate excluded not only those from noble families seeking a veneer of education, but also many ordinary graduates. The real graduate probably referred to an outstanding graduate. This high demand didn't breed resentment in Napoleon because, in his view, meeting these standards was only natural. Napoleon, if you want to graduate early, you must excel, Joseph continued. I've heard about your plan, so I've prepared a set of practice problems for you. As he spoke, Joseph reached into a bag nearby and pulled out a small notebook, handing it to Napoleon. Work on it diligently, Joseph said before lowering his head to continue reading. The days that followed were relatively peaceful. Joseph either gave lectures or worked on his own research and studies. Occasionally, he corresponded with Monge, Laplace, and others about mathematical problems and published several papers. Furthermore, having resolved his own financial difficulties, Joseph brought his younger brother Lucien to Paris and enrolled him in the school. As for Napoleon, he had already requested to take the early graduation exam, and he was now immersed in intense studying. The days passed quietly, with the goddess of spring's hemline swaying, and not a single decent spring rain showering down. Following the dry spring, a dry summer descended upon the city of Paris. The price of bread in Paris had increased again, rising by a quarter compared to the end of the previous year. This price hike was within Joseph's means, but it posed a serious threat to the common people. In this era, Parisians didn't have the habit of frequently taking to the streets in protests. Some who couldn't find a way to survive in Paris left for the countryside, or even chose to seek opportunities in America. Others who couldn't make ends meet through honest means turned to more illicit ways of life, such as theft or even robbery. However, these issues didn't affect Joseph. He rarely left the school, and the hands of these thieves couldn't reach him. In fact, both thieves and robbers could only truly harm those living at the lowest echelons of society. As for the upper class, let alone the high-ranking nobility, even the so-called middle class wasn't easy prey. This was one of the reasons why some modern-day leftists continue to downplay the various problems resulting from declining social order and maintain their high-minded stance. In that summer, Napoleon smoothly passed his graduation exam and successfully graduated from the military academy. He was assigned to the Raphael Legion and received the rank of second lieutenant in the artillery. On the day he left Paris, Joseph went to the stagecoach station to bid him farewell. Napoleon was dressed in a new gray-blue military uniform, a sword hanging at his waist, looking exceptionally spirited, except for being a bit short. "You look quite like an officer," Joseph remarked, patting Napoleon's shoulder. "Work hard and become a general sooner." "What's so great about being a general in France?" Napoleon whispered. "Don't say that in front of others," Joseph advised. "Do your best in the army, hone your skills, and it will benefit you no matter what you do in the future." After bidding farewell to Napoleon, Joseph returned to school. He had just sat down at his desk when the school principal's secretary, Will, entered. "Monsieur Bonaparte, the principal would like to see you," Will said. Joseph quickly stood up and followed Will to the two-story building where the principal's office was located. "Will, what does the principal want?" Joseph asked as they walked along a path beside the flower bed. "It seems to be related to some engineering matter. I don't have all the details, but you'll find out when you meet with the principal," Will replied. Joseph followed the servant upstairs and into the office of the Count of Dupont. "Ah, Monsieur Bonaparte, you're here," the Count said. "Principal, what can I do for you?" Joseph inquired. "Yes, it's about some engineering matters. Have you ever been to Calais, the town known for lace production?" the Count suddenly asked. "No, I haven't," Joseph replied. "Calais is a decent town in the provinces, and it's a nice place to take a mistress or two for a vacation. But my mention of Calais is not related to that. It's about a military assignment. Would you be willing to go?" the Count asked with a smile. "I'm willing to serve the country," Joseph quickly replied. "May I know more about the task?" "It's about the aging forts in Calais. They need to build a new fort to protect the harbor, and they require a mathematical consultant. Originally, Monsieur Montresor was supposed to take on this task, but he has other commitments, so he recommended you." "Joseph, may I call you that?" "Of course, that's fine," Joseph said. "Well, Joseph," the Count continued, "the school's salary is limited, enough to keep you from starving, but it won't provide a comfortable life. However, such assignments, though demanding, come with good income. A few of these tasks and you can save a substantial amount. Look at Montresor. His salary is actually slightly higher than yours, but he earns at least 6 or 7 times more through such work." "Why, thank me. You should thank Monsieur Montresor," the Count smiled. "However, he's a bit old-fashioned. If you want to show gratitude, sending him a substantial gift might offend his sensibilities. You'd be better off writing him an appreciative scholarly article. Joseph, this time, when you take on the role of a mathematical consultant, both Montresor and I hope you'll use this opportunity to advance academically. While the task in Calais isn't urgent, if you have no other pressing matters, please get your current work in order and report to Calais as soon as possible." Joseph knew this was the cue to leave, so he thanked the Count once again and exited the office. With the semester coming to an end and his schedule relatively light, he made arrangements and 3 days later set off for Calais with a letter of introduction from the Count. In modern times, a high-speed train connects Paris and Calais, taking less than an hour to travel between the two. However, in this era, the journey took 2 full days, and Joseph arrived in Calais as the sun was setting. As it was already late, Joseph decided not to go directly to the naval camp at the harbor. It was unlikely that anyone would receive him at this hour. Instead, he found an ordinary inn near the harbor and settled in for the night. After a night's battle with bedbugs, he woke up early the next day, determined never to stay in such a cheap inn again. Following the cobbled streets, Joseph made his way toward the harbor. The Calais harbor was divided into 2 sections. One was the bustling civilian dock, with several docked merchant ships and other vessels. Although it was still early, sailors were already busy cleaning the decks. On the other side was the French Navy's military dock. It was much smaller than the civilian dock, with only 1 pier. Parked on the pier was a single-deck escort ship and a patrol boat with only 2 masts. The French Navy's main fleet was traditionally deployed in the Mediterranean, as Calais was too close to England. Standing at a high point on the shore and looking westward on a clear day, you could even see the cliffs of Dover on the opposite side. Calais was only about 30 kilometers from the English military port of Dover in a straight line, and both the French and the British likely feared that one day they might be blocked in their own ports by the enemy's navy. Joseph headed towards the military dock. He arrived at the guardhouse where a sentry with a red nose shouted, "Halt! This is a military zone. No entry. I'm Joseph Bonaparte, a mathematics teacher from the Paris Military Academy, here to report to Commander Verluff," Joseph replied, presenting his introduction letter. The sentry shifted his musket to his left hand and took the letter with his right. After a quick glance at the cover, he looked at Joseph and said, "Monsieur, please wait here for a moment." He then turned and walked inside the gate, leaving Joseph waiting outside. After a while, he saw the sentry return with a captain. "Mr. Bonaparte, I am Captain Sayce of the French Navy. Commander Verluff is not currently at the harbor, he is in the fortress on the hill. I can arrange for someone to escort you there." "That would be appreciated," Joseph replied. "Do you know how to ride a horse?" Captain Sayce asked. "I have some experience," Joseph answered. "Good," Captain Sayce said. He then turned to the sentry and ordered, "Pierre, go get 2 horses for us." Pierre left and returned with 2 horses. These were regular military horses used for commuting and pulling, not for charging into battle. Joseph thanked him and took the reins, mounting the horse without assistance. Captain Sayce stood by, ready to lend a hand if needed. Seeing Joseph mount the horse effortlessly, he nodded and mounted the other horse, then urged the horses forward. The fortress was not far from the military dock, situated on a small hill just beside the harbor. They rode for only a few minutes before approaching the fortress. As they arrived at the fortress, Captain Sayce dismounted and Joseph followed suit. "Welcome to the headquarters of the fortress. Commander Verluff is here," Captain Sayce said. He led Joseph along a stone path, past the front gun emplacements, through a maple grove, and to a small 2-story white building. "This is the headquarters of the fortress." "Commander Verluff is here," Captain Sayce said, leading Joseph to the building. The fortress commander, Colonel Anton de Verluff, was a tall man in his 40s. He was quite pleased with Joseph's visit. "Ah, Mr. Bonaparte, I thought you'd take a few more days to get here," Commander Verluff said. "I didn't expect you so soon." "Well, do you need some rest? Youth is something to envy," Commander Verluff chuckled. "When I was your age, I never felt tired no matter how busy I was. Since you don't need rest, we can begin the work on expanding the fort." "Captain Sayce, why don't you take Mr. Bonaparte to settle in and then accompany him to the library for research and an on-site inspection? Mr. Bonaparte, if you need anything, feel free to ask Captain Sayce." Leaving the small building, Captain Sayce asked, "Mr. Bonaparte, where is your luggage?" "It's still at the inn," Joseph answered. "Which inn?" Sayce asked. "I can send a couple of men to bring your luggage here. We've arranged for you to stay in the officers' dormitory on that side. The conditions here can't compare to Paris, but we'll do our best to accommodate you. It's a small inn called Claude's Inn," Joseph replied. "By the way, you can call me Joseph." "Ah, Claude's Inn," Sayce chuckled. "Joseph, you must have chosen it for its proximity to the port and its decent appearance, not to mention the affordable price, right? Well, you probably didn't sleep well last night. That inn is known for having a lot of bedbugs." Seemingly concerned that Joseph might think he was mocking him, Sayce added, "Well, I fell for it in the past too. The owner, Claude, is quite a character, but he doesn't put his heart into running the inn. Let's get you settled in the officers' dormitory." The officers' dormitory in the Calais fortress had slightly better conditions than the teachers' quarters at the Paris Military Academy, mainly because the cost of land and other things was much cheaper in this region than in Paris. Once Joseph was settled, it was already noon. Sayce took Joseph to the officers' mess for lunch. Calais, being by the sea, offered a much wider variety of fish compared to Paris, and it was much more affordable. "If you ask me, you have a better life here than in Paris. The money we receive in Paris is no different from what you get here, but the prices in Paris are much higher, Joseph said as he took a bite of fish. But Paris is Paris after all, Size replied. The prices in Paris are indeed higher, but most people here would still prefer to go to Paris. These provinces are better suited for retirement, not particularly ideal for young people. If young folks want to achieve something, they should go to Paris. If I could go to Paris, I'd endure the higher prices. If it's just about money, there's more money to be made overseas. It's just that for people like us with no connections, going to Paris isn't easy. Indeed, Paris offered more opportunities, and for ambitious individuals, Paris was unmatched by any provincial city. Maybe Size, you're a captain of artillery, right? Joseph suddenly asked. Yes, I am. What's on your mind? Size inquired. I'd like to consult with you about some matters related to the fortifications, Joseph explained. After all, I'm just a mathematician, and there are many aspects of artillery that I'm not very familiar with. Oh, I thought you had some connections in Paris and could help me get to Paris, Size joked. Well, to my knowledge, the Paris Military Academy has always lacked an expert in naval matters. If you're capable, Joseph added playfully. Oh, I get seasick, Size said. Aren't there any other places in need of people? I haven't heard of any for now, Joseph shook his head. And you're in the Navy, aren't you? How can you get seasick? Size's face blushed slightly. In the Navy. Well, not everyone in the Navy has to be on ships. The garrison here at the fortress is also part of the Navy. I serve in the coastal artillery, and I don't have to board ships. I'm quite skilled in artillery, and you won't find many better gunners in the entire Navy than me, if it weren't for my seasickness. By the way, doesn't your school need an artillery instructor? I haven't heard of that for now, Joseph said. And as you know, even if there were a need, the position would most likely be filled by an army officer. Unlike across the sea in England, France had always been a land-based power. In the French military, the army held more influence and prestige than the Navy. I see Size sounded somewhat disappointed, but he continued, Joseph, you have a lot of connections in Paris and a lot of knowledge. If you find any opportunities, please remember me. I'll definitely remember, Joseph assured him. Joseph's response wasn't just a polite gesture, he also needed to establish connections in the Navy. In the coming years, the northern regions of France experienced poor harvests, while the south had no shortage of food. However, due to the country's feudal structure, there were numerous barriers to internal trade, causing the cost of transporting goods to rise. If he could use his Navy connections to bring food from the south to the north and deliver it to the northern ports, he could make a substantial profit. Smuggling from across the sea in England could yield even greater profits. In fact, Calais is a good place, Joseph continued. It's one of the most important ports in the north. There will be many economic opportunities here. Maybe in the future I'll need your assistance too. Anyway, we're friends, and if the opportunity arises, we should help each other, don't you think? You're right. It's a deal, Size said. In the following days, Joseph discussed the plans for renovating the fort with the designer Mitchell and the artillery commander Size. As the commander of the artillery on the fort, Size was also involved. The primary requirement for the fort is to control the shipping lanes into and out of the harbor. Our current fort is insufficient to control the entire channel, so we plan to build a new fort at this location, and with these two forts working together, we can control the entry and exit of ships. Mitchell explained, pointing at the blueprint. Sounds like a good location, Joseph said as he looked at the blueprint. Is there anything specific you need me to calculate? It's mainly about the ballistics data for the cannons. We also need your input on the specific design of the entire fort, Mitchell replied. Unfortunately, with the existing cannons and the lack of suitable high ground nearby, our cannons have a limited range. Although they can barely protect the shipping lanes, they are far from sufficient to protect the fleet when it deploys from the harbor. If the fleet is blocked in the harbor, there's no way for them to engage in combat, Joseph added. Naval warfare required well-organized formations. This allowed for the efficient deployment of firepower and prevented friendly fire when maneuvering, as well as collisions between ships. The limited space in naval ports made it impossible for fleets to form their formations inside the harbor. If enemy ships blocked the harbor entrance before the fleet could finish forming its formation, they would launch an attack before the fleet could complete its formation. If the cannons on the harbor fortifications had sufficient range, they could provide protection for the fleet when forming its formation. To achieve this, there were generally two methods. One was to install giant cannons on the fortifications. Fortifications had the advantage of being built on solid ground, eliminating concerns about them being sunk by heavy cannons. As a result, they could accommodate much larger cannons than those on ships, and larger cannons typically had longer ranges. However, this approach had its drawbacks. First, the cost of producing giant cannons was high. Second, the rate of fire for these cannons was quite slow. For example, the Turkish-made Dardanelles guns of the 15th century could fire at most 7 shots per day. Although technology had advanced since then, the rate of fire for giant cannons remained limited. This slow rate of fire was insufficient for the task of protecting the fleet's deployment. The second method was to place cannons in the highest position possible. This significantly extended their range. Additionally, the stability of cannons on fortifications meant that their effective range was naturally greater. This allowed for a more open space for naval ships to deploy their formations. However, Calais and its vicinity did not offer a natural high ground. To achieve this, they would have to build an artificial high ground by piling up earth. This required more manpower and resources, or more plainly put, more money. The Navy believes there won't be any need for warships to form battle lines inside Calais harbor, so the fortifications only need to ensure the blockage of the channel and prevent enemy attacks on the harbor, designer Mitchell explained. After all, Calais is not Toulon. There will be at most 1 or 2 patrol ships here. Calais is primarily a commercial port, and commercial ships don't require battle formations. Look at Dover on the opposite side. It has natural high ground, making it easier to build fortifications, but even then the British haven't stationed many warships there. Because of the limited scale of the new fortifications, the project's difficulty was relatively low. For Joseph, who was getting involved in such matters for the first time, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. The design of the Fort of Calais and its associated calculations were not particularly difficult, and Montreal had entrusted this task to Joseph more as a means for him to earn some extra money. However, Montreal soon realized that Joseph was gaining much more than just a few coins from this endeavor. One day in July, while Montreal was on a business trip to Nice, he received a thick letter from Joseph. The envelope was hefty, and had it not been sent through military channels, it would have cost Joseph a significant amount in postage. Montreal opened the letter to find a stack of papers covered with various numbers and symbols. Montreal glanced briefly at the contents and understood that the letter discussed problems related to the limits of mathematical functions. However, he was about to head out and had no time to thoroughly examine the letter. So he slipped it into the pocket of his coat and left. After finishing his work, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Some colleagues invited Montreal to join them for dinner in the evening. He declined, citing personal matters that required his attention. The colleagues did not press him further and left on their own. According to Christian beliefs, there are 7 sins that can lead a person's soul to hell: pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. If this were true, then in Europe, the French, particularly the nobility, had the highest probability of descending into hell due to their gluttony. Like the great eating nations of the East, the French, especially the French nobility, were renowned for their extravagant feasts that extended well into the night. Compared to Paris, Nice had relatively lower prices, and its seafood offerings were abundant. A group of friends indulged in an eating and drinking spree from the afternoon until deep into the night, with their stomachs and throats fully satisfied. As they returned to their accommodations, they noticed that Montreal's room, which was usually well-disciplined, had a lit lamp. "What is Montreal doing?" one of them mumbled. "Who cares? That stiff guy doesn't seem like a real Frenchman," another intoxicated fellow replied. These inebriated companions weren't genuinely interested in what Montreal was doing, so they merely muttered some comments and went to sleep. Montreal, oblivious to the speculations outside his door, sat at his desk with a stack of draft papers, meticulously filled with various mathematical calculations. He furrowed his brow and continued his work, even after one candle burned out and the sky outside began to lighten. Joseph's research is quite impressive. I haven't found any issues with it so far. Well, he must have been inspired while working on the construction of the fort. Ah, youth is truly a wonderful thing. In my younger days, my thoughts flowed much more swiftly. Montreal sighed as he put down his quill. Joseph probably submitted this paper to the Academy of Sciences. I wonder how those folks at the Academy will evaluate it, Montreal pondered. Indeed, Joseph had submitted the paper to the Academy of Sciences. However, what Montreal had not anticipated was that, within a week, Joseph would send another paper to the Academy, in which he derived a significant inequality. This inequality, originally known as Cauchy's inequality in history, might need a new name now, but this was just the beginning. 6 months later, Joseph published a physics paper titled Research on Frictional Heat. In this paper, Joseph conducted an experiment where he placed 2 ice blocks of equal mass and temperature in a glass container submerged in water. The ice blocks were rubbed against each other, causing them to melt. In contrast, another set of ice blocks, also of equal mass and temperature but left untouched, naturally melted as well. Joseph recorded the temperature changes of the water in both cases. Surprisingly, the water in the frictional heat group did not cool as rapidly as expected. Instead, its temperature decrease was more gradual and gentle. Joseph pointed out that this phenomenon contradicted the predictions of the traditional caloric theory, a concept widely accepted in Europe. Caloric theory posited that heat was a substance called caloric, an immaterial, non-spatial substance. When an object absorbed caloric, its temperature would rise, and caloric would flow from a warmer object to a cooler one or through the pores of solids and liquids. Caloric theory successfully explained many physical phenomena, including the cooling of hot tea at room temperature. The tea's high temperature indicated a higher caloric concentration, causing caloric to flow to the cooler surrounding air. It could also account for the expansion of heated air, as air molecules absorbed caloric, increasing their volume. Despite some challenges, caloric theory remained the dominant scientific hypothesis until the mid-19th century. However, caloric theory had its flaws. It required that caloric could neither be created nor destroyed, but only transferred between objects. Therefore, if one object's temperature rose, another's had to fall by an equivalent amount, and this posed difficulties in explaining phenomena like frictional heat. In Joseph's experiment, there was no clear source of caloric to melt the ice into water. Unlike Humphrey Davy, the scientist who initially conducted the experiment, Joseph fully grasped its significance. He accompanied the experiment with rigorous mathematical analysis and showed that, in this context, caloric theory and the kinetic theory of heat were not equivalent. To be honest, this paper almost spells doom for caloric theory. Laplace said to Carnot, his face contorted in anguish. This Joseph, he's such a headache. There are so many fascinating things to explore in this world, but he seems to derive joy from demolishing others' theories. He's just. Yeah, I remember your distress when he first introduced the wave theory of light, Carnot replied, his face equally troubled. Actually, I've just completed a study based on caloric theory. Me too, Laplace replied. I had an idea recently. Perhaps by considering changes in caloric, I can refine some aspects of Newton's formula for the speed of sound. However, right now, the research has only just started, and I might have to pause it for a while. That's not a big problem, Carnot said. Your research is still in its early stages, and now you can consider it from the perspective of kinetic theory instead. According to Joseph's arguments, although caloric theory and kinetic theory are not entirely equivalent, in most cases they can be considered interchangeable, so the changes you need to make should be minimal, but my research is already complete. Well then, teacher, how do you view Joseph's paper? Laplace asked. What can I say? Carnot replied. Just like last time, I haven't found any problems with his paper, at least not yet. Of course, his viewpoint surely has some issues, but how can caloric theory be wrong? At most, it might need some adjustments, some supplements. He also acknowledges that there may be alternative explanations besides his. Currently, caloric theory does have its shortcomings when it comes to explaining frictional heat, but that doesn't mean it's entirely finished. It merely indicates that for it to remain valid, we need to make further modifications. However, at the moment, I haven't found a way to do that. This Joseph, he always enjoys causing trouble for us. Laplace noticed that despite the trouble Joseph's research had caused Carnot, and the numerous conflicts with Carnot's own work, Carnot's attitude toward Joseph was unexpectedly lenient. While Carnot complained aloud, his tone conveyed more a sense of this child is mischievous than any genuine malice. This teacher is surprisingly magnanimous, isn't he? It's so unlike him. Laplace couldn't help but think, and he doesn't even fully agree with Joseph's views. If someone else had proposed such ideas, maybe even myself, the teacher might have been furious. Why then is he so tolerant this time? That lad, he's truly intelligent, but he enjoys stirring up trouble. Imagine if he could channel his cleverness into something more productive, rather than exclusively unsettling our theories. Well, when he returns, I'll have a good talk with him, Carnot remarked, still smiling and oblivious to Laplace's thoughts. After leaving the academy, Lavoisier didn't head home, but instead took a carriage out of Paris towards one of the Duke of Orleans' estates. A few days ago, he had borrowed a piece of land from the Duke for his new scientific experiments. Perhaps it was due to the king's long struggle to have a son. Queen Marie Antoinette gave birth to her first child 11 years after marrying him, which had led many of the king's close noble relatives to believe that he might become heirless and that the crown might fall to them. The Orleans family, as close relatives of the king, might have entertained similar thoughts. A few years ago, after the king underwent surgery and finally impregnated the queen, they had 2 sons. However, ambition, once kindled, is hard to extinguish naturally. Just like Macbeth, who harbored ambitions for the Scottish crown because of the witch's prophecies. Although the old king had clearly stated that his crown would go to his son, not Macbeth, Macbeth's ambition for the crown did not diminish. Instead, it grew stronger and eventually drove him to regicide. Some great nobles, including the Orleans family, shared this ambition, which had not faded away with the birth of the princes. Moreover, with the king's weak character and the queen, despite her strong-willed nature, lacking much political education and being politically immature as a woman, these nobles felt that they could take his place. To achieve this over the years, great nobles, including the Orleans family, worked both overtly and covertly to undermine the king, making sure he couldn't do anything right. They also deliberately created public opinion to discredit the royal family. Of course, they wouldn't directly target the king. It was too direct, and would reveal their ambition too easily. So they all unanimously focused their efforts on Queen Marie. Marie, while strong-willed, was also vain and had little concept of money, so it was easy to trap her. They flattered her, lured her into hosting various balls year after year, and swindled millions of francs from her in gifts. Meanwhile, they spread rumors about her extravagance, even giving her the nickname Madame Deficit. The recent scandal of the peculiar necklace incident had further tarnished her reputation. A female con artist managed to escape from a heavily guarded prison after orchestrating such a grand spectacle that ensnared even the queen. Whether there was a problem here, only heaven knew. Of course, the nobles were measured in their approach. Their propaganda seemingly aimed to exonerate the king, but in terms of its impact, it was actually better than directly attacking the king's greed and cruelty. Because while people might hate a greedy and cruel king, they also feared him. But a kind and weak good-hearted king, controlled by his own wife, was scorned. Machiavelli believed that the weakest and most easily overthrown kings were not tyrants hated by all, but kings generally despised by their subjects. Through this kind of propaganda, the great nobles steered people's hatred toward the queen while leaving the most dreadful thing contempt for the king. If Louis XVI were a strong ruler, or even just a tyrant, he could have swiftly quelled these discussions with forceful measures. At least, he could have turned people's contempt into fear and hatred. In relative terms, a king's crown worn by a feared tyrant would be more secure than one worn by a king who was scorned. However, Louis XVI was a man of weak character, always looking back and hesitating, unable to make the ruthless decisions needed to cut off the heads of these great nobles. His concessions only made the great nobles, including the Orleans family, believe that the French crown naturally belonged to them. To appear as friends of the people, enlightened gentlemen and pioneers of democracy, the nobles all put on a show of loving science, loving their country, and loving the people. Supporting academic research and academic freedom became a badge of honor among these nobles. Thus, supporting Lavoisier's research, which had become a source of pride for France, was the kind of thing that friends of the people, enlightened gentlemen, and pioneers of democracy should do. Duke Philippe had some free time and was waiting for Lavoisier. He was genuinely interested in Lavoisier's experiments and asked about their content when he had lent him this land. "Master, I'm just curious, no other intentions. Can you tell me what experiments you're doing here?" Duke Philippe asked when he lent him the land. "Oh, Joseph wrote me a letter. In it, he mentioned a special way to handle glycerin using concentrated nitric acid and concentrated sulfuric acid, creating a highly powerful liquid explosive. Well, perhaps we shouldn't call it gunpowder anymore, we should call it explosive. There are still many problems with this liquid explosive, but Joseph is busy with mathematics now and not particularly well versed in such matters. So after some preliminary experiments, he told me about it. I gave it a try, and it turned out that this stuff is incredibly powerful, just as Joseph said, probably dozens or even over 100 times more powerful than black powder. Is it really that potent? Duke Philippe exclaimed. It sure is, Lavoisier replied. You see, Joseph described it as powerful as Zeus's thunderbolts. He suggested that when I experiment with it, I should never exceed 1 gram at a time. So I tried it and it exploded for real, and its power far exceeded my expectations. Well, my lord, this stuff is quite dangerous. To conduct full-scale experiments, it's impossible within the city of Paris. Such a powerful substance should be studied by the military, shouldn't it? Duke Philippe asked. Ah, your highness, you might not know, but this substance, while immensely powerful, is not suitable for military use, at least not currently, Lavoisier explained. You see, this stuff is highly unstable. A slight vibration, exposure to light, or even a little heat, and it will explode. Imagine using it for military purposes during transportation. A small bump in the road could cause an entire cartload of explosive to blow up, with the power equivalent to over 100 carts of gunpowder exploding at once. My God, Duke Philippe exclaimed. If it's that dangerous, how can this substance be used? It's unsuitable for military use, Lavoisier continued. This stuff is difficult to transport and often needs to be prepared on site. In military operations, it's impossible to prepare this explosive on the battlefield. However, for civilian use like mining, we can prepare it directly at the mining site and use it immediately, which is relatively safer. My lord, this substance is incredibly valuable. It can be very useful in mining and civil engineering projects, potentially bringing about revolutionary changes. The cost of raw materials is not high, and if we can solve the preparation problems, this substance should bring in a substantial income. Are you interested, Your Grace, if the preparation issues can be resolved? My master, does this mean there are problems with making this substance? Duke Philippe inquired. Yes, currently it can only be made in a laboratory, and the quantity produced is quite limited. If it's to be used on a large scale, the production method will need to change. Moreover, even during production, there are considerable risks. Mass production under different conditions and environments will require careful study, Lavoisier explained. Then, Mr. Lavoisier, may I join this research? Duke Philippe asked. Of course, I welcome your participation. In the future, you can even name this product. Furthermore, your name can be added as an author of future papers, Lavoisier said. The Duke laughed. Ah, that won't do. People will say I shamelessly pursued honors that don't belong to me, so my name can't appear as an author on the papers. However, if you mention in the paper that I provided some insignificant help for this research, I'd be very pleased. That's not a problem, Lavoisier said with a smile. Also, this research is somewhat hazardous. While you can certainly participate, please maintain a safe distance during dangerous operations. Nitroglycerin, in the original course of history, was invented by the Italian chemist Sobrero in 1846. However, the raw materials for its production, such as glycerin, nitric acid, and sulfuric acid, had already existed. At this point in time, producing nitroglycerin was no longer a significant technological challenge. In fact, the manufacturing process of nitroglycerin wasn't too difficult. It mainly required maintaining a low temperature throughout the preparation. But in the original history, it was precisely this detail that cost a tremendous, even bloody, price for people to grasp. Lu Xun once sighed, "The history of humanity advancing through bloodshed is like the formation of coal. It consumed a vast amount of wood at the beginning, but ended up with only a small piece. Technological progress follows a similar pattern. Many techniques that were acquired at a great cost are, in essence, quite simple." Joseph, of course, didn't want Lavoisier to perish in a nitroglycerin explosion. That's why he explicitly mentioned temperature control in the letter he wrote to Lavoisier. Joseph reasoned that more vigorous molecular motion would intensify the reaction, making it more dangerous. Therefore, by maintaining a low temperature throughout, despite slowing down the reaction, it significantly increased safety. However, even with this crucial guidance, achieving perfection was challenging. Just 2 days later, Lavoisier experienced his first explosion on the Duke of Orleans' property. An assistant failed to follow the operational procedures strictly, injected the acid too rapidly, and caused a serious accident, resulting in 1 death and 5 injuries. This was largely due to the relatively small amount of nitroglycerin being produced otherwise. The other 5 individuals might not have survived. This explosion frightened Lavoisier considerably. He was present at the time, but he had momentarily left to quench his thirst. Of course, if he had been there, it's hard to say whether the assistant would have been equally careless. However, the Duke of Philip seemed particularly composed and even more interested in this matter. Having witnessed the power of this substance, he immediately realized its great potential. As for casualties during the research process, well, they sacrificed themselves for the advancement of science, a death of greater significance. People are bound to die, but the meaning of their deaths varies. Sacrificing themselves for the advancement of science, like them, means dying for a cause greater than the Alps. As for whether people might die during production in the future, well, industrial accidents are challenging to entirely avoid. People also get run over by carriages while walking. Moreover, even if those workers were to die, they would be dying for the construction of France, so what's the problem? In any case, they won't die at the Duke's residence, just as the Duke would never be run over by a carriage when he walks in the street. While periodic explosions resounded at the Duke of Philip's estate, Joseph completed his business in Calais and returned to Paris. His brother Napoleon, along with his younger brother Louis, had also arrived in Paris. "I took leave from the army and made a trip to Corsica to bring Louis to you. Do you have any water here?" "I'm dying of thirst," Napoleon exclaimed upon seeing Joseph. "The water is over there. Pour yourself a drink," Joseph said. Then he approached Louis and said, "Louis, you've grown taller again. You're even taller than Napoleon now. Haha, in our family, including the girls, you might become the shortest one." Napoleon didn't like others making fun of his height, but he knew that the more he showed his anger, the more Joseph, that annoying guy, would be pleased. So he simply ignored him and poured himself a glass of water, then drank it down. "How is everything at home?" Joseph asked. "Not good," Napoleon replied. "There's nothing wrong, it's the same as before," Louis said. "The same as before is the worst kind of not good," Napoleon retorted. "What's wrong? Have you come out into the world, seen it, and now you're not satisfied with Corsica? Can't stand Corsica anymore?" Joseph asked, reclining in his chair and propping up his legs. "Why would I dislike Corsica? It's just that Corsica lacks change. In France, in Paris, you can always feel the dynamism, new ideas, new science, new opportunities. Everything changes and progresses daily. But in Corsica, today is the same as yesterday, and yesterday is the same as the day before. I talk to people, and their thoughts haven't changed in 10 years, even 100 years, or 200 years. Even the patriotic idealists are the same. They only want independence and then lock themselves away, continuing to live as they did hundreds of years ago. This is not a good thing. Corsica shouldn't be like this. What do you think Corsica should be like then?" "Napoleon, it seems like you used to think the same way," Joseph said, a mocking smile on his face. "That shows that I've progressed beyond the others," Napoleon replied. "As for how Corsica should be, I believe the future Corsica should be a country of freedom, equality, justice, and the rule of law, just as Voltaire, Rousseau, and Montesquieu depicted. Napoleon, you've indeed progressed, Joseph chuckled. So what are your plans? During my time in Corsica, I've been thinking about this. Firstly, I believe that Corsica's fundamental problem is not France's occupation, but the people's lack of awakening. To truly change Corsica, we must educate our people and awaken them. What? Joseph was taken aback, his eyes widened as he stared at his brother. Does this guy have a problem? Does he not want to be a great general anymore because of our time travel and the butterfly effect, and now he wants to be a Luzon who awakens the masses? Joseph hesitated for a moment and then asked Napoleon, what are your specific plans? I plan to write a history of Corsica, just like the Gallic Wars, Napoleon said. Upon hearing this, Joseph breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Napoleon was still Napoleon. The Gallic Wars was a work by Julius Caesar, the Roman emperor. This meant that Napoleon's role model remained political and military leaders like Caesar, and writing the history of Corsica was merely a means to achieve his political goals. I'm not entirely optimistic about your plans. Joseph shook his head. You know, the literacy rate in Corsica is even lower than in France and Italy. Few people can read. Napoleon opened his mouth, ready to argue, but Joseph didn't give him the chance and continued. Napoleon, don't rush to argue. I know what you want to say. You want to say that even though few people in Corsica can read, as long as these people realize the problem and understand the new, correct ideas from outside, they can not only change themselves but also influence others. Because these individuals are natural leaders in Corsica. Is that what you're thinking? Napoleon stared at Joseph for a while before answering. Yes, that's what I think. What's wrong with that? He answered somewhat reluctantly, likely due to his prediction based on his old habits when dealing with Joseph, expecting his brother to respond with sharp sarcasm immediately. Indeed, his prediction turned out to be quite accurate. Joseph immediately retorted, my naive brother, you're too young and naive. You actually believe you can persuade people with reason. It's quite amusing. At this point, Joseph suddenly leaned forward, bringing his face close to Napoleon's and stared into his eyes. My brother, you must remember that the primary driver of most people's actions is not their brains but their behinds. The key isn't what's right or moral, but what's advantageous for them where their behinds are positioned. Do you understand? Napoleon shook his head. Who is our enemy? Who is our friend? This is the foremost question in a revolution, Joseph explained, shamelessly presenting great thoughts as his own. In the past, most failed revolutionary struggles had many reasons, but the fundamental one was their inability to unite true friends to attack true enemies. Revolutionaries are the guides of the masses, and no revolution has succeeded without the leadership of revolutionaries. If you want to be certain of not straying and succeeding, you must unite our true friends to attack our true enemies. Napoleon remained silent for a while, and then he finally spoke, but this time there was a sense of longing in his eyes. So how do we determine who our friends are and who our enemies are? Napoleon asked. How do we determine who our friends are and who our enemies are? Joseph chuckled. My brother, you finally asked a question that's not entirely foolish. Well, Napoleon, think about it. What kind of people desire change in their lives, and what kind of people want to maintain the status quo? If it weren't for their previous conversation, Napoleon might have immediately responded, those brave, adventurous, and heroic souls want change, while the mediocre, aimless individuals hope to maintain the status quo. But now Napoleon had grasped Joseph's line of thinking and wouldn't give such a simple answer. So after a moment of reflection, he replied, those dissatisfied with reality and who believe they should have a larger share wish for revolution, while those content with the current distribution hope to preserve the status quo. Is that what you meant, Joseph? Ah, Napoleon, Joseph smiled. Although I often call you a fool, in reality, you are quite intelligent compared to most. Your thoughts are correct. Well, now you should consider who your allies will be in your revolution and who will be your enemies. I think writing the history of Corsica is not a bad idea. What do you mean? Napoleon asked thoughtfully. Writing the history of Corsica will provide you with an opportunity to interact with all layers of Corsican society, from the upper echelons to the common people. Through this, you can conduct a comprehensive survey of Corsica, allowing you to gain a full understanding of the island. My brother, you must understand that without thorough investigation, there can be no accurate judgment, and without judgment, there can be no authority. Napoleon pondered for a moment and nodded. Joseph, your point is well taken. I'll get started on this. Well, let me tell you, Joseph began, ready to offer some advice on conducting a social survey, but he was interrupted by a knock at the door. Who is it? Joseph asked while making his way to the door. It's me, Armand, came Armand's voice from outside. Joseph opened the door to find Armand standing there with heavy bags under his eyes, looking like he hadn't slept or had perhaps indulged in too much herbs elixir. He also carried a bag in his hand. Armand, come in. Joseph welcomed him, pulling out a chair for him as he said, my place is a bit messy, I hope you don't mind. No problem. My place is messier, Armand replied with a smile. Do you have any wine here? I'm parched from the journey. I'm afraid not, Joseph shook his head with a smile. You know I don't drink much, I only have water. Is that all right? Damn, all right as long as it's a liquid. I knew not to expect much here, Armand said. Oh, Napoleon, would you mind getting the water jug? Joseph turned to Napoleon. Napoleon fetched the water jug. Is this your brother? Armand asked. Yes, that's my not-so-bright brother, Joseph casually replied. I think if he wore ancient clothes, he'd look like the living Emperor Nero or even Alexander the Great, Armand said. You might be too harsh on your brother. Upon hearing this assessment, Joseph couldn't help but scrutinize Armand from head to toe several times, leaving Armand puzzled. Is there something on my face? Armand asked. No, Joseph replied. I was just checking if you've sobered up from Herb's elixir. Ah, do you think I'm rambling because I've never seen your brother before? Armand responded in a melodramatic tone. Mere mortals, you should know that the greatest prophets in the world, Apollo's favorites, spoke the truths of the world while under the influence of mysterious intoxication. Do you think I'm babbling because I've never seen your brother? Foolish mortals, you should know that these divine intuitions are at work, and it was in this divine frenzy that I saw the light and the fire in your brother's eyes. In that moment, I even thought of the statue of Alexander the Great. Believe me, my friend, your brother will be extraordinary in the future. Truly. At this moment, Napoleon returned with the water jug, and upon hearing Armand's praise, he wore a wide grin on his face. All right, Princess Cassandra, Joseph responded in a similar melodramatic tone. You do have a point. Tell me, did you foresee my brother's presence here and the need to make this prophecy to him, as if a witch foretold Macbeth's prophecy? Cassandra was a legendary Trojan princess and a priestess of the god Apollo. She refused Apollo's advances, and he cursed her to see the future clearly but never be believed when she spoke her prophecies. Ah, you still don't believe, Armand said, but wait and see. As for the reason I'm here, well, I didn't foresee meeting your brother here and making this prophecy. Joseph, do you remember the script we discussed last time? Spartacus. Of course I remember. Have you finished it? Joseph asked in amazement. This isn't like you, Armand. You usually write no more than 20 words a day. Well, you're right. But this time is different. Armand acknowledged his usual daily output. I had a sense of a mysterious force compelling me, and I couldn't stop writing. The ancient Greeks believed that tragic playwrights weren't creating on their own, rather, the gods worked through them. When I was writing Spartacus, I felt that way, as if the muses themselves were guiding my hand, making me write without pause. Joseph, this is not my creation, it's the muse working through me. I'm just a vessel driven by divine inspiration. So even though I've written this play much faster than anything before, the quality surpasses all my previous work. Compared to what I wrote before, it's like comparing the Graces to Helen. Do you want to take a look? All right, enough self-praise, Joseph interjected. You sound like a charlatan selling indulgences. Let's see the script. Here you go. Armand handed over the bag. Joseph took the bag and inside found a neatly bound manuscript. Feel free to enjoy yourselves, and I'll take a look first, Joseph said while opening the script. You go ahead, Armand replied. Napoleon leaned in to read it alongside Joseph. Armand, leaning back in his chair, began to playfully engage Louis, who had been rather quiet all this time. Sunlight streamed in through the window, casting a warm glow on Joseph's desk. As time passed, this patch of sunlight crawled across the table like a snail, gradually shifting from one end to the other. By the time Joseph had finished reading the entire script, the sunlight had already moved from one end of the desk to the other. So how is it? Armand asked eagerly when he saw Joseph put down the manuscript. He had been keeping an eye on Joseph and Napoleon while playfully interacting with Louis. Joseph, however, remained silent for a moment before letting out a sigh and turning to Napoleon. Napoleon, I've told you before that even with talent, one must work hard to achieve success. Look at this example before you. This guy named Armand, he's a complete scoundrel, a playboy who's wasting his life away. You see how good this script is, right? That's because you haven't seen the trash he wrote before. Compared to this, everything else he wrote was utter garbage. If this scoundrel were serious and put in effort, he might even catch up to Aeschylus or even touch the heels of Homer, Euripides, and Sophocles. But this guy spends most of his time drinking and fooling around. Speaking of drinking, Armand, your script actually makes me want to drink. It's about time for dinner, why don't you treat us and we can go out for a drink? This transition was quite abrupt, catching even Armand off guard. However, he quickly understood that Joseph held his script in high regard. Very well, I'll treat, Armand agreed. We can drink and chat. I know a place where they serve excellent Poitou brandy. The group left Joseph's home, hailed a horse-drawn carriage, and soon arrived at a tavern called Lilacs in May. Armand seemed to be a regular there, as he greeted the owner and the considerably larger proprietress with ease. Then he said, prepare a quieter spot for us and bring another round of brandy. Of course, Armand, in your usual spot where you can see the Seine, the landlady called out. The owner personally led them to their table. As they sat down at the table, Armand said to the owner, Philip, just bring us something to drink, and I'm not interested in your age-old menu. The owner complied and left. Soon, a variety of dishes and a bottle of brandy were served. Napoleon, you can have a bit of brandy, but not more than one glass. Louis, you can't have any, Joseph instructed his brothers as he poured himself a full glass. It's unfortunate to have a big brother, Armin said. Armin, there's a major problem with your script, and it's a big one, Joseph stated. What problem? Armin asked anxiously. It's too sharp. If you don't make some changes, it will be banned. But if you do make changes, it will lose its powerful impact, Joseph answered. Upon hearing Joseph's words, Armin became rather proud. What's there to fear? It's just a ban on performing, isn't it? Even Ghani's Zaida was banned once. To be banned just like Zaida is nothing less than. Why should we change it? No, even if it's banned, even if they throw me in the Bastille for this, it's worth it. You must know this is the immortal laurel crown of Apollo. Well, this play will only be able to perform 1 or 2 times before they figure it out, Joseph remarked. No, that won't happen, Napoleon interjected suddenly. Just like Zaida, even if it's banned for a while, it will be performed again one day, and once it's performed again, it will become a timeless classic. I like the sound of that, Armin chuckled. Napoleon, I'll toast to you. After saying this, Armin raised his arm and poured a large glass of brandy into his mouth. Napoleon, seeing this, wanted to imitate him, but his arm was stopped by Joseph. Armin can hold his liquor. Drinking for him is like drinking water. Don't drink like him, or you'll fall before you can even say a few words, and that won't be any fun. When we used to drink with him, he'd drink as he pleased, and we'd just sip along, Joseph advised. Napoleon glanced at Joseph and then at the thin-looking Armand. He seemed a bit skeptical, but decided to follow Joseph's advice, taking a small sip. All right, that's enough, Armand said. I hope you can give me more sober opinions. So how does your drinking compare to Joseph's? Not as good as mine, Joseph replied. Not much worse, Napoleon almost immediately answered. Well, then you've taken a bit too much, Armand laughed. Joseph can do some fuzzy math after just 2 glasses of brandy. Since you're about the same, take it slow. Lavox, I have an idea, Napoleon said. Oh, you can just call me Armand like Joseph does. Mr. Lavox is too formal and it makes me uncomfortable. So what's on your mind, Alexander? I think since this play has become so intense to the point where it's almost certain to be banned, why not make it even more biting? Napoleon suggested. Napoleon, you have a way of seeking excitement without fear of consequences. If we go that route, this play's fate won't be just banned and unbanned. It will turn into a cycle of being banned, unbanned, banned again, and unbanned again. And Armand will be at real risk of being thrown in the Bastille, Joseph commented as he sipped his brandy. Well, that's even better, Armand exclaimed. That would surpass Ghani. As for being thrown in the Bastille, compared to such an achievement, what's a trip to the guillotine? Napoleon, what do you think to make it more intense? Napoleon pondered for a moment. Armand, after the Battle of Apulia, Spartacus was killed in action, and Pompey had all 6,000 captured rebel soldiers crucified. How about we include an image of one of the crucified rebel soldiers in the play, making him look like Jesus? Oh, that's a brilliant idea. It'll infuriate the clergy. Armand laughed. We can also have 3 crucified rebel soldiers engage in dialogue, just like in the Bible when Jesus was crucified with 2 other thieves, Napoleon continued enthusiastically. Ah, great idea, Armand agreed. My previous ending was too sad and gloomy. This change will add a touch of brightness to the conclusion. Maybe I should revive the Greek chorus. In the final scene, Spartacus's lieutenant can rally the other crucified soldiers, saying, "We may die, but we die as free warriors, not as slaves and puppets for others to play with. The name and legacy of Spartacus will live on forever." Yes, perhaps I should make a major adjustment, reviving the Greek choir. At the end, Spartacus's lieutenant can shout to the other crucified soldiers, "Let's sing our war song one last time." Some soldiers start singing, and the whole choir joins in, creating a grand finale. This is fantastic. Napoleon, you're a genius. Much better than Joseph, really. Joseph listened, his lips slightly curved, but he didn't say anything. As for Napoleon, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride and looked at Joseph. The lyrics for this song shouldn't be a problem, you can write them yourself. But can you find a composer good enough to create the music you want? Even if you find a talented composer, it's not guaranteed that they'll be able to compose the suitable music, and you'd also have to worry about whether they'd risk their necks to create it, Joseph cautioned. With these changes, the fate of the play might shift from being performed soon to an uncertain delay. In this era, there were indeed some talented composers, such as Haydn and Mozart. However, they weren't in France, and they might not be willing to compose a song for a play that praised a slave rebellion and was considered blasphemous. Perhaps only Beethoven dared to do such a thing, but at this moment, Beethoven was still an unknown teenager. His mature period was still a few years away. Of course, France had some musicians and even revolutionary musicians, like François-Joseph Gossec. However, compared to other countries, especially Austria, France's musical achievements paled, to the point that in 1788, during his visit to Paris, Mozart wrote to a friend, saying regarding music, "I am in the midst of savages. Ask anyone, just as long as they're not French, and if they're somewhat knowledgeable, they'll say the same. If I can escape with my life, I'll thank God." So finding a composer to meet Armand's demands wouldn't be easy. No worries, Armand reassured. For a perfect play, it's worth waiting. Let's toast to a flawless tragedy. Ah, I'll toast and you can follow. Haha. The concept of a perfect tragedy originally hailed from Aristotle's praise of Sophocles' Oedipus Rex. However, Armand's words were a clear revelation of his ambition. In the following days, Armand frequently visited Joseph, his enthusiasm replaced by a sense of dissatisfaction with the play. He felt that many aspects were inadequate, needing adjustments, even significant ones. After every modification, Armand often found himself unsatisfied with the result, feeling that the previous version was better. Of course, the most troublesome matter remained the war song. Now, this song played a more significant role in the script, appearing at least 3 times when Spartacus and his followers initiated the revolt, when they escaped from the cliff of Mount Vesuvius, and during the final crucifixion scene. The lyrics and music for this song had not been finalized yet. Armand had written more than 10 versions of the lyrics, but he dismissed them all. Joseph's research progressed smoothly during this period. He had already published several valuable papers. His collaboration with Lavox was successful. Although nitroglycerin remained highly dangerous, the on-site production techniques had matured, and they were even being used in the mines owned by the Orleans family. This significantly increased the productivity of the Orleans family's mines, leading to a modest profit for Duke Philip. If France's industrial development could match that of Britain, the Duke would have earned even more. It was the chilly month of April 1787, when the willow trees along the Seine River had just begun to sprout tiny buds, no bigger than grains of rice. In other parts, the cold of winter still lingered. Do you know, Joseph, I actually prefer April to the full bloom of May, Armand said as he strolled along the Seine's banks with Joseph walking beside him. Why's that? Joseph inquired. Because April is the season of budding, the most hopeful time of all. Though the cold hasn't completely receded, and patches of snow can still be seen on the shaded slopes outside the city, the arrival of spring by the river is unstoppable, Armand explained. You make a good point, Joseph replied, but April can be quite harsh too. Why do you say that? Armand asked. Do you know, Armand? Joseph glanced around and pointed to a bare lilac tree not far away. Take this lilac tree, for instance. Last year it produced thousands of seeds. Armand, all these seeds try to sprout in April. What's wrong with that? Armand asked, puzzled. Joseph walked over to the bare lilac tree, ran his hand along the rough trunk and turned back to say, Armand, out of the thousands of seeds this tree produced, how many do you think can grow even a small shoot? And of those fortunate enough to sprout a tender bud in April, how many can grow into a magnificent tree that blooms with flowers in spring? Think about it, even in the harshest of winters, all those thousands of seeds are still alive. But in April, most of them silently die in the soil. Think about how many lives quietly fade away in April, how many hopes are crushed. Even now, beneath our feet in the soil, countless lives may be dying. April is the cruelest month. It resurrects lilacs on barren land, mixing memory and desire, and urges the dull roots to stir. Winter warms us, covering the earth in forgetful snow, sustaining the withered roots for a while. Wait a moment, Armand interjected. Joseph, I must say you're wasting your talents not being a poet. Your perspective is intriguing. However, I've heard a similar sentiment from someone else, though their conclusion differed from yours. They said that in a revolution, many will pay a price, even with their lives. But it doesn't mean there's anything wrong with the revolution. Because without it, if we have an eternal winter, life might fade away a bit slower, but the prolonged harsh winter will eventually wither all life. After all, dry roots can only sustain for so long. Revolution may cause us to lose a lot in the short term, but in the long run it can bring us more. Who told you that? Joseph asked. Marat, a doctor, Armand replied. Marat, is that the one who was assassinated in a bathtub, then briefly enshrined, only to be moved again shortly after? Joseph wondered, is he the author of A Study on the Properties of Fire? I recall your uncle mentioning him. Ah, I'm sure my uncle didn't speak kindly of him, Armand chuckled. It also confirmed that the Marat Armand mentioned was indeed the same Marat that Joseph was thinking of. Lavoisier only mentioned his views when discussing erroneous ideas. In fact, besides the word absurd to describe his conclusions, Lavoisier had no other opinion about him. Did he have any conflicts with your uncle? Joseph asked. Not really a conflict, Armand replied, just academic disagreements. But my uncle did mock him rather harshly, so their relationship wasn't great. Nevertheless, that's between him and my uncle. This person is indeed quite talented. I hope to introduce you to him as he might be among your friends. With that, Armand looked ahead and said, we're almost there. Abel's Tavern is just ahead, and the friends I mentioned are waiting for us there. Why choose such an out-of-the-way place? Joseph questioned. It's not for any other reason but the cheap drinks here, Armand explained. These are all private brews, untaxed. As they continued walking, they took a right turn down a narrow alley and walked about 20 steps to arrive in front of a building. This area was close to the poor neighborhoods of Paris, so the houses were mostly small and dilapidated, all gray and gloomy, much like the expressions of the impoverished. This particular building was no exception. It had a closed door with no signs or any distinguishing features. From the outside, it was nearly indistinguishable from the neighboring structures. Armand walked up to the door and knocked. The door didn't open, but a voice from inside inquired, "Who is it?" "I'm a friend of Albert's," Armand replied. The door opened slightly, revealing darkness inside. Joseph could only make out a pair of eyes seemingly assessing them. After a while, a voice from within said, "It's a friend." The door then swung open fully. Armand, with Joseph in tow, entered the building, and the door closed behind them. The sudden darkness enveloped them, and it took Joseph's eyes a while to adjust to the dim light. He also got his first clear look at the person standing before them. He was a young man, roughly the same age as Armand, with black, slightly curly hair and eyes that shone like lightning, even in the darkness. The young man clearly knew they had just entered and waited for their eyes to adapt, standing quietly. Then he said, "Armand, and this is Joseph Bonaparte." Joseph introduced himself hastily. "In that case, Mr. Bonaparte, please come in," the young man said, turning and walking further inside. They followed him through a corridor, and he pushed open a door, leading them into a slightly larger room. The room was positioned towards the back of the building and had relatively larger windows, allowing more light to filter in. In the center of the room stood a large round table, and several people were seated around it. Upon hearing the door open, all eyes turned in their direction. One person even stood up and waved, "Hey, our great scientist and writer have finally arrived." Joseph recognized the person. It was his fellow student Orleans, who had gone on to become a lawyer and left Paris for a provincial town after graduation. They had kept in touch through letters, but their in-person meetings had been few and far between. It was a pleasant surprise to see him back in Paris. "Orleans, you're here too. You didn't send me a letter in advance," Joseph exclaimed, pleasantly surprised, because this trip to Paris was a last-minute decision due to some work-related matters. "I thought my messenger might not be as fast as I am. After finishing my work, I intended to come find you, but Armand said you were coming here today, so I decided to wait for you directly," Orleans explained. "Joseph, welcome." After welcoming Joseph, Orleans and Armand began introducing the others present. "This is our esteemed lawyer, Danton," Orleans began, introducing a slightly overweight man in his 20s seated next to him. "He was one of my mentors and has taught me a great deal during this time." Joseph knew that this was Danton, one of the later to be famous Jacobin giants. He couldn't help but observe him closely. Danton had an unrefined appearance, wearing a loose, bright red overcoat with an open shirt revealing his neck. The coat's buttons were missing and he wore high boots. His hair was untamed and his wig was visibly made from horsehair. His face had a few blemishes, but a friendly smile played on his lips. He had thick lips, large teeth, powerful fists, and bright eyes. "It's a pleasure to meet you," Joseph said, giving a slight bow. "It's an honor to meet a future great scientist," Danton replied. Joseph also noticed that, indeed, as Armand had mentioned, Danton was quite the unrefined character. He couldn't help but glance at him a couple more times. "This angelic-looking fellow, who can make me jealous to the point of sleepless nights with a single glance, is our friend Louis," Armand introduced the young man who had brought them inside. "Joseph, Louis is just like that. Even a simple glance from him is enough to steal any maiden's heart, but he rarely smiles." "Hello, I've read some of your works, and if you have time in the future, I'd like to seek your guidance on some mathematical questions," Louis said. Joseph responded with a greeting while noticing that, indeed, as Armand had described, Louis had the face of an angel. His slightly wavy flaxen hair, velvety skin, and crystal-clear, lively blue eyes were striking. Even if he were to offer a slight smile, just like a gentle breeze in May, it would be enough to sweep any maiden's heart away. But Louis's face was almost devoid of a smile, resembling a marble sculpture. If he were born in a later era, he wouldn't have to do anything just with that face. He wouldn't have to worry about food, Joseph thought, feeling a touch of envy. The story of their gathering continues, and the group's discussion, laughter, and shared camaraderie unfold as they explore the dynamics of this unique assembly of friends. If Louis was the epitome of beauty, almost as if the golden apple had been handed to Prince Paris of Greek mythology by the goddess Aphrodite, or like the archangel sounding the trumpet of the Last Judgment descended with fire and thunder from the clouds, then the next friend introduced to Joseph by Armand was the complete opposite in terms of appearance. He was a short, skinny man with a waxen yellow face. His eyes were of unequal size, and his nose was large but flat, as if someone had slapped it forcefully, flattening it. His forehead was also flat, but his jaw was strong and protruding, making his mouth appear unusually large and to some like a toad. With his skinny frame, slightly protruding finger joints, and dry, flaky black-yellow skin due to some skin condition, he looked like a creature that had escaped from a nightmare. "Joseph, this is my friend Mr. Mara," Armand introduced. "Pleasure to meet you," Joseph nodded, extending his hand. Mara also extended his hand, but with a light, almost imperceptible grip on Joseph's fingers. Joseph noticed that Mara's hand was quite cold. "Mr. Bonaparte, I've read your paper. You believe that light is a wave," Mara said calmly, his voice as cold as his handshake. "It's not just my belief, the existing evidence leans toward that conclusion. I don't have a bias toward whether light is a particle or a wave." I rely on experimental evidence and mathematical explanations, Joseph replied. Joseph couldn't help but furrow his brows. A thought crossed his mind. Ugly people often act peculiarly. Indeed, ugly individuals often face discrimination, which could make them angry and prone to hostility. Joseph saw Mara as a typical example of this. However, Joseph didn't want to offend Mara at this moment, as he appeared to be quite dangerous. Although Joseph wasn't very knowledgeable about the history of the French Revolution after all, wasn't this foreign history before his time travel? He knew that Mara might be responsible for many horrifying acts during the revolution, some of which might be motivated by personal vendettas. Joseph didn't want to provoke such a madman. Anyway, this guy won't live for long. Let's just give in for now. Joseph suppressed the urge to retort and told himself that. I have no strong opinion on whether light is a wave or a particle. My viewpoint is that it depends on experimental phenomena and mathematical explanations. If we can explain interference phenomena from a particle perspective, I would be equally pleased. In a world so complex, the only reliable thing is mathematics, Joseph explained. Ah, Joseph, your view has a touch of Pythagoras, doesn't it? All is number, isn't it? Danton chimed in. Pythagoras was a famous ancient Greek mathematician who founded the Pythagorean school. A fundamental belief of the school was that all is number. They believed that mathematics was the only way to describe the essence of the world, and that everything could be explained using numbers. I'm not as enthusiastic as they were. Joseph smiled slightly. I wouldn't throw someone into the sea just because they discovered irrational numbers. But my friend, perhaps you should consider this as well. Is our vision reliable? Not necessarily. For instance, some people claim to see colors differently from others. Wait, what did you just say? You said some people see colors differently from others. Are you sure such people exist? Mara interrupted. Yes, what's the matter? Joseph asked. This might be a new disease that people haven't noticed before, Mara said. Can you tell me how you discovered this? When I was a child, a friend of mine came running to tell me that the hibiscus flowers in my garden appeared different colors during the day and evening. In the daytime, they were sky blue, but in the evening they turned bright red. However, to me, those hibiscus flowers were always pink. When I told him, he was astonished and even suspected that my eyes were the problem. So we asked a few more people, and everyone, except his brother, agreed that the hibiscus flowers were pink. Later, we found that his uncle also believed the hibiscus flowers were blue during the day and bright red in the evening. But I was envious of them because they could see two different colors in the same flower. Can your friend bring them for me to see? Mara asked. He's from Corsica, and it's not easy for him to come here now, Joseph said with an open hand. Ah, Mara sneered sarcastically. Mr. Bonaparte, do you know I have a friend with extraordinary jumping ability? He can jump directly to the moon. Joseph quickly told himself not to engage in a verbal battle with this guy and held back the urge to retort. However, at that moment, Danton spoke up. Could it be that hibiscus flowers don't change colors during the day and evening? Is it just my eyes? Is my vision the problem? Everyone's attention turned to Danton. Why are you all staring at me? Danton asked. Danton, do you see the hibiscus flowers change color during the day and evening? Mara fixed his gaze on Danton as if observing a precious specimen. Yes, isn't that what you see? Danton replied. What color do you see? Mara asked again. Danton widened his eyes, stared at Armand's hat for a while and said, It's green, of course. Take another look, Mara said. Danton looked intently at Armand's hat and then said, It's definitely green. My God, there really are people whose eyes see colors differently from others. Armand's hat is obviously a light red. Mara clapped his hands and then turned to Joseph. Mr. Bonaparte, do you realize how dull you are? Don't you know this is a significant medical discovery? I'm not a doctor after all. I'm almost illiterate when it comes to medicine, Joseph smiled. Let's go back to our original topic. I believe our vision is unreliable, just like our hearing. Some people claim they can hear sounds that others can't. That's just a trick used by charlatans, Mara interrupted. Even ordinary people experience this at times, Joseph said. For example, when we dream, we can hear many sounds that don't exist, see things that aren't there. Our vision can deceive us, our hearing can deceive us, and even our imagination can deceive us, such as 0.9999 equaling 1, but mathematics doesn't lie. I remember a certain priest once said, when the world is turned upside down, the cross still stands. Whether the cross stands is debatable, but I'm sure that even if the entire solar system is in chaos, 2 points can still define a straight line. So when everything else is unreliable, I can rely on mathematics. Adhering to this principle, after that, Joseph adopted a policy with Mara's eccentric discussions, not only not opposing but even praising them. It was said that General Zhang compiled a collection of his own poems such as the masterpiece that went, Great Bright Lake, great, on Great Bright Lake, there are lotus flowers, and on the lotus flowers there are toads. Poke one and it leaps. He then sought out an old scholar to have him appraise it. This old man, unaware that Zhang Zongcheng was the author, read the poems and blurted out incomprehensible nonsense. General Zhang, upon hearing this, was furious. Dare you call my poems incomprehensible nonsense? I think you're looking for trouble. Guards, take this old man away and execute him. The old man, realizing he was in deep trouble, quickly knelt down and begged, General, General, my eyesight is failing. I didn't see it clearly earlier. Let me take another look. Zhang Zongcheng let the guards release the old man temporarily, and patting the small cannon at his waist, said, Old man, you'd better look carefully this time. The old man carefully read Zhang's poetry collection twice and then sighed, put down the collection and stood up, saying to Zhang Zongcheng, General, you should have me taken away and executed. Now, Joseph couldn't help but think that he wanted to say something similar to Mara, who was spouting nonsense. Fortunately, Danton seemed to have a rather dismissive attitude toward Mara, so he stepped forward to argue with him. This led Mara to spare Joseph, focusing his energy on debating with Danton. Armand introduced Joseph to the others, explaining that Joseph was a rising star in science and had a keen eye for art. He mentioned that some of Joseph's suggestions had even influenced his unfinished work, Spartacus, so they all engaged in conversation. When young French people gathered, their discussions typically revolved around women or politics. Joseph was surprised to find that the future Jacobin leaders, excluding the most famous one, Robespierre, present at the meeting, didn't have extremely radical political views at this time. Mara advocated for constitutional monarchy, probably influenced by his time studying in England. Danton, on the other hand, was more conservative, believing in an enlightened monarchy, aligning his views with those of Voltaire. Louis leaned more towards Mara's views but seemed to have a particular dislike for him. Their host, Abel, didn't seem to care much about the specific political system. He was more concerned with protecting the rights of the common people. In reality, there was almost only one person who supported a republic, and that was Orleans, albeit not very firmly. In his view, if a republic couldn't be established, a constitutional monarchy was an acceptable alternative. In general, if they were suddenly transported a few years into the future, they would undoubtedly be labeled counter-revolutionaries and face the guillotine or even being hung from lampposts. It's normal that they're relatively moderate now. In fact, at this time, even the most radical young people are only this radical, Joseph thought to himself. So the Duke of Orleans and his associates think they can use these people and their spark in the powder keg to propel themselves to the throne. They don't realize that once the fire starts burning, the situation may become uncontrollable. They are playing with fire. Handling such gatherings was not too difficult for Joseph. He had come from the future, where he had seen a plethora of political theories, systems, and experiments. Dealing with these immature future leaders was not a problem. His casual ideas inspired these young men, even making the usually stoic Louis exclaim, there are actually people as talented as Bonaparte in the world. Initially, Joseph was somewhat hesitant about accepting Armand's invitation to attend these gatherings with the radicals. These individuals had a tendency to lose their heads during the impending revolution, figuratively and literally. Being too involved with these dangerous elements could indeed be perilous. However, considering that the Great Revolution was inevitable, not knowing these radical figures and having no association with them would be equally dangerous. So Joseph decided that he must engage with these people, but with some distance. He needed to maintain a favorable impression without getting too entangled in political struggles. In general, Joseph felt that his performance was quite good. Even Mara's attitude toward him improved after Joseph handed over the study of color blindness and the honor that came with the discovery to him. Although Mara continued to use a habitual mix of praise and criticism in his speech, Joseph felt that Mara didn't hold much malice toward him. In this era, outstanding scientists were somewhat akin to ancient Chinese Confucian scholars. While they might not wield political power, associating with such individuals was an honorable endeavor. So everyone sincerely invited Joseph to attend their gatherings more frequently. However, this didn't align with Joseph's plans. Therefore, he had to apologize to everyone, explaining that he wished to attend their gatherings but was currently engrossed in an important mathematical problem. Mr. Bonaparte, what kind of problem have you encountered? Mara was particularly interested. Joseph raised his hands and said, this problem may sound simple, but it becomes quite complicated when you delve into it. Perhaps I need a spark of inspiration to tackle it. Well, a student mentioned to me that it seems that all maps can be colored using only 4 colors to differentiate different regions. However, he doesn't know how to mathematically prove it. I found this problem quite intriguing at the time, and it didn't seem too difficult. I attempted to prove it, but so far I've made no progress. This problem was the famous 4-color theorem, considered one of the 4 great unsolved problems of mathematics in Joseph's future time. It sounded simple, and even a child could understand it. However, proving it was incredibly challenging. Even in Joseph's time, it took the use of electronic computers to confirm the theorem after performing around 100 billion individual checks. In this era, it was almost an unsolvable problem. Joseph brought up this problem partly as an excuse and partly to bait the pseudo-scientific Mara. Usually, problems that sounded easy and could be solved with a spark of inspiration were the kind that pseudo-scientists loved. As expected, Mara immediately became interested in the problem. Is this problem difficult? Yes, it's quite difficult. In my opinion, its difficulty is on par with cubing the cube, squaring the circle, and trisecting an angle. I've already presented this problem to the Academy of Sciences and suggested that if no one can prove it in a short time, we should make it a public problem and offer a reward. Mara's eyes lit up with excitement. He took out a notebook and a pen and said, "Mr. Bonaparte, could you please repeat the problem?" Using this excuse, Joseph could maintain a certain distance from these individuals. Besides, apart from Napoleon, both of his brothers were with him now, and he needed to focus more on their education. Louis was still very young, not even 10, so it was too early to give him specialized training. However, Lucien had already begun to display some talent in public speaking and the arts. Joseph, not being a history enthusiast in his past life, didn't know that Lucien had once been the president of the 500 People Society during the events leading to Napoleon's rise to power. But since Lucien had already shown promise in these areas, encouraging him in this direction seemed like a good idea. In the future, Napoleon will be devoted to the military. As for me, I'll ensure the family's good name and the overall direction of French development. The greatest advantage of time travelers lies in knowing the broad course of history, right? As for Lucien, if he has a talent for oratory and the arts, he can handle public relations and propaganda in the future. In a way, a rose is also a weapon of war. Joseph didn't have much connection with the world of art, so he had to rely on Armand for many aspects of this plan. However, he was concerned about Armand's lifestyle. Lucien was at a critical stage in forming his values, and having him learn from Armand was, well, Armand's company had improved somewhat recently after mingling with those radical elements, so that was a relief. Joseph submitted the four-color problem to the Academy of Sciences, and sure enough, it left everyone, including Laplace, stumped. They studied it for a while but couldn't come up with a solution, not even a viable approach. Everyone, including Laplace, had their own research to attend to, and they couldn't afford to spend all their time on such a problem. So, as Joseph suggested, the Academy decided to make the problem public and solicit solutions from all around the world. Joseph originally posed this problem to trap Marat. Based on his past experiences, he knew that amateur scientists were more inclined towards physics and chemistry than mathematics. However, he didn't anticipate that in the future, the mathematical problems would become so complex that amateurs wouldn't understand them. So, the scarcity of amateur mathematicians in the future wasn't due to their reverence for math, but because they couldn't comprehend the problems. However, the four-color problem happened to be a question that everyone, including amateurs like Marat, could understand. So as soon as the announcement was made, the Academy received a perfect solution from Marat. But when Laplace glanced at it, he found numerous errors, and the paper found its way to the bin where it belonged. Marat, however, didn't give up and sent the paper to Joseph, believing that Joseph would recognize its value. This was when Joseph realized he had dug himself into a hole. Marat's paper, like all amateur papers, was riddled with problems, from incorrect deductions to flawed concepts. Joseph, after a cursory look, found 7 or 8 issues. If this were written by Napoleon or any of my other students, I'd have given them a good scolding. Joseph muttered through gritted teeth, pondering how to respond to Marat. Finding something valuable in this paper is not easy. If I must point out something valuable, it's the audacity. Ignorance truly has no fear, Joseph sarcastically thought. However, I can't keep praising his audacity in my reply, right? Marat may take it as a mockery, Joseph reasoned. So he had to study Marat's flawed paper meticulously to find something praiseworthy. Well, this section's deduction, while not rigorous, has some interesting ideas. Let's focus on that for now, Joseph decided. With that in mind, Joseph started composing his response to Marat's letter. In this letter, Joseph dedicated 2 full pages to praising the small section Marat had analyzed. The tone of his praise gave even himself goosebumps. I've sunk to such levels just to make a living. Well, business is business, Joseph muttered while working on his response. Now it's time to change the tone a bit, Joseph thought. So he wrote, however, this paper does have a few minor issues, such as, Mr. Laplace believes that the logic in this part is flawed, and it overlooks. You may not know this, but mathematicians tend to be quite stubborn about these matters. Mr. Laplace, in particular, is very rigid when it comes to such issues, and he thinks this paper fails to successfully prove this conjecture. He concluded the but section, slyly shifting the blame toward Laplace. With that, Joseph had completed his letter, which he then carefully blotted to remove excess ink and sent back. As for how Marat would react to the letter and how he'd hold a grudge against Laplace, that wasn't Joseph's concern. Considering the headaches Laplace had caused him in his previous life with his theories, Joseph felt that his conscience was clear this time. This strategy worked. Shortly after, Marat sent a response, expressing gratitude for Joseph's affirmation and expressing anger towards the conservative old men in the academy. He hinted at his future ambitions, saying that one day he would expel these individuals from the academy and replace them with young, forward-thinking people like Joseph, believing they would revitalize France's scientific community. Is this, if I become the young emperor in years to come, I will repay the peach blossoms? Joseph couldn't help but chuckle. Marat did indeed rise to prominence, but that was a story for another day. For now, Joseph's attention shifted back to his younger brothers. Napoleon didn't require Joseph's help anymore and had returned to Corsica. He wouldn't be coming back anytime soon. Louis, still a child, attended a decent primary school. Joseph arranged for Lucien to enter his alma mater, the College of Louis the Great. Lucien didn't shine academically like Joseph, but he did reasonably well. He also demonstrated talent in public speaking and acting. Joseph had left his role as a playwright for the Dragon and Rose Theatre, but he still maintained connections. Using these connections, he occasionally had Lucien play minor roles in the theater. According to the troupe leader Denard, he's a natural actor. Joseph had never seen Lucien perform, so he wasn't sure if Denard was exaggerating. In addition, Joseph hired an Austrian musician named Fraser to teach Lucien the piano. According to Fraser, Lucien started learning the piano a bit late, but he showed promise. With effort, he might reach a level where he could perform on stage. Joseph didn't expect Lucien to become a piano virtuoso. In his vision, Lucien would handle artistic and cultural promotion, not necessarily mastering all the arts. Nevertheless, Lucien displayed some innate talents, and he recently started creating a few short scripts and composing some melodies. Joseph had seen and heard them. They weren't remarkable, but still decent. Time passed, and before they knew it, it was 1789. In the past 2 years, France's finances had reached a critical point, forcing King Louis XVI to propose new taxes to prevent a complete government bankruptcy. France was divided into 3 estates: the clergy, the nobility, and the commoners. The first 2 estates held a significant portion of the country's wealth but paid minimal taxes. They vehemently opposed any tax increases on them and used their political power to resist. Consequently, the commoners, the third estate, became the primary target for increased taxation. To address the financial crisis, King Louis XVI reluctantly convened the Estates General, which had been dormant for 175 years. He hoped to find a solution. France's king is a fool. Can't he see the discontent and anger among the third estate? Opening the Estates General at this time is a ridiculously foolish move, Napoleon wrote in a letter to Joseph. Doesn't he realize how much resentment and fury have built up among the third estate? If he doesn't call the Estates General, these grievances will remain dormant and not pose a significant threat. But now, he's given these opposition groups an opportunity to organize. He's foolishly provided them with a chance to unite, transforming them from crickets into locusts. The king probably believes that the third estate will submit to higher taxes, or at worst, make some noise. Yet there are others watching from the sidelines. Joseph completely agreed with Napoleon's assessment. As the third estate's representatives gathered in Paris, the entire city grew restless. Pamphlets began circulating among the citizens, introducing them to the Estates General and subtly directing their focus towards the king's intentions to raise taxes. These pamphlets, while informative, were also designed to provoke a specific reaction, feeding the population's worries about their already challenging lives. Meanwhile, due to a spring drought affecting many provinces in the north, some grain merchants, mostly under the patronage of aristocrats, began withholding grain to hedge against potential crop failures. As more and more merchants joined this strategy, the availability of grain in the market diminished, causing prices to soar. The rising prices further incentivized grain hoarding, making the situation worse and intensifying public discontent. In these circumstances, Armand once again sought Joseph's counsel. Armand informed Joseph that his play Spartacus was getting ready for a performance in Paris. Joseph asked, "Is your battle song ready?" Armand shook his head and replied, "No, not yet. We still don't have a song that satisfies everyone, but everyone agrees that now is the best time to stage this play. Missing this opportunity would be a great loss, so for now we'll use Edgar's song." Edgar was a young composer in Armand's circle. Just like in later times, Paris was teeming with struggling young artists who claimed to be composers, and Edgar was one of them. He had a few songs circulating in the bars of the St. Antoine district, but writing a battle song for Spartacus was a challenge beyond his abilities. Joseph commented, "This is indeed the best time from a sensational perspective. However, staging this work at this time might be risky. You might end up in the Bastille." Armand waved his hand dismissively and replied, "So what? That would make me a part of history. I wouldn't mind spending a few years in there for the chance to be remembered." Since Armand had this attitude, and Joseph knew that even if Armand were thrown into the Bastille, he wouldn't stay there for long. The Bastille was stormed at the beginning of the French Revolution, and its prisoners were released. Furthermore, if Armand were to enter politics in the future, having spent time in the Bastille would be a valuable qualification. Joseph said, "Well, if that's how you feel, then I won't try to dissuade you. When is the dress rehearsal? I'd like to come and see it." Armand replied, "The day after tomorrow at the Peterson Theater, starting at 8 in the morning. The Peterson Theater was located between the St. Anton district and the City Hall, not far from the Bastille." The conditions at this theater were not as luxurious as those in the wealthy districts to the west, but it was more suitable for staging Armand's play. Joseph agreed, "I'll be there for sure." 2 days later, Joseph took Lucian with him to watch the dress rehearsal of Spartacus. The rehearsal went smoothly, including Edgar's song. However, Armand appeared troubled, furrowing his brows. Joseph asked, "What's wrong, Armand? Isn't everything going smoothly? The actors are performing well." Armand sighed and replied, "Yes, they are, damn it. If it weren't for that brilliant idea you had given me before, I'd be completely satisfied now. But whenever I hear Edgar's song, I can't help but feel like I'm having a grand feast with unseasoned dishes. It's all your fault, Joseph. Damn it, if it weren't for you, I'd be as cheerful as those fellows. No, even more cheerful. Damn it." Armand stamped his foot and then turned to Joseph, half-jokingly saying, "Joseph, you have to help me." Joseph widened his eyes and said, "What can I do?" In all honesty, Edgar's song wasn't bad. Its melody was uplifting and beautiful, but as Armand had complained before, it's a bit too light. "I need a thundering or Bane cannon," and he gave me a small trumpet. Armand paused for a moment, then smiled wryly. "Well, maybe there's no solution to this in the time we have." He turned to Lucian and jokingly said, "Lucian, you're learning music too. How about trying to write a good song?" To Armand's surprise, Lucian responded, "Sure, after watching today's rehearsal, I was actually thinking of giving it a try." This answer caught Armand off guard. He was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled, "Well, if you can do it quickly, it would be great. This play is scheduled to premiere in just 2 weeks." Unbeknownst to Armand, 4 days later, Joseph suddenly brought Lucian to him. "Armand, take a look at this," Joseph said, handing Armand a piece of paper. Armand took the paper and examined it closely. Then he started humming the melody written on it. Finally, he looked up, grasped Joseph's sleeve, and asked, "Joseph, this is amazing. Where did this come from?" "The music was composed by Lucian," Joseph said, casting a glance at Lucian, "and the lyrics were written by me." "Armand, what do you think?" Armand exclaimed, "This is incredible. It's like a dream come true. No, it's even better than what I could have dreamed of. I've never heard a song like this, not even in my dreams. I love it." Joseph inquired, "Armand, can we use this song?" "Of course, this is perfect. There's nothing better than this," Armand replied with great excitement. "But Armand, I have a request," Joseph said. "Go ahead, my friend. Right now, I'd agree to anything. Even if you wanted me to run naked in the streets or offer up my chastity, I'd say yes." Armand laughed. "Don't be absurd, you're corrupting the child," Joseph scolded. "All right, my friend, tell me your request. Until I give my consent, do not tell anyone that I wrote the lyrics for this song, and that Lucian composed the music," Joseph requested. Armand understood Joseph's request. He didn't mind being thrown into the Bastille, but that didn't mean Joseph felt the same way. If Armand were arrested and put in the Bastille, Joseph would be responsible for his 2 younger brothers. Moreover, Joseph's main life goal was in the realm of science, and he didn't want other matters to interfere too much with his research. As for Lucian, he was talented, but he was still a child of less than 15, and such involvement in a possible Bastille situation was out of the question. "No problem. I give you my word of honor that I won't reveal it, not even at the day of judgment," Armand assured earnestly. "My friend, there's no need to be so serious," Joseph said with a smile. "I just want to avoid unnecessary trouble. I understand. I don't mind going to the Bastille, but I don't want to see any of my friends there," Armand replied. Armand didn't immediately take the song to the theater for rehearsal because, if he did, even if he didn't disclose the authors, people might immediately suspect something was up since he had recently seen Joseph and Lucian. So Armand was being cautious. It wasn't until 2 days later that Armand finally brought out the song for the theater company to try, and this time the effect was said to be excellent. However, Armand still wasn't satisfied. He felt that some lines in the play didn't match the song, and there were many areas that needed modification. Actors also had suggestions regarding the stage and performance, so Armand became even busier. A week later, Armand invited Joseph and Lucian to watch the dress rehearsal of his play once again. This time, Joseph had to go on a business trip, so only Lucian went to see the rehearsal with Armand. When Joseph returned to Paris a few days later, Armand's rehearsals were mostly completed. At least in Lucian's opinion, the play Spartacus was now on par with the works of Molière. However, Armand still seemed dissatisfied. He spent his days at the theater, hesitating over trivial matters, and his cheekbones seemed higher than ever. Joseph knew that Armand was obsessing over things that weren't real problems, and no matter what decision he made, it wouldn't make much difference. Armand was simply trapped in indecision. "Armand, have you heard this story? There was a man who put 2 identical piles of fodder on either side of a donkey, equidistant from the donkey. Can you guess what happened to the donkey?" Joseph asked, placing his hand on Armand's shoulder. "I know, the donkey starved to death standing in the middle." Joseph, you're a wicked man for comparing me to that foolish donkey, but are you sure the piles of fodder were truly identical? Armand replied, the donkey. If they weren't identical, would you have hesitated so much? Joseph asked. Well, of course they weren't identical. There were some differences between them. I just didn't know which one was better. Then it's simple. Let's use this, Joseph said, taking out an irregularly shaped silver coin Roman denarius. This side has the image of Bacchus, and the other side has a bunch of grapes. My friend, you know that tragic art originated from the worship of this deity. Let's let him help us make the decision. You'll toss the coin. If the head is up, it means Bacchus approves of this, and if the grapes are up, it means he disapproves. What do you think? Bacchus is the Roman name for the Greek god of wine, Dionysus. His divine responsibilities didn't include art, but considering that ancient Greek tragic art originated from the worship of this deity, it was quite appropriate to invoke him for judgment. A Roman denarius. Armand took the coin from Joseph and examined it closely. This is probably from the time of the Roman Republic. It's possible that Crassus, one of the first triumvirs of Rome and the general, who eventually suppressed the Spartacus slave revolt, once held this coin. It's a pity the condition isn't great. I could barely recognize the head of Bacchus on the obverse if it weren't for the grapes on the reverse. But it's a nice find. All right, let's do as you say. After comforting Armand, Joseph left the Peterson Theater and hopped into a lightweight horse-drawn carriage to head home. The two-wheeled carriage moved slowly along the road under the pleasant weather. Joseph folded the roof of the carriage and looked around. At this point, the carriage was nearing the Isle de la Cité, the heart of Paris and the birthplace of the city itself. The Notre Dame Cathedral stood on this island. Joseph looked around and could spot the towering spire of the cathedral and the new bridge that stretched across the Seine. Despite its name, the new bridge was, in fact, a bridge dating back to the 15th century and was the oldest one on the Seine. As the carriage's pace slowed down due to the increasing crowd of people and vehicles on the streets, Joseph understood that this was the bustling heart of Paris, and such congestion was quite normal here. But as the carriage continued forward, the streets grew even more crowded, to the point where people were practically shoulder to shoulder. The carriage driver reined in the horse and turned to Joseph, saying, "Sir, it seems there's something going on up ahead, and we won't be able to pass through. If you'd like to take a detour and cross the river using another bridge, it'll be quite a distance and take more time, not to mention extra cost. I think it might be better for you to disembark here, walk through this stretch, cross the river, and find another lightweight carriage on the other side. That way you'll save some time." Joseph peered ahead, and it was clear that the new bridge was completely congested with people. Joseph knew the carriage driver was right, so he nodded, took out 2 sous from his pocket, handed them to the driver, adjusted his hat, grabbed his cane, and alighted from the carriage. He began walking along the street toward the other side of the bridge. As he advanced, the crowd grew denser, and various voices became increasingly clamorous. Joseph noticed that nearly everyone's faces expressed a mix of anxiety and excitement. His ears caught snippets of conversations. The Third Estate is what? The Third Estate is France, it's everything. We, the Third Estate, can't be silenced with just one vote. Exactly, we won't let them. We need our own. We must defend ourselves. No National Assembly, no Constitution, and no one's taking a sou from us. Joseph grabbed the arm of a young man nearby and asked, "What's happening?" "The king has closed the Menin Hall, and there are rumors he wants to dissolve the National Assembly. We can't allow him to do that," the man replied. Before Joseph could respond, another hand latched onto his arm, belonging to a similarly anxious but excited face. "Sir, we can't let the privileged classes trample over us anymore. We're not lowly soil, we are the true France, don't you agree?" Clearly, at this moment, it wasn't wise to express any disagreement. Joseph immediately replied, "You're right. We can't let them trample us. We need a constitution." Someone nearby shouted, "Yes, we need a constitution. We won't let the king and the privileged class do as they please. The king is preparing to send troops to crush us. I heard he's quietly amassing an army, and he plans to kill us all, just like the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre." Another voice suddenly chimed in. The crowd fell silent, and fear was visible in everyone's eyes. They are capable of such things. One person said, "We can't let them do it. The soldiers are also part of the Third Estate, they won't. But soldiers follow orders, and they can buy mercenaries with the money they seize from us. They'll use our own funds to hire mountain people to kill us. We need to be prepared, we can't just sit idly." Listening to these cries, Joseph knew that history had finally reached this point. A few days ago, at the Estates General, the king had agreed to the Third Estate's request to increase their representation from 300 to 600 delegates. However, he insisted on the traditional one vote per estate system. In France, 98 of the population belonged to the Third Estate, yet they only had one vote. The clergy of the First Estate and the hereditary nobility of the Second Estate also each had one vote. Such a setup practically meant that, no matter how you played the game, the privileged classes could use their numerical advantage to have their way. The interests of the vast Third Estate would receive no protection. While this voting system was indeed a traditional one in France, at this moment, King Louis XVI was deluding himself to think that the Third Estate, economically empowered and influenced by Enlightenment ideals, would let themselves be manipulated just as serfs were over 100 years ago. His thinking seemed utterly out of touch with reality. The representatives of the Third Estate could not accept this arrangement. The entire Third Estate saw this meeting as an opportunity to gain more rights. In simpler terms, they wanted taxes, but they also wanted corresponding rights. They were willing to pay, but they wanted something in return. When the king called for the Estates General, the Third Estate saw this as their chance to gain more rights. The news of the upcoming Estates General had prompted Abbé Sieyès to publish his political pamphlet, What is the Third Estate?, where he clearly stated that the Third Estate should have a higher status. The king's insistence on tradition had put him squarely against the entire Third Estate. The representatives of the Third Estate, and by extension the entire Third Estate itself, could not and would not submit to the king's terms. They took matters into their own hands and declared themselves the National Assembly, claiming absolute legislative authority and announcing their intention to draft France's first constitution. This audacious move, of course, wasn't something the king could tolerate. Louis XVI ordered the closure of the Menin Hall, which had been provided to the Third Estate for their meetings, and there were rumors that he intended to forcibly dissolve the illegitimate National Assembly. This news reached Joseph at this moment. As the days passed, Paris itself began to boil. Almost everyone took to the streets, and people could be seen engaging in spirited debates or hushed conversations. Every street was as crowded as a market, and the bustling atmosphere continued until nightfall when Joseph finally reached his home. The next day at noon, Joseph heard more news. The National Assembly representatives had braved the rain to head to the Menin Hall to continue their discussion on drafting a constitution. However, they were blocked by the king's troops. Led by their first president, Jean-Sylvain Bailly, the representatives decided to defend their nascent National Assembly and gathered at the royal tennis court nearby. The Third Estate representatives there took an oath, pledging to work toward a constitutional monarchy and never to separate from the National Assembly. Many people were concerned that the king would send troops to the royal tennis court to arrest these audacious Third Estate representatives. However, for several days, there was no sign of any action from the king. In a surprising turn of events, a group of First and Second Estate representatives, led by the Duke of Orleans and the Marquis de Lafayette, joined the National Assembly. The House of Orleans was one of the most prominent families in France, and Lafayette had been the commander-in-chief of the French forces during the American Revolutionary War, playing a crucial role in the Battle of Yorktown. This earned him the title of Hero of the New World from the Americans, and his victory was one of France's rare triumphs over Britain in many years. As a result, Lafayette was highly respected in the military as well. The actions of the Duke of Orleans and the Marquis de Lafayette significantly boosted the morale of the National Assembly and strengthened their legitimacy. They could now claim to represent not only the Third Estate, but also the entire French nation, including the First and Second Estates. A few days later, the National Assembly officially changed its name to the National Constituent Assembly as they prepared to formally draft the Constitution of the Kingdom of France. Meanwhile, rumors began to circulate that the king was sending a large number of troops, especially mercenaries, to Paris. Many supporters of the Third Estate started arming themselves in preparation for a potential conflict. In the midst of this fervor and apprehension, Armand's Spartacus finally had its premiere. The Peterson Theater was packed with people, all eagerly awaiting the start of the premiere of Spartacus. Located near the St. Anton district, the theater was rather small, with a narrow backstage. To complicate matters, Armand had included a choir in the script for musical accompaniment, and there was no room for them backstage. In fact, the space was so tight that they had to place some instruments in the dressing rooms. As a result, Armand had no choice but to seat the choir in the audience area. The Peterson Theater's audience section was also quite modest, with just over 300 seats, and there were no boxes to speak of. The choir occupied more than 20 seats, leaving not even 300 for the audience. Of course, the small size of the theater had its advantages. It filled up quickly. Armand had been boasting about his new script for a while, and his wide circle of friends ensured a substantial audience. In addition to his friends, he'd mobilized some people, and with a little sponsorship from the Duke of Orleans, he had announced free admission. Consequently, what was originally a theater that could only hold 300 people was now crammed with nearly 600, and more people were still trying to squeeze in. To accommodate them, the theater manager decided to remove all the seats and let everyone stand. However, because it was free, the theater was packed to the brim. Moreover, the lower-class audience members weren't too concerned about decorum, so the whole theater buzzed like a marketplace. One woman even brought a live chicken she just bought from the market. And so, Spartacus began amidst all this chaos. The first scene opened with Spartacus and a small group of gladiators facing off in the arena, with Spartacus on one side and his friend Anamius leading another group. The master of ceremonies announced, "The generous Classis has decreed that the victor who slays his foe in this battle shall become a free man." The battle for freedom began and the two sides clashed. People fell one by one and soon only Spartacus and Anamius were left standing. However, Anamius had been wounded and could barely stand. He had also lost his small shield in the earlier fights, rendering him almost defenseless. In contrast, Spartacus, his best friend, was almost untouched. The outcome seemed to be a foregone conclusion. Kill him," shouted the actors portraying the gladiatorial spectators. "Spartacus, come on, kill me and you'll be free," Anamius said. He knew that even at his best, he was no match for Spartacus, who had won over 100 battles in the arena. Moreover, he was wounded. "This is a rare opportunity," Anamius continued. "Classis has been unusually generous. If you miss this chance, you won't have another opportunity to become a free man, especially with your new owner, the stingy Aquinus." "No," Spartacus replied, "I won't kill my friend. If I'm willing to wield a sword against a friend, I might as well be a Roman citizen by now." With those words, Spartacus ignored the cries around him, sheathed his sword, and prepared to leave. "Kill him, or you'll be flogged," someone yelled. "You wretched slave," someone cursed. "I knew he was a sissy," an audience member sneered. Louis, a friend of Armand, played Spartacus in the premiere. He had the physique, but his face was too handsome, almost resembling a girl, making him an odd choice for the role of Spartacus. "Go to hell," Anamius suddenly shouted, wielding his short sword and stumbling toward Spartacus, who had his back to him. Spartacus made a deft move, evading Anamius's sword and elbowing him in the chest. Anamius dropped his sword and fell in agony. "Kill me," Anamius gasped. "No, I won't be fooled." "I won't wield a sword against a friend," Spartacus said. The story continued, with Spartacus and the surviving gladiators receiving lashings and banding together. They questioned why Spartacus didn't kill Anamius, who would have granted him freedom. Spartacus continued to answer, "I won't wield a sword against a friend." But another gladiator named Cressus coldly pointed out that Spartacus's persistence was futile. Anamius would soon die in the next round of entertainment combat. It said that very few gladiators have a chance to become free or leave the arena. "I've never seen such a lucky one, not even you, Spartacus, who's won over 100 battles against men and beasts. But do you really think you can survive in the arena indefinitely?" This statement left everyone silent, and finally someone said, "Unless we escape." "But who can lead us in our escape?" another asked. In the second act, Spartacus led a group of gladiators in an escape from the gladiator school. They attempted to flee north out of Rome, but Roman soldiers pursued them. Many gladiators died in the escape, and they were forced to turn south and hide in the mountains of Vesuvius. During their escape, Spartacus came to a realization: mere escape won't truly grant slaves their freedom. Only by overthrowing the oppressive Roman system, which pits man against man and enslaves man, can slaves truly be free. Our goal shouldn't be merely evading pursuit by Roman soldiers, it should be the destruction of Rome, liberating all the slaves. Only when all the slaves are free can we truly achieve our own freedom. As Spartacus addressed his exhausted comrades with these words, the orchestra in the background began to play Joseph's new war song. It began with a somber and solemn prelude, much like the dark clouds before a storm, pressing down heavily. Then the melancholic main theme started, resolute and steady. At the end of each segment, there was a weighty accent, like heavy raindrops falling from the sky and the beat of a war drum. In this musical backdrop, Spartacus's speech continued. "I know, my friends, my brothers, you may have doubts. You may say, Rome has so many well-trained, well-equipped, and organized soldiers. How can we, so few in number, stand against all of Rome? But I say, don't be afraid, my brothers. What do we have to fear? What do we have to fear? For what could be more painful, more frightening than the days we've spent as pigs, trampled upon like dirt? What is there left to be afraid of? Can we lose anything more? Is there anything in our lives worth clinging to? Friends, brothers, if we have something to lose in battle, then it's only the chains that shackle us. But once we win, what we gain will be the entire world, a new world where no one oppresses or enslaves another. Take heart, my brothers. Rome should be afraid, the vampire slave owners should be afraid. We need not fear." The theater fell silent. Even the uncultured, lower-class people stopped talking, their eyes fixed on the actor playing Spartacus, listening to his powerful speech, nodding in silence. Someone whispered, "He's right. What are we kings? What are we nobles?" Besides chains, what do we have left to lose? The remaining gladiators regained their spirits. They continued to raid nearby estates to liberate the slaves, and slaves from other regions flocked to Vesuvius. Spartacus and his friends gained victory after victory. Their numbers swelled to thousands. Even Spartacus's friend Anamius joined the rebellion. Under Spartacus's leadership, they established a true democracy based on equality for all. "This is just like a dream, too good to be true," someone in the audience murmured. "It's as if an archangel is speaking." "I get it now, why they chose a girl to play a general," another audience member remarked. "It's like heaven itself." "Nothing can be better than this," another audience member whispered. He quickly crossed himself and said, "Forgive me, Lord. Everyone being equal is great, but making men and women equal. Does that mean women can dominate men?" someone else remarked. However, tension returned to the plot. In an attempt to annihilate them, Rome sent a military officer named Claudius with 3,000 well-equipped soldiers to besiege them. With the help of local slave owners, they infiltrated Vesuvius. The rebellion had little weaponry and supplies and struggled to face the Roman soldiers head-on. They retreated step by step, finally ending up cornered on a steep mountain peak, with Roman soldiers in front and a cliff behind them. Spartacus and his rebels appeared to be at a dead end. Even Crassus admitted, "It seems these will be the last days of my life. At least in these days I'm a free man." But in their dire straits, a female slave named Agnet proposed a solution. "There are many wild grapevines on this mountain. We can weave these vines into ropes, and you men can use them to descend from the mountain's rear and attack the Romans from behind. Just a while ago, you looked down on women. Without us women, you men would be." A lady in the audience couldn't help but comment, still clutching the chicken. Spartacus accepted Agnip's suggestion. He led his warriors to descend the mountain using these ropes at night, then launched a surprise attack from the rear, crushing the Roman army. Spartacus waved his short sword, leading the slaves in pursuit of the Roman soldiers. He shouted, "Brothers, let's sing our song." So in the midst of the deep and majestic music, the slaves on stage sang a song that went like this: Debaut. Les damnés de la terre, Debaut, les forceps de la fame. Note, the lyrics are from the Internationale, a famous socialist anthem. Stand up, you wretched of the earth. Stand up, you prisoners of hunger. The audience was captivated by the performance, as the powerful words and emotions filled the air. The story of Spartacus was unfolding in a remarkable way, and the audience was swept away by the drama, music, and the powerful message of freedom and equality. It was a night to remember in the Peterson Theater, as the audience was carried away to another world by the performance. The choir had been strategically placed in the audience without any elaborate costumes, so when the song entered its chorus, these individuals suddenly began to sing, leaving the surrounding audience astonished. In this scene, they had only sung the first part of the song. As the song concluded, the choir members promptly silenced, instantly blending back into the audience. "Hey buddy, can you guys sing this song?" A young man with faint freckles on his nose gently tugged on the sleeve of a nearby choir member, whispering. "Yes, we can sing it," the choir member replied simply. "This song is amazing," the young man exclaimed. "There are several more verses to this song. We only sang one here. I live nearby and have heard them practicing this song for days," another person chimed in. "SHH, I can't hear the lines," someone else complained. On stage, the drama continued to unfold. Spartacus had become too small to contain the rebel forces. Spartacus and another rebellion leader, Crixus, had different ideas about the future of the rebellion. Spartacus believed the Roman legions were too powerful, and it was no longer sustainable to stay in the region. The rebellion should leave Rome, head north, cross the Alps, establish their own free nation to the north of the Alps, and return to Rome after strengthening their forces to liberate all the slaves. On the other hand, Crixus thought Spartacus was being too cautious and believed that the Roman legions were not as formidable as Spartacus perceived. The rebellion should stay in the area, capture Roman cities, free the slaves, and continuously fight to expand their forces, ultimately eradicating the evil of slavery. Staying in Rome is risky. Why is Spartacus submitting to democracy? One audience member couldn't help but comment. "What do these slaves know? That's not fair," another person retorted. If only Crixus could have followed democracy like Spartacus, we wouldn't be in this situation. Besides, you say, "What do these slaves know?" The priests and nobles would say the same thing about us. Spartacus' rebellion remained in Italy, led by Spartacus himself, and they achieved numerous victories. But Spartacus was increasingly worried because he knew that victory was only temporary. The Roman main forces were closing in, and he repeatedly tried to persuade his fighters to head north. Still, his recommendations were consistently rejected. Crassus led the Roman legions to block Spartacus's path north. As they closed in, Spartacus led the rebellion south and contacted pirates, hoping to escape to Sicily by sea. However, when they arrived at the agreed location, the pirate fleet did not appear. Instead, they found themselves surrounded by Crassus's forces. Crassus sent Spartacus a letter proposing surrender. He promised that if Spartacus surrendered, he would become a Roman citizen and a general. However, when Spartacus inquired about the fate of the other slaves, Crassus replied, "They will return to the estates and gladiator schools as slaves." Spartacus refused Crassus's offer and led his forces to break through. They managed to escape but were pursued by more Roman armies, forcing Spartacus to confront Crassus in a decisive battle in Apulia. Before the battle, Spartacus and Crassus met. Crassus once again offered terms to Spartacus, who again declined. They agreed to fight a final battle on the next day. On the battlefield, the rebel forces, outnumbered, were finally defeated. Spartacus died in battle. his deputy Inami, and over 6,000 fighters were captured. Crassus ordered all of them to be crucified. The final scene of the play featured Inami and two other rebel fighters being crucified. They were forced to carry their own crosses and erect them. Then the Romans nailed them to the crosses. The two fighters were crucified on the sides, while Inami was in the middle. This is a blasphemy against the sacred. A priest held his cross tightly, muttering with a sinister tone. Indeed, this scene was an obvious imitation of the crucifixion of Jesus in the Bible. Just as in the Bible, Jesus had carried his own cross and was crucified alongside two criminals, with Jesus in the center. The two fighters hanging on the crosses wept, and even the onlookers were moved. Suddenly, Inami looked to his left and right, then shouted, "What's wrong, my brothers? Is death worse than living as slaves? Yes, we may have lost our lives, but we've at least won freedom from this day forward, never to be enslaved again. We may have lost this battle, but in the long run our cause will never fail. Oppression will be overthrown, and the system of slavery will be dismantled. Spartacus's name and legacy will endure forever. Brothers, let us sing our battle song one last time." Inami began to sing, "Debout, les damnés de la terre, debout, les forêts de la fame." In his singing, the two crucified fighters stopped crying, raised their heads, and joined in, singing La Racine Tunnen Sun Crater, c'est l'éruption de la fin. Roman soldiers with spears were shocked, looking up at these crucified slaves and shouting in panic, "No singing. Stop singing." One soldier even jabbed Inami in the side with his spear, drawing blood. This is a dreadful blasphemy. May the Lord unleash his wrath," the priest muttered through clenched teeth. In the Bible, after Jesus was crucified, a Roman soldier named Longinus, to ensure Jesus was dead, thrust his spear into Jesus' side. Later, this spear became a holy relic in Catholicism, known as the Spear of Longinus. Legends surrounding it claimed that whoever possessed it could subdue anyone within a range of 120 feet and control the fate of the world, but if they lost it, they would die instantly. These legends even deceived people in later times, with even Hitler fervently seeking it. It was said he briefly possessed the Holy Spear, but it didn't secure his victory in World War II. Yet Inami's singing continued, undeterred. This part of the song had been sung before, with a simple melody and lyrics. Many members of the audience joined in this time, carried away by the song's powerful anti-religious message. As the chorus started, even more people joined the choir, stirred by the song's call to rebellion. Following that came the more explicit and passionate sixth stanza. By now, the priest had quietly slipped away, disappearing into the streets. After the song finished, the entire theater fell into a moment of silence. Then a voice broke the stillness that was incredible. "Can you sing it again?" Soon, the whole theater was filled with similar requests. "Sing it again, please. I haven't memorized all the lyrics yet. Please sing it again. Once more, please." The curtains had already descended, and the actors and choir were ready to leave. However, in response to the audience's demands, they were compelled to sing the song again and again. In the end, they performed the song 6 times in total. Clearly, this debut had achieved unprecedented success. The day after their successful debut, Armand Long and the Rose Theatre Company received several new performance invitations. Among them, one invitation stood out, not originating from a theater but from a member of the National Convention, Mr. Robespierre. If Joseph had seen this invitation, he might have been taken aback, for Mr. Robespierre would later be infamous as the Mad Killer. According to some accounts, during his rule in France, guillotines stood tall in every city square, and lampposts had enemies of the people hanging from them. Future generations even fabricated an epitaph for him: "I, Robespierre, rest here. Passers-by, do not mourn me, for if I were alive, none of you would be." Joseph believed that after Robespierre's downfall, hardly anyone, from the Jacobins to Napoleon, would like this incorruptible defender of the people, creator of the nation's motto, liberty, equality, fraternity. So it was almost certain that there would be mudslinging at him. Just as during the Bourbon Restoration, various entertaining stories were fabricated about Napoleon, portraying him as a blend of Tartuffe, the main character in Molière's comedy, and Don Juan, a byword for a libertine in Europe. Therefore, most of the tales about Robespierre's erratic behavior and pleasure in killing were unreliable. However, one thing remained true: Robespierre did kill quite a number of people, many of whom had been comrades in the trenches with him. If he enjoyed killing, it was probably an exaggeration, but if he had a habit of getting rid of people causing problems, that was likely not false. In summary, becoming Robespierre's enemy was extremely dangerous, but becoming his friend might not be much safer. Armand, on the other hand, was unaware of these complexities, and at the time, Robespierre's reputation was at its peak. He had spoken over 200 times during the Estates General and the National Convention, ranking 20th among the representatives. In his speeches, he supported universal male suffrage, opposed the king's veto, advocated for Jewish rights, called for the abolition of slavery and the death penalty, and opposed censorship. Yes, you read that correctly. Mad killer Robespierre was once an advocate for abolishing the death penalty. Odd, isn't it? Well, it's not that strange, it's just an example of how one's position can influence their stance. When Robespierre was a proponent of abolishing the death penalty, the executioner's tool was still under the control of King Louis XVI, posing a threat to troublemakers like Robespierre. So, as a troublemaker himself, Robespierre naturally opposed it. But when that tool fell into Robespierre's hands, the situation naturally changed. At this time, King Louis XVI had just completed his one and only technical innovation in his lifetime, an improved design for the guillotine, making it more efficient. The ironic twist was that Louis XVI became the first user of this upgraded guillotine. As the poet Ronsard put it, a wide face turns thin, heads roll more. Suddenly down, may he rest in peace. Robespierre's suggestions were mostly not passed, but they earned him the moniker Incorruptible. Now that Armand had received his invitation, he was delighted. Furthermore, the location Robespierre suggested was quite unique, the Royal Palace. The Royal Palace was initially built for Cardinal Richelieu, the Prime Minister of Louis XVI, and was known as the Palais Cardinal. Later, it became the residence of the Duke of Orleans. In an attempt to win over the Parisian populace, the Orleans family opened it to the public in 1780. Since then, this private garden palace gradually transformed into a public square for the people of Paris. Orleans's political ambitions were well known at the time. During the 1789 French Revolution, there were two political centers in Paris, Versailles, where the Estates General was deciding France's fate, and the Royal Palace in the city center. During this time, it served as a barometer of Parisian political fervor. These were two seats of power, and after July 14, 1789, it was the Royal Palace that led France. As Versailles had no influence over it, on the contrary, the Royal Palace could control Versailles. The Royal Palace was a grand palace that could accommodate tens of thousands of people. It was a place brimming with various political pamphlets, orators, audiences, and rumors. Since the Estates General, people exchanged all kinds of information here, including news from Versailles, and spread it further. If Armand's play could be performed here, even just once, it would certainly make his name resound. After a brief consideration, Armand accepted the invitation. That evening, he took the lead role, Louis, to visit Robespierre. At that time, Robespierre was staying in an inn near the city hall. He could have had a better residence. Many members of the National Convention had accepted the generosity of the Duke of Orleans or the Marquis de Lafayette for safety reasons and moved into their properties. But the Incorruptible paid for a room in a regular inn. Nevertheless, his financial situation was good due to his past success as a lawyer, and the inn was decent. In addition to the bedroom, it had a small living room with a sofa. Armand, along with Louis, was led to the third floor by a waiter. This was the top floor of the inn, relatively quieter than the first and second floors, likely one reason for Robespierre's choice. The waiter brought Armand and Louis to a door and knocked gently. "The door is open. Please come in," came a cheerful voice from inside. The waiter opened the door and said, "Mr. Robespierre, Mr. Laveche, and Mr. Saint Just are here to visit." Yes, Louis's last name was Saint Just. If Joseph had known his last name when he met him earlier, he would have surely looked at this reticent, strikingly handsome young man in a different light. Though Joseph, a former engineering student, wasn't particularly well versed in the history of the French Revolution, he had at least read Victor Hugo's 93 and learned from its footnotes about Saint Just, the most loyal comrade of Robespierre, known as the Great Angel of the Revolution or the Terrifying Angel. "Please come in, gentlemen," Robespierre's voice sounded, but there was no one in the living room. The waiter ushered the two men into the living room, where they sat on the couch and tea was poured. The tea was Indian black tea, although its quality was mediocre. Joseph knew that this era's low-grade tea leaves were often adulterated with copper to mask spoilage. Drinking this stuff had no health benefits. Armand and Saint Just, however, had no such concerns. They sat on the couch, picked up their tea, and sipped it. After 2 minutes, the voice from the study said, "Finally done. I apologize for keeping you waiting." With that voice, a young man stepped out. His face was slightly pale, perhaps due to consecutive sleepless nights, but he appeared serious. His lips were thin and his gaze was calm. His cheeks twitched nervously at times, making his smile appear somewhat unnatural. Following the custom of lawyers, he had powdered his face, wore gloves, and his clothing was impeccable. His jacket had no wrinkles, and his buttons were neatly fastened. He wore pale blue upper attire with a decorative crisscross pattern on the front. Below, he had on beige trousers, white stockings, silver-buckled shoes, a high-neck tie, and a crotch decoration on the front. "I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to be so patient." Robespierre extended his hand to shake hands with them. "I attended your premiere yesterday, and I couldn't sleep all night afterward. Your war song and Spadaccini's exhilarating speeches were in my ears the entire night. I even forgot about my work until not long ago when I remembered I have a speech to deliver in the assembly tomorrow. I checked the time and realized you might be an hour or two away, so I went ahead to draft my speech. I have a habit that once I start writing, I can't break it in the middle, so I had to ask you to wait here. I hope you don't think I deliberately snubbed you." "I understand," Saint just replied, almost instinctively. "I don't like to interrupt my tasks either when I'm working. Do you know the purpose behind inviting you to perform at the royal palace?" Robespierre asked directly. "You hope to exert pressure on the king through this play," Saint just responded almost without hesitation. Saint Just's rapid response clearly caught Robespierre off guard. He hesitated for a moment and then said, "You're right, that is indeed one of our goals with this play. Obviously, there are political considerations behind our invitation, and if you accept, it may involve some political risks. I don't want to involve you in the political whirlwind without your knowledge. You know, the current situation is quite tense and dangerous." Regarding this matter, Armand began, "Our play itself carries strong political undertones. When I was creating it, I knew that staging this work involved political risks." At this point, Armand paused and continued, "Moreover, we chose to perform it during such a time, which itself is a politically charged choice. We have already considered the political risks. Even if something does happen, it would be nothing more than a stint in the Bastille." When people spoke of going to prison, it was generally called feeding the rats, but Armand referred to it as eating rats, a small linguistic difference that carried significant implications. Both Armand and Robespierre knew that because the Bastille was often used to incarcerate nobles, there was likely no other prison in all of France that could compare to its conditions. "And I believe if our king were even slightly intelligent, we wouldn't be at risk of going to the Bastille," Saint just chimed in. "If our king decides to suppress the people, he should use decisive measures, swiftly arrest all the representatives of the Third Estate and send them straight to the guillotine. Although this may lead to some chaos, the rebels would be leaderless and they can be picked off one by one." With this, Saint just even lightly caressed his slender neck, exuding an air of a fine head who will sever it. "Do you think the king would do such a thing?" Robespierre asked. "He won't," Saint just said, his face wearing a scornful smile. "If the king had the audacity to be a tyrant, he wouldn't let that Austrian woman have her way. He also wouldn't come away empty-handed from the assembly of notables. Overall, our monarch lacks both the courage of a despot and the wisdom of an enlightened ruler. He's not a king to be feared, so I don't believe we're in any danger." "Mr. Saint Just," Robespierre praised, "you possess a remarkable level of composure and courage for someone of your age and appearance. Honestly, when I saw you perform as Spartacus just yesterday, I was quite surprised, but your performance was outstanding. I was astonished that someone as young as you could possess such strength. However, today's conversation has made me understand that a person's thoughts and abilities cannot be measured solely by age." "Mr. Saint Just, indeed, as you've said, our king lacks the audacity for tyranny. We are not fools, willing to let him have his way. These years of privilege and excess have drained the nation's treasury. The army is similarly starved of funds, rife with discontent. Moreover, the army is made up of the people of France. The army is composed of the people, it is not a soulless tool. If the king truly intends to take risks, he can only rely on mercenaries. However, if he can afford to pay mercenaries, he can certainly fund the French army. What do you think the French army would prefer? In fact, we are not entirely unprepared. Many nobles and military officers are in contact with us. The king won't be able to hide any major actions from us, so while your performance has its risks, they are not uncontrollable. After all, I invited you, and even if you didn't make the request, I would have considered your safety. So you can rest assured while there is some risk, the possibility of going to the Bastille is very small. Don't even mention the Bastille, we're not afraid of the guillotine," Armand said. The group discussed the play further, and Armand and Saint just prepared to take their leave. Robespierre escorted them to the door but suddenly mentioned, "Oh, I almost forgot. We have a club comprised of good friends who hope to bring about reform. I believe our philosophies align. Would you be interested in joining?" "What kind of club is it?" Saint just inquired. "Sure," Armand replied. "I have a friend who would be a great fit. You may have heard of him. His name is Bonaparte, Joseph Bonaparte. He's a scientific genius." "I've heard of him," Robespierre nodded, "although I can't understand his writings." "Well, can you wait for a moment? I will write an invitation letter and you can deliver it to him. We'd be happy to help," Armand said. Robespierre went into his study to write the letter, while Armand and Saint just made themselves comfortable in the living room, sitting on the couch, waiting. "Armand, do you think Mr. Bonaparte would be willing to join this club?" Saint just asked. "Don't worry, I know Joseph and his political views. In fact, you know, many ideas in the script of Spartacus come from him. He's definitely a progressive young man who supports constitutionalism," Armand replied, barely refraining from revealing that the song Slave's Song was written by Joseph for him. He vaguely sensed that he might have made a mistake when Joseph handed him that song, considering Joseph's attitude at the time. "I'm aware of that," Saint just said, "but I still have the feeling that Mr. Bonaparte may not be too eager to get deeply involved in politics. He seems more interested in his scientific pursuits." "Well, I don't doubt his passion for constitutionalism, but I think he might love science more." "Damn it, I didn't consider that," Armand shook his head. but then he immediately added, this guy might really have that possibility. But it's just an invitation to a club, it shouldn't take up too much of his time. If he's really busy, he doesn't have to participate. As they were talking, Robespierre returned from his study and handed a sealed envelope to Armand. I've written the invitation letter. I look forward to meeting this genius scientist at the club. Very well, Mr. Robespierre. Armand hesitated for a moment, then said, Joseph has been busy with an important study lately, and it's been taking up a lot of his time. He might not be able to fully participate in the club's activities. Armand hesitated. Robespierre paused for a moment, then smiled. Ah, Mr. Lavoisier, that's not an issue at all. It's just a club. No club expects all its members to be present all the time. After all, everyone has their own business, right? So it's not a problem. If that's the case, then there should be no problem, Armand said. Leaving Robespierre's place, Armand looked at the sky and said to Saint Just Louis, Joseph lives not far from here, just across the street. I think it's about time for him to return home. I plan to go to his place directly and deliver the invitation letter. Would you like to come with me? Saint Just thought for a moment, then shook his head. Time is running out for the next performance. I should go back and prepare. So the two parted ways at the street corner. Saint Just took a hired carriage back to the theater troupe's location, while Armand walked to Joseph's residence. When Armand knocked on Joseph's door, Joseph was having dinner with his two younger brothers. Typically, if a time traveler from a big eating country found themselves in the West, they'd cook Chinese food whenever they could because, generally, they wouldn't find Western food very palatable. This was especially true for those unfortunate time travelers who ended up in a country where all they could find was potatoes, eggs, and sardines. However, Joseph enjoyed a genuine Western meal, bread and roasted lamb. This wasn't just because he was lucky to have ended up in a big eating country, it was because, in this era, the ingredients required for Chinese dishes were basically unavailable in France. Besides, Joseph had now achieved a certain status, and someone of his status was expected to avoid doing his own cooking. Furthermore, labor was cheap, so Joseph had hired a maid to help with the household chores. Hence, when Armand entered and sniffed the air, he raised his eyebrows, deeply inhaled the aroma, and exclaimed, "Smells delicious. Is that roasted lamb? Well, Joseph, your life has improved significantly." Joseph inquired, "What brings you here at this time, Armand? Is there something you need?" "Ah, I've come to deliver a letter, an invitation," Armand replied. "I thought you were being pursued and seeking refuge here," Joseph chuckled, "but your timing is perfect. Let's have dinner together." He ushered Armand inside and then called out to a maid busy in another room, "Sophie, please fetch a set of utensils for my friend." "I did indeed receive a special invitation to perform at the royal palace," Armand proudly boasted. "Well, now you're truly making a name for yourself," Joseph remarked. Sophie brought the utensils just in time. Joseph cheerfully said, "Sophie, please fetch the bottle of brandy from my cabinet. We need to celebrate." Of course, Sophie replied and went to fetch the brandy. "However, Armand, I might not be able to attend your performance this time," Joseph expressed with a tinge of regret. The outbreak of the Great Revolution was imminent, and Joseph knew that during the turbulent period leading up to his younger brother Napoleon's rise in politics, the French political landscape would be chaotic. Today they might hang nobles and royalists on lampposts, and tomorrow they might do the same to merchants and traders, and the day after that it could be the turn of commoners and rogues. In this tumultuous time, political changes were too rapid and perilous, so Joseph felt it best to keep a certain distance from political figures. No, Joseph, you've got it wrong," Armand replied. "I wasn't referring to the invitation for the performance. I know you're busy and this isn't your debut, so I didn't prepare as many invitations for friends." Joseph, with a sense of foreboding, asked, "Then what invitation are you talking about?" "It's an invitation to a club," Armand said, handing him the letter. Joseph took the letter, glanced at the envelope, and read, "Mr. Joseph Bonaparte in person, signed with florid cursive, Maximilien Francois Marie Isidore de Robespierre." Joseph still hadn't quite figured out who that was when Sophie brought the brandy. Maximilien Francois Marie Isidore de Robespierre. Robespierre. Joseph finally understood. The surname at the end of that long string of names made him break into a cold sweat. Indeed, a representative of Robespierre, the incorruptible. Armand sipped his drink while replying. Joseph lowered his head and pulled the letter out of the envelope, using it to hide his shock. "What's the matter, Joseph?" Armand somewhat noticed Joseph's unease and asked, "If you're too busy, you don't have to go. After all, it's just an invitation from a club. What's the harm?" Joseph thought to himself, who wants to go if they can avoid it? He knew that at this time, Robespierre probably wouldn't be too angry if he didn't attend due to being busy with research. However, not making Robespierre angry now didn't guarantee he wouldn't be angry in the future. Robespierre wasn't powerful enough to do anything to Joseph at the moment, but in the future, when he had wealthy cities at his feet and a powerful nation in his hands, when one word from him could send those who had offended him to the guillotine, would he still be as forgiving when he thought of this? Joseph had no way of knowing, because that was the infamous reign of terror Robespierre. However, this invitation was to join the Britannia Club, not the Jacobin Club. Joseph's historical education was given by a physical education teacher, so he had no idea that the Britannia Club was the precursor to the Jacobin Club. Joining it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Furthermore, not everyone who joined the Jacobin Club ended up on the guillotine. However, if you got on the bad side of the Great Demon, the chances of avoiding the guillotine were slim. I can attend some of the meetings, at least, Joseph said. Of course, I'm not like the representatives. I'm unlikely to attend every one of their gatherings. That's perfectly fine, it's not a problem at all, Armand said, not realizing the trouble he had caused Joseph by inviting him. Very well, I'm honored to receive this invitation, Joseph replied. Shall we have a drink then? Armand never missed an opportunity to share a drink with someone. All right, Joseph put on a smiling face and raised his glass. After bidding farewell to Armand, Joseph couldn't help but mutter to himself, gosh, this friend of his was certainly trouble-prone, and now he had even attracted the attention of the Great Demon. This was, however, cursing wouldn't solve the problem now, so Joseph had to calm himself down first and then carefully consider how he should handle this. Soon, it was time for the appointment specified in the invitation. Joseph changed into appropriate attire, hopped onto a lightweight carriage, left Paris, and arrived near the Royal Tennis Court of Versailles. This was where the Constituent Assembly met, and the Club of Constitutional Friends now used one of the halls here as their meeting place. Joseph got out of the carriage at the entrance of the Royal Tennis Court, handed the invitation to the gatekeeper, and shortly afterward, he saw a well-dressed young man approaching him. Are you Mr. Bonaparte? I'm the representative of the Constituent Assembly, Robespierre. The young man extended his hand to Joseph. It's a pleasure to receive your invitation, Joseph replied. Robespierre then led Joseph inside the Royal Tennis Court. As they walked, he pointed out various buildings in the vicinity. When the two of them entered the hall of the Club of Constitutional Friends, it was already filled with people. Robespierre occasionally chatted with others, introducing Joseph to his friends. He appeared friendly, and there was no hint of his great demon aura. Ah, Bonaparte, I didn't expect to see you here. As Joseph was conversing with Robespierre and his friends, a voice called out. Joseph turned to see the Duke of Orleans striding over. Your Highness, I'm surprised to find you here as well, Joseph greeted, bowing. Indeed, the Duke of Orleans and Marquis de Lafayette, figures of the nobility, were both members of the Britannia Club. In fact, for the historical record, the Britannia Club, later known as the Jacobin Club, didn't become a radical left-wing organization until the trial of Louis XVI. Due to differences in their attitude towards the king, the Jacobin Club split, with Robespierre, who advocated the king's execution, being elected as the chairman. Those who supported the king left the club under Lafayette's leadership. After that, the Jacobin Club became the radical left-wing organization. The Duke of Orleans continued to be a member of the Jacobin Club, hoping to leverage the Jacobins' power to dispose of Louis XVI and make himself the King of France. But things didn't go as planned, and he found himself on the guillotine. Joseph, let me introduce you to a friend, the Duke of Orleans said. He's been eager to meet you for some time. Then he looked around and whispered something to a servant accompanying him, instructing him to bring Gilbert over. The servant walked over to the left, and Joseph followed him with his gaze, noticing a tall, middle-aged man wearing a wig engaged in conversation. After the servant relayed the message, the man finished his conversation and looked over in Joseph's direction. He had clearly noticed Joseph and smiled in acknowledgement before striding over. Gilbert, let me introduce you to a friend, the Duke of Orleans said. This is our brilliant scientist, Bonaparte Joseph Bonaparte. You might know him as the one who accurately measured the speed of light. Joseph, recognizing the name from his knowledge of the future, knew that Lafayette was a French general who had achieved victories in the war against the British during the American Revolutionary War. He had a high reputation in the military. Joseph, showing respect, bowed and said, It's an honor to meet you, Marquis. Armand also made his greetings, and Lafayette responded with warmth. It's an honor to meet our young scientist. You know, all the glory and grandeur in life are but fleeting, and time will wash them all away. Even great emperors like Alexander and Caesar leave behind empty names. Only scholarship is truly immortal. Just like Greece and Rome, their most precious treasures for us are not their conquests but their knowledge and laws. You have the talent to explore what's truly eternal, and that's what truly commands respect and admiration, the Marquis de Lafayette replied with a smile. Just like the immortality of Rome, much like their laws. Your involvement now, Your Excellency, isn't it an equally immortal and enduring achievement for the ages? Joseph replied with a smile. You make a valid point. What are your thoughts on the Constitution? The Marquis de Lafayette asked. I don't know much about politics, Joseph replied, but I believe just as ancient Greek geometry is built upon 9 undeniable axioms and postulates, our Constitution should rest upon similarly self-evident principles. Your Excellency, you've led in the American War of Independence. The logic in the Declaration of Independence is quite intriguing. Please continue, Robespierre urged. The Declaration states, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed." These two sentences serve as the foundation for the entire Declaration, and almost all arguments in the North American Declaration of Independence are built upon them. If we aim to create a truly enduring constitution, we need to identify its foundational principles. In my opinion, these two sentences from the North American Declaration of Independence can serve as the cornerstone of our Constitution. Therefore, when drafting our Constitution, we should first define the rights it must protect and then build around how to safeguard those rights. Anything conflicting with this objective should be deemed unconstitutional and subsequently unlawful and invalid. That's an interesting perspective, the Duke of Orleans interjected. But Joseph, when you said, Greek geometry is built upon 9 undeniable axioms and postulates, wasn't it supposed to be 10 axioms and postulates? Do you also think we should expel the 5th axiom from the axioms ranks? Who wouldn't want to? Joseph laughed. Since ancient Greece, every mathematician dreams of proving the 5th axiom and elevating it from an axiom to a theorem. If I could truly solve such a problem, I'd undoubtedly gain fame, perhaps even as famous as Monsieur Lavoisier. Here, when Joseph mentioned Monsieur Lavoisier, he was, of course, referring to the eminent chemist Lavoisier. However, because of this surname, it triggered some additional thoughts. Monsieur Lavoisier, Robespierre asked. Well, Monsieur Lavoisier's academic achievements are commendable, and he is truly a shining light in French science. His nephew, on the other hand, is talented in the arts. His recent play gained fame, and some believe he might become a high playwright. His play, Spartacus, is indeed a fine tragedy, but it's overly radical. Especially that slaves' war song. It completely denies the existing order. Lafayette seemed unenthusiastic about the play. He furrowed his brow and continued, "The current order does have many issues that need to be addressed, but this change should be a gentle and gradual reform rather than a catastrophic war, like a flash flood. We all hope to avoid such a deluge," Robespierre added. "However, our king is rather obstinate. Regarding this matter, I spoke with young Lavoisier. He agreed that reforming the current order, establishing an English-style monarchy, is more favorable than creating a North American-style nation, similar to the Glorious Revolution. But he said achieving such changes in France isn't easy. Sometimes, exaggeration is necessary to make an impact. It's like telling our king, 'Your room is too dark, we need to add more windows.' He refuses. So you say, 'Your room is too dark, I'll dismantle the roof.' Then His Majesty might be willing to discuss how to add windows." This analogy brought smiles to the group, and Joseph's borrowed metaphor from his previous life reading Lu Xun's works found its way into the conversation. Now it seemed like Armand was using this metaphor, taken from Joseph in his conversation. "This idea makes sense," Lafayette said with a smile, "but I'm a bit concerned that this play is inciting the citizens, especially the underprivileged, to become more emotional. Once their emotions are stirred, they might not settle for merely adding windows. But if we don't, the king won't feel any pressure and won't agree to any reforms," the Duke of Orleans argued. Lafayette raised his head, gazed intently at the Duke of Orleans, but didn't respond. The Duke of Orleans continued, "Furthermore, Gilbert, you know that the king has mobilized the army, applying pressure on us. Damn it, you were the one who told me this. How can we not respond? The French army won't turn against its own people. Our military is meant to protect the homeland, not slaughter its citizens," Lafayette replied. "Can you guarantee that?" the Duke of Orleans pressed. Of course, Lafayette answered without hesitation. "What about those mercenaries? Can you ensure they won't harm the people?" the Duke of Orleans inquired. Lafayette remained silent. "If those mercenaries open fire on the people, what will the French army do? Will they defy the king's orders and engage in a battle with the foreign mercenaries, or will they stand by and watch?" The Duke of Orleans continued to push for answers. Lafayette still didn't respond. "You know, the military is uncertain about how to proceed," the Duke of Orleans continued. "If the army battles the foreign mercenaries, it means war has begun. This is not what you want. If we allow them to massacre the people, I believe that's not what you want either. Besides, military interference in politics is not a good long-term solution. Once this precedent is set, it could lead to endless trouble." Lafayette secretly agreed with the Duke of Orleans on this point. However, he couldn't bring himself to speak up because, although he had no desire to become king, he did have thoughts of sidelining the king, holding the kingdom's power tightly in his hands, and perhaps ascending to a position similar to Mazarin or Richelieu. So tarnishing the king's reputation, turning the people against him, would also serve his interests. Thus he couldn't argue against it but asked, "What kind of power can a play demonstrate?" The Duke of Orleans smiled and said, "A group of slaves, if determined, can shake the mighty Roman Empire. Today the French people are stronger than Roman slaves, but France is much weaker than Rome. At least the Roman legions would go all out to suppress the slaves, while our army won't. The king knows this. The only ones he can rely on are the Highlanders and the German mercenaries. If our king is smart, he should grasp the message conveyed by this play. If he's willing to compromise, we can achieve constitutional goals. But what if the king remains unwilling to compromise? Lafayette inquired. Then we arm the National Guard to create a balance of power against the mercenaries, Robespierre suggested. The National Guard may not match the mercenaries in skill, but in numbers they can easily outnumber them several times or even tenfold. Let's hope our king understands the message conveyed by this play. Does he really want to follow in the footsteps of Charles I? The Duke of Orleans added. Lafayette furrowed his brow. The Duke of Orleans had been quite explicit. It's as Shakespeare said, the nearer in blood, the nearer in bloody deeds. He pondered and then finally spoke. Our king is not as stubborn as Charles I. He will adapt to the tide of the times and become a monarch respected by the people. At almost the same time, in the not-so-distant palace of Versailles, King Louis XVI and his queen, Marie Antoinette, were engaged in a conversation about a similar topic. Your Majesty, do you know that there are people openly advocating rebellion? His queen, Marie Antoinette, widened her beautiful eyes, staring at her husband. In the palace of the Tuileries, when has there not been someone advocating rebellion? Louis XVI responded indifferently. Marie Antoinette shot her husband an exasperated look and continued, Mr. Lavoisier's nephew has become a rebel. He performed a play at the Tuileries that promotes rebellion, especially that song in it. It not only promotes rebellion but even blasphemes the divine. Don't you think we should do something about it? Louis XVI raised an eyebrow. What would you have me do? Should I order them arrested and ban the performance? Paris is already in chaos, and such actions could easily incite a real riot. Isn't the current situation already a real riot? Marie Antoinette asked without hesitation. At least they haven't come to attack Versailles with weapons, Louis XVI replied. You are the king, how can you say such things? Marie Antoinette was visibly upset by her husband's weak response. Your Majesty, we must face the reality. Louis XVI lowered his head, appearing somewhat ashamed of their predicament. The Parisian police system is nearly paralyzed, and due to financial problems, our army hasn't received their pay for a long time. They are just as discontented with the kingdom as the rebels. Additionally, the Parisian-based troops have long been infiltrated by those opposed to us. We can't rely on them now. If something happens, it's hard to predict whom their weapons will be pointed at. The provincial armies are a bit more reliable. Currently, we lack the means to suppress these rebels. What about the mercenaries? The Swiss, the Germans. They've been paid, aren't they supposed to do their job? And aren't there more reliable provincial armies? Marie Antoinette inquired. The mercenaries and more reliable armies are not fully in place yet. For now, they can only be used to protect us, not enough to quell the situation, Louis XVI explained. How long will it take for them to be fully in place then? Marie Antoinette asked. That's hard to say. It requires funds and we can't act too quickly, or it may provoke them to rebel. If they really take action, our existing forces won't be able to withstand them. The provincial armies are somewhat more dependable now. That's why we need to stay in Versailles. Louis XVI hesitated. But if we stay in Versailles, won't we become hostages? The Queen asked. Not to that extent, but our power here isn't dominant, Louis XVI admitted with a sigh. Then why are we staying here? Why don't we move to a place where our power is dominant like the provinces? We could gather our strength there, the Queen suggested. Because once we leave, it means there will certainly be a civil war. Even if we ultimately win, our country will be devastated by civil war. To avoid this, at least to prevent a destructive civil war, we must stay in Versailles, Louis XVI explained. But what can we achieve by staying in Versailles? Marie Antoinette wondered. We need to stabilize them first and then slowly shift our power here. We must lull them into complacency, not let them despair immediately. Until our forces are concentrated and we have an advantage, Louis XVI said. Perhaps, the Queen pondered, perhaps if things escalate, I can contact my family. It's not necessary at the moment, Louis XVI replied. Even your normal communication with your family should be cautious, neither increasing nor decreasing it. This is absurd. The Queen protested. Are they going to inspect our mail now? I didn't mean that, but messengers leaving Versailles will be closely watched by others. This could lead to rumors. Louis XVI furrowed his brow. Rumors, the Queen scoffed. Do you think such actions can dispel rumors? No, because rumors don't need facts. Your Majesty, the more you indulge them, the stronger they become. If you truly wish to buy time, then do not be too permissive. However, Louis XVI merely shook his head. Your Majesty, if you continue to allow these actions, even the Church will be disappointed in you. Fersen, who had been silent, spoke up. In that case, issue the ban. But do not enforce it, Louis XVI decided. If it's not enforced, it might as well not be issued at all, the Queen argued. If we issue the order but do not enforce it, it will only make us look weak and encourage further unrest. If we enforce it, what if conflicts arise? Louis XVI countered. Should we send the Swiss Guard to suppress them? We do not have the force to quell them, and if conflict erupts, our weaknesses will be exposed. So for now, my Queen, we must avoid any direct conflict. even if it means enduring humiliation, just like King Henry IV. Henry IV was an emperor of the Holy Roman Empire in the 11th century. He had his excommunication order issued by Pope Gregory VII due to power struggles with the papacy. During that time, the Holy Roman Empire was unstable, and after the excommunication, theoretically, all those who were loyal to him were no longer bound by allegiance. Some local nobles declared that if Henry IV did not receive the Pope's forgiveness, they would not recognize his authority. In the midst of domestic and external crises, Henry IV had to bow before the Pope. He personally went to the castle of Canossa, where the Pope stayed, with his wife and son to repent and seek absolution. After enduring humiliation, he was forgiven by the Pope. Later, Henry IV managed to quell internal rebellions and with his army marched into Rome, expelled Pope Gregory VII, and appointed an antipope. This story was mentioned now to serve as an example for enduring humiliation in the present. After hearing this, everyone fell silent. After a while, the queen said, "So let's pretend we know nothing. I've heard that sometimes you either do something or not at all. If we take no action, at least it will make you seem mysterious. If we act but appear weak, people will look down on us." Louis XVI quickly nodded. "I think the queen has a point. But your majesty," the queen suddenly added with a mocking tone, "I've always been curious about one thing. Where is your limit, your majesty?" While King Louis XVI did not decide to ban the play Spartacus, rumors that the play was about to be banned spread increasingly wildly. Initially, these rumors were merely about the king's intention to ban the play. Later, they claimed that the king had sent secret orders to arrest the author and all the actors. Subsequently, it was rumored that anyone involved in the play would be excommunicated. Various rumors emerged and evolved, keeping people on their toes. During this time, Armand showed some of his uncle's wisdom. He regarded these rumors as free advertising. Leveraging the rumors, he used them to promote the play, claiming, "This may be the last chance to see it. If you don't watch now, you won't see it again." Just like Adam and Eve couldn't resist the temptation of the forbidden fruit, their descendants always seem to become even more interested in things with the word forbidden. So the tantalizing headline about to be banned was indeed very effective. Now the Dragon and Rose troupe's performances were consistently sold out, and other theater groups followed suit, staging the same play. It was due to this that the blasphemous song, the Slaves' Anthem, became popular throughout Paris. Initially, when these rumors first emerged, the actors in the troupe were nervous. However, the packed audiences brought them increased earnings, which were particularly persuasive in a time when food prices were soaring. Therefore, the actors came to embrace the rumors and even started fabricating some themselves, such as an actor being attacked by unknown individuals. As conflicts, both large and small, continued to occur in Paris, the rumor that the king was planning a massacre of the city's residents became more popular. The rumors manufactured by Armand and his group found many believers. Just as Armand had spread a new rumor himself suddenly gone missing, perhaps imprisoned in the Bastille, a more astonishing piece of news arrived. The king's finance minister, Necker, had been dismissed and expelled from the country. Necker's departure was seen as a sign that the king was about to crush the Third Estate's resistance, as he had served as France's finance minister twice. During his first term as finance minister, he gained widespread favor among the common people of the city for opposing free grain trade. Free grain trade would lead to inevitable price hikes, particularly in the face of recurring natural disasters, greatly harming the interests of the poorest of the poor. He introduced a method of keeping the national finances running through debt rather than raising taxes, which also pleased the wealthier members of the Third Estate. However, in 1781, to defend his fiscal policies, he shockingly published the financial report of the French government, revealing the budget deficit and the lavish privileges of the nobility. The disclosure of these two figures caused a political storm. The sight of the astronomical expenses, especially by Queen Marie Antoinette, who had spent 76,600 francs just redecorating her Trianon palace, and the queen's gift of 500,000 francs to her favorite, Madame de Polignac, in just 1 year, angered the poor who had never even seen a single louis coin in their lives, especially considering their empty rice bags. So Marie Antoinette, who had initially won the cheers of all of Paris when she became queen, was now called Deficit Queen, and Necker, the cause of this uproar, was dismissed from his post. However, as time went on, the fiscal deficit became more severe. Borrowing became increasingly difficult at the time. French government bonds had an interest rate as high as almost 20%, yet they still couldn't raise funds, and the debt repayment pressure became an insurmountable burden in the national budget. Meanwhile, the privileged class adamantly refused to pay taxes. In this regard, it seems a bit similar to what's happening with the current government, doesn't it? Louis XVI had no choice but to call back Necker. However, Necker was not a miracle worker. He couldn't just summon gold from thin air, and so they resorted to issuing assignats. Necker had no choice but to propose taxing the privileged class. Then the clergy and nobility used tradition as a shield, claiming that taxing the privileged class required authorization from the Estates General. The privileged class assumed that Louis XVI would never dare to convene the Estates General, but they never expected that the desperate Louis XVI would indeed do just that. In the Estates General, Necker helped the Third Estate successfully increase their representation and gain the power to vote on fiscal matters according to the number of representatives, not by estate. To the people of Paris, Necker's dismissal meant that the king had decided to stand against the Third Estate. In their eyes, it was a signal that the king was preparing to suppress the people with force. We can't sit around and wait for the king's foreign mercenaries and those bandits to come slaughter and plunder us. We must stand up, take up arms, and wear our cockades for identification. We must defend ourselves, our wives, our children, and our property. A man delivered an impassioned speech in front of the royal palace. It's strange, isn't de Meuron usually stuttering? How is he speaking fluently today? The person speaking seemed to be familiar with the speaker, de Meuron. Yes, de Meuron always struggled with his speech. He would even prefer to write rather than speak. Let's listen to what he has to say today, another person remarked. The crowd responded enthusiastically. Let's go together. So they went together. Where did they go? To a weapons store, of course. De Meuron led the people to the nearest weapons store. When the shopkeeper saw so many people approaching with such determination, he quickly tried to close the door. But de Meuron was faster. He took a step and reached the door, blocking it with the board that was about to close. Everyone rushed in. Are you a member of the Third Estate, a citizen of Paris? De Meuron asked loudly. Of course, the pale-faced shopkeeper answered. Good, the tyrant is plotting to crush the Third Estate with force to plunder and slaughter Paris. Shouldn't you use your strength to defend the people of Paris? De Meuron asked. Everyone looked at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper, holding 2 pistols, looked around and replied in a shaky voice, of course. What you said, of course. The shopkeeper held the knife and, escorted by the others, headed towards the next block. After about half a street's walk, he began to realize something. Citizens, there's another weapons store to the right. Many of us still don't have weapons. Let's go there to arm ourselves, he shouted. That's right, we need weapons to stand against the tyrant. Open the door quickly. Someone yelled, indeed, we must be armed to fight the tyrant. Open up, another person added. I won't open today. This is all my hard-earned money, I can't just give it to you like this, came the voice from behind the door. Are you siding with the tyrant, opposing the people? Someone scolded. Break down the door, we'll break it down, another person shouted. So people started breaking the door down. Stop, came the voice from inside. If you don't stop, we'll open fire. However, the people didn't stop. Bang. A gunshot sounded from inside, and one of the men trying to break down the door fell to the ground, clutching his leg. The men immediately scattered. That damned fellow, he must be a supporter of the tyrant. Someone yelled, kill such scoundrels. More people shouted. Several rifles were aimed at the door and fired haphazardly. The door was riddled with bullet holes. Someone sneaked around the side and gave the door a kick. The door was pushed open. Those earlier shots had damaged the door's lock. Everyone rushed inside and saw a middle-aged man trembling, trying to load his rifle. But his hands were shaking so badly that the gunpowder spilled outside the barrel. Upon seeing the crowd burst in, he dropped the rifle and turned to run. However, a spear pierced through his back, pinning him to the wall. Damn henchman of the tyrant. One man cursed as he charged forward, grabbing the man's hair and waving a knife. He aimed the blade at the man's neck, but his technique was lacking. The first strike didn't sever the spinal cord, so he continued to hack at the man's neck, and it wasn't until several more blows that he finally decapitated him. The man lifted the bloodied head, just like Perseus had held the head of Medusa, and proclaimed, look, this is the fate of the tyrant's lackeys. That's right, this is how the lackeys of the tyrant should end. His whole family should be killed. Somebody called out, over there, it seems there are more people. The crowd moved towards the inner room, but the shopkeeper stayed behind. He heard someone crying, oh God, save us. Then another voice shouted, among these lackeys there are women and children. Kill them all, they deserve it. The result was a series of screams, and several people emerged from the inner room, their faces smeared with blood, triumphantly shouting, arm yourselves, defend Paris. In truth, people don't necessarily need to be drunk to become fanatical, they just need to be part of a large group with a noble cause. These lackeys and their whole families deserve to die. Someone shouted. Exactly, this is how the tyrant's lackeys should be dealt with. As the crowd's fervor grew, somebody else yelled, over here, it looks like there are more people. So they all moved forward, leaving the shopkeeper behind. He heard the cries for help, and then there was silence. The atmosphere was heavy with tension. Joseph stood by his window, gazing at the rising columns of smoke in the distance. Looks like something's burning over there, Lucian said, standing nearby. It's the Honorable Artillery Company, Joseph replied. They say there are a lot of weapons there. The revolution has already begun. Shouldn't we do something? Lucian asked. Joseph turned to him, seeing the eager anticipation in his eyes. No, there's nothing we need to do right now. Joseph shook his head. Lucian, remember, the first one to step onto the stage isn't necessarily the main character. The main character will only appear at the most opportune moment. It's too chaotic right now, and it's not our time to step in. Indeed, it was incredibly chaotic at the moment. Almost all of Paris was in flames. Rumors of the impending St. Bartholomew's Day massacre were spreading like wildfire, and almost everyone was busy searching for self-defense weapons. Joseph lived in the military academy, so he was temporarily safe. Even in the military academy, they were prepared for the chaos. Instructors had been allowed to carry firearms with them, and after paying a certain deposit, take these weapons out of the school to protect themselves at home. Joseph had placed 4 rifles and 2 handguns in his rented house. Joseph had decided to keep his 2 younger brothers from going to school for the time being. Paris was too unsafe at this moment. The streets were filled with fervent and chaotic crowds, some genuinely filled with revolutionary zeal, while others were just taking advantage of the chaos. Moreover, in these 2 days, the Parisian police system had completely collapsed. The police officers were too scared for their own safety and refused to go outside. In these 2 days, quite a few spies of the tyrant had already been lynched from lampposts. These police officers were generally disliked, but without them, Paris had descended into complete anarchy, and public safety had gone to hell. Walking on the streets now, being robbed or even killed suddenly was highly possible. The neighborhood where Joseph lived had built barricades to protect against the mercenaries who might come to massacre and loot the Parisian people. In practice, the main purpose of these barricades was to protect the neighborhood in such a state of lawlessness. On the barricade at the street corner, a dozen young men in blue uniforms stood guard with rifles. In front of them there were makeshift chevaux de frise, and no one could enter the neighborhood except for the residents. Because they acted quickly, the neighborhood was still relatively safe. Stay at home and don't open the door to anyone. Joseph took out his pocket watch and told his 2 younger brothers. Understood, you two. Don't worry, we're not helpless little rabbits. We won't let the big bad wolf in, Lucien said nonchalantly. Well, Lucien, you know how to handle firearms. I took you to practice not too long ago. You take good care of your little brother, but be careful not to accidentally fire a shot. I need to attend a meeting now and will be gone for an hour or 2. You need to protect yourselves and your little brother. Joseph put on his coat, donned a hat with a blue and red badge, and inserted 2 handguns into the holsters hidden under his coat. I don't need Lucien to protect me, I can handle a gun too, Louis chimed in. I'm not worse than Lucien when it comes to shooting. You're still too young. Just listen to Lucien and behave yourselves. Don't cause trouble, Joseph said sternly. Yes, if something happens, I'll protect you. You can stay behind me and help me load bullets, Lucien said, clearly excited after Joseph's approval. All right, I need to go now. Stay home and don't be reckless. If I'm late coming back, there's bread in the cupboard. Sophie is not here these days, so you can make sandwiches for yourselves. Joseph was now dressed and picked up his cane. After a few more words of caution to his 2 younger brothers, he left the house. He walked along the empty streets for a while until he reached the location of the meeting house of the banker Charles. Joseph approached the gate and showed his invitation to the gatekeeper, who then led him through the Louis XV-style courtyard to a large hall. Joseph handed his cane to the servant and walked in. The hall was already filled with a number of people. Most of them were familiar to Joseph, and they were the wealthiest residents of the neighborhood. Quiet down, everyone. Banker Charles took out his gold pocket watch on a long chain and checked the time. He then shouted, "It's about time, and our people are almost all here. Let's not waste any time and get started." Everyone quieted down. "Gentlemen, you all know what has been happening these days," Charles said. "Mr. Necker has been dismissed, which may signify a change in the king's stance and has brought a lot of uncertainty in the financial sector. Therefore, we've temporarily closed the stock exchange. You also know that Mr. Necker's dismissal has created too much uncertainty. Meanwhile, we've sent a representative to Versailles to gather information." "How's it going?" someone asked anxiously. Many of the people here were wealthy, and quite a few of them were creditors of the French government, more precisely, creditors of the French royal family. Over the years, a significant portion of the French government's expenses had been supported by loans. Now, everyone was concerned that His Majesty the King might default on his debts or forcibly lower the interest rates on the national debt. The dismissal of Mr. Necker has been confirmed. While the King's side claims there won't be any defaults or forced reductions of interest rates on the national debt, this statement was not made by the King himself, so its credibility is in question. Besides, he found out that there have been military movements near Paris. This statement immediately caused an uproar below. Charles seemed quite satisfied with everyone's reaction, and he observed for a moment before continuing, "Everyone, calm down, don't panic. We've also consulted with the Marquis de Lafayette, who has revealed that the King indeed brought in a legion composed of mountain people, but it's for enhancing the security of Versailles. This legion is small in number and lacks heavy weapons. They are in no position to threaten Paris. But there are over 20 legions near Paris," someone shouted. "The Marquis de Lafayette assures us that the French army will never lay a hand on Paris," Charles replied. "Will they confront the mercenaries?" another person asked. That's highly unlikely, someone in the crowd replied. Just yesterday morning, the Royal Guard of France retreated to the Place des Victoires. In other words, no matter what happens in Paris, they won't get involved. Yes, Charles said, considering the real dangers, not just the mercenaries, but also the lawless looters outside. You should also be aware that in these past 2 days, many legitimate business people have been robbed or even killed by these hooligans. Almost every lamppost in the St. Anton district has a grain merchant hanging from it. If these hooligans enter our neighborhood, it will be a nightmare. We've already built barricades and organized guards. Are we doing this just for a few hooligans? Someone disdainfully remarked. If we were only dealing with scattered hooligans, our current measures would be sufficient, but we also need to consider the possible presence of mercenaries. Furthermore, these hooligans might gather in groups. Therefore, we cannot rely solely on individual neighborhoods to confront the entire mob of Paris. Gentlemen, why can a single army easily defeat multiple hooligans and ruffians? It's because the army is organized. We need to organize our strength to form a genuine army. This way, we can protect our interests in these turbulent times. But where do we find military experts? Someone asked. The Marquis de Lafayette has suggested that during his time in North America, he gained experience in organizing militias. He can provide us with some assistance, Charles said. Joseph listened and smiled slightly. It was clear that the Marquis de Lafayette held a significant influence within the French military, but his ability to command French troops was quite limited. If a militia force could be organized in Paris, given the size of the city, they could easily assemble 40 to 50,000 militiamen. If such a force could be controlled or at least made to appear under his control, it would undoubtedly bring him more political benefits. Now it's good with the Marquis de Lafayette, we can rest easy, someone below commented. The Marquis de Lafayette also believes that we should unite with the respectable gentlemen from other neighborhoods and establish a unified national guard. Only by pooling the strength of decent Parisians can we address various dangers and protect ourselves more effectively, Charles continued. In line with his suggestions, our neighborhood's self-defense force can be organized into a company. As the largest sponsor, I am willing to assume the responsibility of commanding this company. Who agrees and who disagrees? Everyone remained silent. Charles, satisfied with everyone's response, was about to continue speaking when suddenly someone spoke up. Charles, may I ask you a question? Charles looked and saw an elderly man named Orlandi. Charles knew that even though this man ran a tavern, he had connections to the House of Orleans. So although he furrowed his brow slightly, he kindly asked Mr. Orlandi, "Do you have any questions?" "Gentlemen, I greatly admire Charles's character and his dedication to our neighborhood. I just wanted to know if Charles has any military service experience. If it's about leading a company of gold louis, no one is more suitable than you, but leading in combat." "So, Mr. Orlandi, do you have a suitable candidate?" Charles asked in return. "I don't either," Orlandi said candidly. "I'm not against you becoming the company commander, Charles. I just want to recommend an advisor to you." At this point, Orlandi turned to Joseph and said to everyone, "Mr. Bonaparte, could you come over here? Mr. Bonaparte, I believe you're familiar to all of us. He's an instructor at the military academy and an active duty soldier. When it comes to military strategy, he has more experience than any of us. The fortifications we've built were designed by him. However, Mr. Bonaparte is an active duty soldier and cannot hold a formal position in the militia, but I believe he should also contribute to our neighborhood as a member of our neighborhood. Therefore, I'd like to invite him to be the military advisor to our neighborhood's National Guard company. What do you all think?" For this suggestion, Charles couldn't find any reason to oppose it. Even though Joseph wasn't a military instructor, everyone could sense that the military expertise of an instructor from a military academy far exceeded that of an amateur like himself when guiding the construction of barricades. "Of course, there's no problem at all. As long as Mr. Bonaparte is willing, we would welcome your assistance with open arms," Charles smiled. "I wonder if Mr. Bonaparte is willing to help us. As a member of the community, it's my duty. However, you all know I'm an active duty soldier. If I receive military orders from above, I must prioritize those. As long as it doesn't conflict with those orders, I'm willing to contribute," Joseph replied. "Well then, let us all express our gratitude to Mr. Bonaparte," Charles said. And just like that, Joseph became the military advisor to the National Guard in the district. They also agreed to start reorganizing the neighborhood militia into the National Guard and commence military training the next day. However, this plan was almost immediately shattered because, in the middle of the day, new rumors started spreading. This rumor claimed that the cannons of Montmartre Heights and the Bastille were already aimed at the heart of Paris. The royalist forces, loyal to the king, were about to launch an attack on Paris. Of course, this was just a rumor, but the vast majority of Parisians believed it. What made it even more dangerous was that this rumor couldn't be easily dispelled, not only because it's easier to create a lie than to refute it, but also because, at this moment in time, refuting such rumors was a political mistake. Anyone attempting to disprove them would be seen as henchmen of the tyrant by the angry populace, and they would face severe consequences. Since no one dared to refute the rumors, they only gained more credibility. The existing flaws in these rumors went unmentioned, and any discrepancies were quietly patched up during their spread. In any case, this rumor was widely believed by almost all Parisians. In the past few days, a significant number of Parisians had armed themselves, especially after taking the unguarded Hotel des Invalides, where they found over 30,000 rifles and over 10 cannons. However, there wasn't enough gunpowder to go around. This led to another rumor based on the previous one, that the Bastille contained a vast supply of gunpowder. This rumor seemed plausible since, if the king planned to use the Bastille's cannons to suppress Paris, it made sense for them to store ample gunpowder there. For the untrained militia in Paris, attacking the heavily fortified Montmartre heights was a daunting task, but the Bastille seemed much more manageable by comparison. The Bastille was built as a fortress outside the city gates during the 100 Years' War between England and France. It had 8 towers, each around 30 meters high, connected by 30-meter wide, 3-meter thick walls equipped with 15 large cannons. It was surrounded by a 26-meter wide, 8-meter deep moat that connected to the Seine River, with only one drawbridge for entry. It was an impenetrable castle. However, with the expansion of Paris, this fortress, once located outside the city gates, became an internal structure. Its military role was diminished, and it transitioned from a military fortress to a royal stronghold. By the late 14th century, the Bastille was converted into a royal prison, housing the most important prisoners of state, many of whom were political prisoners. Therefore, in the minds of the French people, this prison became a symbol of the absolutist monarchy. The Bastille garrison consisted of 82 men, but in early July, 32 Swiss mercenaries were deployed to reinforce its defenses. Still, when it came to the number of defenders, the Bastille couldn't compare to Montmartre heights. Moreover, due to neglect, the moat surrounding the Bastille had dried up. This further reduced the fortress's defensive capabilities, making the militia feel confident about taking it. So the next morning, an uncountable number of armed, disorganized citizens began to approach the Bastille. This development forced Charles to postpone his plans for organizing the National Guard in the district. The Bastille was surrounded by tens of thousands of armed Parisian citizens, but those armed only with rifles had limited means to breach it. The fortress walls were too high, and the dried moat was still too wide and deep to cross easily. But the Bastille's commander, Delaunay, saw things differently. The seemingly impregnable Bastille, although a 14th-century fortress, had designed flaws and concepts that had become outdated. In 1453, the siege of Constantinople had demonstrated that tall, vertical fortress walls were highly susceptible to collapse under cannon fire. Consequently, modern fortifications featured lower, thicker walls that sloped inward to prevent widespread collapse due to cannon fire. However, the Bastille lacked these improvements. The Bastille's walls were 30 meters high, completely vertical, and just 3 meters thick. Such walls couldn't withstand cannon fire. Moreover, the lack of clear lines of sight due to surrounding buildings hindered the guards' vision, so Delaunay had no certainty about defending the ancient fortress. When the citizens started to approach the Bastille, Delaunay ordered his soldiers not to open fire on the approaching crowd and asked for negotiations. The citizens took some time to select representatives to enter the Bastille for negotiations. However, during the negotiation process, a new rumor began to spread among the citizens due to communication difficulties and the prolonged negotiations. This rumor claimed that the representatives who had entered the Bastille had been ruthlessly killed by the henchmen of the tyrant in a cruel and heartless manner. This rumor immediately inflamed the tens of thousands of armed citizens outside. The crowd began to chant, "Take the Bastille, kill those evildoers, kill them, charge, charge." Someone even started singing the Song of the Slaves, initially just 1 or 2 people, but soon more voices joined in, forming a roaring river of song as they surged toward the Bastille. Tens of thousands of militiamen, armed with rifles, chanted in the old world, "We'll conquer everything, slaves, rise up." They inched closer to the Bastille, and some quick-thinking militiamen even crossed the dried moat, climbed to the drawbridge, and attempted to sever the chains holding it. In the chaos, a Swiss guard, in a panic, fired a shot at a militiaman wielding an axe. This action immediately ended any prospects of peaceful negotiations, and the militiamen opened fire in response, resulting in a chaotic gunfight. The battle didn't favor the militiamen. The Bastille, originally built as a fortress, offered significant defensive advantages. Guarded by defenders who had the higher ground, cover, and experience with rifles, they easily picked off many militiamen. Those with no training, despite their vast numbers, struggled to aim and shoot, with many never having held a rifle before. Their gunfire was sporadic and rarely hit the mark. While the scene appeared intense, they achieved very little. In the actual historical account, only one guard was lightly wounded until the Bastille surrendered. However, the effectiveness of the defense was much greater. The following period saw an intense standoff. Delaunay, the Bastille's commander, raised a white flag on multiple occasions, hoping to negotiate a ceasefire with the besiegers, but the citizens outside unequivocally rejected his gestures. They believed Delaunay's actions were deceptive, and after his men opened fire on their own people, he had forfeited any right to surrender. But rejecting negotiations was one thing, breaking into the Bastille was another. The militiamen attempted various methods, including some imaginative ones. For instance, they proposed using flaming tarred cloth to start a fire, even to burn the cannons. However, they soon realized they couldn't get the burning tarred cloth past the 30-meter-high walls. Some also considered using cannons, as they did have cannons, but they lacked gunners. Their initial artillery fire from a safe distance was largely ineffective. Although theoretically the Bastille was a large target, they struggled to hit it. However, the militiamen, inexperienced in handling cannons, managed to avoid hitting the massive fortress in their multiple attempts. They fired several rounds, but not a single cannonball found its target on the Bastille's walls. The militiamen had limited gunpowder, and this kind of wastefulness couldn't continue for long. However, they had plenty of hot-blooded lives to spare, so wasting a few wasn't a big concern for them. They decided to brave the enemy bullets and push the cannons close enough to Bastille, close enough that making the cannonballs fly required the skill level of a world-class Chinese soccer forward clearing the ball against the opposing goal, and then they'd open fire, shattering this fortress of tyranny. But ideals are plump, and reality is often quite bony. The cannon had only been pushed forward a couple of steps when it drew the attention of the defenders. Among the defenders there were Swiss mountain men, armed not only with standard rifles, but also with their hunting rifles with rifled barrels. In fact, rifled firearms had been around in Europe for quite some time, and their advantages in accuracy were well known. However, their slow rate of fire made it challenging for them to find a place in the military during the firing line era. After the first volley, soldiers faced a thick battlefield fog, and they either had to charge with bayonets or quickly reload and fire another round of probabilistic shooting. In the first case, long range didn't matter. In the second case, rate of fire was more critical than accuracy. So these weapons were generally only useful in places where precision mattered, but speed was not a high requirement, such as hunting. Consequently, the military rifles of this era were mostly smoothbore, and the more high-end hunting rifles were often rifled. Switzerland was full of forests and mountains, so rifled barrels were quite common among the Swiss. Swiss mercenaries often provided their own weapons, and many of them had rifled hunting rifles. Several Swiss soldiers armed with rifled hunting rifles immediately opened fire on the militiamen struggling to push the cannon. The military quality of these Swiss soldiers in this era was actually quite good. Their shooting was quite effective, and they quickly brought down 3 or 4 militiamen. However, the rifled firearms of this era loaded very slowly. Compared to standard smoothbore rifles, they had a much slower rate of fire. So while the Swiss soldiers were busy reloading, the militiamen pushed the cannon forward a bit more. Then, the guns fired again, and several more people fell. The militiamen displayed true fearlessness. They positioned the cannon under the Swiss fire and loaded it with powder and the cannonball. With the help of trained gunners, the cannon's rate of fire was actually much higher than that of rifled rifles. In the hands of well-trained British Royal Navy crew, their rate of fire might even be faster than smoothbore rifles. However, the problem was that the individuals controlling the cannon had never operated one in their lives. The majority of them had never touched a cannon before. So their loading process was naturally very slow, so slow that during the time it took them to load a cannonball, the rifled rifles on the opposite side fired 3 rounds, killing over 10 people. Only then did they finish loading. Then when the cannon fired towards Bastille, the cannon burst open because they had packed double the amount of powder to ensure that it could collapse the walls with a single shot. We need real gunners, real gunners. The militiamen cried out, "Anyone among you who has been a gunner before, please step forward. France needs your strength." However, no one stepped forward. Among the thousands of militiamen besieging Bastille, there were no gunners. The situation had reached a standstill again. The militiamen continued to take cover behind buildings, shooting haphazardly at Bastille, while the defenders of Bastille remained calm, seldom returning fire, but achieving significant results when they did. In the exchange of fire, it was the militiamen who were being hit, and the defenders remained nearly unscathed. The National Guard in Joseph's neighborhood did not participate in the siege of Bastille. Instead, they strengthened their defenses. The leaders of the National Guard closely monitored the progress of the battle. Bastille is not that difficult to capture. The key is that the militiamen lack competent gunners. If a few cannonballs accurately hit the same spot at the base of the walls, it could lead to the collapse of the wall. Once the wall is no longer protecting them, what can 100 defenders do? Unfortunately, the militiamen lack skilled gunners, said a plump shopkeeper-like man. Among the militiamen there are indeed skilled gunners, but they are not among the common rabble, Charles said. While theoretically everyone belonged to the Third Estate, in practice, the people in this neighborhood, including Charles himself, had no respect for the militiamen currently besieging Bastille. Joseph knew what Charles meant. There were indeed skilled gunners among the militiamen. These gunners had been part of the French Royal Army just a few days ago, but various circumstances had led to their dismissal, and they had immediately joined the militiamen. However, although they were also militiamen just like Charles and his group, they were not the same as the militiamen currently besieging Bastille. They were part of the more organized National Guard. Joseph also knew that these gunners were ultimately controlled by someone. A prominent figure in the army, who wielded great influence, controlled these genuinely combat-capable National Guard. In history, when the attack on Bastille reached a deadlock, it was this figure who brought a cannon to the scene and used continuous and precise artillery fire to force the defenders to surrender. It was this decisive action that allowed this figure to become the commander-in-chief of the Paris National Guard and a significant figure in the early days of the Revolution. This prominent figure was the Marquis de Lafayette. The Duke of Orleans and the Marquis de Lafayette were both nobles who supported constitutional monarchy. However, this didn't mean they were allies. The Duke of Orleans was of royal blood, and he aspired to become the suitable candidate for the monarch in the constitutional monarchy he hoped for. But the ideal candidate in the mind of the Marquis de Lafayette was not him. Perhaps the Marquis de Lafayette didn't particularly appreciate the locksmith Louis XVI had an amateur hobby of making various high-difficulty locks, but he believed that any member of the royal family would be more suitable for the French crown than the Duke of Orleans. Because if the Duke of Orleans became king, with his power and influence, he would never settle for being a mere figurehead. Therefore, the Marquis de Lafayette had always seen the Duke of Orleans as the greatest threat to democracy. In the original history, after the Marquis de Lafayette came to power, he immediately used a combination of threats and bribes to exile the Duke of Orleans to England when the attack on Bastille reached a stalemate. This decisive action allowed him to become the commander-in-chief of the Paris National Guard and a key figure in the early stages of the Revolution. But now, unlike in history, the Duke of Orleans didn't have artillery, but he possessed something that he didn't have in the original Historia explosive powder. With Joseph's help, Lavoisier had created a relatively safe explosive by mixing diatomaceous earth with nitroglycerin. Of course, compared to the highly insensitive explosives of the future, they couldn't even be detonated by shooting, but they were much more potent than the black powder of the time. With this substance, they could create a straightforward and violent weapon to deal with various fortifications of bomb. The rate of fire of firearms in this era was quite limited, and the number of defenders at Bastille was limited. Even if they reached the base of the walls, regular militiamen wouldn't be able to do much against this 30-meter-high, 3-meter-thick wall. However, the Duke of Orleans' men were different. They had a weapon capable of instantly destroying this walled bomb. At this moment, a group of National Guard soldiers passed through Joseph's neighborhood, pulling a cannon. Their well-organized equipment, precise steps, and the well-fed horses pulling the cannon indicated that they were a well-trained unit, not something the common rabble of militiamen could match. Marquis de Lafayette has already taken action, Joseph thought. The Duke of Orleans people should be taking action soon as well. Just then there was a massive explosion that caused the glass windows in the area to vibrate and rattle. Did a gunpowder magazine explode somewhere? Someone asked in panic. It seems to be coming from the direction of Bastille. Could it be that they've really blown up all that gunpowder? Charles furrowed his brows. It was rumored that there were tens of thousands of pounds of gunpowder in Bastille. Of course, this was a rumor. Bastille didn't have that much gunpowder. But earlier, when the warden of Bastille was negotiating for surrender with the besieging militiamen, he had threatened to ignite tens of thousands of pounds of gunpowder and take everyone with him. So now, everyone believed that there was a large amount of gunpowder in Bastille. It shouldn't be. Joseph gazed eastward and then shook his head. If it were a gunpowder magazine exploding, we should be able to see thick smoke rising by now. The smoke we see is not significant enough. The gunpowder of this era produced a lot of dense smoke when it exploded. So this explosion was definitely not a gunpowder magazine. There isn't much smoke after the explosion, but it made buildings shake from this far away. This must be the Duke of Orleans' men using high explosive powder. It seems that Marquis de Lafayette's troops arrived too late. But with such a big shake, how much explosive powder did they pack in those bombs? Joseph wondered. Delaunay lay on the ground, his head ringing like a bell. He tried to get up but found his body limp, devoid of strength. He wanted to call for help, but the people around him were all lying on the ground, immobilized. And to make matters worse, he couldn't even hear his own voice. This is a disaster. The gunpowder magazine must have exploded, Delaunay thought. The Bastille's gunpowder storage certainly didn't contain enough explosive material to destroy the entire fortress, but the explosion of even the relatively smaller amount could be catastrophic. Damn it, I wonder if the walls have collapsed, Delaunay pondered. A long crack had appeared in the wall, wide enough to fit a fist. Most of the soldiers on the wall were still lying on the ground, with only a few attempting to climb to their feet, leaning against the battlements. What happened? What's going on? Delaunay shouted. No one answered him, not even a soldier who had managed to stand up. They all gazed at him with puzzled expressions, unable to understand his words. Delaunay realized that he couldn't hear his own voice. The explosion had damaged his hearing. In fact, he couldn't even hear himself speak clearly. Delaunay stumbled to the edge of the battlement and peered down. Not far from the moat, there was a massive crater, and smoke billowed from it. Within a radius of about 30 to 40 meters around the crater, all the buildings had been toppled. Even further away, on the streets and the rooftops of buildings that hadn't collapsed yet, people lay scattered. What is this? Did a meteor fall here? Delaunay's mind entertained such a bizarre thought. It wasn't a meteor, it was the result of a collision between a large explosive package and a bullet. Just moments ago, a group of people had arrived in a carriage, claiming to be followers of the Duke of Orleans. They had brought a new type of explosive purportedly used for mining. We're the Duke of Orleans men, and this is the mining explosive we use. We've packaged the explosive, attached the fuse, and all we need is a brave soul, a true hero like Anamia character from Spartacus, who sang the slaves' anthem on the cross. They need to brave the tyrant's bullets and ignite this thing under the city wall. Can blow a whole section of the wall sky high, declared the person who arrived in the carriage. These things can destroy the walls, someone questioned with disbelief. As long as there's enough explosive, even a mountain can be blown to pieces, the carriage driver replied. At this point, a burly man approached, shouting, I'll do it, as he reached for one of the explosive packages on the carriage. Is this thing too light? He scoffed, raising an eyebrow. Is there enough gunpowder in here for anything significant? We have explosives inside, much more potent than gunpowder, and it's not that light. There's 12 pounds of explosive in there, the carriage driver explained. Don't be stingy, give me more, the burly man insisted. Who knows, it might take several of us to get this thing to the wall. If the power isn't enough, placing just one won't suffice and we'll need to sacrifice even more people. So the more powerful, the better. The more explosives we pack in, the better. How about we gather everything from these packages into one and send the entire Bastille into the sky at once? What do you say? The surrounding people responded in unison. Right on, send them all to the heavens. Let them personally seek forgiveness from God up there. None, the scruffy-looking guy yelled loudly. Excellent, let's go, the burly man declared. Wait, the carriage driver suddenly shouted. You can't just charge in like that, you need cover. Let's get a few more people from different angles to distract the guards' attention. Others can start shooting at the Bastille to provide cover for them. Hey, your idea is good, everyone shouted together. Let's do it this way. I'm charging too. Give me a fake explosive, I can divert their attention as well. So the militia began firing randomly at the Bastille, and a dozen people charged toward it. The guards on the city wall returned fire, and the burly man, being a big target, had several rifles aimed at him. However, he ran so fast that bullets narrowly missed him, hitting behind him instead. The scruffy guy following him was not as lucky. He was struck by a stray bullet. Big guy, keep going, the scruffy guy shouted as he fell. But by then the burly man had reached the moat and needed to slow down to jump safely. Just as he slowed down, a rifled shotgun was aimed at him. Bang. The shotgun fired. In the Swiss soldier's eyes, the towering burly man resembled a large brown bear from the Alps. He expected that his shot would make the burly man fall over like the bears he had shot before, possibly even rolling a couple of times. However, much to his surprise, the bear didn't fall over but exploded. Yes, the bullet he fired hit the explosive package the burly man was carrying. The explosive's tremendous power was unleashed in an instant. A massive visible shockwave swept through the area, and those who had been close to the burly man were torn to shreds and scattered in an instant. Following the shockwave, the surrounding buildings, in the face of the powerful explosion, were dismantled as if they were card structures facing a super typhoon. When the shockwave reached them, the buildings were immediately shattered into fragments that scattered in all directions. Next, this shockwave violently slammed into the Bastille's city wall. The massive wall shook violently, like a small boat in a stormy sea. The soldiers standing on the wall were quickly overturned by the shockwave and were then stunned by the ensuing explosion. If at that moment another group of militia warriors had charged forward, they could have easily cut the iron chains holding the drawbridge, smashed the gate, and entered the Bastille. However, the militia's condition was even worse than that of the defenders because they were closer to the explosion. They suffered greater casualties, and the buildings destroyed by the shockwave concealed militia members behind them. After the explosion, most of them were no longer standing. Even those militia fighters further away had been shaken to their senses, making them unfit for immediate action. As for those even farther away, they had no idea what had just happened. The militia lacked a clear command structure, and at that moment they were in disarray, with no thought of seizing the opportunity. Consequently, the chance slipped through their fingers. By the time the militia besieging the Bastille realized what had happened, the garrison inside had recovered. The previous explosion had terrified them, but it also fueled their resolve to fight back. As a result, the militia suffered further casualties in the ensuing confrontations. Just at this moment, cheers erupted from behind the militia lines. The artillery is here. The real artillery has arrived. It turned out that a contingent of the National Guard, prepared by the Marquis de Lafayette, had finally arrived. The arrival of the National Guard completely changed the situation. While the previous explosion had caused significant casualties among the militia, it had also damaged the Bastille's walls. The already fragile structure couldn't withstand artillery fire any longer. As the National Guard artillery was brought into position, Monsieur de Elorn wasn't too worried. He had witnessed the militia's artillery skills earlier and knew they couldn't hit anything beyond the earth at such a range. However, when the artillery on the other side opened fire, Monsieur de Elorn knew he was in trouble. The first cannonball precisely hit the base of the Bastille's wall. The impact raised a cloud of dust, but fortunately the wall didn't collapse. Did they really hit it? Are they just lucky? Monsieur de Elorn widened his eyes. Yes, Monsieur de Elorn still attributed the National Guard's successful artillery fire to luck at that moment. But soon he changed his mind as another cannonball was fired, hitting its mark once again and causing a part of the wall to crumble. Quick, raise the white flag. We surrender, Monsieur de Elorn shouted. It was evident that the ones firing at them were not mere militiamen. They could fire so accurately within such a short time, and it wasn't the work of amateur militia, these were professional artillerymen. The state of the Bastille's walls couldn't withstand further artillery fire. Monsieur de Elorn only needed to glance at the crack that could fit a fist through, stretching across the entire wall, to understand this. A few more rounds of artillery fire would surely crumble the wall, allowing the tens of thousands of rebels outside to storm in. The mere 100 or so inside wouldn't stand a chance. They had to surrender before it was too late, otherwise they'd face a dire fate. The white flag was raised and the gates were opened. The soldiers tossed their rifles down from the walls. The surrounding militia erupted in cheers. The main body of the militia rushed in through the open gates, met with the prisoners. In fact, these people hadn't faced any real persecution, and dragged the king's lackeys out. They bound all of them and intended to transport them to the city hall for trial. However, as the group escorting them had only moved a few hundred meters, more people converged on them. These newcomers shouted insults at the captured prisoners, including Monsieur de Elorn. One of the men, a cook, was especially vicious. Monsieur de Elorn had never been insulted by such lowly commoners. He immediately retorted, "You damned peasants, you lowly vermin. How dare you speak so rudely to a nobleman? Someday you thugs will all face punishment. His Majesty the King will hang you all from lampposts like dogs." Monsieur de Elorn seemed to have forgotten the dire situation he was in. He believed that even as a captive noble, he would receive special treatment. His words incited the anger of the surrounding commoners, and the cook took out his knife. "You parasitic scoundrel," the cook roared. "You've caused the death of so many people, and you want to continue riding on the backs of the people, oppressing them. You want to keep slaughtering the people, hanging us from lampposts. I'll hang your head high today." The cook grabbed Monsieur de Elorn's hair and forcefully pulled him to the ground. "You can't do this. I am a noble," Monsieur de Elorn shouted. But his voice soon fell silent as the cook pressed his foot against Monsieur de Elorn's chest, depriving him of breath. "Help! Kill this wretch! Kill him!" The crowd was seething with anger. The cook used his knife skillfully. Though it was a small blade, he quickly severed Monsieur de Elorn's head. A militiaman with a pike approached and said, "Put his head on the pike for everyone to see the fate of the tyrant's lackeys." The people cheered in agreement. The militiaman placed Monsieur de Elorn's head on his pike, raising it high. "Let's parade through the streets of Paris so everyone can see the fate of the tyrant's lackeys. And these guys, they're tyrant's lackeys too. They shouldn't be spared." In the original historical account, after the Bastille's capture, apart from the governor Monsieur de Elorn, the surrendered garrison was not killed. But this time, the extensive casualties among the militia due to the accidental explosion resulted in a far greater death toll than in the original history. Over 300 people died in the explosion alone, whereas in the historical account, there were only around 100 casualties. Greater casualties brought more fear, anger, and violence. Dozens of the captured soldiers, most of whom were Swiss mercenaries, were killed because people believed they had come to Paris to massacre and plunder the citizens. Their heads were severed and impaled on pikes as well. Lieutenant Yves, the former artillery lieutenant now commanding the National Guard artillery, looked on coldly, neither participating nor preventing the violence. "One more person deserves to die," someone shouted. "Who?" people asked. "Flessels. He gave us false information, claiming there was plenty of gunpowder at the Bastille. But the Bastille had so little. He must be a lackey of the king, luring us to the Bastille with some hidden agenda." Someone yelled, "Let's kill him, kill him." Flessels was the mayor of Paris, born a noble, and some said he had close ties to Count Artois Louis XVI's brother, one of the extreme conservatives. Of course, these were mere rumors without any substantiated evidence. However, at this moment, people were inclined to believe these rumors. Lieutenant Yves and his comrades continued to watch from the sidelines. Flesselles was not a friend of the Marquis de Lafayette, and having someone like him in control of the city hall might not be favorable, especially for the Marquis de Lafayette, who was preparing to consolidate the power in Paris. What are these people doing? Lucien looked in astonishment at the militia outside the barricades, parading with pikes raised high, each bearing a human head. They're venting their fear with terror, Joseph said, covering Louis's eyes to shield him from the gruesome sight. Venting their fear with terror. Lucien didn't understand Joseph's explanation. Think about it, Lucien. Where did the recent terrifying rumors most likely come from? Do you truly believe these vivid tales originated from those sans-culottes who can't even write their own names? Joseph didn't answer the question directly but countered with another one. How could that be? The rumors are so vivid, involving many intricate details only known to insiders. Some seem impossible for commoners to concoct, Lucien replied, shaking his head. There are even suggestions that the king will come with mercenaries to cleanse Paris, but it's just a scare tactic. France relies heavily on Paris without it. France means nothing in Europe, but the sans-culottes don't know that. They believe it's all true. They're filled with fear and anger, fearing they'll be slaughtered and plundered, yet angry because they don't deserve such a fate, Joseph explained. This fear and anger are what's driving them. Some think they can harness, control, and exploit this power to achieve their goals. What's so amusing? Lucien asked when Joseph chuckled. I'm laughing at those who are playing with fire, Joseph said, using rumors to spread fear and then manipulating that fear to make people act. It's a cost-effective strategy in terms of resources, but it gives birth to irrational power. And irrational power is difficult to control, like Mr. Lavoisier's nitroglycerin. Mishandle it and it can explode, reducing everything to rubble. What should we do then? Lucien asked. We should observe more, think more, Joseph replied. After the fall of the Bastille, rumors spread like wildfire throughout the city of Paris. People whispered that the king was furious and would soon mobilize his forces to suppress the Parisian populace. It was said that the enraged king had ordered, the great tree shall be set on fire, the stones shall be sharpened, and people shall be replaced. Paris was gripped by tension, with crowds building barricades in the streets. Some, in their fear, even began to tear down houses, though most of the time, it was the houses of minions of the tyrant that were demolished, and the number of these minions of the tyrant depended on the amount of material required for the barricades. Almost overnight, all the carriage drivers for hire in Paris found themselves jobless, as the streets were blocked with barricades. Some inexperienced individuals, in their haste to construct roadblocks and barricades, didn't even consider leaving openings for passage. To defend against a potential attack, the Parisian militia members believed they should unite under a single banner for a unified command. Representatives from various neighborhoods gathered to discuss the matter. Every militia member in each district genuinely hoped for unity, a natural instinct of humans as social beings when facing a crisis. However, unity required a command structure, a leader. The militia members soon realized that finding such a person was no easy task, because most militia members didn't know each other, and most of them were aware of their lack of military skills. The circumstances of the siege of the Bastille made them realize the vast gap between themselves and the regular army. Although they verbally belittled the king's forces in the Montmartre area, they were actually trembling inside, and some even had nightmares about the guillotine or the gallows. In this situation, a good nobleman who was not even present at the meeting but was considered honest, kind, loved the people, and was proficient in military matters, was chosen by the majority of the representatives as the commander of this unified militia force. This good nobleman was none other than the Marquis de Lafayette. It was said that during the meeting, some mentioned the name of another good nobleman, the Duke of Orleans. However, other representatives unanimously stated that His Highness the Duke of Orleans was indeed an honest, kind, people-loving good nobleman, and in comparison to the Marquis de Lafayette, he had the more generous advantage because the Duke of Orleans was much wealthier than Lafayette, but the Duke of Orleans had no understanding of military matters. If they let him take command, it would be detrimental to everyone. Some representatives even said that during the siege of the Bastille, the well-intentioned actions of the Duke of Orleans had actually hindered the effort and caused more casualties than the tyrant's artillery. In any case, the Duke of Orleans is a trustworthy man, but when it comes to military command, it's beyond his capabilities. This statement became the general consensus. After Lafayette was elected, messengers were sent to invite him to take office. This was somewhat similar to a certain uprising in a large eastern country in later years, where the leader of the rebels, who had not participated in the rebellion, was appointed as commander-in-chief. However, the representatives of the Paris militia did not storm Lafayette's home with guns, they simply went to his doorstep and delivered the invitation letter. Lafayette, in contrast to the leader in the eastern country who hid under his bed and cried, don't hurt me," openly accepted the invitation and became the overall commander of the Paris militia. Once in office, Lafayette immediately began to reorganize the Parisian militia, with the intention of converting them all into the National Guard. To do this, he immediately introduced military uniforms designed for the National Guard uniforms that included blue trousers. He also introduced the badges and flags of the National Guard, all of which were composed of the colors red, white, and blue. Red and blue were the colors of the Paris city coat of arms, while white represented the Bourbon dynasty. These badges and flags clearly displayed Lafayette's political leanings. He was a constitutional monarchist. To be honest, despite the fact that the common people in Paris were constantly calling the king a tyrant, they actually very much approved of these flags and badges at this moment. The commoners in Paris had never imagined they could overthrow the king. After capturing the Bastille, they were actually very afraid of the king's potential punishment. They also believed that Lafayette, as their commander, could speak on their behalf to the king. In their view, Lafayette was the best person for this role. Some even mentioned the name of the Duke of Orleans, another nobleman with similar qualities. However, it was unanimously agreed by the other representatives that His Highness the Duke of Orleans was indeed an honest, kind, people-loving good nobleman, but Lafayette was more suitable for military command. When it came to negotiating with the king, nobody would think of the Duke of Orleans. Lafayette skillfully used this psychological advantage. He assured them that he would defend everyone, as long as they supported his leadership. The feared massacre did not happen, and the king's army did not launch an attack on Paris. In fact, the king had no faith in his own army, and those around him vehemently convinced him that the army was not reliable. For constitutionalists like Lafayette, the only way to convince the king to accept constitutional monarchy was to make him believe that the army was loyal to the nation, not to the king personally. To conservative nobles like the Count of Artois, the standing army was not a good thing at all. Why did the nation need a standing army? Shouldn't the king call upon the nobility's private forces when needed? To counter their political rival Lafayette, they also disparaged the French army. In this particular matter, at least in terms of the unreliability of the army, both conservatives and constitutionalists had found common ground. King Louis XVI was known to be somewhat indecisive, and he naturally believed their words. So the king never even considered using the army to bloodily suppress Paris at this time. In fact, when the rebels captured the Bastille, and the Count of Artois people claimed that the army had actually participated in the rebellion, the king was so frightened that he almost considered fleeing to the provinces. Like the citizens of Paris who were filled with fear of the king was also terrified of the Parisian mob. Lafayette indeed served as that bridge. A few days later, he arrived at Versailles with a detachment of the National Guard to meet King Louis XVI. It was said that the king and his subjects had a pleasant conversation, and Louis XVI even wore the cockade of the National Revolutionary Army that Lafayette had brought with him on his hat. At this point, it seemed like Lafayette had achieved a resounding victory. An English-style constitutional monarchy for France appeared within reach. The situation appeared calm, and Lafayette was reportedly busy drafting a historic declaration, inspired by the American Declaration of Independence, while establishing parliamentary and administrative systems influenced by England and North America. Although the situation had eased, the Paris Military Academy had not returned to normal. So Joseph continued to stay at home and watch plays. If the revolution could stop here, it might be a good thing for France. Joseph looked out the window. Outside, a group of National Guards was busy dismantling the barricades. "Hasn't the revolution ended yet?" Louis said. "Joseph, I don't like the revolution at all. I can't go out, can't go to school, can't play with my friends, and Aunt Sophie hasn't come, and Lucien makes me do chores. I don't like the revolution at all." At first, when I heard that school was cancelled, you didn't know how happy I was. Now that Joseph is at home, you pretend to love studying. Lucien sat with his chin resting on the high back of a chair, looking at him with disdain. "That's because you took advantage of Joseph's absence to push all the household chores onto me. It was a fair bet, and I made you both a knight and a bishop. You still lost. What more is there to say?" So Louis fell silent. However, Lucien spoke up. "Joseph, from what you said earlier, do you think the revolution hasn't ended yet?" "Ended? How could it possibly have ended?" Joseph sneered. "My brother, this is not the end, nor is it the beginning of the end or even the end of the beginning. Until those who are dissatisfied with the current reality, yet believe they have the power to change it, or until they exhaust their strength, how could this revolution end?" Moreover, on today's stage, there may not necessarily be heroes capable of achieving great things, but there is certainly no shortage of individuals who can't accomplish anything if they do it themselves, but are first-rate troublemakers when causing chaos for others. Just wait and see. In the aftermath of the recent turmoil, Paris seemed to have settled down somewhat. Barricades were gradually dismantled, and previously closed shops had reopened. Other than slightly higher prices and scarcer goods, it appeared that not much had changed. Aunt Sophie had returned, and Louis was finally free from his heavy household chores. Louis had recently picked up chess, and he was getting addicted to it. With the school temporarily closed and no other way to pass the time, he had resorted to playing chess with Lucien. Lucien took advantage of this opportunity to use household chores as their wager during their chess matches, successfully shifting his share of the work to his younger brother. The Bonaparte family seemed to produce exceptional elder brothers. Schools had started to return to normal, but curiously, Joseph's Paris Military Academy was still suspended. This wasn't entirely unexpected. Louis and Lucien attended private schools, while Joseph's academy was funded by the state, and the king was far from pleased with the state of the military. So Joseph found himself with more leisure time. Seeing Sophie just finishing her cleaning, he struck up a conversation. "Sophie, in these tumultuous days, I hope everything is all right at your home," Joseph inquired. Sophie shook her head and replied, "There's nothing good about it. The days are just as tough, if not tougher. Bread prices have risen, and what's worse is that even if you have the money, it's hard to find bread to buy." Joseph thought to himself that it seemed like some people couldn't sit still. "Sophie, is it really that difficult to buy bread now?" he asked. "You're a respectable gentleman, sir. You don't need to worry about such matters. You might not know, but I had to run through 4 different neighborhoods just to buy today's bread. I even tore my apron in the rush. It's unbelievable." "Wasn't everything supposed to get better and our lives easier?" Sophie lamented. Joseph shook his head. Since the start of the Estates General, there had been an influx of people into Paris. Not only were there representatives from all over France, but also a considerable number of farmers and vagrants who had come to Paris. This had put additional strain on Paris' already limited food supply. In such a situation, a revolution had occurred. However, the revolution had not increased the availability of food, it had disrupted existing orders. When established orders were disrupted, and new ones hadn't yet taken hold, the transportation and sale of food were bound to be disrupted, and efficiency would drop. So rising bread prices and even the inability to buy it became natural consequences. Moreover, in these conditions, panic buying and hoarding took place, further driving up prices and making it even more difficult to obtain bread. If certain individuals took advantage of this situation and deliberately increased panic, the problem would become even more severe. Joseph suddenly recalled a historical incident from his time, which had similarities to this situation. In a certain East Asian country, after the liberation of their most important city, there had been a similar surge in prices and economic chaos. How had the first mayor of their city, Chen Leshan, dealt with it? Chen Leshan had used 2 strategies: economic measures, such as raising the price of grain and importing it in large quantities from grain-producing regions, and political measures, including seizing and shutting down the currency exchange run by speculators. These actions had quickly stabilized the situation. However, Joseph realized that these strategies were impractical in Paris. Massively importing grain required efficient control over the entire country, which didn't exist in France. In this era, even if France had such a system, would there have been a revolution? During the 7 Years' War, the French might have experienced the greatest joy in life that Genghis Khan talked about. The greatest happiness in life is to relentlessly chase your enemies, invade their lands, plunder their wealth, and then hear the lamentations of their wives and children. What revolution would there have been then? As for the second strategy, it also required a strong, centralized state apparatus. Currently, although General Lafayette controlled the National Guard and parts of the French army, his grip on these forces was not absolute, and he couldn't employ such measures. With all this in mind, Joseph said to Sophie, "Sophie, I'm afraid that in the coming days, bread prices may rise even further. If you have any savings, I'd suggest you exchange them for more bread as early as possible." A despondent Sophie replied, "Sir, you're a respectable man. You don't need to worry about such matters. You may not know that just to buy today's bread, I had to run through 4 neighborhoods. I even tore my apron during the scramble. Oh God, I can't understand what's happening. Weren't they saying that everything was getting better and that everyone's lives would improve?" Meanwhile, there was someone else in a similar predicament to Sophie, deeply concerned about the rising bread prices. This person was General Lafayette, who had recently gained the upper hand in the political turmoil. Although General Lafayette had considerable influence in the military, his economic power was limited. He held a high-ranking title, but he wasn't from an ancient aristocratic family, and he lacked substantial wealth or lucrative channels for income. In this respect, the gap between him and the Duke of Orleans was as wide as the gap between the Duke and Lafayette in terms of military leadership. As a seasoned military leader, Lafayette remained composed despite these challenges. His years of experience in war had taught him that when victory seemed unattainable, it was time to consider a strategic retreat. We must control the various atrocities happening in Paris. We cannot tolerate innocent bloodshed any longer. Some people, they are not revolutionaries, they are simply thugs. They chant democracy, but their true interests lie in plunder and murder. They accuse others of being enemies of the people in the name of revolution and then proceed to kill and rob. How many honest shopkeepers in Paris have been hung by these ruffians? Their motives have nothing to do with democracy there after robbing others' lawful property. This chaos must be stopped. General, the people of Paris have entrusted you with the command of the National Guard, and one of your main tasks is to prevent potential looting. Are you saying that looting by mercenaries is looting, but the looting by these ruffians isn't? In a room adjacent to the assembly hall, a representative named Barnave vehemently argued with General Lafayette, who was seated across from him. The point you make is valid, but this matter cannot be rushed, Lafayette replied, leaning back slightly. You see, there are still many weapons in the hands of those ruffians, and they operate in organized groups. There are even sympathizers and members among them within the National Guard. We haven't yet been able to completely remove them from the National Guard. Barnave inquired, how long will it take to rid ourselves of these troublemakers? Soon. I don't want to resort to violence to remove them, but their economic conditions won't allow them to stay in military service without working for long. The National Guard has established discipline, and those who consistently miss their duties will be discharged. It won't be long before these ruffians can't remain in the National Guard. Even if they're removed from the National Guard, they still pose a threat to order, Barnave argued. Do you want us to suppress them immediately? Lafayette asked. Isn't there something we can do to? We shouldn't attempt things beyond our capabilities. It will only weaken our strength needlessly, Lafayette interrupted. At times, it's acceptable to retreat a little. You all know that King Louis is still indecisive. He doesn't want to let go of the old system and accept the new one, but he also dares not take the path of Charles I. We believed that King Louis was a monarch suited for constitutional rule, didn't we? However, some individuals are intent on delivering him to the guillotine. This prince, despite his revolutionary image, isn't a suitable constitutional monarch. The assembled representatives nodded in agreement, knowing exactly whom Lafayette was referring to. In the current situation, I don't think this prince can remain still either. We should quietly watch his performance. We can use him to exert pressure on the king and at the same time use the king to challenge him. I understand him and he's bound to reveal his flaws. When the time is right, we can take action, which will be more effective than hasty decisions. After this speech, Lafayette glanced at his friends. They sat in silence as though he had convinced them. There's one more reason I invited you all today, Lafayette continued. What is it? Asked Sieyès. I'd like to introduce you to a new friend, a progressive bishop, Lafayette replied. As the Marquis de Lafayette spoke, a middle-aged man of about 40, dressed in a black bishop's robe and with a slight limp, entered the small meeting room and bowed to the others. Bishop Talleyrand. Several people in the room immediately recognized the clergyman. Bishop Talleyrand was a prominent figure in the salons and social scenes of Paris. He came from a fallen noble family and had been sent to a theological school for his education, a path many noble-born children often followed. In general, noble-born children had several paths to choose from. First, they could inherit their family's wealth and live a life of leisure and indulgence. However, Talleyrand's family's wealth had been squandered by previous generations of hedonistic heirs. Second, they could join the military and enjoy the king's pay as officers. However, a crippled officer like Talleyrand was not in high demand. Third, they could become civil servants and enjoy the king's salary, embezzled public funds, and bribes from others. To secure a civil service position, one needed to bribe their way in, and Talleyrand's family couldn't afford it. So Talleyrand was left with the only option: becoming a clergyman. The path of a clergyman wasn't all that bad, theoretically speaking. All believers were equal in the eyes of God, but in reality, some people were more equal than others. Typically, commoner-born clergymen would, at best, become parish priests, while clergy above that rank were predominantly from noble backgrounds. Church possessed vast resources, and becoming a bishop allowed one to live a comfortable life. In Boccaccio's Decameron, there's a story about a devout Christian who tried to persuade his friend, a Jew, to convert to Christianity. The Jew was tempted and decided to visit the Christian world's capital, Rome. When the Christian heard of this decision, he was horrified, thinking his mission would surely fail because there was no virtue in Rome, only sin and corruption. There, people were deeply mired in wrongdoing. However, after the Jew's visit to Rome, he immediately converted to Christianity. He thought, the Catholic Church is so corrupt and depraved, yet it stands strong. There must be true divine power behind it. With this pretense, he secured the position of abbot of the Saint Remy Abbey in Reims and an annual pension of a staggering 18,000 livres, a type of silver coin that later became the franc when Louis XVI ascended the throne. With this money, Talleyrand led a secular nobleman's life in Paris. His position as the abbot was merely a well-paid sinecure, allowing him ample free time. He had bought a comfortable house in Paris, alternating between living in Reims and the capital, indulging in drinking, gambling, and the pleasures of the flesh. Through his connections, he also gained access to bankers who provided him with information about the inner workings of the church and even the government. In return, Talleyrand helped them find opportunities for profit through financial speculation, amassing wealth. Talleyrand was no miser. He made money quickly and spent it just as rapidly. With the help of his friends, he came close to usurping the position of the Archbishop of Lyon after the affair of the diamond necklace, only to be thwarted by the Queen's interference. Though he didn't become the Archbishop of Lyon, he managed to secure the position of the Archbishop of Autun. Since Talleyrand had climbed the ranks through the favor of the king, most people considered him a staunch conservative and a royalist. However, his presence in the current meeting raised eyebrows. "Gentlemen, it's an honor to see you," Bishop Talleyrand said, addressing the others. "Bishop, what brings you to our gathering all of a sudden?" asked Sager. "Count d'Artois is preparing to leave France with his family for Italy," Bishop Talleyrand replied. Count d'Artois, Louis XVI's brother and a staunch conservative. Historian Tocqueville once commented about him, "We have seen many leaders in history whose knowledge, culture, political judgment, and value choices remain frozen at some stage of their youth. Regardless of how long they live or how much the world changes, they act as if stuck in a particular moment. They persist with obstinacy, self-confidence, and the delusion of defending certain values that would chart a new direction for the nation. In reality, their beliefs and policies are nothing but outdated relics." "Count d'Artois is going into exile," Sager smirked, "the one who wanted to suppress us relentlessly. Now he's fleeing. He has fled, and perhaps His Highness will be even more delighted," Barnave said, furrowing his brows. "But this could be a good thing, couldn't it?" The Marquis de Lafayette said. "The king's power is waning, and apart from us, His Majesty has no one else to rely on. But we have the same problem as that prince's instigated mob," Barnave remarked. "Then let him continue his act," Lafayette suggested. "The mob wants things we can't give them. Can that prince give them what they want? He never thought about the fact that when he set fire to his brother's house, it was connected to his own. Our houses are adjacent to theirs too," Barnave pointed out. "Mr. Barnave, you're right," Bishop Talleyrand chimed in. "In truth, the three estates are a false concept. The division into three estates is utter nonsense. It's just that some fools believe in it." "What do you mean?" Sager frowned. He had gained fame for his work, What is the Third Estate? Now Talleyrand was claiming that the concept of the Third Estate was false, and it didn't sit well with him. "Mr. Sager, please consider our neighboring country to the west, the most successful nation in the world today. Think about what privilege really is," Talleyrand said. "I don't understand your point," Sager admitted. He couldn't follow Talleyrand's line of thought, which made him even less pleased with the bishop. "At its core, privilege is the right to a good life," Talleyrand explained. "Traditional nobility once enjoyed this privilege simply because of their birth, but in modern times this hereditary privilege has largely become obsolete. Even without a revolution, birthright has transformed into a privilege of wealth." With a pause to let his words sink in, Talleyrand continued, "Let's take me as an example. I was born into a minor noble family, but my family was impoverished when I was born. Our wealth, except for a noble suffix in our name, had disappeared. Our family's life was no better than that of an ordinary third estate person and was even worse because they were wealthier. Money is privilege." Talleyrand paused again, allowing everyone to digest his words. After a moment, he continued, "Let's look at the English. Do they have nobility? Yes, they do. Do they have respectable, non-noble people? Yes, they do. Do they have a horde of penniless rabble? Of course. Why then can they have a glorious revolution without bloodshed? Why?" Sager asked. "Because the English understand that money is power and power is money. These two things can be mutually exchanged. A person can be a noble, a clergyman, and a wealthy man simultaneously. There is no unbridgeable gap between these roles." "Like you, Bishop?" Sager asked with a sarcastic smile. "Yes," Talleyrand replied unapologetically. "Only poverty creates a profound gap between privilege and the lack thereof. The nobility should realize this and open the gates of power to wealthy non-nobles. The well-off should join forces with the nobility to share power, and the nobility should share wealth. In the end, everyone will get what they want, which is why England is strong and stable. I've been trying to convince the king and other nobles for a long time, hoping they would follow the English example and unite all respectable people," Talleyrand continued. "But in France there are too many fools. In the nobility, you have someone like Count d'Artois, who lives in the Middle Ages, thinking he can rule France as if it's still the Middle Ages and unwilling to share any benefits with the wealthy. He doesn't realize that money is power. The wealthy, or more precisely, the powerful non-nobles, won't allow him to manipulate them. Then there's the Duke of Orleans, a self-proclaimed smart fool. He recklessly opened the bottle containing the devil without considering the consequences. Should we really share power and wealth with these unlettered masses? France may be wealthy, but we can't evenly distribute it among the rabble. Yet the Duke of Orleans set them free and let them see their own power. Once they realize their power, they won't hesitate to use it for their benefit. But what they want, we can't provide because they want to live just like us. That's impossible. Nobles, as well as wealthy individuals, should naturally form a sacred alliance," Talleyrand argued. Due to their stubbornness, ignorance, and damn arrogance and ambition, they all had gone down the wrong path. An obstinate refusal to progress, even when progress could provide a better life, and an irresponsible release of the devil had plunged France into immense danger. Talleyrand believed that the king could no longer save France, but those present could. That's why he had come to them. Sager stared at Talleyrand wide-eyed for a long moment. Finally, he sighed, "Bishop Talleyrand, you are the Machiavelli of France, a man without faith." "No, Mr. Sager," Talleyrand said earnestly, "you're prejudiced against me. I may not truly believe in God, but I love France." "Your faith doesn't interest us," Barnave added. "We know you were reprimanded for visiting Voltaire, who had been excommunicated for vehemently opposing the Catholic Church, and you later repented to the Red Archbishop. It was a sincere repentance, they say, but we're not concerned with that. What matters is how we can deal with the devils that have been let out of the bottle. Do you have any guidance for us on that?" "There have always been two ways to put the devils back in the bottle," Talleyrand immediately replied. "Which two ways?" Sager asked. "The first is Solomon's way, overpowering the devils by one's own strength and forcing them back into the bottle. The other way is the fisherman's way, deceiving them with lies and luring them to enter the bottle on their own." "As a bishop, you're comparing us to the stories of non-believers," Sager interjected. "Seeking the truth, even in a distant land," Talleyrand replied. "That's another pagan saying. France has already allied with the pagans. Let's get back to the point, gentlemen," Bishop Barnave said. "Bishop Talleyrand, which method do you think we can use?" "Both methods simultaneously," Talleyrand answered. "However, before we prepare to put the devils back in the bottle, we must find a way to deal with the person who released them from their prison due to his ambition. Otherwise, this prince, though limited in ability, has been causing trouble for the king for years. He knows very well how to create chaos in France, and there are few who understand the art of creating chaos in France better than him. If we don't deal with him first, our mission will be difficult to accomplish." "How should we deal with him?" Sager inquired. "Let's not rush. Wait for him to make a mistake," Talleyrand advised. In the months that followed, life was somewhat peaceful, at least compared to the days when Bastille was under siege. Order had been restored in the higher echelons of Paris. The newly formed National Guard patrolled day and night, ensuring that troublemakers dared not create havoc in these areas. The poorer citizens had been mostly weeded out from the National Guard, since they needed to focus on earning a living rather than receiving military training. But if one ventured outside these neighborhoods and inadvertently crossed into the regions where the less fortunate resided, they would immediately notice that the restoration of order was nothing more than an illusion. The chaos here was even worse than it had been before the revolution. As Aunt Sophie put it, the streets were now infested with thieves and robbers. "I wouldn't dare walk the streets with a loaf of bread," Aunt Sophie remarked when Joseph suggested she take some bread for her children. "Mr. Bonaparte, you have no idea how chaotic it is outside these neighborhoods. My word, for a woman like me to walk the streets with a loaf of bread, it's more dangerous than wandering in a forest with tigers. Not just me, even someone as sturdy as you. If you were alone, I'm sure you wouldn't take 100 steps before someone robbed you. If it were young Monsieur Lucien, well, he wouldn't even make it 10 steps before being shot. And as for little Louis, well, he and the bread would both vanish without a trace. In that case, how do you bring the bread home?" Joseph asked. "We go in groups," Aunt Sophie replied. "If you men hadn't stirred up trouble with your estates general and kings and meetings and revolutions, we thought, life is already tough enough, a bit of excitement won't make it any harder. But look at us now. Mr. Bonaparte, they said once the estates general was convened, everyone would have enough to eat. But there are some bad folks who won't let us hold our meetings, so we all went to fight those bad folks. But even after we fought them and the meetings were held, bread became more expensive. When the estates general wasn't in session, we couldn't afford bread. When it was in session, we still couldn't afford it. What's the use of that estates general then?" Joseph sighed and said, "Aunt Sophie, the estates general itself can't produce bread." In his mind, he added, "And the representatives don't really think about how to ensure the lowest rungs of society have enough bread." This thought wasn't unfounded. In fact, most of the representatives were wealthy and had no worries about bread. Some even compared French and British wages, concluding that French wages were too high, harming the economy, and proposing legal restrictions on high salaries. But wasn't it said that once the estates general convened, everyone would have a good life? "They can't just deceive people like that," Aunt Sophie grumbled. "In reality, it's not just you," Joseph sighed. "Even for me, these days are tougher than before. Everything has become more expensive besides salaries. My life has become harder." While this statement was partly true, Joseph's life would indeed have been challenging if he relied solely on his schoolteacher's salary. Even someone like Joseph, a skilled professional as he self-deprecatingly referred to himself, could find himself in difficulties. For ordinary people, life was even tougher. However, without the Estates General and the Revolution, even if the lives of ordinary people were slightly harder, there might not have been any upheaval. In Europe, the French, even the lower classes, had relatively decent lives. Compared to British workers with an average life expectancy of less than 3 years or Russian serfs who lacked personal freedom, the French's standard of living was significantly higher. As for the Germans, Heinrich Heine even claimed 1% of the suffering experienced by the German people would be enough to trigger 1,000 uprisings in France. The issue was that the Estates General's convening had given the lower classes great hope, and all French, even people like Aunt Sophie, were aware of it. Continuous propaganda only inflated this hope, making it seem as though once the Estates General was convened and the king supported constitutional rule, all problems would be solved. It was almost like, after the Estates General, we'll have everything foie gras on the table and a sweetheart to embrace at night. However, in the face of reality, this hope, magnified beyond belief, burst like a soap bubble. The Estates General convened, the Constituent Assembly was established, and Bastille was taken, but there was not even black bread, let alone foie gras. The agony caused by this disparity far exceeded the suffering of going hungry and consequently fueled hatred. This is why the Grand Revolution erupted first in France rather than in the most oppressive nations. That's why the king's decision to convene the Estates General was his biggest mistake, the Marquis de Mirabeau declared at the royal palace, conversing with the Duke of Orleans, the host of the gathering. The Marquis de Mirabeau was quite a character, known for his scandalous reputation. He had spent the earlier part of his life either embroiled in scandals or locked in prison. The young Marquis had always displayed a penchant for debauchery. His father had sent him to the army for discipline, but he preferred gambling, pursuing women, and even attempting desertion. This ultimately led to his incarceration in the Château d'If. After his release, he participated in suppressing the Corsican rebellion, where he excelled, and was promoted to the rank of captain before returning to Paris. Upon his father's arrangements, he married Emily, the daughter of the Marquis de Morieux, hoping to gain access to her substantial wealth. However, the couple was ill-suited for each other, mutually disliking one another and sharing a love for extravagant living that led to insurmountable debt. In an attempt to preserve the family's reputation, the elder Marquis imprisoned him and prohibited him from handling any finances. Nonetheless, Mirabeau continued his reckless behavior and was incarcerated in the Château d'If once again in 1774, the same fortress featured in the Count of Monte Cristo. In 1775, Mirabeau was released from prison. However, immediately upon his release, he seduced the young wife of the Marquis de Morieux, then eloped with her to Holland. However, the income he earned from writing wasn't sufficient to maintain his lavish lifestyle. Mirabeau was notorious for his extravagant living and overspending. During this period, he faced numerous financial disputes and was once again imprisoned due to debt. He claimed that the reactionary French authorities were persecuting him. However, Mirabeau was soon released from prison, and miraculously, he managed to clear his debts, living even more extravagantly. Surprisingly, he didn't get into trouble over financial disputes again. He credited this to his various successful investments, which he claimed brought him substantial returns. He insisted that achieving financial independence was just one small achievement. Many believed that he had found a wealthy patron, someone wholly dedicated to tarnishing the king's reputation, the Duke of Orleans. Mirabeau's continued critique of the old French system gained him a good reputation among the dissatisfied Third Estate. When the Estates General convened, Mirabeau became one of its representatives and eventually a leader of the National Assembly. However, in situations like this, the Parisians have experienced many times before, the Duke of Orleans mused. Besides, this year's wheat is growing splendidly, and everyone believes that if there are no unexpected natural disasters, we'll have a harvest like we haven't seen in nearly a decade. When that happens, the price of food will surely decrease. This isn't within anyone's control. Once food prices drop, the people's dissatisfaction will diminish and the flames of the revolution will die down. If we don't seize the moment, the old regime will persist. The Duke of Orleans furrowed his brow. Mirabeau chuckled, his jowls shaking. Don't worry, Your Grace. With the current situation, how can we wait for the autumn harvest? It's different now. The Estates General and the revolution have given them hope. If reality shatters that hope, the resulting anger won't be easy to suppress. Moreover, no one can suppress such anger these days. Even in the rural provinces, unrest is brewing. The peasants are desperate to rid themselves of feudal rents and the tithe. They can't wait anymore, and revolts are breaking out everywhere. To pacify them, the Constituent Assembly is preparing a new law. This new law will face resistance from the king and will use it to raise prices. Then we'll redirect the people's anger toward the king. This will work in our favor. Joseph, the Constituent Assembly, has passed a new decree, announced Lucien as soon as Joseph returned home, shaking a newspaper in his hand. Lately, Lucien seems to be getting more interested in politics, Joseph thought. He inquired, did they pass the Declaration of the Rights of Man? Joseph's knowledge of the history of the French Revolution from his past life was minimal, mostly due to his focus on sports and a lack of interest in history. He knew about a document called the Declaration of the Rights of Man. No, it's not that, replied Lucien. It's a decree that abolishes all feudal rights. What? Let me see, Joseph said, surprised. He knew that rural areas were erupting in uprisings and riots. With France nearly on the brink of anarchy, the Constituent Assembly aimed to pacify the peasants, but passing such a significant decree so quickly and with such force was astounding. This is absurd, Joseph exclaimed. This involves numerous interests and is as complex as the Gordian knot. Without Alexander's sword, no one could unravel it. The Constituent Assembly doesn't have an Alexander the Great, so how did they manage this? Hand it over, I want to see. Lucian handed the newspaper to Joseph, who sat on the couch and started reading. After a while, Joseph couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lucian, why are you laughing? Lucian asked. I'm laughing at the spineless king and the shameless Constituent Assembly, Joseph said sarcastically. Unfortunately, Lucian didn't catch the reference. Joseph continued, look at this decree, it treats the peasants like fools. Abolish all feudal obligations, it says, but when it comes to money like land rents and dues, they must be redeemed, and the entire sum must be paid at once, the equivalent of 30 years' worth. If peasants could produce that much money in one go, I'd become a farmer. Moreover, look here, redemption is on a village basis, meaning if one household in a village can't pay, none of them can redeem. And here, redemption requires mutual consent if the lords disagree. Even if they have the money, they can't redeem. It's like offering a loaf of bread to a starving person. It's blatantly taking peasants for fools. Do you find it amusing? Well, it is certainly a way to deceive them. But Joseph, I wonder if some people don't really want to quell the rural chaos. After all, as long as it's not them suffering, Lucian mused. Besides, this decree still needs the king's approval to take effect. I doubt he's in any position to address this issue right now. Lucian, Joseph exclaimed in surprise, did you come up with that yourself? Nicely done. You might be catching up to that other dummy, Napoleon. Lucian knew it was a compliment, even if it implied that he was still behind the other dummy. Lucian considered his older brother an absolute genius. You once said that some people might not be capable of accomplishing much themselves, but they are adept at causing trouble. This might be the time they want to create chaos, Lucian replied. As Lucian had suggested, King Louis XVI was facing concerns about the unofficial submission of the August decrees by the Constituent Assembly. I am aware of that, said the man theoretically the most powerful in France, but if I reject it outright, it will only incite further violence. Some people are eagerly awaiting such events, but this response only infuriated the queen further. You're always fearful, always afraid. The more you act this way, the less they respect you. Your loyal supporters will lose morale due to your delay and fear, and the rebels will revel in your weakness. You constantly undermine your own side and strengthen the enemy. I genuinely don't understand how someone like you became the King of France. I never wanted to be the King of France in the first place, Louis XVI said in a low voice. Louis XVI sighed and rose from his seat, heading to a small room on the right where he studied various locks. It was the only place he could find a moment of happiness during these times. After all, this decree was informally submitted by the Constituent Assembly, which meant it could be delayed. King Louis XVI adopted an ostrich-like policy toward the August decrees. He left the Constituent Assembly's submission of the August decrees unacknowledged, neither openly opposing them nor granting approval. In Paris, food prices continued to rise, accompanied by a barrage of rumors. Among the most widely circulated rumors were these. The first was that Paris was suffering from a shortage of food due to widespread rural uprisings. The reason for these rebellions was supposedly the king's refusal to approve the August decrees. Another rumor claimed that someone was intentionally preventing food from entering Paris and driving up prices. Who were these culprits? The answer, of course, was the reactionaries who supported the tyrant. They were obstructing the food supply to Paris and causing the price hikes. According to Vicomte de Ver, the key to deception was to tell the truth in most areas, except for the crucial points. Both rumors adhered to this principle. While it was true that rural areas were in turmoil and there were uprisings, the fact was that the Constituent Assembly did not submit the August decrees for the king's approval until October 1. Thus, before that date, there was no official August decrees that required the king's approval. Moreover, these rural uprisings had already started in July, and the situation in the provinces was not significantly worse now compared to July. As for someone deliberately blocking food from entering Paris and driving up prices, that was true too, but it wasn't the king doing it. It was a certain nobleman and a group of respectable Third Estate people who had joined his efforts. They were profiting from the situation while shifting the blame onto the king. In the midst of this turmoil, it was now October 1789. Typically, July and August were the harvesting seasons for wheat in France. By late August, wheat should have been fully harvested. That year, France had experienced a bountiful wheat harvest, and this news had already reached Paris. People expected that a bumper wheat harvest would lead to a drop in bread prices, yet by October, bread prices continued to rise steadily and sustainably. On October 1st, the king hosted a dinner for the officers of the Flanders Regiment. It was after this banquet that a rumor spread throughout Paris. Towards the end of the banquet, the king and his family appeared. The officers of the Flanders regiment cheered for the king and trampled on the red, white, and blue tricolor cockade, symbolizing Paris and the National Guard. This news quickly spread in Paris, rekindling fear. The people didn't know that the king's power had already significantly diminished compared to July, and he was unlikely to pose a real threat to Paris. In their eyes, after months of careful preparation, the troops the king had called to suppress Paris must be more numerous, and Paris was in danger. They believed it was their duty to stand up and defend themselves with their weapons. On the afternoon of October 4th, after serving dinner to Joseph and others, Aunt Sophie announced that she needed to take a day off the next day. "Is something happening in your family?" Joseph asked. In this era, for the household maids responsible for chores, Joseph was undoubtedly the best employer. He genuinely cared about their well-being. "Oh, sir, nothing is wrong at home. But us women, yes, some women from the Hollis district and the St. Antoine district have made arrangements. Tomorrow, we're going to the city hall to request their help in solving the bread issue." Joseph, who had no knowledge of historical details, had no idea how the march that Aunt Sophie was about to attend would leave a deep mark in history. He was just surprised that someone like Aunt Sophie, who seemed quite indifferent to politics, would be willing to participate in a protest march. "Sophie, didn't you say you have no interest in these things?" Joseph hadn't even spoken yet when Louis chimed in. "Can't you just skip it? If you're not there, Lucien will dump all the household chores on me." "Oh, my little master Louis," Aunt Sophie wiped her hands on her apron, "I can't skip it. If I don't go, others will be upset. It's like if your friends invite you to a gathering and you don't show up, won't they be disappointed? But Sophie, it's different. Your gathering is a protest, and Joseph says things are quite chaotic and dangerous outside now. The city hall area is especially messy and perilous," Louis continued. "Don't worry, it'll be fine," Aunt Sophie reassured, patting Louis's head. "Mayor Bay and Marquis Lafayette are good people, and I won't be at the front lines. If anything happens, I'll run fast." Aunt Sophie didn't understand politics, but her simple wisdom told her that if everyone went and she stayed behind at a time like this, she would stand out and become conspicuous. And being conspicuous at such times often came with various risks. The next day, Aunt Sophie indeed didn't show up. It wasn't until the late afternoon of the third day, after Joseph had already come back from work, that she appeared at Joseph's doorstep, looking excited and exhausted. "Sorry, Monsieur Bonaparte, I'm back late. But I think it's just in time to make dinner now," Aunt Sophie said. "Oh, that's not a problem." Joseph welcomed Aunt Sophie inside. These days, unexpected things happening are no longer unexpected. In fact, if something is completely expected, that's what's truly surprising. "Yesterday, when you didn't return, little Louis was really worried about you. Now that you're back safe, that's all that matters. Sophie, Sophie." Louis came running out of the kitchen at this point, shouting, holding a bread knife covered in breadcrumbs, indicating that he was being bossed around by his two older brothers. "Ah, my little master Louis." Aunt Sophie quickly went to him, taking the knife covered in breadcrumbs from Louis. "Missed me, didn't you?" "Yeah," Louis said with wide, curious eyes. "I heard people say you stayed in the palace yesterday." "Yes, I did. This morning I even rolled on the queen's bed." Aunt Sophie answered in a boasting tone as she headed towards the kitchen. "Sophie, tell me, did you see the queen? Is she beautiful, and is her bed covered in gold like everyone says?" Louis grabbed onto Sophie's apron, following her to the kitchen, bombarding her with questions. "The queen is indeed beautiful, but her bed isn't covered in gold. She's not a dragon, she doesn't like to sleep on a pile of gold coins." At dinner, Aunt Sophie went into detail about her experiences from the last 2 days. It was only then that Joseph realized how important these events had been. The women had originally gone to City Hall to petition, but when they arrived, they were informed that Mayor Bay was conveniently absent, and so was Marquis Lafayette. Aunt Sophie thought that if they couldn't find anyone, everyone would disperse, but unexpectedly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Then we'll go to Versailles to find the king. He can't let us starve like this." It was said that a bored scientist conducted a rather boring experiment. He removed certain parts of a fish's brain and then put it back into the school of fish. This brain-deprived fish only swam forward incessantly, leading the entire school. It became the leader of the school of fish. In many ways, crowds of people were quite similar to schools of fish. Often, especially in chaotic and uncertain times, it was not the deeply wise individuals who led the crowd, but the ones who acted decisively, even if their actions were rash and thoughtless. So everyone followed Mayor to Versailles. The journey from City Hall to Versailles took about 4 hours, but the women, eager to resolve the food issue, pressed on tirelessly. After a while, the mayor and Marquis Lafayette arrived at City Hall. The National Guard quickly assembled, preparing to go to Versailles to defend the king or the people. Who knew? The Paris Commune. Yes, after the capture of the Bastille, the new municipal institution was called the Paris Commune. This was version 1. The one we're more familiar with is version 2. Sent 2 representatives to accompany Lafayette to Versailles. Their orders were to bring the royal family back to Paris. The Women's March was not particularly fast, so they hadn't arrived by the time the Constituent Assembly in Versailles learned of these events. The Assembly immediately dispatched its president, Mounier, to see the king. The king interrupted his hunting and returned to Versailles. Mounier presented his request for the immediate approval of the August Decree and the removal of the Flanders Regiment. The king expressed that he needed more time to consider. Meanwhile, the queen urged the king to leave Versailles to avoid the mob, but the king felt that fleeing Versailles just because some women had shown up would make him a laughingstock. Little did he know that behind those women, the fully armed National Guard had already come to protect him. In the late afternoon, the women reached Versailles. The king received them, displayed great amiability, and promised to ensure the supply of provisions to Paris. Of course, the king had no power to fulfill these promises, he was just appeasing the women. This statement seemed to have an effect. Some women, upon hearing the king's promise, believed that all their problems were solved, and some even turned to go back to Paris. However, more women stayed behind, exhausted after walking for hours. They would most likely return satisfied the next morning. But at around 10 p.m., Marquis Lafayette arrived at Versailles with the National Guard and the representatives of the Paris Commune. Surprisingly, the National Guard was slower than the Women's March. However, it was understandable as they were carrying cannons. The reason for bringing cannons, of course, was to protect the king. Later that night, at around 11 p.m., Lafayette met with the king and presented two representatives who boldly demanded the immediate relocation of the king's family to Paris. Lafayette assured the king of the National Guard's loyalty. This request took the king completely by surprise, but upon learning that Lafayette had brought a substantial force of the National Guard with him, the king didn't dare refuse outright and asked for more time. It's said that on that night, someone went to the nearby Flanders Regiment, but they remained passive. This might have been because they hadn't received an official order from the king. In any case, from that day forward, the royal family found themselves in the hands of revolutionary crowds and were officially prisoners of the revolution, even though the king still wore his crown. All right, that's it. We brought back the bakery owner, his wife, and the little baker. From now on, we won't have to worry about not getting bread anymore. Aunt Sophie concluded her story with these words, believing that all problems had been solved. Joseph's grasp of history may not have been great, but he understood that Aunt Sophie's optimism was perhaps a bit premature. There were still plenty of challenges ahead. On the 19th, the Constituent Assembly left Versailles and returned to Paris. As soon as the Constituent Assembly returned to Paris, a member named Mirabeau proposed the following idea: let the king abdicate and pass the throne to the Dauphin. Considering that the Dauphin is still young, in accordance with French tradition, a noble and esteemed aristocrat should be appointed as the regent to handle affairs on his behalf. Everyone knew exactly who this noble and esteemed aristocrat was referring to. The king's two brothers were already in exile, and given their stance on the revolution, they were not viable candidates for this position. So the only option was the Duke of Orleans. For a moment, Louis XVI's position became precarious, and chants of "Long live Louis XVI" were heard in the streets. In theory, the Duke of Orleans had been waiting for this moment for a long time. However, something unexpected happened. The Duke of Orleans suddenly accepted an offer from the Marquis de Lafayette and left France to become the ambassador to London. Conventional wisdom would have expected the Duke of Orleans to stay in France, as leaving the country at this point was almost akin to exile. But it was rumored that after a secret meeting with Lafayette, the Duke of Orleans agreed to this request. Other rumors suggested that the Duke of Orleans had engaged in some unsavory activities behind the scenes, which were discovered by the Marquis de Lafayette. It was said that a priest friend of Condorcet had found evidence of his less than honorable actions and relayed this information to Condorcet, who then provided it to the Marquis de Lafayette. However, Lafayette, being an honorable man, chose not to publicly expose these actions and tarnish the Duke's reputation. Nevertheless, Lafayette believed that the Duke's continued presence in France would be detrimental to the nation, and he thus pressured the Duke into leaving. There were also other speculations, such as the Duke's sense of responsibility and his understanding of the potential disruption he might cause to democracy if he assumed the regency. However, Joseph couldn't help but think that the first rumor might contain more truth than meets the eye. After successfully deterring the Duke of Orleans, Lafayette turned his attention to Mirabeau. He used similar tactics in an attempt to convince Mirabeau to leave France and become the ambassador to Constantinople. However, Mirabeau stood his ground and refused the offer. Yet, Lafayette struck a heavy blow by rallying the assembly to not only reject Mirabeau's proposal for members of the government to become ministers, but also to pass a resolution prohibiting members of the assembly from becoming ministers. This effectively blocked the path for Mirabeau to hold any ministerial position. At this point, it seemed that Lafayette had gained complete control over the situation. The only significant challenge remaining was the issue of finances. One of the main reasons Louis XVI had called the Estates General in the first place was the pressing financial crisis. While the political landscape had changed dramatically, the financial troubles remained. It was like the problem described by later scientists Clausius and Kelvin in the second law of thermodynamics. There is no way to decrease the entropy of a closed system without increasing the overall entropy. While the royal expenses had been reduced, new expenses had emerged. First, conservative aristocrats who were unwilling to relinquish their past privileges were fomenting rebellion throughout the country. Suppressing them required more funds. For years, France had been the dominant power on the European continent, but many neighboring countries were now eyeing the opportunity to challenge that position. For instance, the Habsburg family of Austria had always sought to restore the so-called Holy Roman Empire to its former glory. Despite the empire's name, it was neither holy nor Roman, and it was far from an empire. Apart from producing numerous princesses, it had little to boast about. In the 7 Years' War, Austria and France had been on the same side, but the outcome had been disastrous for France. Interestingly, France had achieved significant success when it had previously allied with the Muslim Turks against the devoutly Catholic Habsburgs, and when it had allied with Protestants against Catholic Habsburgs during the 30 Years' War. However, once they joined forces with the Catholic Habsburgs, they suffered a crushing defeat. It seemed that, in God's grand design, France was meant to combat Catholics. Although France had imprisoned the Pope, allied with non-Christians against Christians, and joined forces with Protestants against Catholics, Joseph believed he was still a good child of God. Nevertheless, if France showed any vulnerability, the Habsburgs might seize the opportunity to exploit it. Additionally, there were the Low Countries, Prussia, and Russia. Nearly every neighboring country on the European continent hoped to gain an advantage should France falter. Not to mention the perennial troublemaker in the West's United Kingdom. If they didn't pounce on France and tear off a few pieces of its flesh while it was vulnerable, they wouldn't deserve the nickname John Bull, who never meddles. To protect against these neighbors, France needed to strengthen its military. However, both King Louis XVI and the Assembly had doubts about the reliability of the French army. The high-ranking officers in the French army were predominantly aristocrats, many of whom had fled the country and were now potentially guiding foreign armies against France. Some were even relatives of princes of the blood, as Victor Hugo would later describe in his novel 93. For example, the commander of the Republican Army, Guy Hainuk, was the great-grandson of the royalist Marquis de Lantenac. In 93, Guy Hainuk was portrayed as a loyal supporter of the Republic. However, in reality, who could guarantee the loyalty of those noble officers in the army? Who could assure that, should the Count of Provence or the Count of Artois return with foreign armies, these officers would not change sides? Some impatient members of the Assembly even suggested that all aristocratic officers be replaced with Third Estate officers, but such a thoughtless proposal was unworkable. The so-called Third Estate officers were not only few in number, but they were typically junior officers at best. Few had even attained the rank of lieutenant. These officers, with very few exceptions, were not well versed in military tactics or strategies. They might be competent at commanding a platoon or a company, but leading a whole army in battle was a different matter altogether. To address the unreliability of the military, more funds were required. First and foremost, the army's pay needed to be guaranteed. The reason King Louis XVI had gradually lost control over the military was often due to the failure to pay the soldiers' wages on time. If the Assembly wanted to maintain control over the military, they had to ensure that the troops were well fed and paid. Secondly, they needed to establish a military force that was loyal to the Assembly. The British Parliament's control over the country was largely because they had a parliamentary army. England's parliamentary army had evolved from Oliver Cromwell's New Model Army. The National Assembly, or the Constituent Assembly, was eager to create its own version of a new model army. The closest thing to a new model army at the moment was the National Guard. However, the National Guard was still essentially a militia. Despite Lafayette's best efforts, it was still a ragtag force. Transforming this ragtag militia into a new model army required not only time but also money. Then there was the issue of various new and old debts, totaling up to 45 billion livres. The interest alone was a staggering sum. This placed an enormous burden on the Assembly. Defaulting on the debt was not an option, as much of this debt had been incurred from the wealthiest Third Estate bourgeoisie, who now formed the backbone of the nation. Faced with this dilemma, some members had begun discussing privately whether it was time to consider increasing taxes, even though it was a politically incorrect move. However, no one had openly proposed this yet. Lafayette, however, was not concerned because his friend, Bishop Talleyrand, had a solution in mind. At the National Assembly meeting on October 10th, the former first-tier representative, and now the Member of Parliament for the Orleans district, Bishop Talleyrand, requested to speak. Amidst a mixture of genuine and feigned applause, the bishop in his solemn black robe ascended the pulpit. Unlike his equally seminary-educated and ever-mutable counterpart, known for his changing allegiances, Talleyrand excelled at delivering speeches. After all, the skills to sway the faithful from the pulpit could also be applied to sway the masses in a speech. Everyone knows that even though a new system has been established, and His Majesty the King has recognized the Declaration of the Rights of Man and pledged allegiance to the Constitution, France still faces a grave crisis. Some conservative nobles have fled abroad, making connections with other despotic monarchs in Europe, attempting to use their power to overthrow the revolution. At home there is rebellion, banditry, and insurgents running amok, recklessly damaging our beloved France. These crises are severe. Can we turn a blind eye and a deaf ear to them? We cannot. The members of Parliament chimed in, and from the left side of the pulpit a voice even exclaimed, "Hang those villains. String them up on lampposts." Despite his dislike for the radicals sitting on the left side, Bishop Talleyrand remained composed. However, we face another enormous difficulty. We lack funds. Talleyrand continued. Due to the royal extravagance, France now owes as much as 4.5 billion livres, and just paying the interest will deplete our coffers. Without money, how can we arm our soldiers to defend our revolution? So what's your solution then? Are you suggesting we can conjure up livres out of thin air? Someone from below shouted. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's calm down. Bishop Talleyrand raised his voice. I do indeed have a workable solution. The room fell silent. Many were thinking, is this guy out of his mind, planning to propose higher taxes? Everyone knows that over the years, the church has accumulated immense wealth. Talleyrand continued, to my knowledge, the church owns land worth over 3 billion livres, among other riches. If we can use this wealth for the common good, we will have a solution to our current crisis. As soon as he spoke, the entire assembly erupted into cheers. Some shouted, yes, those bloodsuckers should have given up these treasures a long time ago. Others yelled, this is blasphemy. Back in the day, one of the three great orders of knights, the Knights Templar, lost the Holy Land and had to return to France. Besides their combat skills, they were masters at making money, and they even invented the European banking system. King Philip IV of France owed them a considerable sum. When they returned to France, they brought back immense wealth, much to the envy of King Philip IV. Philip IV was known to be a shameless character when it came to money. He never cared for religious fervor. Under his rule, at least 2 popes met their demise, and he forcibly brought the papacy within France, making several successive popes prisoners of Avignon. So one Friday, Philip IV, using the pretext that the Templars were heretics, ordered the arrest of all their members in France and confiscated all the Templars' possessions. He even controlled the Pope, who declared the Templars as heretics and condemned them for their emblem, a symbol of 2 knights, one behind the other. Originally, it commemorated the 2 founders of the order, but the ecclesiastical courts twisted it into a symbol of homosexual conduct. In this way, King Philip IV eliminated his creditors and gained a substantial fortune. It is said that the Templars had prepared for this day, transferring or hiding much of their wealth, leading to numerous legends about the Templars' hidden treasures that persist in Europe to this day. As devout Catholics, the people of France had no qualms about despoiling the church. However, another voice made them hesitate. But we just enshrined the principle that private property is inviolable in the Declaration of the Rights of Man. Are we to trample our own principles so soon? If we can seize church property today, whose property will be next tomorrow? Someone shouted. So everyone fell silent, their eyes fixed on Bishop Talleyrand. Bishop Talleyrand seemed unfazed by the sudden pressure. He smiled and then spoke slowly. A gentleman earlier mentioned the principle of sacrosanct inviolability of private property. I wholeheartedly agree with this principle. But may I ask, who does the church's property belong to? This question caught everyone off guard. Indeed, who was the rightful owner of church property? Certainly not the Pope and not even the bishops, if someone had to be designated as the owner. From a theological perspective, the church's true owner is the Almighty God. Bishop Talleyrand continued, but God has no need for earthly riches, and anyone who thinks otherwise blasphemes the divine. Furthermore, Bishop Talleyrand intentionally paused, then smiled as he continued, the Declaration of the Rights of Man protects the rights of humans, and God truly is not human. Therefore, this matter lies beyond the purview of the Declaration of the Rights of Man. Laughter erupted below. Condorcet laughed as he pounded the table, and Barnave burst into such intense coughing fits he couldn't speak. Even the usually serious Robespierre joined in the laughter. This guy is a genius, Robespierre said. This damned heretic. Some priests muttered through clenched teeth. Their voices had lowered as they realized the current situation was unfavorable for them. Damn it, why didn't I think of this? Letting this traitor steal the show, some people in black robes thought. Other individuals dared not propose this idea, as it would surely offend the church, turning a usually neutral institution into an enemy of the revolution. However, for clergy like Bishop Talleyrand, their actions would only further divide the church, diminishing its influence. Clearly, Bishop Talleyrand had managed to sell the church at a good price. If church property belongs to God personally, I find this idea blasphemous. Then the only legitimate owners of church property can only be all the faithful. The legitimate owners of all church property in France are the French people. If that's the case, why can't the National Assembly, representing the French people, manage these assets that rightfully belong to us? Why can't we use these assets for the service of France? Bishop Talleyrand continued to ask. Bishop Talleyrand achieved unprecedented success, with his speech repeatedly interrupted by applause. His proposal quickly passed in the Assembly. That evening, the resolution and Bishop Talleyrand's speech were disseminated through various newspapers for the people of Paris to read. The next day, as Bishop Talleyrand left his residence, the surrounding crowd cheered him. Newspapers showered him with lavish praise, almost elevating him to the status of the greatest saint since Jesus. Bishop Talleyrand relished this feeling. He believed his long-desired rise to power was within reach. Now that the financial issue was temporarily resolved, he could focus on training his new model army. The revolutionaries lacked military expertise, and Joseph had previously excelled in assisting the National Guard's training at the district level. Therefore, he received an invitation to serve as a military instructor for the Paris National Guard. For this occasion, Marquis de Lafayette even wrote a letter inviting Joseph to his mansion for a meeting. At this time, ignoring Marquis de Lafayette's summons was not an option. Meeting the hero of both continents was far safer than encountering Robespierre or Marat. So Joseph quickly attended to his domestic affairs and dressed appropriately before leaving his home. Riding in a light carriage, Joseph arrived at Marquis de Lafayette's mansion. Lafayette's mansion was now bustling with activity. Since becoming one of the most influential figures in France, his home had become a hub for those seeking favors and connections. This was to be expected. In fact, when Joseph saw the multitude of carriages outside Lafayette's residence, he realized he might have to wait for quite some time. A servant led Joseph into a sitting room. He noticed another man, roughly in his 30s, wearing a military uniform, already waiting there. The servant brought Joseph inside, served him a cup of tea, and then left. Seeing the servant exit, the man in the military uniform rose to his feet and looked at Joseph, his gaze sharp and appraising. He extended his hand and greeted him. "Hello, I am Joseph Bonaparte, a mathematics teacher. It's a pleasure to meet you." The man quickly returned the greeting. "Hello, I'm Army Captain Lazare Carnot. I've heard about you from my teacher, Mr. Monge, and my friend Robespierre." Lazare Carnot, a name Joseph had heard before, but not in his history class. After all, Joseph had studied history with his sports teacher in his past life. In fact, Joseph first heard of Lazare Carnot from his math teacher and his physics teacher. The math teacher had mentioned him in the context of the four-color theorem, but didn't provide much information. The physics teacher, on the other hand, mentioned another Carnot, Sadi Carnot, while discussing thermodynamics, and went on to mention that Sadi Carnot's uncle was a mathematician and a military strategist, and his nephew even became the president of France, referring to the third president of the Second Republic, Marie-François Sadi Carnot. Later, Joseph saw Lazare Carnot's image in a movie about the French Revolution. In that movie, Lazare Carnot was portrayed as a significant figure in a conspiracy against Robespierre. He was the only one openly opposing Robespierre in that group. Strangely, the infamous Robespierre never sent him to the guillotine, or even considered it. In the movie, it was the new government that almost executed Carnot after they had dispatched Robespierre to the guillotine. It was only when someone said, "If we kill Carnot, who will organize our army for us?" That was the extent of Joseph's knowledge about Lazare Carnot. In comparison, Joseph knew even more about the yet-to-be-born son of Lazare, who would go on to establish the principles of thermodynamics. However, those who truly understood the history of the French Revolution knew that Lazare Carnot was a pivotal figure in those turbulent times. He was one of the rare individuals who held power steadily from the monarchy to the republic and then to the empire, all while remaining deeply unpopular among the ruling factions. During this time, there were only 3 individuals who could stand as firmly as Carnot did. 2 of them were famous chameleons who thrived on diplomacy and opportunism, but Carnot was different. He remained an unlikable Republican throughout. He openly opposed Robespierre when he was in power, and he openly criticized the empire when Napoleon declared himself emperor. Neither Robespierre nor Napoleon liked him, but they had to rely on him. The entire French military was organized under his watch. Some even said that without Carnot's efforts, there would be no grand army for Napoleon to sweep across Europe. In a way, Lazare Carnot was the father of the modern French military. Carnot also had a strong interest in mathematics, and since they had some free time, the two of them began discussing mathematical problems. During this conversation, Joseph realized that Carnot had fallen into the same trap he had set for Marat. "Monsieur Bonaparte, have you made any progress on the four-color problem recently?" Carnot asked. Joseph was taken aback because he hadn't thought about the problem since he first posed it. He knew the problem was theoretically solvable, but the proof was exceedingly complex, far beyond what a human could accomplish. The solution required a computer which performed 100 billion checks in the process. Carnot's sudden question caught him off guard. I had some ideas, but I hit a major roadblock in the process, and I haven't made any progress since, Joseph replied. Otherwise, I would have written a paper and collected the prize. You know, bread was unusually expensive for a while. I had some thoughts as well, but I encountered a similar issue right at the start. I was thinking, Carnot began, dipping his finger into his teacup to draw on the coffee table. Joseph took a closer look and realized that Carnot's approach wasn't bad. He believed that the essence of the problem lay in the impossibility of constructing 5 or more mutually adjacent regions on a plane or a sphere. However, he soon found an insurmountable problem. There were too many configurations to deal with, and it was impossible to address them all. That's pretty much in line with my thoughts, Joseph said, but I also have another idea. Joseph introduced the concept of reducibility and explained it at length. Then he added, but facing the vast number of configurations, it's nearly impossible to prove them one by one. It's like trying to remove the Alps with a single pickaxe. They both laughed at this point. They understood that this problem was not going to be solved in the short term. They shifted the conversation to other topics. During their chat, Joseph learned that Carnot came from a common background. He had graduated from the military academy a decade ago and had earned the rank of lieutenant, now holding the rank of captain. Becoming a captain immediately after graduating from the military academy was no small feat. Most military academy graduates started as second lieutenants at best. Carnot's rapid advancement showed how exceptional he was during his time at the academy. However, more than a decade later, he had only moved up one rank from lieutenant to captain. This wasn't due to any other reason, but rather because the French military of that era had a glass ceiling. In general, for a common officer, becoming a captain was the highest achievement. Carnot's promotion to captain indicated his exceptional abilities. These days, the National Convention is quite uneasy about the military, especially regarding aristocratic officers. This is when a capable common officer like you becomes extremely valuable, Joseph thought. They continued to talk for a while. At that point, a servant entered and addressed Carnot. Mr. Carnot, the Marquis would like to see you. Mr. Bonaparte, the Marquis apologizes for the delay and asks you to wait a bit longer. Carnot rose to his feet, bid Joseph farewell, and followed the servant outside. Joseph remained in the sitting room, sipping tea as he waited. This time he didn't have to wait long. Shortly after, another servant came to escort him to meet the Marquis de Lafayette. Joseph stood up, straightened his clothes, and followed the servant through a corridor into the formal reception room. Lafayette's reception room wasn't as grand as the Duke of Orleans, where you could practically host a ball. It was similar in size to the sitting room and lacked ornate decoration. It had an almost plain and down-to-earth feel to it. Joseph wondered if this was by design or had been the case all along. Lafayette was in the middle of a conversation with Carnot. When he saw Joseph enter, he stood up and came over to welcome him. After Joseph took a seat, Lafayette smiled and said, "Mr. Bonaparte, I've invited you here today because there is something I hope you can help with." According to Lafayette, he had noticed Joseph's performance in organizing the National Guard in the district. Many of his friends had mentioned Joseph, praising his talent in organizing and training troops. Joseph was modest and explained that he was not being humble but rather honest. He pointed out that he had no military education, despite wearing a military uniform, and was just a technician with a background in mathematics. He questioned how he could shoulder such a responsibility. Lafayette, however, informed him that the National Convention had already made the decision, and it was him they wanted. Moreover, Joseph wouldn't be carrying the weight alone. The person primarily responsible for this was Lazare Carnot, and Joseph would be his deputy. Carnot had just spoken highly of Joseph during their conversation and believed he had valuable insights into military matters. He had made it a requirement to have Joseph on board. Would Joseph be willing to contribute to France's cause? At this point, Joseph didn't have much to say. He was concerned that refusing might turn him into an enemy of the powerful Lafayette. He had initially thought of reciting a poem, but he realized that the 2 lines he had in mind, when translated into French, would have the wrong meter and rhythm. So he suppressed the urge to summon his magical powers and answered, "I am willing to serve France." As he left Lafayette's mansion, Joseph couldn't help but mull over the decision he had made. Was it the right choice? Lafayette was indeed on the rise, but with his limited knowledge of history, Joseph knew that Lafayette was not the central character of this era. He was merely a supporting actor in the grand drama of this time. Joseph had accidentally crossed his path, and he wondered if this was the right move. Many years later, when he looked back on this decision, Joseph would reflect on how this knight's actions had been incredibly correct. Following Lazare Carnot, he embarked on a path to become an indispensable technocratic bureaucrat. In the original history, even Lazare Carnot's reckless actions did not lead to his death. Joseph, essentially a coward, was not fond of risking his life like Carnot. Therefore, his position would prove to be much safer. In the following days, Joseph was tirelessly busy, working alongside Carnot to manage all aspects of the military, recruitment, organization, equipment, and logistics. Prior to this, most European nations relied on voluntary enlistment for their armies, which was expensive and limited in scale. Even during the early years of the 30 Years' War, European armies remained relatively small. It was only when King Frederick II of Prussia introduced conscription that the small Prussian state turned into a military powerhouse. However, to build a formidable army, the king needed to ensure that his soldiers were content. Frederick II heavily invested in national education and patriotism to transform his subjects into citizens. This allowed Prussian soldiers to fight bravely in the 7 Years' War, despite receiving minimal pay, against the major European powers. But this approach had its trade-offs. Subjects had few rights and responsibilities, while citizens demanded more. To turn citizens into a powerful force, one must feed them well. During Frederick II's rule, Prussia reaped significant profits from successful wars, expanding the cake, so to speak. This led to a peaceful coexistence among different classes. However, after Frederick II's death, the situation changed. Prussia lacked leaders who could continue expanding the cake, and conflicts arose. The rulers soon realized that subjects were far easier to manage than citizens. By the time of the Napoleonic Wars, the once feared Prussian army had become a shadow of its former self. Yet, France didn't face these worries of converting subjects into citizens. Through the revolution, the concept of subjects had vanished. So why not transition from voluntary enlistment to universal conscription? This would significantly boost the size of the army. Given France's population, the possibility of fielding a million-strong army was not far-fetched. If France could mobilize such a force, the rest of Europe would tremble under the radiance of the French flag, and no king would dare to meddle in French affairs. Nonetheless, merely conscripting soldiers wouldn't suffice. There were many other factors to consider. Conscripted soldiers served for a limited period, which meant their combat skills might be less advanced compared to other nations' armies. Moreover, conscripts received lower pay, which could affect their morale. To maintain high spirits among underpaid soldiers, patriotic education, improved social status, and other incentives were essential. For example, in later years, the armies of the Qing dynasty in China received modest pay, but many had to use connections to secure a position. All these factors played a role. There must be no glass ceiling for commoners within the military, Joseph stated. Even a private who excels should have the opportunity for promotion. Soldiers who demonstrate exceptional skills during training and missions should have a chance to attend military academies. Glass ceiling, Carnot chuckled. That's a vivid way to put it. We're in a new era, and such a glass ceiling has no place here. But if everyone has the opportunity to attend military academies, we'll need more institutions. We can establish military academies at different levels, Joseph proposed. The lowest level can be integrated into the first company of each regiment. Company commanders will be responsible for basic education of their subordinates. At the very least, they should be able to understand military orders. With the implementation of conscription, we'll see soldiers joining who might not even recognize letters or numbers. Just like the strength of the Roman legions heavily relied on competent decurions, if our sergeants are illiterate, their understanding and execution of orders will suffer, impacting the overall combat effectiveness of the army. So I believe the first companies need to provide basic literacy training. Good plan, Carnot agreed, but there might be complaints from these company commanders. No, they'll be complaining about you, Joseph said. You're the boss, I'm just your deputy. Let them complain, Carnot shrugged. Then we can have military schools for squad leaders who excel in their duties at the company level, and we'll call them the Basic Officers Training School. They will receive training in fundamental military knowledge. Once they complete their training, they can take on company-level positions. For higher-ranking officers, we'll need dedicated academies with instructors. While some senior officers could serve as teachers, Joseph added, emphasizing the word senior. Carnot immediately understood the implication. He smiled and said, "Senior officers, you mean sending those politically unreliable officers there? That's one way to do it. Besides this, do you have any other ideas?" "I have one more idea," Joseph said. "Perhaps we can reduce the length of military service." "How is that even possible?" Carnot widened his eyes. "Mr. Bonaparte, I understand you want to save money, but conscripts already serve for a short duration. If we further reduce it, the time spent on military training would be insufficient, potentially lowering their combat skills. If we keep shortening the service period, we'll have to continuously train new soldiers, which can become more costly." "Mr. Carnot, retirement isn't the end," Joseph explained. "All retired soldiers will be registered as part of the National Guard, becoming members of the National Revolutionary Army. This way, we won't need to spend excess funds to maintain a large standing army. These trained soldiers can serve in the National Guard without government expenses, but still maintain a certain level of training and skill. In times of war, we can recall them to the regular army from the National Guard. Carnot listened, took a moment to think with his head lowered, and then said, "Your idea is quite innovative. It involves many complex aspects that need thorough consideration. However, I believe this method is worth exploring." Creative ideas and practical solutions often had a wide gap in between, and building a bridge required detailed work. Joseph lacked expertise in these areas, but Carnot excelled in them. He had a sharp and delicate mind, rich experience, and a knack for handling various tasks effortlessly. Many challenges that seemed impossible to others, Carnot managed skillfully. Additionally, his physical strength and boundless energy allowed him to work nearly 20 hours a day. This man's work capacity is naturally strong, and with such effort, he alone can replace at least 10 people. They should be 10 experts. This guy is not human. Joseph described his superior in a letter to Napoleon. Joseph Bonaparte is the most talented person I've ever met, and his mind is a treasure trove. I dare say that even Alexander the Great's famed treasury doesn't compare to the wealth within his mind. Whenever and whatever the problem, he can pull a solution from that treasury. Joseph Bonaparte is also the laziest person I've ever met. If there's a chance to be lazy, he'll seize it. But I wouldn't consider this laziness negatively. He always finds simpler ways to avoid tedious work. For instance, he uses mathematical models to manage various tasks efficiently, freeing up time for other activities. To be honest, seeing him work this way makes me both envious and admiring. I work over 10 hours a day, and there are always tasks left undone. However, this guy, working a maximum of 8 hours, still has time for mathematics, and occasionally even publishes a paper or two. Joseph Bonaparte has another rare quality: integrity. You know how much mischief one can make when dealing with logistics. If someone else held Joseph's current position, who knows how wealthy they might become. But Mr. Bonaparte is incredibly disciplined, and even the benefits he should rightfully receive according to the Grey Rules, he accepts them reluctantly. I dare say that if he wasn't worried about arousing others' discontent and causing trouble for his work, he might not even accept those. This was Carnot's evaluation of Joseph in a letter to their teacher, Monge. Of course, the part about integrity was a misunderstanding. Joseph's integrity was primarily driven by fear and the fact that, through his position, he legally earned enough money. Similar to a county governor in New York State in the future, who reportedly didn't take a salary throughout his term, yet saw his personal wealth multiply legally. Nevertheless, Joseph did his best to avoid taking these things. He thought earning more money legally would risk revealing too much inside information. Just as a county governor in New York State in the future refused to take a salary, yet multiplied his personal assets legally during his term. In conclusion, both Joseph and Carnot were highly satisfied with their collaboration. Their efforts were paying off. By May of the following year, their comprehensive plan, including conscription, military academies, and the reserves, was in trial operation in Paris. Marshal Lafayette was very pleased with their work and intended to expand this model to other regions nationwide. Ever since Bishop Talleyrand sold the church's land, the financial crisis of the new government seemed to have temporarily abated. However, selling billions of livres worth of land all at once wasn't an easy task. If it was too expensive, no one could afford it, and if it was too cheap, it would be a significant loss. So a new idea emerged, issuing a form of paper currency backed by these lands. According to the initial plan, the issuance of this paper currency was supposed to correspond to the value of the church's land. Theoretically, the government could gradually recover these notes by selling the church's lands. So in theory, the value of these notes was still guaranteed. These notes were called assignats, and Joseph's wages were mainly paid in this form of currency nowadays. Carnot believed that Joseph must spend his time after work studying mathematical problems, or else it couldn't explain how he could make discoveries amidst such a heavy workload. But in reality, Joseph's main focus after coming home every day wasn't academic research. Instead, it was figuring out how to quickly convert the assignats in his hand into silver coins or other, more reliable assets in his eyes, such as land and food. If this were a few years later, during Robespierre's reign, doing such things would practically be like placing your head on the guillotine. However, at this moment, it was something everyone was involved in. It was said that Robespierre proposed to limit the maximum price of grain in Parliament, but this proposal was unsurprisingly rejected and didn't even make it to the formal discussion stage. That's because at this time, almost everyone in the Parliament, except Robespierre, was taking advantage of the situation to make money. Joseph wasn't working alone. In fact, he had enlisted a few partners. One was his longtime partner, Lavish, and the other was a man he had met through Armand, named Danton. Both of these partners would face the guillotine a few years later. However, Joseph believed that as long as he acted cautiously, didn't become too ambitious, and withdrew at the right time, plus the fact that he was useful, he should be fine. With their connections and information, the deals made them a tidy sum. In the midst of this eventful life, Joseph suddenly received a letter from Corsica sent by Napoleon. The letter mentioned that Paoli had returned to Corsica. Paoli was the hero of Corsica's independence movement. Joseph's father had served as his deputy and fought alongside him in the French against the Italians. After the resistance failed, Paoli went into exile in England, while Joseph's father pledged allegiance to France. Joseph knew that, for a long time, Paoli had been an idol in Napoleon's heart. Napoleon had always yearned to lead Corsica to independence and freedom alongside him. However, from the letter sent by Napoleon, Joseph could sense that Napoleon's mood wasn't great. Although the letter didn't contain many words, the sense of disillusionment could be easily felt between the lines. What's wrong with this guy? Joseph wondered. Maybe I should go see him. But with his busy affairs, Joseph couldn't find the time. Instead, he sent another letter to Napoleon, comforting him on one hand and inviting him to come to Paris. In Joseph's view, Corsica was too small and there was no future on that tiny island. A week after sending the letter, Joseph returned home from work. As he walked in, he saw a short man sitting at the table, playing chess with Lucien. Louis stood beside them, offering advice. Napoleon, move your bishop here, attack his knight. Hearing the door open, Napoleon put down the chess piece in his hand and looked up. Joseph, you're later than what Lucien said, Napoleon said with a smile. His face was full of smiles, and there was no sign of the disappointment from his previous letter. Why did you come so quickly? You didn't receive my response to your letter, did you? Joseph asked, as he took off his coat and handed it to Sophie, who had come to greet him. How could I have received it? Napoleon shook his head. I heard about your letter a week ago. By that time, I was already on my way to Paris. If I had stayed in Corsica, maybe I would have received it by now. Napoleon, are you playing or not? You promised to help me get revenge. Louis chimed in. Napoleon, don't play anymore. Louis is just making excuses. He's already losing this game, Lucien added. Napoleon didn't seem to mind. Joseph, do you remember the investigation I conducted? He asked. Of course I remember. Do you know what the investigation revealed? Napoleon shook his head. Joseph didn't need to ask because he knew Napoleon would tell him. Most of Corsica's nobles are like Paoli, stuck in the past. It's understandable, as their good times were a few decades ago when the Italians left, and the French hadn't arrived yet. But now their desire for independence is stronger, not for any other reason but because they're afraid of what's happening in France. They fear that such changes might affect them. If Corsica could sail away like a boat, they'd want to hide the island somewhere secluded to protect it from the waves of time. As for Corsican peasants, they're mostly foolish. Corsica's nobles at least understand their interests, while they don't. They're like ignorant animals, still living in the haze of the Middle Ages. Perhaps a great storm is needed to wake them up. In short, if I join forces with Paoli, considering the current situation in France, there might be a war. Achieving independence might be possible, but the independent Corsica would be a mere puppet like Paoli himself. I don't want that kind of Corsica. If Corsica is to keep up with the times, the revolutionary storm from France has to reach Corsica. So now I believe that seeking independence for Corsica might not be a good thing. So have you and Paoli fallen out? Joseph asked. Let's put that aside for now, Joseph said. Napoleon, what are your plans now? I still have some leave left. I plan to stay here in Paris for a while, get to know the city, and then return to the army, Napoleon said. So you want to stay here, freeload off me, eat my food, and become a parasite? Joseph taunted. Are you planning to enslave me, just like when Sophie was away? You handed the household chores to Lucien, and Lucien passed them to Louis, Napoleon laughed. Isn't that only fair? Joseph laughed as well. I'm currently working with Captain Carnot, advising Lafayette to reform the military structure of France. Based on your performance in Corsica, I think you've made significant progress and are no longer exceptionally foolish. So I believe there are some things you can manage with difficulty. Joseph was openly planning to exploit his younger brother as cheap labor, but Napoleon found it amusing. To think, as a lieutenant, he would intervene in the military structure of one of the most powerful countries in Europe. It was a delightful prospect. How could someone allow a fool like you to get involved in something as significant as this? There's bound to be mistakes, and when they trace the responsibility, fools like you will surely be taken out and shot. Joseph, you might be a fool, but at least you're a Bonaparte's fool. I have to watch over you, so you don't mess things up and lose your head, Napoleon said. While there were plans to exert some pressure on Napoleon, Joseph also knew that Napoleon wasn't cut out to be a staff officer. In this regard, he fell several notches short of Carnot, let alone Joseph. He could handle the meticulous planning of various military details if needed, but it wasn't where Napoleon's true talents lay. Joseph had a different plan in mind for him. On the second day of Napoleon's arrival in Paris, Joseph called Carnot to his office on the second floor of the city hall, presenting a new idea. Lazare, Joseph handed him a folder. I've been thinking about a new approach to military training. I came up with a rough concept last night, and I'd like to hear your thoughts. After a period of collaboration, they had become close friends, addressing each other by their first names and using tu instead of vus. Ah, Joseph, you always have the most innovative ideas, Carnot remarked as he took the folder and began examining the contents. I can't help but wonder, considering the size of our heads, mine is practically a whole circumference larger than yours, but as Carnot reviewed the document, Joseph skillfully poured himself a cup of tea and sat at his desk to work. After some time, when Joseph was refilling his cup with water, Carnot finally finished reading. Joseph, Carnot began, this idea overall is excellent. There are of course many details to be ironed out, but investing in this is definitely worthwhile. He then rang a bell on his desk and a duty officer entered the room. Major, what can I do for you? The duty officer asked. Carnot had been promoted to the rank of major due to his outstanding performance a few days ago. Ah, Yubel, could you find out when Mr. Lafayette is available? Carnot requested. Yes, Major, Yubel replied with a salute and left the room. Joseph, this idea is brilliant, Carnot continued. Creating a small, elite force to simulate the enemy in military exercises is an excellent approach. Each unit can engage in exercises against them, and then the adjudication department, let's call it the directorate, can evaluate their performance. These evaluations can also be a basis for rewards and punishments for the units. Moreover, this kind of training will allow our soldiers to gain valuable experience facing a formidable opponent during peacetime. It's a fantastic idea. We can't send all our soldiers to Africa to gain experience by fighting barbarians, Joseph replied. This way, even though it may not be as valuable as real combat experience in Africa, it's better than having none. Joseph, you misspoke earlier, Carnot shook his head. Even if we had the funds, we shouldn't send all our troops to Africa to fight barbarians. The experience gained from fighting barbarians doesn't have much relevance to building a professional army and may even be detrimental. The experience gained through high-level military exercises is far more valuable and effective. Fighting barbarians is like playing chess with beginners who don't even know the rules for capturing en passant. The more you play, the worse your skills become. During the 7 Years' War, the troops sent back from Africa didn't perform well for this reason. In fact, similar occurrences were common in later times, but Joseph was unaware of them. For instance, some units that had gained combat experience by fighting insurgents abroad returned to their home country and faced a simulated Red Army. They were defeated swiftly, hanging by a thread. In another country, a military advisor with real combat experience hesitated for over an hour while commanding a unit to cross a bridge, thoroughly checking it for potential roadside bombs. As a result, the unit was exposed to a massive enemy artillery barrage before even seeing the enemy, rendering it combat ineffective. As Carnot spoke, there was a sudden knock at the door. Come in, Carnot said. The duty officer entered and said, Major, Count Lafayette is available now. You can find him in his office. Very well, Lazare, Joseph agreed. Oh, by the way, Lazare, do you have someone in mind for the commander of this unit? Just as they were about to leave, Joseph inquired. Not yet, Carnot paused. This unit won't be large at first, perhaps only around 200 soldiers, so it should be commanded by a captain. Joseph, do you have any good candidates in mind? Well, Lazare, the thing is, I wasn't the one who came up with this plan. Joseph hesitated. It was my younger brother, Napoleon, who proposed it. He's a young artillery lieutenant in our army, and I believe he has tremendous potential in military matters. However, he's quite ambitious and aspires to lead this experimental unit. What are your thoughts? Carnot chuckled. Joseph, this is the first time I've seen you use your influence. Your brother, considering your circumstances, must have considerable talent. But you know your brother. What's his name again? Napoleon, Joseph reminded. Ah, Joseph, you know Napoleon is just a lieutenant, Carnot remarked. Persuading Count Lafayette to let a lieutenant command such a unit could be challenging. However, his noble background may work in his favor. But Joseph, you're already a lieutenant yourself. Shall we go and discuss this with Count Lafayette and see what he thinks? Joseph understood the significance of having a noble background. To most Frenchmen, Corsican nobility was hardly distinguishable from the common people, if not inferior to respectable citizens. Therefore, the Parliament didn't consider them true nobility. In the military, though, nobility had influence that couldn't be ignored. While a complete commoner like Carnot might be acceptable to the Parliament, the military might have reservations. On the other hand, a Corsican noble like Napoleon, despite his lack of prominence, could be more readily accepted. Joseph and Carnot then proceeded to Count Lafayette's office. Upon entering, after exchanging greetings, Carnot handed him the folder. Another brilliant idea, Lazare, Lafayette inquired, a smile on his face as he put on his glasses. Let me take a look. Lafayette examined the proposal for a while before looking up and saying, a very valuable suggestion, extremely valuable. Furthermore, it is highly feasible. Lazare, we left together yesterday evening and you didn't drop a hint about this. Today you spring it on me all of a sudden. You are quite the character. General, Joseph submitted this proposal to me this morning. I've only just seen it myself, Carnot clarified. Is that so? Lafayette seemed a bit surprised. Joseph, you've always claimed to be a novice in military matters, but this plan shows a remarkable understanding. Not just the idea, but the intricate details are something that only someone with in-depth military knowledge would think of. I believe that now you could command a French army battalion or even a brigade with ease. If you were in North America, you might even command a division. You're too modest. General, it's not modesty, Joseph replied. I've been trying to learn as much as I can during this time, and I've made some progress. However, the details of this plan were not entirely my work. It was developed with the assistance of my younger brother, Napoleon. He's a lieutenant in our artillery. From what I see in the proposal, Lieutenant Napoleon seems to be quite talented and has a promising future, Carnot added. I believe that, Lafayette said. If your brother is anything like you, then he must have quite a bright mind. About the commander for this unit, do you have anyone in mind? This unit doesn't need to be very large at the beginning, perhaps only 200 soldiers. Since this idea is originally Joseph's, and the refinement was achieved with Napoleon's help, Carnot explained, let's have Joseph lead this experimental unit and have his brother assist him. How does that sound? Lafayette looked up and glanced at Carnot, then Joseph. He said, very well. We will promote Mr. Joseph Bonaparte to the rank of captain, and he can oversee the formation of this unit. Now, what should we name this unit? This unit will specialize in simulating the enemy during exercises, and our most dangerous adversaries are the British in their red coats, Carnot remarked. So let's call this unit the Red Army. To be honest, when Lafayette heard the introduction of Joseph, Napoleon's brother, by Carnot, his first reaction was, Joseph wants to scheme for personal gain. However, Lafayette wasn't angry about it at all. In fact, he was somewhat pleased. Firstly, because in this era, this was quite a common thing to do. On the contrary, if someone didn't do so, it would be considered abnormal. And if Joseph was willing to tread his own path, then in Lafayette's eyes, he was, in a way, aligning with him. Of course, Joseph's approach was slow and hesitant, but he had finally come around now that the situation had become clear, at least in Lafayette's view. Lafayette still felt he should accept his allegiance with enthusiasm because Joseph was undeniably talented. Generally, people tended to be more generous towards talented individuals. As for whether Joseph and his brother would mess things up, Lafayette wasn't particularly concerned. Firstly, he believed in Joseph's abilities. Even if Joseph wasn't particularly skilled in military matters, he wouldn't be worse than the many gilded noble officers in the French army. Furthermore, it was just a small force, and even if it were to be given a little golden shine by the Bonaparte brothers, it wasn't such a big deal. So the matter was settled. After approving this matter, Lafayette put it out of his mind because there were more pressing matters at hand. For Lafayette, the most important thing was the reorganization of the French army. While Lafayette had considerable prestige in the French army, having prestige didn't mean the army would follow you. Look at Feng Yuxiang in the Northwestern Army in the future. No matter how much prestige he had, when General Chang shot his silver bullet, his men followed General Chang without hesitation. That Northwestern Army was essentially built from the ground up by Feng Yuxiang. The current state of the French army was quite peculiar. The royalists didn't trust the army, the parliament didn't trust the army, and what was even more disastrous was that the army itself didn't trust the army. The mid to high-ranking officers in the French army were all nobles, but the lower-ranking officers and soldiers were primarily from the Third Estate. Even among them, there was mutual distrust. Lafayette knew that if this situation continued, the army would split. A divided army would undermine his power base, leading to civil war and chaos. This will utterly ruin France, Lafayette thought. However, some were willing to ruin France to fuel this division. In their view, the France of today was not their France. Some of the former nobles were dissatisfied with today's France, including some nobles who had joined the Third Estate during the Estates General. When the Parliament, under the guidance of Bishop Talleyrand, confiscated the wealth that belonged to the Church, some clergy who had joined the revolutionary cause during the Estates General, and who were now staunch supporters of the Third Estate, also stood against the current France. Bishop Maury, Senator Cassines, and a group of clergy and noble senators organized a club known as the Black Party because it had many clergy dressed in black robes. They vehemently opposed the revolution, started various newspapers like Friends of the King, Acts of the Apostles Gazette, and Petit Gaul Gazette, freely insulted those in power, including Lafayette, and blamed all of France's difficulties on the rebellious and ambitious adventurers in Parliament. They even appealed to the common people, pretending not to care about their interests, but instead acting as if they were deeply sympathetic to the poorest citizens. These tactics were not particularly effective, but they were not entirely fruitless either, because the new government indeed did not care much for the common people. Whether in the cities or in the countryside, the living conditions were not better than before the revolution. Many people were asking the question, we were hungry before the revolution, and we're still hungry after. Was the revolution in vain? They provided an answer to this question, that the revolution was worse than no revolution at all, and that returning to the monarchic era would bring peace to the country. This kind of rhetoric was less popular in Paris but found resonance in some rural areas. In addition to this, some mid to high-ranking officers in the military were frequently in contact with these people, and they might be plotting something, which worried Lafayette. On the other hand, some of Lafayette's former comrades who used to stand by his side had changed. Perhaps they felt that their glory had been overshadowed by Lafayette, so some of them distanced themselves from him. Perhaps to attract attention, these people had become more radical than before. Some of his old friends, like Duport, Lamourette, and others, had become more radical, and some new friends were even more radical than the old ones. Here, we are mainly talking about Bishop Talleyrand. Bishop Talleyrand and some of his religious friends proposed the Clergy Civil Organization Act in Parliament. According to this law, France would establish 83 bishoprics, one for each province, which would belong to 10 major archbishoprics. Like civil officials, the clergy, bishops, and archbishops would be elected by citizens. Elected officials should be confirmed by higher-level religious authorities, and archbishops would be appointed by the chief archbishop. New religious authorities no longer needed to report to the Pope, but only had to declare their faith in the same religion. They no longer needed to buy their canonicals from the Pope, and the Pope's approval was no longer required. Furthermore, this law abolished the first-year ecclesiastical tithe, where new clergy members had to send their first-year income to Rome, and stipulated that clergy salaries would be paid by the state. It replaced the privileged ecclesiastical meetings with archbishopric meetings and had them participate in the religious administrative affairs of the archbishopric. This essentially severed most of France's connections with the Catholic Church, a significant rupture. The Pope immediately condemned this law and excommunicated Talleyrand. However, Talleyrand dismissed it and continued to dress in archbishop's robes, engaging in various religious activities. As a response to the Pope's action, the Parliament prepared another new law, requiring all clergy in France to swear allegiance to the French nation. Any clergy members refusing to swear allegiance would be removed from their positions. This requirement completely contradicted the tradition of the Catholic Church. It essentially turned clergy into ordinary civil servants. According to religious doctrine, clergy's only allegiance should be to God. This law further exacerbated the tensions between the Church and the Parliament. Lafayette attempted to moderate the Parliament, to not be too aggressive in such matters. But the parliamentarians needed such laws to show their firm stance, and the clergy members leaning towards the Parliament also needed this opportunity to control the pulpit after all. Unless they removed those guys, when would Lafayette become a bishop? So Lafayette's efforts were in vain, and the law passed. Subsequently, things spiraled out of control. Most of the bishops and archbishops nationwide refused to swear allegiance to the government and the Constitution, resulting in their forced removal. Meanwhile, many of the lower-ranking priests chose to swear allegiance to the government and the Constitution and were promoted to become bishops and archbishops. However, the appointments and dismissals issued by the Parliament were largely ignored in many districts outside of Paris. On the contrary, in many districts outside of Paris, the bishops openly accused the Parliament of blasphemy and encouraged their followers to fight against these anti-Christ forces. The involvement of these religious forces bolstered the power of the Black Party. In places like Lyon, they effectively controlled the region, organized their own militias, and even turned the local garrisons to their side. Civil war was imminent. Honestly, Lafayette's viewpoint was indeed quite reasonable. He also believed he had successfully convinced the king. In reality, our king is a very rational and educated person, Lafayette said to his adjutant Pierre as he left the palace of St. Cloud. This assessment wasn't far from the truth. Louis XVI had been reluctant to resort to harsh measures before because he understood that the times had changed from his grandfather's era. However, can rationality always triumph over emotions and desires? Moreover, the Queen wasn't as knowledgeable. But Lafayette failed to notice that shortly after he left St. Cloud, a messenger left the royal palace with a secret letter from the Queen, addressed to the seemingly radical parliamentary member, Mirabeau. My respected Queen, you must exercise extreme caution when dealing with the Marquis de Lafayette. What the Marquis says may indeed have a certain truth to it, and one could argue that, overall, what he says can be considered an unassailable truth. However, Your Majesty, you should be aware that, when it comes to deception, the truth can be more potent than lies. Often, individuals as naturally perceptive as yourself, dear Queen, can easily discern falsehoods. But the truth is different. It can be more misleading when emphasized and insinuated properly. Lafayette is a master of using the truth to deceive, a false Caesar, if you will. Times are changing. Constitutional monarchy is the future. These words hold some merit. But what Lafayette may not have mentioned, my dear Queen, is who precisely presides over this constitutional monarchy. Under the current constitutional monarchy, forgive my bluntness, the king is a mere hostage, lacking genuine and universal respect. I'm sure your majesty has noticed the various newspapers in Paris, some of them radical like Friend of the People, proclaiming the establishment of a republic, seeking to completely end Bourbon rule in France and transform it into a republic. Such theories have supporters even within the parliament. Some moderate individuals are also inclined to lean towards them. This is a perilous situation. Why do these people make such choices? The reason is simple. The mob has displayed its power. People know they possess it and are willing to use it. But my queen, our king, because of his leniency, has never been willing to exert his power or even show it. If a king, while wearing the crown, refuses to display his power, what does the crown inspire? Your majesty often, refusing to demonstrate power is nearly as ineffective as having no power. Furthermore, Lafayette is partially correct on one point. The royalists are not entirely reliable. Forgive me, your majesty, but as in Macbeth, the more blood-related people are, the more they thirst for our blood. You must be cautious of them, even if they are your kin. But my queen, on this matter, Lafayette still employs his usual tactics. He tells you the truth, but he never reveals the entire truth. The truth and the whole truth are entirely different. The royalists and the republicans differ fundamentally on one point. The royalists depend on the king. The king, for them, holds natural authority. They might plot against the king through conspiracies or even assassinations, but they cannot confront the king directly. The king is their natural leader, whether some of them like it or not. As for Lafayette, my wise queen, I call him a false Caesar, because he presents himself as if he has control over the army, dressed as someone who can, like Caesar, command thousands with a single word. In reality, Lafayette has no control over the army, unlike the real Caesar. The true Caesar had a legion that had served under him for a long time, and every aspect of that legion, including logistics and officer promotions, was entirely at Caesar's discretion. Therefore, Caesar could easily command them to do anything, even march on Rome. However, Lafayette does not possess such an army. He only has so-called prestige. But how can this prestige compare to the legitimate authority of your majesty? Today, he can control the situation only because of your majesty's legitimate position as the king. Only when your majesty is under his control can he control France's army. Currently, this false Caesar is enacting reforms within the army. Your majesty, this is Lafayette's attempt to remedy his own weaknesses. If he can control your majesty for a long time, he might genuinely control the army one day. Then, the false Caesar can become a true Caesar. Perhaps Lafayette genuinely hopes for a constitutional monarchy, but the constitutional monarchy established in these circumstances is highly detrimental to your majesty. The sustainability of any agreement depends on mutual respect. The parliament has already demonstrated its power, while the king has never displayed any power. In this agreement, the parliament takes the superior position, and the king almost becomes a beggar. Such a constitutional monarchy cannot endure. In the parliament, there will always be those who seek to attract attention through more extreme means, and humiliating the king will become their most effective way to gain popularity. Eventually, they will ask, why do we need a king? But the constitutional monarchy in England is different. The British monarchy has displayed its power in many ways, and the parliament and the king respect each other's power and interests, ensuring a stable and reliable constitutional monarchy. My queen, in response to your inquiry about how the royal family should navigate the current situation, I, your humble servant, offer the following suggestions. First, both you and His Majesty should feign utmost trust in Lafayette and display submission to the Parliament to lull them into complacency. However, you must also make His Majesty understand the current perilous situation. He must take action. In my opinion, staying in Paris offers no benefit to the king or the entire royal family. So, whenever the opportunity arises, the king should leave Paris immediately for a safer location. I believe such a place should have the following characteristics. First, it should be broadly supportive of the monarchy and the legitimate order. Second, it should be distant from the borders for several reasons. First, it would send a message to the entire nation that the king is not colluding with foreign powers, as claimed by the ruffians in newspapers like Friend of the People. Second, it would prevent opportunistic individuals who are not genuinely loyal to the king from using foreign forces to further their interests by infiltrating the royalist faction. Taking all these considerations into account, I personally believe that Lyon would be the most suitable location. Your loyal servant, Honor Gabriel Riquetti. Honor Gabriel Riquetti is the president of the National Assembly, a staunch revolutionary leader, and one of the prominent figures of the French Revolution. He is renowned for his unwavering commitment to revolutionary ideals. If this letter to Queen Marie Antoinette were to be discovered by others, it would undoubtedly stir up a significant controversy. In actual history, after his death, Riquetti was initially honored with burial in the Pantheon for his contributions to the revolution. However, not long after, with the arrest of the king and the discovery of his correspondence with the queen in the palace, it was revealed that Riquetti had sided with the royal family. This led to an angry mob exhuming his remains from the Pantheon and throwing them in a trash heap. Riquetti was known for his extravagant lifestyle and a plethora of mistresses, which strained his finances. His legitimate income was insufficient to sustain such a lifestyle. After his close friend and benefactor, the Duke of Orleans, was exiled from France by Lafayette, Riquetti's financial situation deteriorated further. It is said that he had to resort to borrowing from Jewish moneylenders once again. As the royal family was effectively held hostage in Paris by the National Guard, they desperately needed someone with influence in the assembly to advocate for their interests. At this juncture, Jean-Baptiste Lamarck, a scholar and biologist with connections to the court, recommended his friend Riquetti to the Queen. Lamarck is known for his contributions to the theory of evolution, notably publishing his Philosophie zoologique in 1809. This work presented Lamarckian evolution, which posited that acquired characteristics could be inherited. Although this theory has largely been discredited, Lamarck's contributions to the field of biology remain significant. With Lamarck's intervention, Riquetti, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, clandestinely contacted the Queen last July after the storming of the Bastille. However, at that time, the Queen held him in contempt and dismissed his proposition as if he were an annoying fly. "My dear, do you think what Riquetti is saying is true?" Queen Marie Antoinette inquired. However, the person she addressed as dear was not King Louis XVI, but another man named Axel de Fersen, a Swedish nobleman. He was a member of the Swedish Riksdag and Marie Antoinette's secret lover and confidant. Riquetti is an extraordinarily talented and cunning man, Fersen sighed, but precisely because of that, I wonder whether we can trust him. You're right, the Queen nodded. Lafayette may lack loyalty to the king, but at least he has ideals and some boundaries. But Riquetti, he is a wretched scoundrel. I find it very hard to trust him. Moreover, if it weren't for them. Fersen let out a sigh. He knew that both he and the Queen were no match for Riquetti's cunning. The Queen was still haunted by the anger she felt when Riquetti had led the rebellion against the monarchy. While everyone understood that now was not the time to hold such grudges, the lingering resentment was hard to shake. Due to their suspicion and fear of Murraybow, the king and queen did not follow his advice. In hindsight, this may have been their best opportunity. Whether it was Murraybow or Lafayette, they both reminded the king and queen of one thing: their relatives couldn't be trusted. When choosing a location for their escape, Murraybow emphasized that the king must not run too close to the border. One reason for this was to avoid harm from those who shared the king's blood. Some believed that besides their distrust of Murraybow, another reason the king and queen didn't heed his advice was their reluctance to accept a constitutional monarchy. Fleeing to Lyon, relying solely on the power of Lyon, wouldn't be enough to counter Paris, let alone subdue it. Perhaps they could eventually reach a compromise, but it would still be a compromise in favor of Paris. However, the queen gradually convinced the king to escape from Paris. Still, various circumstances kept delaying their escape. Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette were both typical products of a sheltered palace life, and they had no experience in planning an escape. If they could have trusted Murraybow, a man who frequently fled due to extramarital affairs and debts, he could have been quite helpful. However, the king and queen both distrusted Murraybow. Besides, it seemed that God had turned away from the French royal family, who had always been pious. Murraybow suddenly died. Of course, Murraybow wasn't poisoned by Pierre Baillarc's belladonna-laced wine. However, his death was connected to alcohol. In his final days, after receiving a new source of wealth, his bad habits became even worse, including heavy drinking, gluttony, and other indescribable activities. It was said that Mr. Murraybow would spend entire nights with prostitutes, feasting and binging. To keep enjoying fine food and wine without the constraints of a limited stomach, he followed in the footsteps of ancient Romans. After they had eaten their fill, they would induce vomiting to continue feasting. In later times, people with a bit of health knowledge knew how harmful this practice was, but those in that era were ignorant of such matters. So after another night of revelry, Murraybow suddenly fell ill. His condition rapidly deteriorated, and not long after, illness claimed him. Despite his libertine lifestyle, Murraybow was knowledgeable, insightful, and skilled in managing relationships. His death left a void in the various factions within the assembly. However, Murraybow's death didn't have a significant impact on Joseph and the others for the time being. During this period, Joseph and Napoleon devoted nearly all their time to building their small army. The increase in personnel naturally led to increased expenses, as was often the case in such projects, with budgets at the beginning and actual costs differing significantly. At that moment, Napoleon interjected, "Our unit can handle at least 1,000. Lafayette heard Napoleon, but only gave him a passing glance, clearly regarding his words as the usual arrogance of a young man. However, Lafayette was a lenient person and didn't want to quarrel with the young Napoleon, so he smiled and didn't say much. This army consisted of multiple branches, infantry, and a relatively large artillery force with 8 cannons. Joseph and Napoleon believed that modern warfare relied heavily on artillery. In most cases, battle plans should revolve around effectively utilizing artillery firepower. The soldiers and junior officers in this unit were mostly selected by Lafayette from the French forces near Paris. After over a month of training, the unit was ready. However, what Joseph and Napoleon didn't anticipate was that their first mission wasn't to reinforce other units but to retrieve the king. Joseph received orders one morning, signed by General Lafayette. The order stated that enemies of the revolution had kidnapped the king and his family and had left Paris with them. The general ordered Joseph's unit to be on high alert, ready for battle. The king has been kidnapped. Upon receiving this order, Napoleon couldn't help but respond with a sarcastic question: by whom? I bet he did it himself. Napoleon, this isn't what we should be thinking about right now, Joseph said while exchanging a knowing look with Napoleon. Napoleon understood that Joseph had something to say but couldn't discuss it openly in front of others, so he remained silent. Do we know which direction the king and his family went? Joseph asked the messenger. Some say they might be heading to Lyon, while others suggest Montmédy. The assembly has sent representatives in both directions. General Lafayette requests your readiness to act at a moment's notice, the messenger replied. You should be prepared to move as soon as he gives the order. Very well. Please inform the general that we can be ready in 10 minutes to follow his command, Joseph replied. The messenger saluted and left. Once he was gone, Napoleon exclaimed, Joseph, we're on the brink of war. Keep your composure. The king hasn't escaped yet. There's a chance they might bring him back, Joseph replied. Although his knowledge of history wasn't extensive, he knew that Louis XVI had ultimately been executed. If the king had escaped so easily, why would he have ended up on the guillotine? However, Napoleon didn't share Joseph's view. He said, Joseph, you're too naive. Why would you even entertain such fantasies? Have you thought that a lightweight carriage drawn by 2 horses can travel a considerable distance in a single night? I believe the king was well prepared beforehand. Along the way, there must have been people ready to assist him. These people wouldn't have to do anything other than have another lightweight carriage prepared. As soon as the king arrived, they'd switch carriages and speed away. If they left in the middle of the night, by now, they should be near the border, in alliance with royalists and Austrians. Even if the National Assembly's representatives sprinted, they couldn't catch up. This is simple math, so basic even a fool like you should understand. I can't fathom how you still entertain such fantasies. I don't know, Joseph shrugged. However, by the afternoon of the 3rd day, new orders arrived, confirming Joseph's suspicions. The king had indeed been intercepted. Representatives of the assembly intercepted the king's family in Varennes. Some mercenaries are active in the area, and there are only a few local National Guards responsible for protecting the king. General Lafayette orders your immediate departure to protect the king's family and bring them back to Paris. The messenger delivered the signed order from Lafayette to Joseph and then departed. Joseph immediately ordered the cavalry under Captain Robert to depart first, with infantry following behind. Napoleon wanted to accompany the cavalry, but Joseph prevented him, explaining that they needed to keep a low profile at this time. The situation is still chaotic. At this moment, we should try to hide our political stance as much as possible. We're different from others. While they have to play the game of alliances and corruption to climb the ladder, we can rely on our talents and cunning. We should avoid dangerous alliances as much as possible, Joseph explained to Napoleon. My brother, you're too cautious, Napoleon commented, a hint of sarcasm in his slightly upturned lips. Joseph could tell that Napoleon probably wanted to say something like, Joseph, you're a coward. Joseph, you're indeed overly cautious, Napoleon remarked. However, Joseph's caution was justified. They needed to be careful not to reveal their political leanings during these tumultuous times. They were different from the others. They could climb the ranks using their talents and cunning, rather than through corrupt alliances. So they had to avoid risky alliances. Now, their mission was clear, to protect the king's family and bring them back to Paris. As the cowardly group slowly made their way towards Varennes with Napoleon and the infantrymen, they received continuous updates along the journey. It was said that the king's carriage had been exposed in the town of Saint Menehould on the evening of the 2nd day of their escape. They rested there at a post station and were discovered by the local municipal council and the National Guard when they reached Varennes. What on earth is happening? How could they have taken until the evening of the 2nd day to reach Saint Menehould? Napoleon was still baffled by the situation. If it were me, I could have made a round trip between Paris and Montmédy in this time. However, this question was soon answered. On the morning of the 4th day, Joseph and Napoleon finally caught up with the king. By then, there were already thousands of people surrounding the king's carriage. Most of them were members of the National Guard and ordinary citizens from towns along the way, armed with various weapons, protecting the king's carriage, while the cavalry under Bouillé's command followed behind. They really went all out with this carriage. Are they fleeing or on a pleasure trip? Napoleon was dumbfounded, gazing at the king's luxurious carriage. Indeed, the king's carriage was utterly unsuitable for an escape. It was an enormous, opulent four-wheeled carriage requiring 12 horses to pull it. The carriage was not only large, but also exquisitely adorned with ornate carvings on the panels and golden-adorned lanterns, exuding luxury. The king, along with his family, their tutor, and the governess, made a total of 9 people inside this grand vehicle. Who planned this for the king? They even used this kind of carriage. It's like they might as well have embedded golden fleur-de-lis on the carriage doors. Are they afraid people won't notice them? God, what kind of fools are around the king? Napoleon couldn't help but exclaim to Joseph, "Napoleon, don't get agitated. You must understand, human intelligence knows no bounds." Joseph shook his head. Some people can astound you with their foolishness. Indeed, Louis XVI's escape was organized quite clumsily. After the decision was made to leave Paris, the king's family had been preparing for the escape. Marie Antoinette was in charge of the operation, and it was orchestrated by her lover, Fersen. According to Fersen's original plan, they were supposed to escape using several lightweight two-wheeled carriages, taking different routes. If they had followed this plan, it would have been nearly impossible for the National Assembly to capture the escaping king. However, Queen Marie Antoinette strongly opposed this method as it meant they would have to separate from their children during the escape. What if the children fell ill? What if they got lost? What if? So the queen firmly insisted, "We must stay together as a family, not be separated." Clearly, it was impossible to fit the entire royal family into lightweight carriages. The queen remained stubborn in her decision, and nobody could convince her. In theory, the king had more say in this matter, and he understood that the original plan had a higher chance of success. But the king remained silent and did not express his opinion. Thus, the plan with lightweight carriages was scrapped, and the only choice left was a large four-wheeled carriage. However, Queen Marie Antoinette still wasn't satisfied with this plan. The conditions in the mail carriage were miserable, hard seats, cramped space, and a rough ride. What if the children fell ill during the journey? What if they needed the care of their governess, Madame de Tourzel? Plus, the king's sister, Madame Elizabeth, and the guards added up. They needed a carriage that could accommodate at least 9 people. In reality, a four-wheeled mail carriage could indeed accommodate this many people. In fact, with some creativity, you could fit even more into a limited space. However, fitting the royal family and their attendants into such a space was impossible. So the only option was to commission a massive carriage. Fersen had a colossal carriage custom made to comfortably accommodate 9 people. This carriage was exceptionally large, and to ensure its reliability and prevent any breakdowns on the road, its components had to be reinforced. However, this had a consequence: the carriage became so heavy that a regular number of horses couldn't pull it. Therefore, they had to prepare 12 horses to pull this massive carriage. Even so, with proper organization, the escape could still have had a high chance of success. However, there were some issues on the Austrian side responsible for the rendezvous, leading to continuous delays. In the process, de Bouillé's cavalry, responsible for receiving the king, was moved several times, raising suspicions among the locals. This would later contribute to the failure of the escape. Nevertheless, even with these setbacks, the escape still had a high chance of success. However, on the planned night of the escape, Lafayette suddenly visited with Bailey. The unexpected visit startled King Louis XVI and Queen Marie Antoinette, thinking that their operation had been exposed. However, Lafayette and Bailey were unaware of the king's intentions. They were there to mediate the ongoing disputes between the king and the National Assembly, a result of recent conflicts with the church. The king was eager for them to leave, but dared not show any difference in his behavior. So they stayed until 1130 p.m. Once Lafayette left, the king immediately returned to his room, pretended to go to bed, and extinguished the lights to deceive any spies within the palace. He quickly jumped out of bed and proceeded to his son's room, where his disguisia set of clothes, a wig, and a servant's hat was already prepared. His son had already quietly left. The king changed into his disguise and sneaked downstairs. Fersen's equerry guided him, and the king, dressed in a green jacket and a servant's hat, easily passed through the scrutiny of the guards stationed within the palace. One guard even commented, "This fat one is definitely the cook who's been secretly eating the king's good food." The king boarded the carriage and everyone was ready. Fersen released the brake and their escape began. However, the escape faced problems from the very start. Because the carriage was enormous and the roads around Paris were relatively narrow, every turn required the carriage to slow down to a near stop, which was far beyond what Fersen had expected. After all, no one had driven such a massive carriage before. It took an additional 2 hours to leave Paris than planned. Finally, the carriage left Paris. Here, the horses were changed, and the king, needing to catch a breath, got off the carriage. No matter how luxurious the carriage, sitting in it for a prolonged period was still exhausting. However, the king seemed to forget his situation. After he got off the carriage, he unexpectedly began chatting with some local peasants by the roadside. He didn't consider that his actions might reveal his whereabouts. Remember, the carriage was already conspicuous, and the king's likeness was featured on portraits in various town halls and on louis d'or coins. In fact, the representatives from the National Assembly, who later tracked him down, used information provided by these witnesses. The carriage stopped multiple times along the way to allow the esteemed passengers to rest properly. This further slowed down their journey beyond the planned schedule. Around 4 o'clock that afternoon, the carriage reached Chalons. According to the plan, the Duke of Choiseul was supposed to meet the king there with German mercenaries, as the French cavalry was unreliable due to their leanings toward the National Assembly. However, at this location, the king did not encounter these troops. Instead, their conspicuously grand carriage raised suspicions among the locals. At the prearranged rendezvous point, the king only met one horseman. He informed them that the Duke of Choiseul, along with the German mercenaries, as the French cavalry was suspected of disloyalty and couldn't be trusted, had been waiting there for hours. The presence of so many mercenaries had naturally drawn attention from the locals. To avoid further suspicions, the Duke had left with his men. However, he told the king to keep moving and that another group of cavalry was waiting for them in St. Menehould, about 2 hours ahead. By this time, it was already dark and the horses were tired. They continued for 2 more hours and reached the next meeting point. However, there was no cavalry awaiting them at this location, as they had moved to a different road due to a miscommunication in orders. Without meeting the cavalry, the king and his family had no choice but to continue in the carriage. However, this time, the conspicuous nature of the carriage had drawn suspicion from the local people. When the king stopped to rest in Varennes, the postmaster Drouet noticed his resemblance to the man on the louis d'or coin and quickly informed the municipal council. The carriage had left Varennes by the time they responded. The municipal council sent Drouet to pursue the king. He rode a horse, took a shortcut, and arrived in Varennes, a town on the only road leading to manhwaedit, before the king. The citizens of Varennes, upon hearing this news, rang the alarm bells and blocked the king's party. This was the end of the road for the king's escape. He was still 2 hours away from his destination. At this point, having received the message, the Duke of Choiseul arrived with his cavalry. However, they were confronted by the outnumbered National Guard of Varennes. While they could see the king's luxurious carriage in the distance, at this moment, the gap between them was unbridgeable. The Duke's cavalry did not engage the National Guard and retreated. Perhaps they feared fighting could endanger the king, or perhaps returning the king to captivity would have been preferable to some. Who could say for sure? The king's escape, though initially seen as a farcical drama, completely altered the nation's course. Before this incident, even though there were some, like Marat, vehemently attacking the king in the press, the moderate faction still held sway in the assembly. This was especially true after the king's swearing of the Constitution. In fact, even the radicals like Robespierre and Danton were shouting "Long live Louis XVI" at that time. The difference between the radicals and moderates back then was merely technical, like whether the clergy should pledge allegiance to the state or whether they should use democratic elections to appoint bishops. But everything changed after Louis XVI's flight. Upon discovering the king's escape, Lafayette immediately declared that the king had been kidnapped by enemies of the state. This claim managed to deceive many, albeit briefly. However, soon after, a letter left by the king was found in the palace. In the letter, the king claimed that he had been abducted to Paris and that everything he had signed after July 1789 was done under duress and was therefore null and void. When this letter was discovered, Lafayette was busy planning the rescue of the king and other post-escape arrangements. He hadn't anticipated that they would manage to bring the king back at all. Thus, there was no time to keep the letter a secret, and word of it quickly spread. Although Lafayette later vehemently claimed the letter was a forgery and that the king had been coerced into writing it, this explanation lost all credibility as soon as the king returned to Paris because, apart from the king himself, there was only one adult male in the group who had accompanied the king, his valet, which meant the king had not been coerced at all. But the king's prestige among the common people was completely shattered by this event. The angry mob vandalized everything related to the monarchy and the fleur-de-lis, the Bourbon dynasty's symbol, in the streets, either smashing them or covering them up. As most members of the assembly still supported constitutional monarchy, the frustration of the lower classes was redirected toward them. In their eyes, these people and the king were in cahoots, oppressing the people. It was because of these individuals that, after the revolution, the people's lives hadn't improved in the slightest. This anger had always been simmering beneath the surface, but for 2 reasons, it had remained dormant like molten lava. The first of these reasons was their expectations from the National Assembly. At that time, they still believed that the National Assembly could represent their interests and speak for them, and that good days would come if they waited patiently. However, during this time, that patience was wearing thin. In the Constitution of 1791, passed by the Assembly, citizens were categorized as active or passive based on their property status. Only those who paid a certain amount of taxes were granted the right to vote and be elected, thus being deemed active citizens. In a way, this was a limitation on citizens' rights based on their wealth. Just a few days before the king's escape, the Assembly had enacted the infamous Le Chapelier Law. According to this law, workers were strictly prohibited from forming unions and going on strike, with violators facing a fine of 500 livres and a 1-year loss of citizenship rights, and ringleaders being fined 1,000 livres and sentenced to 3 months in prison. These laws not only failed to protect the interests of the lowest classes, but also increased their constraints. This quickly eroded the trust the lower classes had in the assembly. The second reason was the absence of leaders among these people. However, the king's escape resolved both of these issues. The National Assembly's prior actions, combined with the impact of the king's escape, significantly diminished the Assembly's standing among the lower class. The National Assembly at that time had lost the trust of the common people. Following the king's escape, the demonstrations of the lower classes also presented a new opportunity for some radical deputies. They astutely noticed that by standing with the lower class, they could gain significant political capital. Brissot, Bonner, and Condorcet openly suggested that France should consider adopting a republic, and so things started to get more complicated. Nevertheless, this chaotic situation didn't seem to affect Joseph and Napoleon. On the contrary, with the likelihood of war increasing, their responsibilities grew even more pressing. The newly formed army was undergoing drills and exercises against them. In these drills, Napoleon repeatedly employed tactics like ambushes and artillery ambushes, rendering their forces ineffective. In no time, even as a mere lieutenant, Napoleon had gained recognition in the Paris National Guard, but soon an unexpected event disrupted Joseph's work yet again. On the 16th day, the Assembly officially declared the king and queen innocent, claiming that they had been abducted. Of course, they also hypocritically vowed to severely punish the kidnappers. This decision enraged the sans-culottes. On the 17th, led by some Republicans, a group of sans-culottes marched to the Place de la Révolution near the City Hall for a demonstration. There, they were brutally suppressed by the National Guard under Lafayette's command, resulting in numerous casualties. Lafayette explained that it was the mob that had first attacked the National Guard. He maintained that the National Guard had only opened fire after raising the red flag on City Hall and issuing 3 warnings to the mob. According to prior assembly laws, City Hall had to display the red flag and issue 3 warnings before using deadly force to quell a riot. However, the Republicans and sans-culottes accused Lafayette of lying. According to them, Lafayette's National Guard had only raised the red flag and opened fire without issuing a single warning. Since they had already resorted to violence, they decided to keep going. Lafayette announced in the assembly that the sans-culottes were thugs, and behind them were conspirators, the members of the Cordeliers Club. Consequently, the assembly issued arrest warrants for several prominent members of the Cordeliers Club, including Danton and Desmoulins. Danton, upon hearing the news, promptly fled Paris. When it came to fleeing, he was far better at it than Louis XVI, and he successfully made it to England. As for Desmoulins, he found a hiding place. In reality, since the police system hadn't fully recovered yet, their ability to apprehend anyone was quite limited. On the surface, it appeared that Lafayette had the upper hand. However, this series of actions tarnished his reputation significantly. Especially within the National Guard, there were many sympathizers of the Cordeliers Club. Soon, even within the National Guard, voices opposing Lafayette emerged. These voices greatly undermined Lafayette's position. While his allies, Dumouriez, Barnave, and the Lameth brothers, didn't differ much from Lafayette in terms of their political views, they were content to see Lafayette standing damaged. A series of assembly actions afterward was essentially orchestrated by them, but people believed that Lafayette was manipulating everything. So not long after, Lafayette's reputation shifted from that of a hero to an executioner and conspirator. Reputation is a fickle thing, often more fragile than pristine paper. Mark Twain's experience in running for governor is a prime example of this. One afternoon following the Place de la Révolution incident, Joseph was about to leave work when he coincidentally ran into Lafayette returning from outside. Lafayette wore an exhausted expression, and upon seeing Joseph, he called him over, saying, "Tomorrow night, the club will have an important meeting. I hope you can attend." Joseph knew that when Lafayette mentioned the club, he was referring to the Jacobin Club. Since the Breton Club had moved to Paris and set up its meetings in the Jacobin monastery, it had officially changed its name to Society of Friends of the Constitution. Joseph had always done his best to keep his distance from the Jacobin Club's activities, especially in such tumultuous times, so he quickly made up an excuse, saying he was very busy and had some vital matters to attend to, preventing him from participating in the meeting. "Is it a matter concerning the army?" Lafayette asked with a furrowed brow, as this was Joseph's usual excuse for missing club activities. Joseph immediately replied, "No, it's a personal matter." He knew that if he claimed it was due to official business, Lafayette, his superior's superior, would likely order him to temporarily set aside his duties. He then inquired, "General, may I ask what important matters are at hand for the club that necessitate the presence of members like me, who seldom attend? The club is holding new elections to select a new club president. Can't you spare some time for that?" Lafayette replied. At that time, the Jacobin Club was not yet a radical organization, but it had been growing more radical recently. Today, many of the club's voices no longer aligned with Lafayette. However, for Lafayette, the club was an essential tool for gaining political influence that he couldn't easily give up. Perhaps Lafayette hoped to use these elections to cleanse the Jacobin Club. As soon as Joseph heard what this was about, he felt even more reluctant to participate. Although he wasn't very active in the club's activities, he was not entirely unaware of the current situation within the club. Ever since the king's flight, the club had been divided. Previously, most members of the Friends of the Constitution Club were staunch supporters of constitutional monarchy. However, after the king's escape, some had shifted their allegiance to supporting a republic. And with the events at the Place de la Bastille, this division was becoming even more pronounced. As for the election of a new club president, the current president was Lafayette. Although he had been less active in club activities lately due to official duties, he was undoubtedly one of the candidates. Joseph could easily guess that the other contender at this club meeting would be Robespierre. He was also quite certain that Robespierre had won this election, as Lafayette seemed to have lost confidence otherwise. He wouldn't insist on dragging Joseph into this. Participating in this is really not an option. If it goes wrong, it might cost me my head, Joseph thought. He quickly said, "General, I'm not trying to avoid my duty, but For a moment, Joseph couldn't come up with a particularly convincing reason and began to sweat. "What's the matter?" Lafayette furrowed his brow, forgetting Joseph for a moment. "Do you have a date with a lady? But this matter is important, and I hope you can find a way to attend." At this point, Joseph finally came up with a plan. He would feign illness. He decided to agree now and then pretend to be very ill as soon as he got home in the evening. He had to be so sick that he couldn't move, and Lafayette couldn't possibly carry him to the meeting on a stretcher. With this strategy in mind, Joseph replied, "Very well, General, I will make time." "Good, I'll be waiting for you." Lafayette smiled at Joseph. As for whom Joseph would vote for, who he would choose between himself and Robespierre, Lafayette thought that was a foregone conclusion and didn't need to ask. After Lafayette left, Joseph quickly found Napoleon on his way home and told him about the situation, and they coordinated their approach. However, as they approached the front door of their home, Joseph was taken aback. He saw two people waiting at his doorstep. The two people waiting at Joseph's doorstep were Armand and Robespierre. If he could, Joseph would have turned and run immediately, but Armand and Robespierre had already spotted him. Armand waved at him, and Robespierre nodded in acknowledgement. No escaping now. Joseph looked at Armand's sincere smile and felt a shiver down his spine. He felt exposed, as if he had been stripped naked and thrown into the snowy fields of Siberia. In that moment, he could almost see the imposing figure of the guillotine. Joseph could guess why Armand and Robespierre were here. It was about the vote. "I'm such a fool," Joseph thought. "I knew I'd be called upon to vote, but I didn't expect Robespierre to come as well. If I were a little smarter, I'd find a place to hide and spend the night away." But now it was too late to think about it. The guillotine Robespierre had already approached. "Mr. Bonaparte, I'm sorry to disturb you at this time," Robespierre said with a smile. "Joseph, why did it take you so long to return? Your brother refused to open the door for us, as if he thought we were the big bad wolf," Armand said, wearing an innocent smile, as if she didn't realize they had brought the big bad wolf into their home. "Lucien has gone to a classmate's house, and only Louis is at home. He's a bit rigid, so I told him not to open the door for anyone," Joseph replied with a forced smile. Once inside, Joseph brought Napoleon and the troublesome Little Red Riding Hood Armand and the fearsome big bad wolf Robespierre into the house. After everyone was seated, Robespierre asked, "Mr. Bonaparte, is this your brother Napoleon? I've heard he's quite talented in military matters." Napoleon didn't speak, but Joseph could tell he was rather pleased. "Napoleon has been doing well lately," Joseph replied. Robespierre had veered off the main topic, and Joseph hoped he would continue to do so, giving him more time to think. In theory, the same methods that could be used against Lafayette could also be applied to Robespierre, but Joseph was a bit hesitant. He knew that deceiving Robespierre was a different matter. If he ever grew suspicious, it would be troublesome. Maybe there's a way to have the best of both worlds, Joseph thought while continuing to engage in the conversation. Robespierre finally got to the point, asking Joseph, "What do you think about the king's escape and the events at the Champ de Mars?" "The king's escape," Joseph replied. "I think he came very close to succeeding, but he was captured and brought back, which shows that even God supports the revolution." At this point, mentioning God in front of Robespierre wasn't a problem, as not long ago, Robespierre had considered piety as one of the most important virtues in his writings. Robespierre smiled but wasn't swayed by Joseph's answer. He continued, "Ah, Mr. Bonaparte, what I meant to ask is, do you believe the king was kidnapped?" "I'm not a fool to believe such nonsense," Joseph said with a wry smile. He didn't want to appear foolish in front of Robespierre. If he had to choose between offending Lafayette or Robespierre, Joseph would certainly choose to offend Lafayette, as it seemed unlikely that Lafayette would send him to the guillotine. This illustrated Machiavelli's point that it's better to be a feared ruler than a loved one. "But our king does seem quite foolish," Napoleon interjected. "Look at how he tried to escape in style. He even had a carriage, as if he feared no one would recognize him." Now that Joseph had made his stance on the king's escape clear, Napoleon felt that he didn't need to hold back. But Lafayette still insists that the king was abducted. "Joseph, what do you think of this?" Robespierre asked. However, immediately opposing Lafayette might seem unscrupulous. Joseph knew that anyone who acquired a reputation similar to Machiavelli's would encounter numerous problems later on. So he intentionally hesitated for a moment before saying, "Lafayette probably has his reasons for saying this. He might be trying to prevent a war." Seeing that Robespierre appeared deep in thought, Joseph continued, "Lafayette may be worried that if we were to investigate the king's escape, it could lead to internal unrest and foreign interference. Mr. Robespierre, you are aware of the precarious state of the French army, as the senior officers are not reliable. However, we can't simply replace them all at once. Therefore, Lafayette might be concerned that a war would put France in a very unfavorable position." Robespierre finally got to the point. "So, Mr. Bonaparte, do you share Lafayette's views? Do you agree with him?" Joseph shook his head. "I understand Lafayette's concerns, but I don't agree with his approach. I believe that Lafayette has made two mistakes in this matter. Please elaborate." "First, Lafayette's perspective is too focused on the military," Joseph explained. "He fails to see that the greatest strength of France is not its army but its people. Allowing someone who has lost the people's trust, who has betrayed them, to continue sitting on the throne would severely damage the morale of the people. Second, he underestimates our enemies. He thinks that if we make concessions, we will receive the same goodwill from our enemies. But our enemies will not relax their attacks because of our weakness. On the contrary, our vulnerability will encourage them to take risks. Furthermore, the king has already expressed his opposition to the revolution. After that, the royal family has no way out. They understand that the people will never trust them again. In the future, whether it's our actions or theirs, it will all be seen as expedient by the other side. They will never believe that we still want to preserve his rights. Instead, they will see this as our fear of domestic and foreign counter-revolutionary forces. Lafayette may hope to buy time by keeping the king in power to rebuild the military, but the royal family won't be oblivious to this. From their perspective, giving Lafayette this time is equivalent to signing the death warrant for the monarchy, so they won't grant Lafayette this time." I see Armand chimed in. "Joseph, there's an important club meeting the day after tomorrow, where we'll be electing a new club president. This will determine the direction of the club. I believe our club can't continue down Lafayette's mistaken path." Joseph raised his head and glanced at Armand, then at Robespierre, and said, "Armand, Mr. Robespierre, you both know that I am friends with Lafayette." "Joseph, we are all friends with Lafayette." "But Joseph, amicus Plato, sed magis amica veritas," Armand said, quoting a Latin phrase, "I love my friend, but I love truth more." Robespierre smiled as he observed the exchange. "All right, Armand," Joseph said, his brow furrowed. "While I cherish my friendship with General Lafayette, I cannot betray my principles. However, I suggest a different method for the club's elections." "What do you mean by a different method?" Robespierre asked. "Currently, the club votes by a show of hands, right?" Joseph continued. "What if we change it to a secret ballot? Think about it, Lafayette has been the president for a long time, and he wields a lot of influence. With an open show of hands, some may succumb to pressure and vote against their will. We can list the candidates on a ballot, and voters can simply check the name they prefer. Then they place their ballots in an empty box, and when the voting is done, we can open the box in public to count the votes. This way, we avoid the complications of open voting while ensuring fairness." Joseph furrowed his brow, about to retort, but to his surprise, Robespierre spoke first. "Armand, I find Joseph's proposal quite reasonable." "It's a good idea," Robespierre said slowly. "But as representatives of the people, shouldn't we be transparent in our choices? Why be so clandestine?" Armand seemed unconvinced. "Armand," Robespierre frowned, "the club is not a parliament, and its members are not representatives of the people. Furthermore, do those who don't quite meet the standards of sainthood not have inherent rights? Morality is something we use to hold ourselves accountable, not to impose on others. For instance, I don't believe that carousing with a bunch of women every night is a proper way to live, but I still consider you and the late Mr. Murraybau as my good friends." "You're right, Maximilian." Armand lowered his head. Robespierre's words surprised Joseph. Such a reasonable statement from the incorruptible Robespierre was unexpected. Amidst his astonishment, Joseph couldn't help but think that Robespierre was a dangerous individual who could artfully find justifications for his political interests. With this visit from Robespierre, Joseph couldn't afford to miss the club meeting 2 days later. That evening, he finished his dinner and boarded a lightweight carriage, heading to the Jacobin Club. Joseph entered the club, exchanging greetings with people he knew, both familiar and unfamiliar faces. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught his eye. "Hey Bonaparte, long time no see." The person greeted him with a smile. "Duke of Orleans, you're back." Joseph was surprised, as the person he was talking to was the Duke of Orleans, who had been sent as the ambassador to England recently. "Yes, I'm back," the Duke of Orleans replied, his attitude reminiscent of a sly fox. Although the Duke of Orleans had been in England, his sources of information remained strong. As soon as he noticed the damage to his political rival Lafayette's reputation, he promptly returned. "With Lafayette's current reputation, even if he publicly reveals the conspiracies he had against you, I doubt anyone would believe him anymore. However, being away from the country for so long, I wonder how much influence the Duke still wields," Joseph silently pondered. The meeting was about to begin when the room was nearly full. Lafayette announced the start of the meeting. After Lafayette's speech, Robespierre stood up and asked if he could share his thoughts. "Yes," came the response from the crowd. Robespierre then made his way to the podium, passing by Lafayette, who wore a scowling expression filled with disdain. In contrast, Robespierre had a polite smile on his face. Robespierre began his speech by expressing his respect for French tradition. He asserted that some radicals were trying to turn France into a republic, a notion that he found unpalatable and destined to fail. He even said, "Republic, what is that? The truth never harms us, it is our attitude toward the truth that does. If we ignore everything and bury our heads in the sand like ostriches, telling ourselves none of this exists, that is when we truly harm ourselves. Clearly, the current king is no longer trustworthy. I oppose a republic, but I also oppose Louis XVI continuing as king." With these words, Robespierre raised his eyes, casting a glance at the Duke of Orleans, who immediately began to applaud. If Louis XVI were to abdicate, his son, Louis XVI, would be the first in line for the throne. Louis XVI was still a minor, and according to French tradition, a regent from the royal family needed to take over as the king's proxy. Currently, the only eligible candidates for regent were Louis XVI's brother, the Count of Provence, historically known as Louis XVI, Louis XVI's other brother, the Count of Artois, and the Duke of Orleans. The first two were staunch royalists who openly opposed the revolution, so the only viable choice for regent was the Duke of Orleans. When Robespierre expressed his stance, the Duke of Orleans naturally found it agreeable. Robespierre then went on to argue that while he opposed extremist Republican ideas, he believed that thoughts should be free. He stated, "Opposing one idea can only be done with another idea, not with swords." Joseph found Robespierre's words rather pointed and laden with dark humor, a quality he had not expected from him. Finally, Robespierre proposed a secret ballot to ensure that club members' votes in the upcoming elections would not be influenced by those in power. This proposal exceeded Lafayette's expectations. He knew this voting method would be detrimental to him, but if he openly opposed it, he would practically confirm the accusations of interfering with voting through power. So he remained silent, wearing a stern expression. The vote followed. Although it was a secret ballot, Joseph still voted for Robespierre. There was no other choice for a prudent man like him. Then came the vote count, with one person announcing the votes while several others supervised. The two candidates were neck and neck, with Lafayette taking the lead at times and then Robespierre surging ahead. In the end, the results were announced. Robespierre won by a 2-vote margin, becoming the Jacobin Club's chairman. Lafayette's face was grim, likely pondering who had betrayed him. But Robespierre's expression wasn't particularly jubilant either, as he had expected one more vote according to his calculations. "We have a traitor among us," Robespierre couldn't help but think. Lafayette took the stage again. Everyone assumed he would deliver some remarks as the outgoing chairman. However, he declared, regrettably, "I've noticed that extreme ideas have taken hold in the Jacobin Club. The club's principles have diverged greatly from what they were when we established it." He scanned the room and continued, "Now that our political beliefs have changed so drastically, I announce my departure from the Jacobin Club. Those who, like me, oppose these political beliefs, please join me in leaving." Joseph was completely stunned by Lafayette's unexpected move. Lafayette had turned his secret vote into a farce, and now the question was which side he should stand with. At that moment, one person took the lead and walked over to join Lafayette. Seeing this person, Robespierre's smiling face suddenly stiffened. "Fauché, I didn't expect it to be you." Robespierre gritted his teeth.